Chapter 1. In the heart of the forest, two figures darted rapidly amidst the trees. Behind them was a beast resembling a tiger, its gaping maw agape, tongue lolling as it pursued a diminutive figure with an exposed backside. "Friend, you smell delightful. I implore you, cease your flight and allow me, but a single bite, it will be over swiftly," the tiger demon implored. The figure ahead retorted with a flurry of curses. "Bite your sister? You're not even a female. Why on earth would I let you gnaw at me?" "I am a female," the tiger demon quickly replied. "Even so, it matters not, our races are incompatible. Sister tiger, we are simply not suited for one another. Our meeting is a fateful encounter, dear friend. Please grant me this boon. I shall forever cherish your immense kindness," the tiger demon persisted. At this, Chen Xiao felt as though he might weep. In his past life, he had merely been a cog in the corporate machine, and during a moment of valor, he had saved a little girl from an oncoming vehicle, only to perish on the spot himself. Such was life, while not exactly a monumental deed. One would expect to be reborn into a fortunate existence, would they not? Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast forest, devoid of family and clothing, which was already disheartening enough. But to have a tiger barreling towards him, speaking in human tongue, and intent on devouring him, what could possibly be more absurd? Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, he found himself soaring into the air, narrowly escaping the tiger's jaws. Nevertheless, this relentless beast seemed determined to pursue him until it had its fill. "I have no syrup of urgency to offer you. You are no leopard. Why are you chasing me like this? Where's the system? Where's the old man? Where's my golden finger? Come forth at once." As the tiger's maw drew perilously close, Chen Xiao could no longer contain his tears and hasten his flight. All signs indicated that he had indeed traversed into a realm of immortal cultivation. But what had become of the promised benefits for traversers? Aside from the ability to fly, he possessed nothing. Was he destined to become the fastest transcending soul to meet his demise? The heavens are unjust. What sins have I committed to deserve this? As he flew, Chen Xiao raged against the heavens, his voice echoing throughout the forest. In the Xiao palace, the three pure ones had just finished listening to Hongyun's second sermon and were preparing to retreat to Kunlun mountain for seclusion. At that moment, Tongtian suddenly sensed something and gazed into the distance. Laozi also noticed Tongtian's demeanor and inquired, "Third brother, what troubles you?" With narrowed eyes, Tongtian replied, "Elder brother, I have detected a profound sword principle ahead I wish to investigate." Upon hearing this, Laozi nodded. "Then go and explore. This may be your opportunity. I and second brother shall return to Kunlun mountain." Yuan Shi also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, third brother, since it is your chance, seize it, but be cautious." At this time, the three pure ones had not yet separated, and Yuan Shi and Tongtian had no significant discord. Laozi's supreme path was not yet particularly profound. Thus, both brothers treated Tongtian with genuine concern. Moreover, throughout the primordial realm, it was well known that Tongtian was a master of swordsmanship and formations. Hence, neither brother had any inclination to compete with him. It was far more prudent to return to Kunlun and cultivate, hastening their ascension to the lofty realm of saints. "Elder brother, second brother, fret not. After all, I am the true lineage of Pangu, and few in the primordial realm can threaten me," Tongtian declared confidently. The two brothers did not dispute this. The three pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, their roots deeply embedded in the primordial realm, naturally unrivaled. In equal realms, they were essentially dominant. The second sermon of Hongyun was the path to quasi sainthood. Given the three pure ones' foundation, they could ascend to that state at any moment. In the primordial realm, those who could pose a threat to the three pure ones were scarcely more than a handful. After bidding farewell to his brothers, Tongtian swiftly flew toward the source of the sword principle. After a month of travel, Tongtian arrived in a forest and began his exploration. "Ah, my perception has not failed me, yet why can I not locate the source of that principle? Could it be that it has sprouted legs and fled?" Just as Tongtian pondered this, a youthful voice pierced the air. "Help! Is anyone there to save me?" Intrigued by the voice, Tongtian turned and found its origin aligned with the powerful principle he had sensed earlier. He hastened toward it. Upon arriving, he witnessed a tiger demon pursuing a small figure, from which the sword principle radiated. Without hesitation, Tongtian drew his Qingping sword and slashed down at the tiger demon. At that moment, Chen Xiao had already exhausted his magical energy and plummeted to the ground. Watching the tiger demon draw ever closer, Chen Xiao surrendered to despair. This creature had relentlessly pursued him for over a month. He could no longer muster the strength to flee, and so he resolved to lie down in a comfortable position and await death. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for the end. The tiger demon, eyes gleaming, thought it would finally feast. From the moment it first laid eyes on Chen Xiao, it believed that consuming him would significantly enhance its own power. Afterward, it would not merely aspire to be a great Luo golden immortal, even quasi sainthood seemed within reach. Just as the tiger demon prepared to swallow Chen Xiao whole, it suddenly sensed an immense threat, its fur standing on end. As it turned to flee, a beam of sword light struck it, instantly reducing it to mere fragments. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching the hapless Chen Xiao. Ugh, what in the world? Soaked in blood, Chen Xiao spat in disgust, and then burst into laughter at the sight of the dismembered tiger demon. Huh, serves you right for wanting to eat me tonight. I shall roast you instead. As he spoke, he began gathering the scattered flesh, preparing to cook the tiger demon. At that moment, a figure cloaked in azure descended gracefully from the sky, observing the busy little figure with a hint of surprise. How peculiar! I cannot discern this child's foundation. From its bone age, it seems to have only just been born a month, yet possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal. Upon closer inspection, Tongtian was even more astonished. A natural Dao body, coupled with profound fortune, and the sword principle emanating from its very bones, this was clearly a tailor-made successor. Suppressing his excitement, Tongtian thought that although the sword principle was not a rare treasure, acquiring a successor was still a boon. He then cleared his throat, intending to draw Chen Xiao's attention. However, to his surprise, Chen Xiao not only failed to turn around but also discarded the flesh and quickly flew away. In no time, he vanished from sight. Tongtian's lips twitched. He had merely made a sound, and yet the child fled with such speed? Am I truly that terrifying? Unbeknownst to Tongtian, Chen Xiao had been pursued for an entire month and was now a spook bird. The slightest noise could send him into a panic, especially since he was completely unaware of the presence behind him. There were only two possibilities. The newcomer was either a common, unremarkable beast devoid of cultivation, or a being of superior strength. Given his recent experiences, he was certain it was the latter, prompting his hasty retreat. Just as Chen Xiao thought he had escaped, a golden light rushed forth, striking him. Immediately, he felt as though his body had been sealed, plummeting from the sky. It's over, my life has come to an end. My name is Chen Xiao, a carefree youth of the 21st century who aspired to live a life of tranquility. Yet, due to a twist of fate, I found myself thrust into this world, relentlessly pursued by a tiger demon for over a month. Now, I have encountered an unknown expert. My ability to fly has been sealed. I am in dire need of a means to escape. I await assistance urgently. Lying motionless on the ground, Chen Xiao contemplated whether he could feign death to evade detection, as fleeing was no longer an option. He could only hope that his pursuer was a fool, one who favored fresh prey, thus granting him a slim chance of survival. Tongtian approached Chen Xiao slowly, treading upon the void. Observing the trembling figure feigning death, he could not help but chuckle. Enough of this charade. It was I who saved you just now. Why the haste to flee? At these words, Chen Xiao gradually raised his head, relieved to find that his rescuer wore a blue Taoist robe and appeared youthful and vibrant. He felt a wave of relief. At least he was not facing some grotesque beast. With a sheepish grin, he addressed Tongtian. My apologies, brother. I've been chased for a month and am quite terrified. I cannot adequately express my gratitude for your kindness, and I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises. However, before that, could you lend me a garment? It feels rather embarrassing being exposed like this. Tongtian chuckled and waved his hand, but a stream of radiant light entwined around Chen Xiao, momentarily manifesting as a seamless Taoist robe that not only cleansed him of bloodstains, but also lifted the seals upon him. Curiously, Chen Xiao examined his attire and promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, performing a brief poetic expression of thanks to Tongtian. Gratitude to my esteemed elder brother. May he embody loyalty and righteousness, unwavering in his heroic spirit, and may he achieve unparalleled feats without fear. Tongtian was amused by Chen Xiao's playful recitation, remarking, "You are quite an entertaining child, yet I find myself intrigued by your lineage. I cannot discern your origins." Lineage? Chen Xiao tilted his head in confusion before replying, "I am of the human race, just like you, esteemed brother." This revelation left Tongtian puzzled. Human race? How come I have not heard of such a lineage? Raising his hand, Tongtian began to divine, but the impending calamity rendered the heavenly secrets shrouded and unclear. After a lengthy contemplation, he could only ascertain that this race would emerge in the future, yet the specifics of its arrival remained elusive. Nevertheless, trends are immutable, while minor influences are easily reversible. Tongtian dismissed the matter from his mind. Instead, gazing at Chen Xiao with admiration as he inquired, "I observe your innate Tao body and natural sword bones clearly. We share a connection. Would you consider becoming my disciple?" "Dear brother," Chen Xiao retorted, "you may recruit disciples as you please, but why resort to insults? Why must I be labeled as possessing a natural debased nature? Are you attempting to flatter me before the apprenticeship? Apologies, but I must decline such flattery. I shall not take you as my master." Chen Xiao expressed his indignation. Having been a cog in the machine in his previous life, subjected to incessant manipulation, he refused to endure such indignities again in this new existence. Tongtian was taken aback when had he insulted him? Though he did not comprehend the term pua, hearing Chen Xiao's refusal to become his disciple struck him as a significant blow. Countless beings in the primordial era yearned to be disciples of the three pure ones, yet could not now that he had extended an invitation to take a disciple. He was met with rejection. He then inquired, "Are you aware of the stature I possess? Do you truly wish to refuse my offer?" Chen Xiao, nonchalantly cleaning his ears, replied, "And who might you be?" Tongtian narrowed his eyes and stated solemnly, "I am the esteemed Tongtian of the Upper Clear." Tongtian? The same Tongtian who is the manifestation of Pangus, primordial spirit. One of the three pure ones? Chen Xiao asked incredulously. Indeed, Tongtian affirmed, his head held high, exuding confidence. "You are astonished, are you not? Realizing how foolish it was to refuse my offer? Considering your exceptional talents, I shall overlook your previous slight now. Kneel and bow in submission to become my disciple. I shall reluctantly accept you as my foremost disciple." However, Tongtian waited in vain for Chen Xiao's act of submission, only to witness him clasp his fists and declare, "The green mountains remain unchanged. The flowing waters persist. Our paths may not cross again. Farewell." With that, he departed without a backward glance. What is happening? I have introduced myself. Chen Xiao does not seem to be unfamiliar with me. Under normal circumstances, should he not bow in reverence? Tongtian stood frozen, bewildered. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was indeed familiar with Tongtian's name. Although not well-versed in the primordial lore, he had some knowledge of the three pure ones, particularly the tragic fate of the Tongtian of the Jie. During the calamity of the Fengshan, he was betrayed by his brethren and targeted by the four saints, leading to the disintegration of the Jie he founded. 3,000 disciples were converted to the Western teachings, while others faced death or oppression. As the foremost disciple of Tongtian, the Taoist Dao Bao was forcibly transformed by Laozi, becoming the Buddha Tathagata. Meanwhile, Tongtian himself was fed the fallen sage pill by Hongyun, imprisoned within the Purple Cloud Palace, unable to escape until the next great calamity. Knowing the inevitable downfall of Jie, it might be wiser to directly join the Western teachings or the heavenly court. At least being coerced into conversion or imprisoned on the Fengshan list would be preferable, right? Though aware from Tongtian's self-introduction that he had yet to attain sainthood, he did not believe he could sway Tongtian's will. advising him to be wary of his brothers would likely be met with derision. While he appreciated Tongtian's character, admiration could not take precedence over his own safety. Despite their unscrupulousness, the two saints of the Western teachings treated their disciples rather well. Moreover, with the future rise of Buddhism, entering the fold now might lead him to attain a respectable position as a Buddha. Seeing Chen Xiao gradually fade into the distance, Tongtian raised his hand once more, sealing him again and drawing him back before him. Young one, it appears you remain unaware that becoming my disciple is a path of boundless potential. You and I share a profound connection. Come, let's return together. Having spoken, he carried Chen Xiao as they soared towards the Kunlun mountains. What a jest it was! He, the esteemed Tongtian of the Sanqing, had been rejected in his quest to take on a disciple for the very first time. Were this to circulate, how could he ever maintain his standing in the primordial world? Most importantly, Chen Xiao was exceedingly suitable to be his heir, that in the primordial realm, acquiring disciples was a straightforward endeavor. Yet finding a fitting heir was an entirely different challenge. Thus, for the sake of both pride and necessity, Tongtian would not let Chen Xiao escape his grasp. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was rendered speechless. When had Tongtian learned the art of recruitment akin to that of Jane and Juni? He hastily protested, "Wait a moment. This is abduction. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet." Tongtian paid no heed to Chen Xiao's struggles, smiling as he said, "My disciple, today I shall impart a truth to you. In the primordial realm, as long as one possesses strength, even a forcibly twisted melon can become quite sweet." Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in resignation. He had yet to agree to become a disciple. However, he ceased his struggles and allowed Tongtian to take him back to Kunlun Mountain. After all, he was no match for such overwhelming force, and given his current situation, safety was not guaranteed outside. It seemed prudent to remain at Kunlun for a while. Seeing Chen Xiao relent, Tongtian inquired, "What is your name? Shall I bestow one upon you?" Chen Xiao rested his chin in his hand, responding with a hint of disdain. "Chen Xiao, could you not gently set me down? Must you be so crude?" Chen Xiao complained as he glanced at Tongtian. Tongtian, bemused, replied, "Child, you possess the cultivation of a golden immortal. Even if I were to toss you from the peak of Kunlun, you would hardly be harmed. Golden immortal? Do I truly possess such prowess?" Chen Xiao was taken aback, as he was familiar with the hierarchy of the primordial realm: Earth immortal, Heaven immortal, Mystic immortal, Golden immortal. Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. Logically, as a human, he should have started from the foundational stage, yet this was perplexing. Noticing Chen Xiao's fluctuating emotions, Tongtian remarked, "Though you were born with the cultivation of a golden immortal, your roots are still ordinary in the primordial realm. You must diligently cultivate." Chen Xiao, puzzled, thought, "Isn't being a golden immortal impressive?" The second-generation disciples of the Chen Sect during the Fushi era were mostly only Tai golden immortals. If I put in some effort, self-preservation should not be an issue. Tongtian raised an eyebrow disdainfully. What is Fushi? Moreover, which sect's disciples average at Tai golden immortal? What a trivial sect to be associated with. You don't know of the Chen Sect? Chen Xiao was astonished. Tongtian frowned slightly, proudly declaring, "I am of the Panga lineage, not something trivial that would even enter my ears." Chen Xiao's expression turned complex as he said, "Ah yes, especially since their leader is particularly shameless, relishing in bullying the weak." Tongtian's character was naturally free-spirited and upright. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, he grew even more contemptuous. How could there exist such brazen individuals in the primordial realm? Akin to those Western bald donkeys? Chen Xiao remained silent, inwardly hoping Tongtian would continue to speak thus, preferably even pointing at Yuanshi's nose. However, he had confirmed that the Sanqing had yet to establish a sect. At this time, Chen Xiao recalled a saying, "Tai are as numerous as dogs, and Deluo can be found everywhere." His current cultivation indeed held little significance, and without any magical techniques, wandering outside would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, becoming Tongtian's disciple held significant risks. Seeking refuge in the West could pose even greater dangers. Ideally, he would prefer to join the Renjiao, but as it stood, Laozi had yet to establish his sect. His brother, such a revered figure, was now before him, and to express a desire to become Laozi's disciple seemed akin to facing NTR, likely leading to his immediate demise. After expressing his indignation, Tongtian tossed a jade tablet to Chen Xiao, saying, "This contains my sword techniques. Take your time to comprehend it. Should you have questions, I shall elucidate upon my return." With that, Tongtian raised his hand to set up a formation at the cave's entrance and vanished without a trace. As for Chen Xiao not performing the rites of apprenticeship, Tongtian paid it no mind. Learning his sword techniques would bind Chen Xiao to him, a connection that could not be severed. Moreover, Tongtian was not concerned that Chen Xiao would fail to learn. After all, he was one of the Sanqing, the true lineage of Pangu, and a renowned master of swordsmanship and formations in the primordial realm. Who could resist the allure of his sword techniques? Once he emerged from his seclusion and broke through to quasi-saint, the value of his teachings would undoubtedly multiply. Of course, the formation was not set out of fear that Chen Xiao would flee, but rather to prevent him from wandering aimlessly to his current level, and with the allure of the innate Tao body, he would surely attract the attention of various beasts, becoming their next meal. Once Tongtian departed, Chen Xiao sat in place, gazing at the jade tablet before him, his mind racing with memories from his previous life concerning the primordial realm. Fortuitously, now that he was a golden immortal, an eidetic memory was a fundamental skill. He felt as if his intellect from his past life could easily surpass a legion of Einsteins. Thus, by meticulously recalling his memories, he was able to retrieve a wealth of pertinent information. From his current deductions, it appeared the Sanqing had yet to establish a sect, implying that the Renjiao did not yet exist. The Renjiao was founded by Laozi to enlighten humanity, since it had not yet been established. This indicated that humanity had not yet been created by Nüwa. Then the question arose, how on earth had I come into being? In the primordial realm, one's origins were paramount. The Sanqing were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The Wu clan emerged from Pangu's essence, and Di Jun and Dong Huangtai were born upon the Sun Star. These were their origins, but what of his own? Even if he were born of the earth, it was implausible to lack a known origin, especially since humanity had yet to be created. The notion of being born from a wet egg was clearly implausible, unable to fathom it any further. Chen Xiao decided not to dwell on the matter. After all, the primordial world was filled with wonders. What he needed to contemplate now was whether to accept the connection with Tongtian. Power and techniques were precisely what Chen Xiao lacked, and accepting them would solidify their bond as master and disciple. Refusing, however, could lead to dire consequences. These mighty beings placed great importance on face. He had no desire to risk his life by crossing their boundaries. Even if Tongtian had a good reputation, yet, that was merely based on what he had gleaned from the internet. Reality and the digital realm were starkly different. Ultimately, he resolved to learn, and if necessary, he could always take a position in the heavenly court to avoid the calamity of the function. Chen Xiao sighed, and then pressed the jade tablet to his forehead. All of Tongtian's sword techniques and insights surged into his mind. Within it lay not only Tongtian's sword techniques, but also the complete Shanqing immortal method and the principles of formation. It was akin to receiving the treatment of a direct disciple. Alas, this connection was profound. He was indeed bound tightly to the Jie Sect. Once Chen Xiao assimilated the contents of the jade tablet, his face bore a bitter expression. The primordial realm places immense weight on causality. One need only consider how Hongyun, due to the Tao magic war, obliterated the western veins of the earth. Not only did he ignore the Chen Sect's betrayal of the Xian men, but he also devised the journey to the west calamity to allow it to flourish. It was clear that once one incurred such karmic debts, unless the other party perished, repayment was inevitable. As for the notion of Tongtian dying laughing, thoughts of that nature were fleeting. Reality was often more complex. No matter, he thought, worst-case scenario, he could rescue some Jie Sect disciples to ascend together, thus repaying this debt. With that, Chen Xiao began to meditate and cultivate, quickly immersing himself in Tongtian's insights on swordsmanship. Gradually, profound Tao rhythms began to manifest around him, soon enveloping the entire cave. Within this ocean of Tao rhythms, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he were floating in the ethereal. No wonder those cultivators could endure thousands of years in seclusion without a hint of boredom. In such an environment, even a few tens of thousands of years would pose no issue. Moreover, Tongtian's insights on swordsmanship were as intuitive to Chen Xiao as the equation of 1 + 1 = 2. They were immediately grasped. So this is the feeling of being a scholar. I never imagined I would one day experience the joy of being a prodigy. As he felt his cultivation soaring, Chen Xiao could not help but marvel, continuing to immerse himself in the sea of cultivation. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Third brother, the Tao ancestors' teachings are about to commence. In seclusion, Tongtian received a message from Ta Qing, slowly opening his eyes, feeling that he was merely a step away from attaining the status of a quasi-saint. However, this time, Hongyun spoke of the path of the saints, a discourse not to be missed. He resolved to wait until the conclusion of the teachings before seeking to break through. Glancing towards Chen Xiao's position, he noticed the resonance of the Tao within the cave was nearly overflowing, and he let out a hearty laugh. Haha, truly a natural-born sword genius, destined to be my disciple. Estimating that Chen Xiao would not emerge from seclusion anytime soon, Tongtian left a message and exited to join Ta Qing and Yuan Shi. He also intended to find a suitable sword for his treasured disciple after listening to the teachings that at present. Among the three pure ones, aside from the Panlong crooked staff derived from the split of the Chaos Green Lotus, the three treasures of the Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, there were no other notable treasures available, rendering them rather impoverished. Some say these three were bestowed by Hongyun, while others claim they were the result of the three pure ones calling out red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf during the split of the lotus seeds. We adopt the latter here. Therefore, Tongtian had no choice but to personally seek a fitting sword for Chen Xiao. After observing Chen Xiao for a while, he promptly exited his seclusion upon his emergence. Ta Qing and Yuan Shi were already waiting outside, and Tongtian hurriedly clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Elder brother, second brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Ta Qing nodded, while Yuan Shi reproached, "Third brother, how can you casually bring someone back to Kunlun?" When Ta Qing and Yuan Shi had just emerged from their seclusion, they noticed an additional life form in Tongtian's vicinity. Ta Qing, devoted to the path of non-action, chose not to inquire further. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, relished the opportunity to assert his elder brotherly authority and intended to admonish Tongtian for bringing home just anyone. Observing this, Tongtian explained, "He is the opportunity one discovered a millennium ago. This child is destined to inherit my legacy. And what is his origin?" Tongtian shook his head that I cannot discern his background. He claims to be of the human race. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi frowned slightly. What is this human race? Surely, it is not another group of beings with fur or horns, those born in mud and water. I have warned you countless times. They are merely shallow beings, focusing on cultivating power without virtue. Lacking fortune. Do not associate with them, lest you tarnish our Pango lineage. Tongtian yearned to retort, but each time he was firmly subdued by Yuan Shi's elder brotherly demeanor. Since his inception, Yuan Shi had held disdain for creatures with fur or horns. Were Chen Xiao to hear this, he would undoubtedly consider it a superficial judgment. Ultimately, Tongtian merely stated, "My disciple does not require your evaluation, second brother." Yuan Shi felt a tinge of displeasure, but, acknowledging Tongtian as the third brother, swiftly changed the subject. "And what of your disciple? We have not seen him during our seclusion. Why does he not come to pay respects to his uncle? Xiao is currently comprehending my sword path, and he is at a crucial juncture. When we return, I shall summon him to meet you both." Tongtian responded nonchalantly. Yuan Shi was somewhat unsatisfied and wished to say more, but Ta Qing interrupted. "Enough, the third lecture by Saint Hongjun is about to commence. Let us make our way to the Xiao Palace. We can discuss matters later. Of course, Tongtian did not oppose, preferring to avoid further conflict with Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi felt slightly disgruntled but nodded nonetheless. After all, they were about to hear the teachings of the saints and chose not to dwell excessively on trivial matters. Soon after, the three pure ones flew towards the Xiao Palace. Just as they departed, a faint golden light erupted from the cave where Chen Xiao was in seclusion. Had anyone been present, they would have seen that it emanated from Chen Xiao's spine. Imbued with a piercing sword intent, in the Xiao Palace, numerous powerful beings awaited the arrival of Hongjun, their faces reflecting anticipation. The complete path of the saints was a coveted treasure for many mighty beings. Even those with past grievances paused their conflicts in this gathering. As the crowd engaged in speculation, a figure appeared atop the highest lotus seat, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that washed over them. The mighty beings fell silent, both awed and entranced by this pressure, each contemplating when they might possess such formidable power. Salutations to Saint Hongyun. We honor the arrival of Saint Hongyun, and a multitude of mighty beings bowed deeply in reverence. Hongyun surveyed the assembly with a detached gaze, but when his eyes fell upon Tongtian, a flicker of curiosity crossed his expression. Has Tongtian encountered some fortuitous event? His aura has noticeably increased. However, Hongyun dismissed it from his mind. The tides of fate were immutable, while minor fortunes were easily altered. For him, the immediate priority was to complete the third lecture and align himself with the heavenly Tao. Retrieving his gaze, Hongyun's voice resonated melodiously. This lecture on the path of the saints will last for 3,000 years, and at its conclusion, I shall accept a few fated individuals as disciples. Upon hearing this proclamation, excitement surged through the crowd. Becoming a disciple of a saint not only elevated one's status, but also provided guidance from the saint, significantly enhancing the chances of attaining sainthood. Yet, the three pure ones did not share this fervor. As the true lineage of Pangu, they believed that with their own qualifications, possessing the complete path of the saints would suffice for them to reach the realm of saints. Following the initial excitement, Hongyun began expounding on the path of the saints. 1,000 years passed, and at Kunlun Mountain, Chen Xiao's cave had been engulfed in golden light, his aura continuously rising. Mid-stage golden immortal, the late-stage golden immortal, until it culminated in the perfection of the golden immortal realm. Concurrently, the golden light emanating from Chen Xiao's spine gradually receded, ultimately forming a golden sphere that floated before him, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Chen Xiao stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. What is this? After his stretch, he noticed the luminous sphere before him. Upon gently prodding it with his finger, the sphere suddenly began to glow, morphing into the shape of a sword. Feeling the sharp sword aura, Chen Xiao instinctively stepped back. Yet, the sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, retracting its aura and drawing closer to Chen Xiao, exuding an unmistakable sense of intimacy. In this moment, Chen Xiao recalled that certain beings possessed their own innate treasures. The most renowned examples included the dual swords of Yanluo, which bore no karmic ties to their slayings, and the Eastern Emperor Tai's Dongwang Bell, which was also one of the three primordial treasured artifacts, the Chaos Bell. Although Chen Xiao did not quite understand why the three primordial treasures became the innate artifacts of Eastern Emperor Tai, it was undeniable that all these treasures belonged to the ranks of innate artifacts. Once Hongyun articulated his method of severing the three corpses, a calamity of spiritual treasures would sweep through the wilderness. Yet, Chen Xiao pondered whether acquiring this sword would bring fortune or misfortune. With a wry smile, he stepped forward to grasp the hilt, the golden light dissipating in tandem. The hilt was as translucent as white jade, while the blade glimmered of vibrant gold, adorned with intricate Tao patterns. Prominently inscribed along the blade's center were the words human Tao. Goodness, human Tao. What is the meaning of this? The human race has yet to emerge. The human Tao should still be in slumber. With a mere thought, Chen Xiao wove the two characters representing humanity into his sword, which, fortunately, was his innate treasure. This artifact could be altered at will by his thoughts. This individual, emerging seemingly from nowhere, was perhaps of little concern to the heavenly Tao. However, should he become entangled with the essence of humanity, it would indeed become intriguing that in his past life, Chen Xiao had often encountered discussions online claiming that the great calamity of the gods was instigated by the heavenly Tao to suppress humanity. After GFA proclaimed himself the son of heaven and lowered his status, humanity could no longer rise with vigor, as they were inherently at a disadvantage. Upon retracting the sword into his body, Chen Xiao promptly sat cross-legged, preparing to break through to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. He intended to seize the moment and join the ranks of countless huskies, before venturing out for a leisurely stroll. At this time, the powerful beings above the Great Luo were predominantly gathered in Xiao Palace, marking one of the safest periods in the primordial realm. The transition from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal represented a significant threshold, requiring immense spiritual energy to consolidate the 5 vital energies within one's chest. These 5 vital energies corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which also represented the 5 primordial sources of the primordial evolution. This phase demanded extensive time to comprehend and refine the essence of the 5 elements from the heavens and earth. Kunlun Mountain, transformed from the bones of Pangu, possessed abundant elemental energy sufficient to expedite Chen Xiao's progress. Coupled with his innate Tao physique, he naturally had a profound affinity for the Tao. This was also why humanity often became the sustenance for beasts, as the flesh and blood of humans could significantly aid their cultivation. Save for the innate beasts, those born later struggled in their practices, and the emergence of humanity provided them with the most advantageous shortcut to enhancement as the elemental energy from Kunlun mountain continuously flowed into him. Chen Xiao's aura steadily surged. Soon reaching a critical juncture, he felt an intense pain coursing through his body. As if it were about to be torn asunder, he recognized this as a sign of impending breakthrough and gritted his teeth to endure. With all his might, he absorbed and guided the elemental energy to coalesce in his chest, gradually battering against the bottleneck. Upon the final wisp of spiritual energy entering his body, a thunderous sound erupted, and a powerful current radiated from Chen Xiao as the epicenter, signifying his successful ascension to the Tai golden immortal status. He had thus transformed from an ant into a husky within the primordial canine society, a truly qualitative leap. Chen Xiao opened his eyes to find that the garments previously conjured by Tongtian had been shredded. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a new outfit for himself. If only such abilities could be brought back to the modern world, he would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual in no time. Sighing at this thought, he shifted his gaze toward the formation at the entrance, smirking as he muttered, "Tongtian is rather inconsiderate. Not only did he confine me for cultivation, but he also neglected to leave a key." He then settled down, cross-legged, to study the method of breaking the formation. Fortunately, the jade token provided by Tongtian contained his insights into formations and various layout techniques. Such rudimentary arrangements posed no challenge to Chen Xiao. It merely required some time. 3 months later, Chen Xiao emerged from his cave dwelling, appearing utterly drained and cursing under his breath, though he could dismantle the formation. Tongtian's formidable cultivation level had rendered the process exhausting, as he had been nearly depleted countless times before finally breaking through. His first intention upon exiting was to find a place to unwind. However, he was suddenly struck by the realization that humanity had yet to be born, let alone partake in any revelries. His expression fell instantly, but he quickly regained his composure, since the powerful beings were predominantly in Xiao Palace. It would be more prudent to venture out and seek opportunities. That it is worth noting that the primordial realm still held some treasures before the calamity between the witch and demon races. Although the ensuing conflict shattered the primordial world, nearly causing the heavens to collapse. Additionally, the implementation of the cutting of the 3 corpses method by Hongyun had led to significant losses of innate treasures due to the spiritual treasure slaughtering calamity. Consequently, few innate treasures emerged thereafter, with only the xian Ending in the hands of Nüwa managing to return to innate status, albeit as an ordinary innate treasure. This scarcity rendered innate treasures in the primordial realm as rare as giant pandas. Chen Xiao's first destination was to return to the forest where he had first appeared, in search of treasures and vengeance. After flying for quite some time, he realized he had not yet exited the confines of Kunlun mountain, which left him somewhat perplexed. Eventually, as he approached a mountain range, he spotted a white below and decided to descend to inquire for directions. However, upon reaching this white, Chen Xiao fell into contemplation. What the hell, it's a dog. Before him stood a slender, short-haired white dog, aptly dubbed the Slender Dog. The two locked eyes for a moment before Chen Xiao broke the silence, asking, "Dog brother, do you know how to leave Kunlun?" "Woof woof woof. Of course I do. Also, what species is a dog?" "The species is of little importance. What matters is whether you can take me out." "Woof woof woof woof. What are the benefits?" Chen Xiao raised his chin slightly, confidently proclaiming, "Brother will take you out to enjoy exquisite delicacies." "Woof woof 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 woof. Really? Then follow me." Chen Xiao looked at the slender dog leading the way, somewhat bewildered. Was it truly this easy to fool them? It seemed that most beings in the primordial realm were quite innocent. However, what on earth allowed me to understand its barks? Had the slender dog evolved, or had I somehow intertwined with its genes? "Woof woof woof. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow me." The dog's bark snapped Chen Xiao back to reality, and he hurriedly followed. Along the way, he was astonished to discover that this slender dog was, in fact, a Tai golden immortal, and a mid-stage one at that, surpassing him by a minor realm. To think, the notion of humans being inferior to dogs had originated from him. He also learned that the slender dog could communicate telepathically. enabling others to understand its speech, and no wonder he could comprehend it despite the dog not having transformed. Thankfully, he was still a purebred human. Eventually, the pair successfully exited Kunlun and made their way toward the forest where Chen Xiao had first emerged. After 2 months of traveling, they finally arrived at the longed-for yet bittersweet forest. It was there that they encountered the tiger demon who had relentlessly pursued Chen Xiao. The duo concealed themselves in the shadows behind the tiger demon. Observing the glaring pair of large bells, Chen Xiao patted the dog's head beside him, saying, "Dog Egg, do you see those bells? Bite them." Dog Egg was the name Chen Xiao had given the dog. During their journey, the slender dog had mentioned it lacked a name, prompting Chen Xiao to assign one as someone who struggled with naming. He had whimsically suggested, "How about Dog Egg? A simple name is easier to nurture." Though Dog Egg did not understand the meaning, it happily accepted the name. "Woof, woof, woof. Why should I bite that?" Chen Xiao replied earnestly. "First, that is the demon beast's weak point, that if you bite it, it will instantly lose its combat effectiveness. Second, that thing is a great tonic for you." "Woof? Really?" Chen Xiao nodded, and without further ado, Dog Egg charged forward. With a mighty roar, laced with pain, it reverberated throughout the forest. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xiao swiftly formed a spell and unleashed the Qingxing divine thunder. The bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking the tiger demon and swiftly ending its suffering. "Woof, woof. You did not deceive me. Consuming that felt warm all over. Indeed a great tonic." Dogdan called out to the busy Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao did not respond, which was entirely within his expectations. That creature was originally intended for enhancing vitality. Moreover, being a demon beast, its effects would undoubtedly surpass those of the tigers from his previous life. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Chen Xiao flayed the tiger demon, meticulously collecting everything that could be utilized. The remaining meat was roasted and consumed alongside Diagen. In the ensuing world, the duo stirred up a tempest of blood and chaos across the wilderness. The surviving demon beasts faced the direst consequences, often losing their most prized possessions. Uncertain of the origins of Chen Xiao and Dogdan, the demon beasts dubbed them the egg-biting beast and the castrated whip beast. In a fleeting moment, the male creatures of the wilderness found themselves engulfed in trepidation. Ultimately, under the call of the survivors, they united to hunt down the pair. 2 millennia later, Hongyun concluded his teachings and established the Xian men, accepting Sanqing and Nüwa as disciples, while Zhuanti and Jane were recognized as nominal disciples, receiving 7 wisps of primordial purple energy. After being divided among the 6, the remaining wisps were bestowed upon Hongyun under the pretense of being for a fated individual. Following this, the division of treasures commenced. Laozi obtained the Taiji diagram, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. Among others, Yuanshi received the Panga banner, the Wuji apricot yellow flag, and the celebratory clouds of the heavens. Nüwa acquired the map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidered ball, while Jane and Zhuanti received the 12th-grade merit golden lotus, garnering the least. The most fortunate was Tongtian, who, aside from the 4 swords of extermination that only the 4 saints could break in the formation diagram, also amassed several other innate supreme spiritual treasures, such as the Hongyun golden dipper, the purple lightning hammer, and 24 sea-calming divine pearls. The future spiritual treasure Heavenly Sovereign was not merely a title. As Jane and Zhuanti looked on with envious tears, alas, the West was indeed impoverished. Truly, the suffering was immense. Even a single additional treasure would have been a blessing. Tongtian paid no heed to the gazes of Jane and Zhuanti. Instead, he focused on the 4 swords of extermination in his hands. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he was distressed, pondering where to procure a weapon for his beloved disciple. Was it not fortuitous that it had come to him? The 4 swords of extermination consisted of 4: the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. He could simply allow Chen Xiao to choose one if he desired all 4. It was not out of the question, provided Chen Xiao could wield them. After all, such items were strategic weapons at Tongtian's level. Their use was exceedingly rare. When the need arose, he could summon them back with a mere wave of his hand. Typically, he would let Chen Xiao utilize them, showcasing his status, while simultaneously indulging his disciple that he believed that once Ta Qing and Yuanshi laid eyes on Chen Xiao, they would undoubtedly vie for him. Especially his second brother. After all, the fortune and aptitude embodied in Chen Xiao were, in Tongtian's view, on par with that of the Sanqing. This was why Tongtian was intent on nurturing such a promising disciple. Should he let such a gem slip away, he would likely chastise himself daily. After the treasure division concluded, Hongyun spoke, his voice echoing in the ears of the great powers. The teachings are concluded. Henceforth, I shall merge with the Tao to replenish the celestial count. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. This was also the spark that ignited the calamity of spiritual treasures, with no saints to impose restraint. They were the pinnacle of strength in the wilderness, and in their quest to master Hongyuan's method of severing the three corpses, they would undoubtedly exhaust themselves. Without any checks above, chaos was inevitable. However, the Sanqing were unconcerned. Their sole desire was to swiftly ascend to the status of saints at this moment. Only Ta Qing had broken through to the quasi-saint level, while Yuanshi and Tongtian were merely a step away. Of course, none would dare provoke the trio that on the way back. Tongtian wore a beaming smile, moving with such swiftness that Ta Qing and Yuanshi nearly could not keep pace. Yuanshi expressed his discontent. Third brother. Why the haste? I must first check on my disciple and bestow upon him a sword from the 4 swords of extermination, Tongtian replied, still smiling. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, puzzled by the significance of a disciple that commanded such esteem from Tongtian, especially one deemed worthy of a sword of such lethal merit. Without one of the swords, the formation would be incomplete, diminishing its power by at least half. Not only Yuanshi, but even Ta Qing was intrigued. Soon, the three returned to Kunlun, with Tongtian arriving first at Chen Xiao's abode, only to find the formation shattered and the cave eerily empty. Where in the world is my grand disciple? Tongtian exclaimed. Third brother, where is this disciple of yours? Yuanshi's voice came from behind, eager to witness the disciple that could earn Tongtian's favor. However, Tongtian was not in the mood to engage, raising his hand to begin deducing. If Chen Xiao had fled due to reluctance to acknowledge him as a master, Tongtian's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Yet, as his calculations unfolded, it became clear that Chen Xiao had not fled from a desire to evade mentorship, but rather sought to venture out for training during Hongyuan's teachings. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Truly, he is the disciple I have chosen. He understands that the wilderness is most suited for training during the Tao ancestors' teachings. A satisfied expression graced Tongtian's face as he began to deduce Chen Xiao's whereabouts, only to be met with a sudden change in demeanor. This is not good. With that, Tongtian transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distance, leaving Yuanshi and Ta Qing exchanging bewildered glances. What has happened to our third brother? Yuanshi questioned. Puzzled, Ta Qing surveyed the cave and replied nonchalantly, perhaps something has befallen his disciple. With his abilities, it should not be insurmountable. Yuanshi nodded, preparing to return to his own cave for seclusion and breakthrough. Suddenly, a radiant 7-colored beam erupted from the position of Buzhou Mountain, illuminating the entire area with auspicious light. Capturing the attention of the great powers of the wilderness, the Ta Qing and Yuanshi felt a surge of emotion. Exchanging glances filled with delight that a rare treasure had descended, and judging by its aura, it was at least an innate spiritual treasure. Without hesitation, Yuanshi abandoned his seclusion and set off with Ta Qing towards Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, Tongtian also sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards Buzhou Mountain. However, after a moment of hesitation, he continued towards Chen Xiao's location, thinking that perhaps he could bring him along later. On the other hand, Chen Xiao and Dogdan were aimlessly fleeing, pursued by countless demon beasts, each averaging the cultivation level of Tai golden immortals, their eyes wide with rage as they chased the pair. Chen Xiao glanced back at the horde of beasts, unable to contain his frustration. Damn it, you've been chasing us for several hundred years. Is it really necessary? It's not like you can't reproduce. After all, in the current wilderness, the average being was a golden immortal, capable of regrowing limbs with a bit of effort. Why the relentless pursuit? They had been at it for 700 or 800 years. Hearing Chen Xiao's remarks, the demon beasts roared with fury. This was not merely a matter of reproduction. It was a matter of male pride. Pride? What is that worth compared to an innate spiritual treasure? I am doing this for your own good, to sever all ties and pursue the Tao. In the future, you could punch the sun deity, Diju and Tai, and kick the North Sea demon palace's Kunpeng. Wouldn't that be delightful? Dogdan barked in agreement. Woof woof woof, my master speaks the truth. Silence. You two beasts, if we catch you, you will suffer greatly. Chen Xiao, witnessing the frenzied demon beasts, gritted his teeth, and pressed onward. If it were merely a few tiny golden immortals, Chen Xiao would not have been concerned. With proper coordination with Dogdan, they could have retaliated. However, it seemed they had stirred a hornet's nest, inciting the wrath of thousands of tiny golden immortals and innumerable golden and xian immortals that a mere spit from each could drown them. With no recourse but to flee, he mused that Hongyun must have concluded his teachings by now, that he wondered if Tongtian had returned. Perhaps he should head to Kunlun Mountain to evade the storm? As Chen Xiao dashed forward, his mind was racing with thoughts that very moment. A streak of azure sword light swept over his head, cleaving into the ground behind him and leaving a gaping chasm that seemed bottomless. The monstrous beasts that had been pursuing him abruptly halted in their tracks. Soon after, a figure cloaked in azure descended slowly from the heavens, exuding an air of disdain as it gazed down upon them. Chen Xiao, despite not having seen this figure for several millennia, recognized it instantly. He rushed forward and clung to its leg, weeping. "Oh, my dear leg, you've finally arrived. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past few centuries?" Tongtian's expression darkened, and he swiftly kicked Chen Xiao away, rebuking him. "Why do you call me leg? You have accepted my legacy. You should refer to me as your master." "Of course, master. No problem at all." Chen Xiao flew back. His face contorted into a sheepish grin as he sought to ingratiate himself. Regardless of the title, survival was paramount. Hearing Chen Xiao call him master, Tongtian finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Though his demeanor remained stern, he then turned his attention to the horde of beasts, speaking in a deep voice. "I am Tongtian of the Three Pure Ones. Are you all attempting to test the sharpness of my sword by laying hands upon my disciple?" The shadows of men and the names of trees. Being one of the most formidable beings in the primordial world, they could hardly fail to recognize him. Though begrudging, they bowed their heads and murmured, "We dare not," before turning to flee. Ultimately, even if they had charged en masse, they could only ensure that Tongtian could not slay them all. The disparity in realms was not something that sheer numbers could compensate for. Once the beast horde retreated, Chen Xiao promptly used the sprawled-out dog egg as a pillow, languidly regarding Tongtian as he inquired, "Leg, how did you know I was in trouble?" Tongtian's forehead twitched with veins bulging, and a streak of light struck Chen Xiao on the head, his tone irritable. "Rebellious disciple, I am your master." Chen Xiao cradled his head, tears of pain streaming from his eyes. Truly, as expected of the Three Pure Ones. Even a casual strike was akin to the agony of childbirth. He quickly switched to a submissive tone. "Understood, master." I acknowledge it. Seeing Chen Xiao's demeanor, Tongtian could not help but chuckle. "I deduced that you were being pursued and hastened to your aid." As he spoke, Tongtian's gaze fell upon dog egg behind Chen Xiao, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed, it is a rare sight to encounter a primordial variant with consciousness, akin to a tiny golden immortal. Chen Xiao scratched his head. "Master, what is a primordial variant?" It was a term he had never heard before. He was certain that dog egg's origins lay with the howling celestial dog by Yang Jian's side. Yet how it had ended up in his possession remained a mystery. Tongtian explained, "Primordial variants have unclear origins, yet possess extraordinary innate talents. Though they are not without their flaws, they cannot speak and cannot transform. Hence they are termed variants." After finishing, Tongtian regarded Chen Xiao, suddenly sensing that he bore striking similarities to a primordial variant, albeit in reverse. He could speak and was naturally capable of transformation. In the primordial realm, beings typically cultivated by transforming into their forms, as this method yielded the fastest results. Hence, the human race was referred to as the innate Tao body, now that the human race had yet to emerge. Tongtian could not discern Chen Xiao's origins and decided not to dwell on it. He waved his hand, enveloping both Chen Xiao and dog egg before swiftly flying toward Buzhou Mountain. The foot of Buzhou Mountain. A gourd vine sprouted from the essence of the nine heavens, growing at a visible pace, its tendrils writhing like agile serpents. Gradually, 7 flower buds emerged upon the vine, each displaying one of the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The first bud began to unfurl, and in an instant, the entire Buzhou Mountain was suffused with a rich floral fragrance. After the first flower bloomed, the other 6 buds followed suit, soon bearing fruit. The small gourd fruits, initially no larger than a thumb, quickly matured under the nurturing essence of the 9 heavens, becoming plump and perfectly shaped. The surrounding immortals, upon witnessing the ripening gourds, displayed expressions of delight. This gourd vine had long attracted the attention of many powerful beings in the primordial realm. However, due to its immaturity, none had dared to pick it. Innate spiritual roots required substantial spiritual energy to mature, and only a divine mountain like Buzhou, formed from Pangu's spine, possessed the ability to nurture such roots. Thus, innate spiritual roots were not simply obtainable at will. The capacity to nurture them was crucial. Present at the scene were Tai Ching, Yuanshi, Nüwa, Fushi, Dijuan, and Dongwang Tai, along with Xinyuanzi, who had accompanied Hongyun. The remaining powerful beings had been forcefully driven away. There was no other choice, as Tai Ching, Yuanshi, and Nüwa were disciples of saints and among the pinnacle of strength in the primordial realm. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, which combined offense and defense. Thus they, too, had the capability to compete. Hongyun, by virtue of his bond with the brothers Xinyuanzi, could also partake in the spoils. For the Earth Book in Xinyuanzi's possession was something even saints had to regard with caution. The moral coercion array was no jest as for Zhuanti and Jane. Their shameless behavior had long garnered disdain from all, and they had been driven away at the outset. In their own words, what relation do the treasures of the East have with the West? Thus, the two could only leave Buzhou Mountain in a huff. Returning to the West, once the crowd had thinned sufficiently, Tai Ching spoke. Esteemed friends, how shall we distribute the gourds above? Nüwa pondered for a moment, noting that each of the three pure ones possessed innate treasures. Although only two had arrived, three would undoubtedly be reserved at a tea this time. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai had yet to establish the monster court, inviting Nüwa and Fushi to join them, so they could not be counted as allies. Nüwa could only say first, "Senior brother, we only require the azure gourd above." Hongyun quickly chimed in, "I desire that red gourd. It seems fated for me." Tai Ching and Yuanshi were quite satisfied with their requests. But at that moment, Dijuan stepped forward and stated, "Since Nüwa and Hongyun both seek one each, it would not be excessive for my brother and me to take two, would it?" Upon hearing this, Yuanshi frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. How dare mere beasts with fur and horns, born of wetland and mud, harbor such greed? What do you three pure ones intend to seize for? Dijuan remained silent, but Dongwang Tai could not tolerate Yuanshi's arrogance. Stepping forth to retort, yet Yuanshi merely scoffed, "And what of it? Do you wish to spar with us? You?" Just as Dongwang Tai was about to erupt in anger, he was restrained by Dijuan, for at that moment, Tongtian had brought Chen Xiao to stand behind Tai Ching and Yuanshi, casually tossing Chen Xiao aside as he greeted, "Elder brother, second brother." Tai Ching nodded, while Yuanshi looked curiously at Tongtian's back, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he thought, "I cannot discern this child's origins, yet his fortune is not inferior to ours. What a pity that such roots ought to be claimed by me." Meanwhile, Nüwa, too, found herself drawn to Chen Xiao, feeling an inexplicable connection, one that seemed to pertain to her own foundation for attaining sainthood. However, considering that he was brought by Tongtian, she thought it best not to pry, and simply inquired, "Tongtian, who is this individual you've brought?" With pride, Tongtian replied, "This is my disciple, named Chen Xiao." He then turned to Chen Xiao, saying, "Shower, do greet your masters and uncles." Chen Xiao cast a resentful glance at Tongtian, dusted off his clothes, and with a flattering grin, said, "Greetings, granduncle and uncle. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am quite straightforward, so any gifts of greeting will do. Ha! A few innate treasures would be quite respectable, and 100 or so postnatal treasures wouldn't be too shabby either." Tai Ching, Yuanshi, Nüwa, Tongtian, rebellious disciple, how could you? With a darkened expression, Tongtian struck a streak of light onto Chen Xiao's head, feeling as if his dignity had been utterly compromised, and angrily scolded, "Rebellious disciple, how can you so brazenly demand gifts?" Chen Xiao squatted down, cradling his head, and murmured, "Understood, understood. So it's fine to ask for gifts privately, right?" Tongtian remarked. The presence of formidable beings was palpable, as even the faintest sound, akin to a mosquito's buzz, could be discerned. Chen Xiao's murmurs were inevitably overheard by them all. The candidness of Chen Xiao amused Nüwa, who chuckled at his unabashedness. "You are quite an amusing child. Since you've spoken so boldly, as your elder, I cannot refrain from responding. Though I cannot offer you 100 or 80 postnatal treasures, I can bestow upon you a piece of innate spiritual treasure." With a graceful wave of her hand, a radiant stream of light materialized before her. It was the Jade Fire Pliers, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. While its offensive and defensive capabilities were modest, it had the remarkable ability to withstand myriad flames and absorb fire. As Nüwa made her offering, it was only natural that Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, being brothers of Tongtian, would follow suit. Ta Qing also waved his hand, and a beam of light soared forth, stating, "This is the banana leaf fan, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of extinguishing all fires in the world." The banana leaf fan possessed two forms, one for dousing flames, gifted by Ta Qing, and the other, the fire banana fan, used by Ta Qing for alchemical purposes to amplify flames. Yuan Shi, witnessing the generosity of both, felt a twinge of displeasure, but recognizing their familial bond and the absence of strife among the three pure ones, he too decided to be magnanimous, tossing a treasure into the fray with an air of impatience. This is the Jade Void Glass Lamp, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The golden flame within it, known as the ancient flame of all spirits, possesses the ability to probe into all spirits. I shall gift it to you today. Chen Xiao gazed at the three innate spiritual treasures with eyes aglow. Though all were mid-grade, they were still of innate origin. The mention of 100 or 80 postnatal treasures was merely jest. Such a quantity could likely only be procured by the later figure of the treasure-seeking Taoist, who was reputed to be the world's foremost treasure-seeking mouse, endowed with unparalleled abilities in that regard. With a grin, Chen Xiao accepted the treasures, a hint of tea fragrance wafting through the air as he remarked, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously, esteemed uncles? However, one cannot refuse the gift of the elders, so I shall reluctantly accept." Ta Qing. Yuan Shi suddenly felt that keeping this rascal was not a loss. Nüwa, could this fellow be the embodiment of Zhuanti and Jiejing, Tongtian? Is it still possible to expel this rebellious disciple now? At that moment, Emperor Jun, weary of the scene of brotherly affection in the Xianmen, interjected, "Esteemed ones, should we not first determine the ownership of the gourds?" Yuan Shi cast a disdainful glance at Emperor Jun and coldly replied, "Very well, you may only take one. If you disagree, you are welcome to engage in a contest." Emperor Jun's expression darkened, but he conceded. After all, with the three pure ones present, it was not merely Ta Qing's status as the sole quasi-saint at the scene, but also the formidable Zhujian four swords wielded by Tongtian that posed a significant threat to his brothers. Subsequently, Emperor Jun chose the white gourd, intending to refine it into the blade of immortal slaying. The three pure ones and Nüwa then chose their respective gourds, after 6 of the 7 gourds had been claimed. The remaining one left the three pure ones at a loss for how to allocate it. Ta Qing spoke first. "I require only this purple gold gourd for holding elixirs. As for the remainder, let my second and third brothers decide amongst themselves." Tongtian, feeling it inappropriate to claim another gourd after Chen Xiao had just received treasures from Ta Qing and Yuan Shi, added, "Let my second brother take this gourd. I have no need for it." Yuan Shi maintained a calm demeanor, internally elated, for he understood well that all 7 gourds were exceptional innate spiritual treasures, and Tongtian's reluctance stemmed from the recent gift he had bestowed. One mid-grade treasure exchanged for one supreme grade was indeed a fair trade. However, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Since my elder brother and third brother have no need for it, I shall temporarily safeguard this gourd until it is required." As he raised his hand to grasp the final green gourd, it suddenly broke free from Yuan Shi's grasp, vanishing into a dark void that appeared behind him. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged covert smirks, relishing the irony of Yuan Shi's arrogance, now rendered moot, as everyone could only claim one gourd, since the distribution is accomplished. "My second brother and I shall take our leave," Emperor Jun declared, making a gesture before transforming into golden light. Departing the scene, Nüwa bid farewell to the three pure ones, taking the gourd vines and the 9 heavens breath. And the others soon followed suit, leaving only the 3 pure ones, Chen Xiao, and a solitary dog behind. Noticing Yuan Shi's displeasure, Ta Qing consoled him. "It is of little consequence, second brother. The gourd's autonomous departure signifies that it is not fated to be ours. One cannot force what is not meant to be." "Indeed, elder brother," Yuan Shi replied, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Chen Xiao, meanwhile, smirked. recalling that the last gourd had seemingly been claimed by Hongyun, who had never made an appearance before. In his previous life, it had only been speculated that this gourd was the strongest among the seven, with Hongyun opting to keep it hidden to maintain the balance of the Honghuang. Ultimately, the three pure ones had no choice but to return to their abode. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongyun gazed at the green gourd in his hand and coldly declared, "You do not adhere to the laws of this realm. Thus, you shall remain in slumber." With that, Hongyun intended to seal it within the treasure division cliff, a treasure of exceptional innate quality, utilized solely for the storage of artifacts. However, as he prepared to act, the green gourd began to struggle in his grasp. A flicker of disdain crossed Hongjun's indifferent gaze as he readied to suppress it, when a barely perceptible glimmer of golden light flowed into the gourd. To his astonishment, the gourd broke free from his hold and vanished into the void. Hongjun stared at his empty hand, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his expression returning to its previous indifference. "Very well. The momentum of fate cannot be altered. Let it be. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian exercised the authority of his master for the first time, rebuking Chen Xiao with fervor. In contrast, Chen Xiao sprawled on the ground. His demeanor relaxed as he let the words wash over him. The value of his skin was worth several innate spiritual treasures. Were it possible to barter, he would willingly exchange as many as required. He held a certain admiration for the shameless antics of Zhuanti and Jiejing, provided they did not encroach upon his interests. "Rebellious disciple, are you even listening?" "Ah, yes. Everything you say is correct, master." Chen Xiao nonchalantly scratched his ear, feigning disinterest. Given that the ship had already set sail, Tongtian's temperament meant he would only hurl a few scathing remarks as long as Chen Xiao did not betray the sect. This gave Chen Xiao a sense of security. Moreover, having endured scoldings from superiors in his past life, Tongtian's rebukes held little weight against him. Seeing Chen Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Tongtian felt a surge of frustration, wanting to deliver a sound beating. Just then, a black hole appeared behind him, and a green light shot forth, striking Chen Xiao squarely in the face. Tongtian stood in shock, gazing at the sprawled Chen Xiao and the gourd beside him. The events had unfolded so swiftly that he had scarcely registered them. Upon noticing the green gourd beside Chen Xiao, he was startled. "Isn't this the gourd that went missing? How did it end up here?" As Tongtian pondered this, the dog approached Chen Xiao, sniffing curiously before lifting its paw, as if to rouse him from his stupor. Chen Xiao, awakening just in time, was filled with alarm and reached out to grab it. "Yao! Yao! Yao! Let go, or it will break." Chen Xiao wiped the blood from his nose, his expression fierce. "What were you trying to do just now?" "Woof. I was waking you up since you passed out." "Is that how you wake someone?" "Just lie down." With that, Chen Xiao twisted firmly, and with a crack, the dog's eyes rolled back as it fainted, tongue lolling and froth escaping its mouth, resembling a plaything gone awry. Tongtian observed the peculiar interaction between the boy and the dog, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, bloodied yet undeterred, picked up the gourd for inspection. Under normal circumstances, he would not have fallen prey to such a surprise attack. However, with a powerful figure beside him and within the confines of Kunlun Mountain, there was little cause for vigilance. The result was an unexpected blow to the face, one that even Tongtian had failed to anticipate. How did this wretched gourd end up here? The Tongtian micro-gourd, after all, is a rare innate spiritual treasure, yet you have the audacity to refer to it as a broken gourd. Somewhat speechless, I remarked. Its presence here signifies that this treasure is destined to be with you. You should accept it. Chen Xiao nodded, not paying it much mind, and casually stowed it away. Tongtian then waved his hand, summoning four formidable celestial swords before Chen Xiao, saying, "These are the four swords of Zhanxian. Innate supreme treasures. When combined with the array diagram, they can form the Zhanxian sword formation, which can only be breached by opponents of equal rank. Even when separated, each sword retains the status of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Choose one to wield as your personal sword." Hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly clung to Tongtian's leg, exclaiming, "Daddy!" Tongtian glanced down at Chen Xiao, whose face was smeared with blood, and felt both fondness and disdain in equal measure that he couldn't help but wonder if accepting him had been a mistake. With a huff, he kicked Chen Xiao aside and said coolly, "Hurry and select a sword. Once your cultivation improves and you can fully master it, I may bestow all four swords upon you." Really? Chen Xiao asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Naturally, Tongtian replied. After all, when he revealed the 4 swords of Zhanxian, they radiated a friendly aura toward Chen Xiao, as if inviting him to join in their play. Had they not already been marked by him, they might have adhered to Chen Xiao's side long ago. Tongtian felt quite satisfied. After all, Chen Xiao's aptitude was remarkably to his liking. Chen Xiao, no longer acting foolishly, approached the 4 swords to make his selection. However, each one was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and they all exhibited a striking affinity for him, making his choice exceedingly difficult, much like an emperor torn between which concubine to favor on a winter's night. Ultimately, he randomly selected a sword as dark as ink. According to Tongtian's explanation, this sword was named the L11N sword. The most bloodthirsty of the 4, the more blood it drank, the stronger its murderous aura became, which Chen Xiao found quite satisfactory. Its only drawback was that it belonged to Tongtian, meaning Chen Xiao could only unleash 70% of its power, and given his current cultivation level, he could manage at most 40%. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. He dared not use the human path sword within the sword bone, lest he attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and risk his life. After selecting the sword, Tongtian retracted the remaining 3 and began imparting teachings to Chen Xiao, emphasizing that there was no rush to break through to the quasi-saint level than a millennium later. Having finished his lecture, Tongtian entered seclusion to break through. During this time, Taiqing used the Taiji diagram to channel his own benevolent corpse, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Yuanshi also broke through to the quasi-saint realm and began attempting to sever corpses. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted into a fierce competition for innate spiritual treasures, leading to the demise of countless powerful beings and the destruction of magical artifacts. Dijun and Dong Huangtai seized this opportunity to announce the establishment of the demon court, proclaiming that all creatures with fur and horns, those birthed from eggs, and the myriad beasts of the earth and sky, as well as the spirits of flora, could claim to be part of the demon race. Under the protection of the demon court, with the sun star at its helm, unifying the heavenly realm, they also extended invitations to Nüwa and Fushi to serve as the great sages of the demon race. Their status second only to Dijun and Dong Huangtai. Nüwa even acted as a matchmaker for Dijun and Dong Huangtai, facilitating the marriage to Shi He and Chang Shi of the Moonstar. Thus, the primordial realm was established, defining yin and yang, instituting the 3 guidelines as a model for future generations, establishing moral laws, and accruing immense merit. Nüwa consequently advanced to the quasi-saint level and, using the red embroidery ball as a vessel, severed a benevolent corpse, becoming the second powerful being at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Dijun and Dong Huangtai benefited from this wave of merit, also advancing to the quasi-saint level, albeit still falling short of reaching the mid-stage compared to Nüwa. Simultaneously, the witch clan began to rise, led by the 12 ancestors of the witch, embarking on a campaign of conquest, ruthlessly slaying their foes. The calamity between heaven and earth intensified, as the witch clan annihilated numerous demon clans, leading to a conflict between the demon court and the witch clan. Although the demon race excelled in various magical arts, the witch clan possessed formidable physical strength. Unless employing high-powered spells or magical artifacts, they could hardly breach the witch clan's defenses. In no time, the demon race suffered heavy casualties, retreating under the relentless onslaught of the witch clan. On Chen Xiao's side, as soon as Tongtian finished his teachings, Chen Xiao fully absorbed the essence of his path and successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Dog Egg reached the mid-stage perfection, quietly meditating and poised for a breakthrough at any moment. Tongtian was pleased with Chen Xiao's progress and stated, "I must now enter seclusion to strive for the quasi-saint level. During this period, you should focus on your cultivation in Kunlun. The calamity is imminent, and the outside world is in chaos. Avoid entering society unless absolutely necessary." With that, he tossed a jade token to Chen Xiao, informing him that if he encountered danger, he could crush it, and Tongtian would come to his aid immediately. After imparting his instructions, he vanished. Chen Xiao, feeling somewhat lazy, reclined on the ground and muttered, "Not being able to venture out is indeed a bit dull. But with my current cultivation level, I am merely cannon fodder in this calamity. Perhaps it's best to remain low-key." He then picked up the gourd that had flown to him and began to study it. There are countless speculations regarding this 7th gourd. yet none are definitive. Fortunately, it now rested in his hands, allowing him to unravel this unsolved mystery. However, despite attempts to drip blood, brand it, or infuse it with spiritual power, there was no response. Chen Xiao was puzzled and suddenly recalled that the other 6 gourds had seemingly been used only after being refined. For instance, the Zhanxian flying knife and the Zhaoyao banner were crafted from innate gourds by Di Jun and Nüwa, while Tongtian had even refined his into a water and fire gourd, giving rise to the water and fire twin boys. It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, the critical issue was that Chen Xiao had not learned the methods of artifact refinement and was left staring blankly. Just as he was deep in thought, a golden light suddenly emanated from his spine, and the green gourd in his hand glimmered faintly as well. The gourd seemed to be drawn by the essence of Chen Xiao's sword bone. Swiftly burrowing into his body, the gourd entered. Chen Xiao stood frozen in place, taking a while to regain his senses before promptly sitting down to introspect. He saw the green gourd submerged within his sea of consciousness, and the sword bone's human path sword appeared to resonate with it. Gradually, the golden light upon the green gourd intensified before vanishing into thin air. Where did it go? My supreme, innate spiritual treasure. What happened to it? Chen Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he frantically searched for the gourd. It was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It could be exchanged for several ordinary, innate spiritual treasures, and now it was simply gone. Amidst his panic, he suddenly felt an inexplicable summons. Instantly, he vanished from where he stood, while Dog Egg continued his meditation, entirely unaware of Chen Xiao's disappearance. When Chen Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in darkness. No light. No vitality, reminiscent of the chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. However, there was abundant spiritual energy here, no less than that found in Kunlun Mountain. Where is this place? Chen Xiao was bewildered but remained calm. He sensed that this space was under his control. With a mere thought, he could leave. Yet, for now, he wished to explore and ascertain the nature of this place. After several days of exploration yielded no discoveries, Chen Xiao grew bored and decided to depart. Nevertheless, it was not without gain. He now understood that this space was likely formed from the gourd, and only he could enter and exit freely. This revelation was quite encouraging for Chen Xiao. While he may not be able to forge powerful artifacts, at least he had a formidable trump card for self-preservation. When faced with an insurmountable enemy, he could take refuge within. It was simply perfect. Chen Xiao believed that there was no harm in taking a stroll, especially since he had a life-saving space and a formidable ally. While the calamity might be perilous, the potential rewards were immense. He might even acquire a few innate spiritual treasures. Having made up his mind, Chen Xiao prepared to summon Dog Egg. After all, they had cooperated for several centuries and shared a certain understanding. With one man and one dog working in tandem, Dog Egg would bite. Chen Xiao would perform the castration, and ultimately, they would reap the rewards amidst the chaos, leaving with their spoils. However, upon seeing the creature sprawled out on the ground, soundly asleep, an irritable frustration surged within him. After disappearing for such an extended period, Dog Egg seemed utterly unconcerned, contentedly snoozing away. Was this how dogs were supposed to behave when they were hailed as humanity's most loyal companions? Why was his dog so utterly different? With that thought, Chen Xiao brought his foot down upon Dog Egg's hind leg. An anguished howl echoed throughout Kunlun, followed by a series of frantic barks. Woof, 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 what are you doing? Dog Egg looked at Chen Xiao with a mournful expression. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, with a hint of irritation, replied, We are off to continue our harvesting endeavors. Woof, woof, didn't Team Master Tongtian say we should avoid going out for now? What is there to fear? The demon and witch clans are embroiled in such a chaotic conflict that we can easily take advantage of the turmoil to reap the benefits. If things go awry, we can always flee to the witch clan as a diversion. Besides, my master will handle any fallout, Chen Xiao proclaimed confidently, reassured by the presence of his life-saving space. Unless Hongyun intervened, he felt no trepidation. Listening to Chen Xiao, Dog Egg found the reasoning sensible. And thus, the duo reached a consensus and joyfully departed Kunlun to stir up trouble among the demon clan. In the demon court, Emperor Jun sat at the head of the assembly, a look of concern etched on his face as he inquired of the demon generals below. Do any of you possess a strategy to counter the witch clan? Bai Zhe, the foremost civil minister, stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, The physical forms of the witch clan are the strongest in the primordial realm. Unless we discover a method to breach their corporeal defenses, we can only rely on the collective strength of the demon race to defeat them. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun remained silent. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the witch clan's physicality, especially the 12 ancestors of sorcery, whose bodies were as resilient as the finest innate spiritual treasures. Even he had nearly faltered under the might of Di Jiang. Had it not been for the chaotic bell of Dong Huang Tai, they would have faced utter defeat long ago. Observing the silence among the gathered, even the typically irascible Ge Che refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, Emperor Jun waved his hand, signaling the court to adjourn, and retreated to the moon star to contemplate strategies. Underneath the laurel tree, Emperor Jun gazed at the stellar river, lost in thought, as Shi approached him gently and inquired, "My lord, what occupies your mind?" Regaining his focus, Emperor Jun looked at Shi and smiled affectionately. "It is nothing." However, he soon added with a hint of melancholy, "I am pondering how to proceed with the forthcoming battles. Though we have stabilized for the moment, the demon race will inevitably face defeat in the long run." Upon hearing Emperor Jun's concerns, Shi tenderly placed her hand upon his, reassuring, "My lord, I believe you will surely vanquish the witch clan, and I shall always remain by your side." The warmth of Shihi's gentle demeanor eased the burdens within Emperor Jun's heart. He embraced her warmly, stating solemnly, "What more could a husband desire than such a wife? Let us retire early tonight." Shihi blushed at his words and nodded slightly in his embrace. The two proceeded to indulge in their intimate escapades within the Guanghan Palace Point 3 days later. A beam of golden light erupted from the sun star, illuminating the entire demon court. Emperor Jun emerged from Guanghan Palace, his eyes brimming with elation. "Splendid. Tai has broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint." After a triumphant cry, a golden light swiftly traversed from the sun star to the moon star, soon arriving before Emperor Jie and as the light dissipated. Dong Huang Tai's dignified and handsome visage was revealed. Upon seeing Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai beamed with joy and eagerly embraced him, exclaiming, "Brother, I have achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, Tai. Your advancement alleviates much pressure from our demon court. Now we possess 2 quasi-saints in the mid-stage." Emperor Jun replied, equally thrilled as he returned the embrace. She also emerged from Guanghan Palace to extend her congratulations to Dong Huang Tai. The two brothers then returned to the Fusang tree in the Sun Star to discuss their forthcoming military strategies. Seated across from one another, Dong Huang Tai began with good news. "Brother, not only have I broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, but I have also comprehended a formation from the chaotic bell, which I have named the Great Formation of the Zhoutian Star Dode. If my calculations are correct, this formation, if manned by 2 late-stage quasi-saints at its core, could rival the power of a saint." Emperor Jun stood in astonishment, asking, "Is this true?" Dong Huang Tai affirmed, "Of course, brother. When have I ever deceived you?" It was no wonder Emperor Jun was taken aback. Saints represented the pinnacle of strength in the primordial realm. If what Dong Huang Tai claimed was accurate, it meant that the demon court could potentially stand on equal footing with saints in the future. This was particularly significant, given that currently there was only Hongyun among the saints, who had yet to make a move, leaving them uncertain of the true extent of a saint's power. The great formation of the Zhoutian Star Do could contend with a saint, but at most, it would only be effective against a newly ascended saint. This is fantastic. I shall summon the ministers immediately to practice this great formation of the Zhoutian Star Do. Emperor Jun eagerly anticipated instructing his ministers and demon soldiers to learn the formation to counterattack the witch clan. The past millennium had been filled with grievances. Wait a moment, brother. This formation not only requires individuals of high cultivation, but also necessitates the forging of 365 great Zhoutian star flags and 14,800 lesser Zhoutian star flags. The resources required, both heavenly and earthly treasures, along with innate and acquired artifacts, are of a staggering quantity. Dong Huang Tai interjected sternly. Without concern, Emperor Jun waved dismissively. "No matter. The demon court's treasury has amassed the majority of the treasures in the primordial realm. I shall open the gates of this treasury, and you may take what you need. If it is insufficient, I will send others to gather more." Dong Huang Tai was momentarily stunned by Emperor Jun's generosity, and then replied earnestly, "Rest assured, brother, I shall not disappoint your trust and will fabricate the star flags. Emperor Jun patted Dong Huang's shoulder. I believe in you. Brother. 500 years later, Dong Huang Tai successfully crafted 365 great Zhoutian star flags and 14,800 lesser Zhoutian star flags. Emperor Jun immediately waved his hand, instructing all the Deluo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and all the demon generals to practice in preparation for the counterattack against the Witch Clan. Just as Emperor Jun was about to dismiss the court to prepare for battle, Baize awkwardly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I believe there is a minor matter that requires your attention before we commence war. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun frowned, displeased. A minor matter? You can handle it. Why must I intervene? What use are you all if I must handle everything? Baize, sensing Emperor Jun's irritation, quickly replied, This matter cannot be resolved without your decisive judgment, or it may impact the course of the battle. With impatience, Emperor Jun retorted, Then speak quickly. Baize sighed in relief and began to explain that it turned out that over the past 500 years, Chen Xiao and Dog Egg had been systematically castrating numerous demon cultivators, traversing from the east to the west, wreaking havoc across various races. Moreover, they employed particularly ruthless tactics against Tai Golden Immortals. And if confronted by Deluo Golden Immortals, they would promptly invoke the name of Tongtian. Some irate demons, risking the annihilation of their clans, pursued them relentlessly, only for the pair to escape into the Witch Clan. In the end, not only did they fail to capture their targets, but they also ended up ensnared themselves. Now, the male demons of the entire demon race were in a state of panic, with some being repeatedly castrated, developing psychological shadows to the extent that they were reluctant to allow growth, leading to a sharp decline in birth rates. That it was a grave moral failing. Emperor Jun asked, Are you certain they are disciples of Tongtian? Baize affirmed, Without a doubt. The weapon in their possession is the lethal sword of the 4 swords of extermination, which serves as undeniable proof. We are truly at a loss on how to handle this matter, for the fact that he was granted the 4 swords of extermination signifies his weight in Tongtian's esteem that if not managed properly, we risk pushing the 3 pure ones toward the Witch Clan, and the direction of the battle could become uncertain. Emperor Jun, exasperated, muttered, What on earth is this situation? As Baize aptly remarked, while this matter may seem trivial at first glance, mishandling it could lead to significant repercussions. The power of the 3 pure ones is indeed among the pinnacle of the primordial realm, and they are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. In other words, they are akin to distant relatives of the Witch Clan. Should they be provoked, the ensuing chaos would be uncontainable. However, he cannot resort to coercion, as the current situation could tilt drastically with the arrival of another force, rendering the balance overwhelmingly unfavorable. Jun couldn't help but exclaim, My life has been akin to walking on thin ice. Baize, perceiving Jun's distress, promptly suggested, Your Majesty, you might consider enlisting the aid of Empress Nüwa. As they are all disciples of the saints, Jun clapped his hands in realization, somewhat vexed, and said, I had completely overlooked that. He then regarded Baize with admiration, You are indeed my strategist. Henceforth, you shall venture to the Nüwa palace to invite the Empress. I shall obey, Baize replied, bowing respectfully before retreating swiftly from the Grand Hall. With this issue resolved, Jun immediately ordered the training of the Starry Array. Preparing for a decisive battle against the Witch Clan. In the encampment of the Witch Clan, a rugged middle-aged man was heartily consuming wine, exclaiming, Ha ha! Excellent wine. I never imagined my dear nephew possessed such skill. The demon race has indeed made good use of their resources. Sitting beside him, Chen Xiao chimed in, Of course, though it may look unappealing, the yang energy within it is exceptionally potent. The resulting brew not only replenishes vitality, but can also enhance one's cultivation. The middle-aged man clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Nephew, I sense a kinship between you and the Witch Clan. How about joining us in our fight against the demon race? Chen Xiao chuckled, Joining is out of the question. With my current cultivation, I would merely be cannon fodder. However, assisting you in vexing the demon race is certainly within my capabilities. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, patting Chen Xiao's back. You speak the truth. Even if you choose not to join us, you shall always be regarded as a friend of the Witch Clan. Should anyone dare to bully you, they shall face my wrath. Chen Xiao coughed twice from the force of the slap, subtly distancing himself. I must thank Senior Di Jiang, that I've had enough for today, and I shall take my leave to rest. If I linger any longer, I fear I might be struck down by Di Jiang. Di Jiang chuckled. Very well, rest early. After Chen Xiao took his leave, Zhu Rong entered, looking puzzled. Brother, why are you trying to court this young man? He is merely Tongtian's first disciple. Are we not also of Panga's lineage, capable of rivaling Tongtian? Di Jiang waved his hand. The strength of the three pure ones is unquestionable. This young man wields the Xian sword. Clearly a direct disciple of Tongtian, that if we could win him over, our odds against the demon race would increase significantly. Even if it does not work out, it would not harm us. After all, his actions primarily harm the demon race, ultimately benefiting us. What harm is there in fostering a good relationship? Zhu Rong scratched his head, his fiery temperament making such subtleties difficult for him to grasp. All he cared about was the prospect of a fight. While most of the Witch clan are warriors, they are not fools. Their recklessness stems from a clear understanding of their needs, not from ignorance of the broader situation. Thus, Di Jiang sought to win over Chen Xiao. Gaining Chen Xiao would equate to gaining Tongtian, and securing Tongtian would mean gaining the three pure ones at AS for whether Chen Xiao holds sufficient weight. Tongtian's temperament guarantees his support. After all, in the primordial realm, inheritors are regarded with the utmost importance, akin to one's own offspring. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was acutely aware of Di Jiang's intentions. However, the calamity of the Great Tribulation is not something to be trifled with. He would not drag his esteemed master into such turmoil, for Tongtian has treated him exceedingly well at most. He would merely seek to benefit from the chaos, extracting whatever advantages he could. Should it come to a genuine confrontation, he would hastily retreat to Kunlun Mountain for safety at Nüwa Palace. Buzhou hurriedly arrived at the residence of Nüwa, adjusting his attire before knocking on the door. This is Buzhou, seeking an audience with Empress Nüwa. The palace door slowly opened, and a golden phoenix emerged, greeting Buzhou. Lord Buzhou, the Empress awaits your presence. Nodding, Buzhou stepped inside. The air within Nüwa Palace was rich with spiritual energy, and Buzhou inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Upon entering the inner sanctum, he found Nüwa seated regally upon her throne, her gaze calm as she regarded him. Buzhou knelt in reverence. I pay my respects to Empress Nüwa. Nüwa raised her hand slightly, signaling him to rise and speak. Buzhou, what brings you here? Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to celestial music. Buzhou stood and recounted Chen Xiao's actions against the demon race in meticulous detail. Nüwa's expression shifted from shock to contemplation, before she sighed. Your concerns are well-founded. That child is of great importance to Tongtian, but we must do our utmost to avoid causing him harm. Buzhou's lips twitched. After all, it is he who is currently being harmed. He quickly bowed again. I beseech you, Empress Nüwa, to lend us your assistance. That we are on the brink of war with the Witch clan if this matter remains unresolved. It will greatly affect the morale of our people. Nüwa sighed softly. Very well, Tongtian is currently in seclusion, that I shall personally bring him back. Thank you, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Go, she replied. After Buzhou departed, Nüwa stretched her serpent-like form, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seems I was not mistaken. This young man is indeed not one to be easily contained. Nonetheless, this presents an opportunity to explore the connection we share. When Nüwa first encountered Chen Xiao, she sensed an intertwining of fates, even feeling that her path to sanctification lay intertwined with his. Contemplating this, she began to calculate Chen Xiao's position. However, given the current tribulation, the heavenly secrets were obscured, making the calculations exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was in the cave provided by the Witch clan, in deep meditation. Before him floated countless crimson orbs, numbering in the tens of thousands. He began to form intricate seals with his fingers, as the red orbs slowly converged. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his eyes snapping open as he halted the formation of seals, with a swift gesture. The luminous orbs vanished in an instant. He then gazed towards the horizon, frowning as he murmured, "That was close. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have been caught in the calculations. But who could be divining my fate? Dijun? That seems unlikely. Such trivial matters shouldn't trouble him. How I wish I had a treasure to conceal the heavenly secrets. To be safe, he resolved to maintain a low profile for the time being. It was not surprising that Chen Xiao was sensitive. Despite his seemingly carefree actions, he had never lowered his guard. He had encountered powerful Deluo golden immortals attempting to divine his whereabouts. but he could easily sense their efforts. This latest divination, had it not been for the dozens of formations he had set up, he might not have even noticed it. The typical Deluo golden immortal would be incapable of such feats. It was likely an experienced Deluo or a quasi-saint. Regrettably, it appeared that his timeline for refining this matter would be further delayed. With a sigh, Chen Xiao resumed his meditation, preparing to attempt to enhance his cultivation. Despite taking a millennium to advance a minor realm, at his current pace, he was already considered exceptionally gifted. After all, the primordial realm had not yet been ravaged, and the spiritual energy was abundant. With the most refined techniques available at it is no wonder that practitioners in cultivation novels hold ancient relics and techniques in such high regard. The difficulty of practice and the richness of spiritual energy are significant. Yet the resulting power is undeniable. However, after the Fengshen calamity, the primordial realm was left in a state of near ruin. Otherwise, Hongyun would not have decreed that the six saints could not enter the primordial realm until the next great calamity. The fact is that the primordial realm could no longer withstand the battles among the saints. Hongyun seeks to control the primordial realm, not to destroy it. Otherwise, let there be several more battles among the sages or ignite a few innate treasures. Wouldn't that suffice? Within the palace of Nüwa, she calculated Chen Xiao's whereabouts and discovered he was still among the Wu clan, a flicker of dissatisfaction passing through her beautiful eyes. This young man dares to hide within the Wu clan. I cannot believe you can remain there for a lifetime. After muttering a few words, Nüwa raised her hand and performed several incantations that a beam of golden light coalesced and flew from the palace towards the demon court. She then focused all her attention on Chen Xiao, awaiting his departure from the Wu clan to capture him. Meanwhile, within the demon court, Dijun also received a message from Nüwa. Chen Xiao is currently within the Wu clan. I shall keep a close watch on his every move. Your Majesty need not worry. Upon hearing Nüwa's transmission, Dijun turned to Bai Zhe and inquired, Bai Zhe, how is the rehearsal of the Zhou-Tian star formation progressing? Bai Zhe approached the center and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, in merely a century, our demon soldiers shall master it proficiently. Dijun exclaimed, Good, and rose with a forceful slam of his hand, the imposing aura of the heavenly emperor erupting forth. Proclaim my decree. All demon generals must master the formation while hastening their cultivation. After a century, we shall engage in a decisive battle with the Wu clan that we shall obey your Majesty's command. For the primordial world, a century is but a fleeting moment. The demon court began to summon the myriad clans. Every demon cultivator who reached the xian stage was to join the battlefield without exception. Countless birds and beasts, as well as woodland spirits, gathered towards the demon court. Such a massive assembly soon captured the attention of the Wu clan. The 12 ancestral witches quickly convened a small meeting. With Dijiang sitting at the forefront, solemnly stating, Brothers and sisters, the demon clan's recent movements clearly indicate their intent to engage us in a life-and-death struggle. You are to inform all tribes to prepare for war. This time, we must eradicate the demon court. The other 10 ancestral witches cracked their knuckles in agreement, loudly echoing their approval, while Hutu appeared somewhat out of place. That Dijiang, noticing Hutu's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Sister, what troubles you? Have you encountered an issue in your cultivation? Hutu shook her head and replied despondently, Elder brother, must we truly engage the demon clan in such a manner? Each battle results in significant casualties on both sides. Every time I witness the tortured souls of the deceased, my heart aches deeply. Upon seeing Hutu's distress, Gong Gong stepped forth to comfort her, saying, Little sister, we know your compassionate heart, but as the true lineage of Pangu. The primordial world is the legacy of our Father God, that we must inherit his will and govern the primordial realm. We cannot allow these lowly beings to seize it. The only other female among the 12 ancestral witches, Xianming, quickly chimed in. Indeed, sixth sister, while our kin may suffer losses, they die for the sake of the Wu clan that I believe they wish to see the day we wholly govern the primordial realm. We must not betray their sacrifices. Hutu, hearing her sibling's sentiments, could only sigh in resignation and nodded, I understand. I shall summon our kin. With that, she turned and departed. Dijiang watched Hutu's retreating figure and sighed. Sister is too kind-hearted, Zhu Meng interjected. Do not worry, elder brother. Although sixth sister is compassionate, she will still consider the greater picture. He then added solemnly. What concerns me is that the demon clan, having been easily subdued by us in the past. Now exhibiting such significant movements is rather unusual. They may have harnessed some formidable power, and we must remain vigilant. Zhurong scoffed. What is there to fear? We have our own trump cards. Those mongrels cannot turn the tide. The other ancestral witches voiced their agreement, for their trump card was inherently theirs. The 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, one of the 4 great killing formations of the primordial world. It harnessed the combined power of the 12 ancestral witches, drawing from Panga's essence and the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, ultimately coalescing into the formidable form of Pango himself, equating to the strength of a Taoist sage's physical manifestation. Di Jiang waved his hand, speaking gravely. Zhu Meng is correct. We must not underestimate the demon clan, that we should prepare additional measures. Zhu Meng curiously asked, what measures do you intend to prepare, elder brother? Di Jiang smiled. Let us not forget, Tongtian's disciple remains among our clan. Zhu Meng's eyes brightened. Ah, I nearly forgot. Although this lad's cultivation is lacking, his ability to stir up trouble is indeed impressive in such a short time. He has thrown the demon clan into disarray. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. As the scene of Chen Xiao being pursued was still vivid in their memories that time, Chen Xiao was fleeing towards the Wu clan. Clutching a dog's tail in one hand and wielding the immortal slaying sword in the other, nearly causing the Wu clan to mistake the situation for an invasion by the demon clan. The first territory Chen Xiao stumbled upon was led by Zhurong, who, upon learning of his antics, nearly insisted on taking him as a sworn brother. Eventually, he was recommended to Di Jiang, and thus they became good friends. Albeit superficial ones, despite the shared heritage of Pangu, the relationship was not deeply rooted. Thus, both parties merely utilized each other. Di Jiang sought to have Chen Xiao disrupt the demon clan, while Chen Xiao needed the temporary protection of the ancestral witches. Culminating in a brief collaboration. At this moment, Zhu Meng spoke up. However, this lad is quite clever. While we can utilize him occasionally, the impending war between the Wu and demon clans is significantly more perilous than usual. I suspect he may decline. Di Jiang concurred, contemplating. I shall inquire to see if I can offer some form of compensation to persuade him to create some chaos within the demon clan. If not, then so be it. After all, it is merely a casual game. Zhu Meng nodded in agreement. Di Jiang swiftly made his way to the temporary cave designated for Chen Xiao. Upon sensing his arrival, Chen Xiao promptly emerged to greet him. Elder Di Jiang, what brings you here unexpectedly? Chen Xiao inquired curiously after welcoming him inside the cave. Di Jiang, not concealing anything, directly stated, noble nephew, the demon clan has been making significant movements recently. I suspect they are preparing for a confrontation with us. Chen Xiao was momentarily astonished, then realized it must be that Dong Huang Tai had successfully deployed the Zhoutian star formation. However, this battle would likely end in a stalemate, as Hongyun would intervene to halt the conflict. Ultimately, he would declare that the demons govern the heavens while the witches govern the earth, intending to foster the strength of both clans to lay the groundwork for the final battle. After all, the number of quasi-saint powerhouses among the Wu and demon clans was not particularly large. No matter how they fought, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Hongjun sought the two clans to perish together, akin to the Dragon Han calamity, casting them out of the central stage of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao remarked, the demon clan, a disorganized rabble, is certainly no match for the Wu clan. I wish you victory in advance. Elder Di Jiang laughed heartily. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's identity, he would have genuinely considered keeping him within the Wu clan, for Chen Xiao had a way with words that always lifted his spirits. However, he did not forget his purpose for visiting and promptly continued. While I too believe the demon clan is no match for us, their recent significant movements may indicate they possess some hidden trump card that I wish to request that you, as before, venture into the demon territory to disrupt their rear guard. Of course, I do not expect you to do so without recompense. Feel free to voice any needs you may have. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Elder Di Jiang, I am but a tiny golden immortal. If I provoke the demon clan now, I may find myself in dire straits. That Di Jiang sighed upon hearing this. That is true. Then, however, before Di Jiang could finish his sentence, Chen Xiao shifted his tone, but I am not entirely opposed. It merely depends on what Elder Di Jiang is willing to offer. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Di Jiang's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, what do you desire? the nine turns mystical art. Chen Xiao gazed intently at Di Jiang as he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. The calamity of this era had not yet reached its later stages, and its scale was not so grand. With some leeway for survival, he could indeed choose to provoke the demon clan, but he certainly expected to reap some benefits in return. The 9 transformations of profound arts was a cultivation method of Pangu, and reaching the 8th transformation was akin to attaining the realm of a heavenly Tao saint. Had it not been for the ancestral witches being restricted due to the absence of a primordial spirit, they might have been able to leverage this technique to achieve the status of saints. Nevertheless, even the 7th transformation wielded considerable power. If not for Di Jun utilizing the crafted witch-slaughtering sword to breach the ancestral witch's physical form, the ultimate outcome of the witch-demon calamity would have been uncertain. This illustrates just how extraordinary the 9 transformations of profound arts truly is. Chen Xiao, however, was not averse to waiting until the witch-demon calamity concluded to seek out Tongtian for cultivation. Yet, by then, the 9 transformations would have become a fragmented version. Ultimately, it would be reformed into the 8-9 profound arts based on it, which, while still formidable, could not compare to the original. After hearing Chen Xiao's conditions, Di Jiang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What purpose do you have for the 9 transformations of profound arts?" "Naturally, it serves as a safeguard for my life," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, simultaneously flattering Di Jiang that in the vast expanse of Hongyun, the pinnacle of physical cultivation methods undoubtedly belongs to the witch clan's 9 transformations of profound arts. "That is indeed the case," Di Jiang asserted confidently. Before continuing, however, the 9 transformations are notoriously difficult to master. Without the essence blood of the Father God, you will not achieve anything significant in a short time. Then, if I were to provide information on the Demon Clan's trump card, would you grant me a drop of Panga's essence blood to assist my initiation? "You know of the Demon Clan's secret weapon?" Di Jiang asked, astonished, as he looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao nodded. "It is none other than the Zhou Star Dough formation. Since the Witch Clan is still unaware, it would be an opportune exchange for profit. Pull off a heist with empty hands is simply delightful." Di Jiang, however, fell into deep contemplation. He sensed that Chen Xiao's tone and expression did not suggest deceit. If they were to learn of the Demon Clan's secret weapon, it might not only shift the tides, but also mitigate the Witch Clan's casualties. As for Panga's essence blood, the 12 ancestral witches were, in essence, transformed from Panga's essence blood. Producing a drop for Chen Xiao would not adversely affect him. Resolving this in his mind, Di Jiang nodded. "Very well, I agree to your request." Upon hearing Di Jiang's acquiescence, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a grin, unable to contain his exhilaration. In that case, Senior Di Jiang, let us pledge our oaths to the heavenly Tao, which will provide assurance for both parties. What do you think?" Chen Xiao suggested, his smile radiating warmth. Although the world of Hongyun greatly emphasizes causality, it is still prudent to take precautions when venturing into the unknown. Di Jiang nodded. "While I have full faith that my esteemed nephew would not deceive me, since you have proposed it, it shall be done." After both parties proclaimed their vows to the heavenly Tao, a beam of golden light enveloped them, signifying that their promises were recognized by the heavenly Tao. Though the heavenly Tao has its biases, it must adhere to certain rules. Otherwise, chaos would ensue in Hongyun. After feeling the power of this rule, Chen Xiao spoke. "The Demon Clan's trump card is a formation that Dong Huang Tai comprehended from the Chaos Bell, known as the Zhou Star Dough formation. This formation integrates with the external space and can summon the cosmic star power of the Zhou universe, wielding the might of countless stars. If the main array master and the holders of the 360 star banners are composed of quasi-saints and a Luo Jingxian, its power rivals that of a heavenly Tao saint." Di Jiang's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this, and the absence of any punishment from the heavenly Tao indicated that Chen Xiao spoke the truth. A heavy weight settled in his heart. Though their 12 capital heavenly godly killing formation could summon Panga's true form and reach the power of a saint, the prerequisite was that all 12 ancestral witches must reside at the quasi-saint level. Currently, aside from himself, only Zhu Meng, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and Ho Tu had achieved this, while the remaining ancestral witches remained at the De Luo Jingxian level, limiting their power to that of a quasi-saint. The chasm between a quasi-saint and a saint, though merely a word apart, was indeed vast. This realization prompted Di Jiang to feel anxious, and he resolved to return promptly to rally the other ancestral witches for a strategic discussion. Seeing Di Zhang's troubled countenance, Chen Xiao, discerning the situation, hastily offered reassurances. Senior Di Zhang, while this formation's power may rival that of a heavenly Dao saint, given the current strength of the demon clan, it is improbable that they could gather so many Deluo Jingxian. Therefore, the ultimate display of power, if I am not mistaken, should only equate to that of a completed quasi-saint or a half-step saint. As the notion of a quasi-saint was yet to be fully formed, Chen Xiao could only substitute it with the term half-step saint. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's explanation, Di Zhang's expression gradually brightened. He then smiled. Esteemed nephew, I am grateful for your intelligence. You have been of immense assistance. With that, he raised his hand and pointed at Chen Xiao, a ray of white light swiftly penetrating into his mind. Chen Xiao felt a moment of dizziness, but it quickly subsided, and he discovered a new cultivation method within his consciousness. It was none other than the 9 transformations of profound arts he had long yearned for. Stirring excitement within him. In this era of Hongyun, there were no written records of cultivation techniques. They could only be transmitted orally or preserved within containers, although this method greatly aided in preserving the lineage. Its glaring flaw was that it could only be used once. Chen Xiao and Di Zhang compared notes, ensuring that every detail was retained without omission. Subsequently, Di Zhang circulated his energy slightly, and a drop of essence blood slowly emerged from his palm. As Chen Xiao beheld the drop of essence blood, a weight settled upon his shoulders. Had he not been prepared, he might have been overwhelmed by the pressure. That would have been quite the embarrassing situation. Although this essence blood was diluted by the ancestral witch, its overwhelming aura still bore traces of Pangu's grandeur. After handing it to Chen Xiao, Di Zhang cautioned, this drop of essence blood possesses merely 1/10 of the Father's might. But it is sufficient for you to reach the 4th transformation. Remember not to absorb it all at once, or even a saint would be unable to save you. Chen Xiao accepted it, placing several layers of seals upon it, then smiled. Thank you, Senior Di Zhang. I shall heed your advice. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Di Zhang departed to strategize against the demon clan's Zhoutian Star Do formation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao proceeded to lay down dozens of layers of formations outside, enlisting Go Dan to guard him as he embarked on the first transformation of the 9 transformations of profound arts. The 9 transformations of profound arts correspond to varying realms. The 7th transformation equates to the quasi-saint realm, while the 8th transformation represents a heavenly Dao saint. As for the elusive 9th transformation, it aligns with the great Dao itself. However, considering that even the great Pangu did not achieve this, Chen Xiao chose not to ponder it. After completing all preparations, Chen Xiao settled into a meditative posture, his hands deftly manipulating various intricate mudras, creating a mesmerizing display. Heaven receives unity through the celestial bodies, enduring. Earth receives unity through pearls and jewels, flourishing. Humanity receives unity through spirit and essence, prevailing. The first transformation's cultivation method involves focusing on the ancestral orifice. The second transformation's method calms the ancestral orifice, gathering innate energies. The third transformation's method faces southeast, reflecting light back. Chen Xiao followed the guidance of the technique echoing in his mind. As he did so, golden light began to radiate from his body, soon followed by a series of cracks forming across his surface, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow, struggling to suppress any cries of pain. It was unavoidable. One must first cultivate the heart before the body. That if he could not endure this minor pain, he would never be able to grasp the 9 transformations of profound arts. Conversely, if he could not withstand such hardship, significant accomplishments would remain forever beyond his reach. Thus, regardless of the agony, Chen Xiao had to grit his teeth and persevere. 3 days later, as the cracks spread across his body, Chen Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and directly absorbed the essence blood given by Di Zhang into his body. The essence blood had been sealed with 4 layers of barriers. Upon absorption, the first layer was automatically undone. The golden radiance enveloping his body transformed into a deep crimson hue, as an overwhelming force relentlessly surged through Chen Xiao's vital organs in the surface of his body, prompting involuntary cries to escape his lips. The fissures in his form continuously healed and reopened in an endless cycle, causing his breath to oscillate erratically, as if he were on the verge of succumbing at any moment. Following the final wave of this cleansing force, a beam of golden light shot skyward, shattering the formation he had set in place in an instant. The guard outside, Dan, was caught completely off guard. Swept away to 100 miles distant. As the golden light gradually receded, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes, reveling in the newfound state of his being, his heart brimming with joy. He had ascended to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. With the 9 transformations profound art entering its initial phase, that he felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, yearning to venture into the territory of the demon clan and wreak havoc. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Currently, he believed he could handle an average early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal without much difficulty. Yet the wilderness was rife with prodigies. If he grew complacent, disaster would inevitably follow. Steady, preserving his life was of utmost importance. He reminded himself. Casting his gaze into the distance, he noted the thickening tribulation energy in the sky, indicating that the Wu and Yao clans had indeed clashed. After contemplating, he decided that once they were fully engaged in battle, it should pose little challenge to pilfer from them. But he then called out, "Go Dan, it's time to get to work." Yet, no response came from outside for an extended period. Confused, Chen Xiao stepped out of his abode, only to find the area utterly desolate, as if it had been flattened by some force, leaving him bewildered. What the hell? Where is the dog? On the battlefield between the Wu and Yao clans. The atmosphere was tense. Dijun and Dong Huangtai stood at the forefront, confronting the 12 ancestral witches. Dijun's expression was grave, his imposing demeanor eliciting an involuntary sense of reverence. With lips parting slightly, his voice resonated like thunder across the battlefield. Dijiang, you and your kind have repeatedly infringed upon the territory of my demon clan, and you shall not escape the consequences. As the heavenly emperor of the demon race, I have personally led my forces here to exact retribution. If you are wise, surrender to me promptly, and I may grant the Wu clan a slender chance of survival, allowing them to linger. Otherwise, once this battle commences, you shall be obliterated, and the Wu clan will cease to exist in the wilderness. Dijiang, composed and unruffled, responded in a calm voice. You avian creatures have merely grasped the rudiments of the great array of the celestial bodies. Your arrogance is truly laughable. The wilderness was forged by my father, the primordial deity Pangu. How dare you presume to elevate yourselves here? We of the Wu clan, as the progeny of the primordial god's legacy, are destined to dominate this realm. As for your previous words, I shall return them in kind. Should you choose to surrender early, I may allow you to serve as one of my subordinates. And that would be acceptable. Haha. These words from Dijiang immediately incited uproarious laughter among the forces of the Wu clan. Dijun, upon hearing this, was filled with both surprise and fury. He was enraged by their audacity, but more so by their apparent lack of fear. It was evident that the Wu clan possessed their own means of resistance. Dong Huangtai's expression darkened. Yet he had not lost his composure, leaning close to Dijun and whispering, "Brother, let us commence battle. Even if they are aware of our cards, in the face of absolute power, they are but mere trifles." Dijun nodded, conjuring a formation chess piece from thin air, and began to manipulate it while commanding, "All generals, heed my orders. Deploy the great array of the celestial bodies. We shall obey the heavenly emperor's decree." With Dijun's directive, the various demon generals swiftly took their positions, setting the formation into motion. Countless starlights flickered in the sky, forming a colossal star system that resonated with the celestial banners of the array. Each star shone with a dazzling brilliance, like countless jewels embedded in the night sky. The power of these stars coalesced into a formidable torrent of energy, rushing towards the Wu clan. The Wu clan members sensed this terrifying energy and unleashed their respective divine abilities in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, under the suppression of the cosmic star power, their attacks appeared utterly feeble. As the Wu clan teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed by the starlight, Dijiang remained unfazed, bellowing, "Brothers, deploy the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation." The 11 ancestral witches responded with a resounding good, and swiftly took their positions, their hand seals shifting continuously. The malevolent energy of heaven and earth surged forth, gradually coalescing into a colossal figure. This figure resembled a giant, radiating boundless pressure, causing the very world to tremble. Dijun and Dong Huangtai, situated at the center of the formation, were taken aback, exclaiming, "This is the true form of Pangu. How can this be possible?" The demon race gaped in awe at the manifestation of Pangu, their hearts heavy with reverence. Meanwhile, Dijiang erupted into laughter. "Are you stunned? You are not the only ones with hidden cards. Prepare to meet your doom." Dijun's countenance darkened, The emergence of Pangu's phantom had indeed caught him off guard at that moment. The true form of Pangu raised the axe in his hand and brought it down upon the great array of the celestial bodies with tremendous force. A thunderous crash resounded, and the powerful shockwave leveled the surrounding forests and mountains for miles. Countless beings of the wilderness were obliterated beneath this terrifying force. Hidden at a distance, Chen Xiao watched in horror. Had he not reacted swiftly and dragged Godan into his spatial refuge, he too would have been reduced to ashes. That was close. Thankfully, I didn't act recklessly, observing the standoff between the two clans. He felt a surge of relief for not getting carried away. He then patted the head of the dog beside him and said, "Let us go. It's time to work," just as Chen Xiao departed the battlefield. Intending to explore the territory of the demon clan, Nüwa, who had been cultivating in the Nüwa palace, suddenly opened her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This little rascal has finally decided to venture out. With that, she vanished from the grand hall in an instant. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult of the Wu and Yao clans, a fierce battle was unfolding in the northern sea. 3 figures darted across the skies above the North Sea. Their movements a blur. Following a piercing eagle's cry, a disheveled figure was sent reeling back several dozen miles, closely pursued by 2 streaks of crimson sword light. With 2 sharp sounds, the sword light struck true. "Cough, cough, Minghe, I bear no enmity towards you. Why do you seek my life?" The beleaguered figure was none other than the senior ancestor, Hongyun. Originally, during the calamity, Guangchengzi had advised him to refrain from wandering through the wilderness. However, Hongyun, being the first red cloud born of heaven and earth, was naturally drawn to Rome. Consequently, while passing through the northern sea, he fell into an ambush set by Kunlun and the ancestor of Minghe. Had it been just one adversary, he could have easily escaped using the 99 scatter soul red gourd he had crafted, but unfortunately, the two had blocked all avenues of retreat from the outset. Additionally, during the calamity, the veil of fate obscured Jin Yuanzi's ability to sense Hongyun's predicament. Minghe, clad in a black robe, raised his hand to summon the twin swords from Hongyun. Cackling, "Hongyun, do not blame me. It is merely that a strand of primordial purple energy is in your possession. If you are willing to part with it, I might reconsider." As his words fell, a colossal figure descended behind Hongyun, transforming into human form. It was none other than the Lord of the Northern Sea's Demon Palace, Kunlun. Kunlun chastised Minghe. "Foolish one, have you lost your senses? Let him go. What will you do when he brings Jun Yuanzi to settle the score with you?" Minghe chuckled. "Of course I know. I simply wish to obtain the primordial purple energy easily." Hongyun glared at Kunlun with a fierce expression, shouting, "Kunlun, it was Jian and Juanti who seized your position. Why do you seek to settle scores with me?" Kunlun scoffed. "If you had not played the Good Samaritan, would they have seized your seat? I have already compensated you afterward, have I not?" Kunlun looked upon him with disdain. "What you consider compensation is nothing of substance. Had it not been for you, I would have been one of Daozu's disciples." Hongyun opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute the claim that he had not anticipated that relinquishing his seat in the Purple Cloud Palace would lead to such consequences. Causing him to chuckle bitterly, he then laughed heartily. "I never thought that my good deed would lead to such a fate. Ha ha ha." Holding the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, the ancestor of Ming, he stepped through the air, mocking, "Hongyun, you would do well to surrender. It would be a far gentler end." Hongyun's eyes burned red as he gazed at the two, his expression wild with fury. "You two are so aggressive. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target?" As Kunlun beheld the crimson cloud, his heart raced, and he shouted urgently, "This is bad. Retreat quickly." He then transformed into his great form in an attempt to flee, only to find that the surrounding space had already been sealed off. It was too late. "Did you not covet the primordial purple chi? Then let us all experience its might together." As his words fell, the crimson cloud extracted the primordial purple chi from the 99 scatter soul red gourd and infused it with celestial energy. "Stop!" Minghe exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm, desperate to halt the crimson cloud's actions. In the next moment, the primordial purple chi emanated a terrifying power, coalescing into a violet beam that shot towards the heavens. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the primordial purple chi detonated, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept in all directions. Minghe and Kunlun bore the brunt of this force, engulfed by the overwhelming energy. When the dust settled, both Minghe and Kunlun emerged tattered and breathless, plummeting into the northern sea. Simultaneously, A streak of red light shot forth from the remnants of the explosion, while the figure of the crimson cloud vanished from sight. Time passed, and Mingi, battered and bloodied, finally emerged from the northern sea. Cursing the crimson cloud for provoking such devastation and igniting the primordial purple cheat, he glanced disdainfully at the immobilized Kunlun beneath the waves, spat in contempt, and transformed into a red light, returning to his own blood in contrast to Mingi's relatively mild fate. Kunlun's situation was far more dire. Just as he had transformed into his great form, spanning thousands of miles, he was caught in the widespread devastation. Ultimately, he sustained a grievous injury, losing one wing and nearly destabilizing his realm, teetering on the brink of falling from quasi-saint status, however, due to reverting to his original form. His defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, sparing him from immediate death but necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. Mingi, having cleverly sheltered behind Kunlun during the critical moment, bore injuries that, while serious, were less severe than those of Kunlun. Moreover, even without Kunlun, Mingi would only need to relinquish this body. After all, as one of the most difficult beings to kill in the primordial realm, he was said to possess a blood sea that would never run dry. And thus, he would not perish easily. Unless faced with a saint, no one in the primordial realm could threaten his life. With Mingi's departure, the northern sea returned to its former tranquility at that moment. A distortion in space manifested, and two figures emerged, their lips stained with blood. These two were none other than Jie and Junti. The fall of the crimson cloud had been communicated to Kunlun by Jie and Junti in secret. Otherwise, Kunlun and Mingi would not have been able to so precisely seal off the surrounding space and ambush the crimson cloud while concealing the heavenly secrets to ensure absolute certainty. They had no choice. The debt they owed to the crimson cloud was far too great. This was a chance for ascension to sainthood. The impoverished West could not afford to incur such a monumental debt. Their only recourse was that when a person dies, the debt dies with them. Furthermore, they could not act directly and could only guide events from the shadows. Merely doing so, however, had already resulted in a significant backlash for both of them. Junti, filled with concern, asked, "Brother, are you unscathed?" "I am fine, thanks to your assistance. Otherwise, I might have fallen from quasi-saint status," Jane replied, exhaling in relief. Soon, his mood brightened, for at least this cost was bearable, and they would no longer have to worry about the crimson cloud seeking vengeance for past grievances. Junti nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze towards Kunlun submerged in the depths, saying, "Brother, this Kunlun possesses considerable strength and is clearly fated to align with our Western teachings. Why not take this opportunity to enlighten him?" After some contemplation, Jane shook his head. "The backlash we have suffered is not much less than the injuries Kunlun has endured. It is paramount that we return to the Western teachings to stabilize our injuries. There will be ample opportunities in the future." "That is indeed true," Junti concurred. With that, the two promptly vanished, returning to the west. Meanwhile, a weary black panther found itself cornered in a valley. "This is bad. There is no way out." The panther, face contorted with fear, suddenly sensed an overwhelming terror approaching and turned to look. In the distance, a man and a dog, wearing sinister grins, were relentlessly advancing toward it. At this moment, the panther, having reached its breaking point, shouted in fury, "What is wrong with you? You've chased me for 3 whole days. What enmity do we share?" Chen Xiao, feigning sorrow, replied, "You misunderstand us. We merely seek to sever your desires so that you may focus solely on the great Tao." "Then why don't you sever your own?" The panther roared, eyes wide with rage. Chen Xiao shrugged, "Because I simply wish to live a life of leisure, so I have no need to sever anything." The panther retorted, "I also wish to live a life of leisure." Hearing this, Chen Xiao chastised, "That is precisely your mistake. Young one. At your age, how can you afford to be so decadent? Reflect on how long you have cultivated today, and whether you have made any progress in your realm. Other beasts have already attained the great Luo or quasi-saint status, yet you remain a mere golden immortal. Do you not feel ashamed?" The panther could only grit its teeth. "Damn it, you've taken all the good points. What else can I say?" Beside them, the dog, impatient, urged, "Woof woof, stop the chatter. Either you lose your tail or your head, choose one." The panther, in sheer terror, yelled for help. Chen Xiao cackled, "Cry all you want, even if you scream your throat raw. No one will come to your aid." Raw throat, raw throat. Chen Xiao retorted, "Are you trying to play games with me? Dog Dan, incapacitate him." Just as Dog Dan lunged forward, Chen Xiao suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Realizing the danger, he swiftly grabbed Dogdan by the tail and activated his escape technique, hurriedly fleeing the scene. By the time the panther came to its senses, the two had already vanished, and it let out a sigh of relief. Woof woof. Boss, what are you doing? I just needed 2 more eggs to break through. Chen Xiao replied, exasperated. Breakthrough? A formidable being is pursuing us. They must be at least at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Do you value your life so little? Woof woof woof. Then hurry up. My life is precious. As the man and dog made their escape towards Kunlun Mountain, an imposing pressure descended upon them, rendering them immobile. We're done for. It's a quasi-saint. Chen Xiao's heart sank, realizing they had truly provoked the demon clan. That he shouted, my master is the 3 pure ones. Tongtian, I advise you not to harm me. If you must strike someone, consider this dog beside me. Woof, woof, woof. Boss, how could you betray me? I am your boss. What is wrong with you taking a beating for me? Woof, woof, woof. Aren't you supposed to protect your little brother? Above, Nüwa observed the exchange between the man and dog sprawled on the ground, her expression one of exasperation, before she interjected, Chen Xiao, do you know your crimes? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Xiao struggled to lift his head, his eyes brightening when he recognized her. It's Aunt Nüwa. What a coincidence. We are all family here. Please, retract your pressure. It's unbearable. Nüwa scoffed coldly. Family? You stir up trouble in my demon clan, yet do not consider that we are family. Chen Xiao awkwardly chuckled. Aunt, we are all on the same side. There is no need for such pretense. Who doesn't he know that the great beings of the primordial realm care little for the lives of the common folk? Moreover, I have not killed many of them, nor harmed your interests. What deep enmity could there possibly be? Wouldn't you agree? Nüwa was momentarily speechless. While Chen Xiao spoke the truth, no one else would dare to voice it so bluntly. After all, appearances must be maintained. Nüwa withdrew her pressure, stating coolly, you make a valid point, but your actions have affected the conflict between the Wu and the Yao clans. The empress of the Yao clan. I cannot turn a blind eye. Very well. I shall return to Kunlun Mountain immediately and ensure I cause no more disturbances, that he said, dragging Dogdan as he attempted to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he found himself restrained once more. You think you can stir up trouble and simply walk away? There are no such good deals in this world. Nüwa sneered at Chen Xiao. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Xiao's forehead, and he soon realized that while he was restrained, he could still wield his powers. That he declared, Aunt Nüwa, I'm not boasting. If I truly wish to leave, you cannot hold me. Intrigued, Nüwa responded, oh, then let us see you try to escape. Hee, then I shall reveal my clumsiness. After speaking, a person and a dog vanished into thin air, leaving Nüwa momentarily stunned. She quickly descended to investigate, detecting a subtle fluctuation of spatial laws. Good lad. Indeed not simple, Nüwa remarked, somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, not far from her, Chen Xiao's figure reappeared, wearing a mischievous grin. Master uncle, I didn't deceive you, did I? Nüwa narrowed her eyes slightly, and sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Chen shouted back into the space, narrowly avoiding her magical force. He reappeared once more. Hey, I'm back in. Hey, I'm out again. Come catch me, Master uncle. Chen Xiao kept flashing around Nüwa, occasionally making silly faces. Observing his cheeky demeanor, Nüwa's forehead began to throb with veins. And just as she was about to seal the entire area, a beam of red light shot towards them. Instinctively, Nüwa warned, be careful behind you. Master uncle, please refrain from such childish tricks. Chen Xiao's words were cut short as the red light struck him squarely on the back of his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he cursed, which jerk is throwing trash around? Nüwa. In the Nüwa palace, Nüwa lounged lazily, her beautiful eyes scanning the floating figure of Chen Xiao in the center. A primordial body, she had not anticipated such an existence in the wilderness, and with a rich essence of sword laws embedded in his spine, it was no wonder Tongtian valued him so highly. Yet, what connection did he have with her? Just as Nüwa pondered, Chen Xiao slowly awakened, gazing around at the towering architecture, his expression utterly bewildered, resembling someone who had just awakened from slumber. You have awakened? Upon hearing Nüwa's voice, Chen Xiao snapped back to reality, recalling that he had been knocked unconscious by some object while showing off in front of her. Hee, greetings, Master Uncle. He chuckled awkwardly at Nüwa. Nüwa regarded Chen Xiao leisurely, her cold voice seeming to freeze the air. Chen Xiao, how dare you toy with me? Tell me, how should I punish you? Chen Xiao felt nervous and cautiously suggested. What if you send me back to Kunlun Mountain? and let my master confine me for a few hundred years. Nüwa pondered for a moment, a slight smile curving her lips. That is indeed a good idea. I shall confine you for 1,000 years, but not in Kunlun Mountain, rather in the Nüwa Palace. Isn't that a bit excessive? My master will worry if he can't find me, Chen Xiao protested. Nüwa, however, remained unfazed, chuckling softly. Fear not. I have already left a message for brother Tongtian. For this 1,000 years, you shall obediently remain here. With no choice, Chen Xiao could only comply. Feeling dejected, he had truly overstepped this time. Nüwa, finding his demeanor amusing, raised her hand, and a red light appeared before him. What knocked you out earlier was this. Chen Xiao focused his gaze, revealing a red gourd, cursing under his breath. Damn it, not another gourd. Have I disturbed a gourd nest or something? Seeing Chen Xiao's disdainful expression, Nüwa assumed he was unaware of its significance and explained. This is one of the 7 gourds born from the Buzhou mountain. This particular gourd was obtained by Hongyun and refined into the 99 scatter soul red gourd. The red mist it releases can instantly disperse a person's soul and even tarnish their primordial spirit. Inflicting severe damage to an enemy's psyche. It can be used for both offense and defense. Although it is somewhat damaged, it still ranks among the top in the realm of primordial treasures. Listening to Nüwa's explanation, Chen Xiao understood that Hongyun had likely been ambushed by Kunlun in the river of the underworld. However, he couldn't fathom why the gourd, which should have vanished after his demise, had reappeared and struck him. He then turned to Nüwa and inquired, Master Uncle, since this gourd belongs to Hongyun, shouldn't it be returned to him? Nüwa sighed softly, gazing towards the horizon. The restrictions on this gourd have automatically lifted. It is highly probable that our friend Hongyun has fallen. She then looked at Chen Xiao, saying, the fact that this gourd struck you indicates a connection. You should take it and use it wisely. Though a primordial spiritual treasure held a certain allure for Nüwa, she was not inclined to compete for opportunities with a junior, especially since this junior was her own disciple and his fate was interlinked with her own path to sanctification. It was far better to grant it to him outright, ensuring his cooperation in her quest for enlightenment. Chen Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the gourd without hesitation, intending to refine it at a suitable time. He indeed felt a connection, considering this was the 2nd time something like this had happened to him. However, if being struck once could result in receiving a primordial treasure, he would gladly welcome more such occurrences. Ideally hoping for a supreme primordial treasure next time. Over the next century, Chen Xiao found himself confined within the Nüwa Palace, diligently practicing the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, while occasionally being summoned by Nüwa for further study. A millennium later, the wilderness suddenly experienced violent tremors, even felt distinctly within the Nüwa Palace. Nüwa's expression turned grave as she gazed into the distance, and Chen Xiao realized she was worried about Fushi. She had been reluctant to involve herself in the conflict between the witches and the demons, yet her elder brother had agreed to the recruitment by Emperor Jun. Reluctantly, she had to consent to lend some assistance. During this 1,000 years, Chen Xiao had seldom seen her, likely due to her efforts in aiding the demon race against the ancestral witches. After all, the ancestral witches thrived on battle, and simply by fighting. Their strength increased. Soon, several of the 12 ancestral witches had reached quasi-saint level, compelling her to intervene. After a sigh, Nüwa turned to Chen Xiao and warned, 1,000 years have passed. You should return to Kunlun soon. If you continue to stir trouble among the demon race, it will not be so easily forgiven. Chen Xiao awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Yes, I will head back immediately and won't cause any more trouble. With a gentle wave of her hand, Chen Xiao instantly vanished from her sight, reappearing outside the Nüwa Palace in the blink of an eye. Nüwa then set off once more towards the battlefield between the witches and demons. As Chen Xiao made his way back to Kunlun, he caught sight of the battlefield from a distance. One side radiated brilliance like starlight, while the other showcased the towering silhouette of Pangu. The energy generated by their collision was akin to monstrous waves, tearing the wilderness apart. Countless beings were swept away like fallen leaves in this terrifying force. Chen Xiao mused to himself that it was about time Hongyun made an appearance to intervene. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of auspicious light descended from the sky, followed by a grand and authoritative voice proclaiming, "Enough!" Before him, Hongyun Daozu manifested in the void, with a wave of his hand. Seemingly effortless yet imbued with boundless power, the formations of both the witch and demon races collapsed instantly, and the radiant light alongside Pangu's silhouette gradually faded. The members of both races looked on in shock at Hongyun Daozu, their eyes filled with a mix of reverence and reluctance. Hongyun scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. Your incessant fighting will only lead to the destruction of this wilderness. Cease this futile struggle. I hereby declare the decree of the heavenly Tao. From now on, the demons shall govern the heavens, while the witches shall oversee the earth. Both sides are forbidden from waging war against each other. May we abide by the decree of the Daozu. The cultivators of both the witch and demon races lowered their heads in compliance. Satisfied with their agreement, Hongjun vanished in a flash, though both races harbored dissatisfaction. They dared not defy Hongjun's command, gradually retreating with their kin, leaving behind a scarred land as the sole witness to the recent earth-shattering battle. Seeing that the first battle between the witches and demons had concluded, Chen Xiao thought that the wilderness was likely safe enough now, and perhaps he could linger a little longer before returning. Yes, I might as well explore for a while. After all, returning to confinement isn't much different. Just as he patted the head of the dog beside him, preparing to change direction, a furious voice echoed through the heavens. Rebellious disciple. This thunderous voice struck Chen Xiao's ears, making him inwardly lament his misfortune. Soon, a wave of pressure descended upon him as he prepared to flee. A young man descended from the sky, his eyes blazing with fury, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Rebellious disciple, did I not instruct you to remain at Kunlun Mountain? It would have been one thing to descend the mountain, but you dared to meddle in the calamity. How many lives do you think you have to play around like this?" The person who has arrived is none other than Tongtian. At this moment, he has already transcended the threshold of quasi-saint and has even reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The very first thing he wishes to do upon emerging from his seclusion is to ascertain the progress of Chen Xiao's cultivation. However, to his dismay, he discovers that Chen Xiao has once again fled. Were it not for the message from Nüwa, he would have been oblivious to the mischief his beloved disciple had stirred, nearly provoking the demon clan and affecting the balance of the war between the witches and the demons. Enraged, he felt an urge to draw his sword and slay this rebellious disciple. As an elder sage, how could he be unaware of the perils of the calamity? The Dragon Han calamity had directly caused a third of the cultivators in the Hongyun to perish, leaving many races on the brink of extinction. The subsequent struggle between Tao and demons had even shattered the western earth veins, prompting the likes of Kunti and Xian to stealthily seek spiritual veins in the east for restoration. One can only imagine the sheer terror of such calamity. Chen Xiao, with a difficult smile, replied, "Master, is it not thanks to your esteemed presence? Who in the entire Hongyun does not know that my master, Tongtian, is the foremost in the world?" Hearing Chen Xiao's flattery, Tongtian's oppressive aura immediately softened considerably. Yet, he still retorted with a hint of reproach, "Do not flatter too much. You simply had the fortune of encountering Sister Nüwa. Had it been someone less accommodating, you would have long been reduced to ashes." Sensing Tongtian's gradually diminishing pressure, Chen Xiao rose and stretched his neck, chiding, "Then it seems this is your fault." Master, Tongtian, taken aback, was bewildered at how the blame had shifted to him. Chen Xiao then earnestly explained, "You see, if the other party had disregarded your authority and turned me to ashes, it would merely indicate that you are not strong enough. If you were truly formidable, who would dare to slight you? As for me, I traversed the Hongyun with impunity, even daring to relieve myself atop the demon clan, and they do not even dare to utter a sound. Thus, master, you must diligently cultivate to become a saint, for only then will your disciple be secure." Tongtian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Indeed, there seems to be some sense in that. A flash of azure light struck Chen Xiao's head as Tongtian, exasperated, remarked, "You rebellious disciple, having caused this trouble, you dare to place the blame on your master? Do you truly think me a fool?" Chen Xiao crouched down, cradling his head, only to be enveloped by Tongtian's magical power and whisked back to Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, Chen Xiao struggled incessantly, pleading, "Master, I have already been confined for a millennium. Why not let it be? The witch and demon clans have ceased hostilities, and the Hongyun is not so perilous anymore." Tongtian remained silent, gazing towards the horizon. The calamity's aura still enveloped the entire Hongyun, indicating that the tribulation had not yet concluded, and he could not possibly allow Chen Xiao to venture out. During the calamity, the heavenly secrets are obscured, making it exceedingly difficult even for saints to divine the future. He did not wish for his hard-won disciple to perish within the calamity. Upon returning to Kunlun, Tongtian was eager to assess Chen Xiao's cultivation, yet, upon inspection, he was instantly taken aback. The late stage of Tai Golden Immortal was nothing remarkable. What truly astonished him was the faint aura of Pangu emanating from Chen Xiao, along with a notable increase in his physical strength. He quickly inquired, Xiao, how is it that you possess the aura of the Father God? Have you encountered some fortuitous opportunity? After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you prefer not to disclose it, that is understandable. After all, it is your own fortune, and I shall not pry further. The message left for him by Nüwa contained merely information about Chen Xiao's actions among the demon clan, with little else mentioned, or perhaps Nüwa herself was unaware. Of course, within the Nüwa palace, she had indeed sensed that faint aura of Pangu, yet she refrained from inquiring further. After all, the three pure ones are transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and it is not unusual for Chen Xiao, as Tongtian's disciple, to acquire something related to Pangu. Tongtian, however, was acutely aware that he had never bestowed anything related to Pangu upon Chen Xiao, hence his curiosity. Nevertheless, he also respected Chen Xiao, recognizing that he was not one to covet his disciple's fortunes. Chen Xiao, fully aware of Tongtian's temperament, briefly explained the dealings he had with the witch clan. Tongtian was momentarily stunned, then began to contemplate whether he should allow Chen Xiao to venture forth. After all, the calamity represents both disaster and opportunity. Many powerful beings of the present day emerged during the tribulation. Perhaps Chen Xiao was indeed fit to embark on an adventure. Observing Chen Xiao's recent exploits, including the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, the blood of Pangu, and even acquiring a congenital spiritual treasure, he thought back to the last time when he had also inadvertently presented a gourd to him. Tongtian regarded Chen Xiao with a complex expression, pondering whether he could possibly be the favored child of the Tao. Master, why do you gaze at me so? I assure you, I am straight. Chen Xiao felt a chill as Tongtian's unwavering stare bore into him, instinctively distancing himself. Hearing this, Tongtian's expression darkened, and he delivered another slap to Chen Xiao's head. You scoundrel, what are you thinking? Sit properly. Rubbing his head, Chen Xiao quickly complied, while Tongtian spoke earnestly. Xiao, it is not that I am unwilling to let you venture forth, but rather that during this period of calamity, the Hongyun is fraught with peril that I do not wish to see you in danger. Do you understand, Master? One cannot simply shut oneself away and craft theories. If I do not venture out to train, what use is there in possessing cultivation? Chen Xiao retorted, pouting. Seeing this, Tongtian did not insist further, stating plainly, you may go out, but you must first elevate your cultivation to the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal. Chen Xiao, recognizing Tongtian's concession, nodded obediently. Thus, Tongtian once again imparted teachings to Chen Xiao, filling the cave with the ethereal resonance of the upper clear Tao, akin to celestial music, the lingering echoes intoxicatingly beautiful. Chen Xiao promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the upper clear Tao, as previously incomprehensible spells began to clarify, and he gained significant insights into the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Following the fierce conflict, both the witch and demon clans suffered considerable losses and began to recuperate, ushering in a long-awaited peace across the Hongyun. Yet, many powerful beings were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. As long as the calamity's aura shrouded the Hongyun, the tribulation would not conclude. Among the witch clan, Hotu endeavored to accommodate the souls of the departed upon Mount Buzhou, yet her individual strength was ultimately limited. Observing the ever-increasing number of restless souls that could find no peace, Hotu felt profound sorrow. She knelt earnestly before Mount Buzhou, inquiring in confusion, Father God, what am I to do? Please, grant me a hint of guidance. Perhaps it was Hotu's sincerity that moved Pangu or the Tao. Within Mount Buzhou, a ray of golden light appeared before her, subsequently soaring into the distance. Momentarily taken aback, Hotu bowed towards Mount Buzhou, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Father God, for your guidance. She then followed the golden light, which led her directly to the Blood Sea. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian observed Chen Xiao deeply engrossed in his comprehension and nodded in satisfaction before rising to exit the cave. I too have been in seclusion for several millennia. Perhaps it is time for me to step outside. After glancing back at Chen Xiao, he left a message and soared towards the Hongyun. A few days after Tongtian's departure, Chen Xiao successfully elevated his cultivation to the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal and discovered the message left by Tongtian. Realizing that the coast was clear, with Tongtian still in seclusion and Yuanshi having left for the Hongyun, he deemed it an opportune moment to complete an unfinished task. Chen Xiao kicked the nearby dog Dan, instructing it to guard the area. Dog Dan, wary, glanced at Chen Xiao and barked, Woof woof, you wouldn't toss me out again, would you? Chen Xiao patted its head reassuringly, affirming, that was merely an accident, and besides, I no longer possess Pangu's blood. I cannot create such a disturbance. With a sense of skepticism, the dog, Go Dan, cautiously ventured out of the cave dwelling. Chen Xiao, accustomed to his routine, instinctively raised his hand to cast several shielding formations. Before settling into a meditative posture, with a mere thought, the entire cave once again manifested thousands of droplets of blood-red liquid. Chen Xiao gestured with his hands, invoking the liquid to begin its fusion. This process was exceedingly slow, taking a full decade for Chen Xiao to accomplish this step. As the final droplet merged, the cave radiated a resplendent blood-golden glow. Observing this, Chen Xiao retrieved the treasures he had collected from the demon race and established a grand formation within the cave, even utilizing the Yusu Yuli lamp bestowed upon him by Yuan Shi. Upon completing these tasks, he activated the grand formation, causing all materials to commence their fusion. Another decade slipped by on this particular day. Godan, feeling bored, was wandering outside the cave. Suddenly, a peculiar wave emanated from within, enveloping him. Godan felt his own magical power falter. Into his bewilderment, he noticed that his cultivation had inexplicably regressed by 1 level, limiting him to the strength of a golden immortal. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the strange wave retracted instantaneously, restoring his cultivation, just as he was trying to grasp what had transpired. Chen Xiao emerged from the cave. Curiously, Godan approached and barked inquisitively, "Woof woof." "Master, what have you been doing inside?" Chen Xiao patted his dog's head, choosing not to answer the question, but instead shifted the topic. "Let us go. It's rare for our teacher to allow us out. We must seize this opportunity to explore." "Woof. That makes sense." The duo, man and dog, quickly reached a consensus to first visit the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea, formed from the placenta blood of Pangu, serves as the destination for the blood of all beings that perish in the primordial realm. Chen Xiao mused that since it was related to Pangu, perhaps he could chance upon some droplets of Pangu's essence. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, for if it were that simple, the river Styx would surely be under constant assault or confinement for bloodletting. After all, he originated from the Blood Sea, which is also the reason why the formidable beings of the primordial realm seldom sought his company. The blood of the placenta is deemed impure, rendering the Blood Sea the dirtiest place in the primordial realm, akin to a lavatory. No one wishes to associate with someone who resides in a restroom day in and day out. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao did not underestimate the river Styx. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a genuine descendant of Pangu, though no one acknowledged it. Despite the lack of recognition regarding his origins, his power was still formidable. He possessed 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan Tu Abi, unparalleled in offense while leaving no causal trace, and the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, unmatched in defense, as well as the Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner from the 5 Directions innate flags, which also boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. Later, after Nüwa created humanity, he would replicate the Azura tribe to complete the 6 paths, producing countless blood droplets. He was, without a doubt, one of the most difficult beings to vanquish in the primordial realm. Soon, the man and dog arrived at the Blood Sea, but aside from the boundless crimson expanse, there was not a single living creature in sight. After circling the periphery, Chen Xiao found it perplexing. Blood was everywhere, yet not a trace of Pangu's essence could be found. He hesitated to delve deeper, for this was the territory of the river Styx, and before Tongtian attained sanctity, he dared not brazenly venture into the depths. The river Styx was one of the few powerful entities that would not show him any respect before Tongtian became a saint. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiao resolved to return home and then perhaps trouble the demon race instead. Just then, a beam of golden light streaked overhead. Before Chen Xiao could discern what it was, the light vanished. Following this, a presence of quasi-saintly aura soon approached him. Why is it you?" Chen Xiao barely had time to react before a cold voice reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ho Tu, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it was not the river Styx. Otherwise, he would have had a difficult time explaining his presence here. With a sheepish smile, he said, "Ah, it is you. Senior Ho Tuesday, I merely wandered about and happened to pass by the Blood Sea." Ho Tu, upon hearing Chen Xiao's explanation, did not pursue the matter further, but inquired, "Did you happen to see a golden light just now? Which direction did it fly towards?" Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and pointed behind him, saying, "It should have gone that way. It moved too swiftly for me to see clearly." Upon hearing this, Ho Tu contemplated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "Would you accompany me on a journey?" Chen Xiao grimaced, knowing from Ho Tu's expression that refusal was not an option. He nodded in agreement, recognizing that having such a powerful ally would grant him the opportunity to explore the depths of the Blood Sea. Thus, the trio, man, dog, and the formidable Ho-Tu continued onward in the direction Chen Xiao indicated. Meanwhile, the river Styx sensed their presence but chose not to confront them, pretending not to notice. After all, he was still nursing injuries, and Ho-Tu was among the most distinguished of the 12 ancestor witches. Her strength second only to Di Jiang and Gong Gong, achieving the mid-stage of quasi-saint. In contrast, the river Styx was merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint. He stood no chance against her. Even if he could contend, he would not dare to act. Should Ho-Tu summon the other 11 ancestor witches, the 10 male witches could easily crush him with their collective strength. Thus, he opted to feign ignorance and let them meander freely. Though he would soon come to regret this decision. As Ho-Tu and Chen Xiao journeyed on, they remained oblivious to the golden light from earlier. The only sights before them were countless souls meandering aimlessly. A wave of melancholy surged within Ho-Tu, prompting her to sigh. Father God has brought me here. What is his intention for these souls? Beside her, Chen Xiao casually remarked, "Aren't you here to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing them to be reborn?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tightening at the back of his neck, being turned to face Ho-Tu's piercing gaze. "What did you just say?" Seeing Ho-Tu's agitation, Chen Xiao trembled slightly, stammering, "I meant to say, establishing the underworld, setting up the 6 paths of reincarnation, allowing them to be reborn. Aren't you here for this purpose?" Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words once more, Ho-Tu finally grasped the crux of the matter, and the doubts in her mind dissipated like smoke. In the primordial realm, there was yet to exist a place where beings could reincarnate, and she merely needed to fill this void for the countless souls to find their home. With this realization, a profound aura emanated from Ho-Tu, continually rising. Quasi-saint late stage. Quasi-saint perfection, until she reached the quasi-saint post. Ho-Tu opened her eyes, her lips slightly parted, her voice resonating throughout the primordial realm. "The great Tao above, I, Ho-Tu, today through this ancestor witch, established the 6 paths of reincarnation to provide rebirth for the myriad souls of the primordial realm. Willing to eternally remain here to safeguard the order of the primordial realm. 6 paths of reincarnation, establish." As her words fell, the great Tao responded, bestowing boundless merits and fortune. With the influx of the great Tao's merit, Ho-Tu ascended to the status of an earthly saint, and her power continued to soar, even surpassing that of Hongyun, who had lectured in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet, at that moment, her body transformed into countless golden lights, dispersing over the blood sea. In the heavens, endless auspicious clouds materialized, and cultivators across the primordial realm turned their gazes towards the blood sea, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't that Ho-Tu of the 12 ancestor witches? She has attained sanctity." Another powerful being remarked in admiration, "What remarkable resolve! I harbor no jealousy over her ascension. After all, not everyone possesses the fortitude of Ho-Tu, willing to sacrifice herself solely for the sake of the life of the primordial beings." It could be said that her selfless act was both timely and fateful. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, his expression grave and filled with shock. What has transpired? Why has Ho-Tu awakened the earthly Tao? The response was a voice, impossible to discern as male or female, shrouded in profound mystery. That a change has emerged in the primordial realm. The earthly Tao has awakened prematurely. After the calamity of the witch and demon races, I can no longer directly suppress the earthly Tao. According to the original course of events, the earthly path was expected to manifest only as the calamity of the Lich approached its conclusion. At that time, Hongyun had already seized control of a significant portion of the authority over the vast wilderness alongside the heavenly Tao, making the suppression of the earthly path an effortless task. However, the earthly path has now emerged prematurely. Given some time, Huda could contend with Hongyun for a substantial share of the wilderness's authority. It would be exceedingly challenging for him and the heavenly Tao to gain complete dominion over the wilderness. With a furrowed brow, Hongyun pondered, "Since the earthly path can no longer be directly suppressed, we shall devise our strategies for the next calamity. Now that the earthly path has appeared, humanity must also awaken it." Understood. With the heavenly Tao's approval, within the palace of Nüwa, the previously secluded Nüwa suddenly sensed a disturbance in the primordial purple energy. Hastily, she took it in her hands, her beautiful eyes flashing with a mix of shock and joy. "Is this a sign from the primordial purple energy? Could it be my opportunity to attain sanctity?" In the territory of the witch clan, the 11 ancestral witches were the first to notice Huda's ascension to sanctity. Zhu Rong exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Huda has attained sanctity. Does this mean we no longer have to heed Hongyuan's commands?" Di Jiang shook his head and replied solemnly, "Let us first ascertain the current situation of our little sister." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, eager to head to the blood sea. Huda's ascension to sanctity was enough to liberate them from Hongyuan's edicts, and she could easily quell the demon clan with just a slight exertion of her power. The demon court quickly recognized this development, and Emperor Jun immediately convened a meeting. Esteemed ministers, the witch clan's hoodoo has indeed attained sanctity. Do any of you have strategies to counter this? The demon ministers exchanged glances. Rendered speechless and silent. Most of the ministers present had previously attended Hongyun's teachings at the Xiao Palace, and the awe-inspiring presence of a sage still left a profound impression on them, making it difficult for them to look directly at him. Now, to devise a plan to oppose a sage seemed akin to courting death. Seeing the minister's silence, Emperor Jun felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, Buzhou, acting as the strategist for the demon clan, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, those who do not attain sanctity remain as mere ants. No method can rival a sage. While our demon clan possesses the great array of the celestial stars to contend with a sage, the witch clan has the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Therefore, it seems that we have but one viable path." Emperor Jun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What path is that?" "Naturally, it is Lady Nüwa. When the Tao ancestor established the xian, he accepted 4 direct disciples and 2 named disciples, thus designating the 6 sages as fated by heaven. They are the only beings destined to attain sanctity in the current wilderness. Hence, I believe we should devote all our resources to assist Lady Nüwa in achieving the status of a sage, while simultaneously urging our demon clan to intensify their training to enhance the power of the great array of the celestial stars." Emperor Jun found this reasoning sound and promptly stood, declaring, "Convey my decree. Open the demon clan's treasury, allowing Lady Nüwa to take any heavenly materials and earthly treasures she requires. Meanwhile, the demon clan should strive to avoid conflicts with the witch clan and focus on training to amplify the power of the great array of the celestial stars. We shall obey the heavenly emperor's command." Following the establishment of this strategy, a fervor for training surged through the demon clan. However, when Buzhou arrived at the palace of Nüwa to convey Emperor Jun's edict, he discovered that Nüwa was not present in the palace, and no one knew her whereabouts. At the Blood Sea, after Huda transformed into golden light, a sudden tempest arose. Chen Xiao, hovering above, felt as though something was emerging from the depths of the sea. As expected, a massive rift opened in the Blood Sea, dark and profound, exuding waves of ominous energy, clearly indicating the nascent formation of the underworld. The river of Hades sensed that a portion of the Blood Sea had seemingly slipped from his control. Cursing vociferously, "Huda, what have you done?" Yet, what responded to him was the gradual manifestation of the underworld. As the laws of the universe converged upon this location as if summoned, chains of laws intertwined within the underworld, weaving the framework of reincarnation. The previously uncontrollable section of the Blood Sea gradually shifted from crimson to yellow, henceforth renamed the Yellow Springs. Meanwhile, the wandering souls and restless spirits throughout the wilderness seemed to sense the call of home, drifting toward the underworld. Once the underworld was established above the Blood Sea, it rapidly descended into the depths. Peering through the ghostly miasma of the underworld, Chen Xiao beheld Hutu at the center of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Reflecting, from this point onward, Hutu is no longer merely a witch. Though she has attained sanctity, she can never step away from the underworld. After his moment of reflection, a strand of the great merit that had gathered around Hutu suddenly detached and directly entered Chen Xiao's body. This startled him momentarily, but soon he was filled with joy. The merit of the great path far surpasses that of the heavenly Tao. Just this strand alone dissipated all the bloodshed he had committed within the demon clan, and he could break through to the Daoyuo Golden Immortal at any moment. Yet, Chen Xiao chose to suppress it. Breakthrough to the Daoyuo Golden Immortal. One must comprehend a law, and Chen Xiao naturally possessed the Sword Dao law, making his ascension to Daoyuo a matter of course. However, this was the most scrutinized location in the entire wilderness. Breakthrough here would make it easy for others to interrupt him. Should that occur, the failure of the breakthrough would be trivial, but losing his life would be an unbearable loss. Just as Chen Xiao suppressed his rapidly rising cultivation, the 11 ancestral witches also descended into the underworld. Upon seeing Chen Xiao outside the 6 paths of reincarnation, Dizhong's eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly approached to inquire, "Nephew, what brings you here?" As Chen Xiao was about to respond, Huda's voice came from behind him. "Elder brother, my attainment of the sage position is largely thanks to this little fellow." Startled, Chen Xiao turned around, astonished by Huda's sudden presence behind him. Truly, a sage's strength is formidable. The ancestral witches, intrigued by Hutu's words, turned their gazes toward Chen Xiao, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. causing Chen Xiao to feel a tightness in his chest, not to mention that the 12 ancestral witches were predominantly male, even among the few females. Chen Xiao was reluctant. Despite Huda's ethereal beauty after her transformation into Xianming, he had seen her true form. Xianming had a human face and a bird's body, with a green snake dangling from each ear and coiling around her feet. Hutu, on the other hand, had a human body with a serpent's tail, 7 hands sprouting from her back, and 2 hands clasping a writhing serpent at her chest. It was simply impossible. He could not bring himself to do it. Not a chance. No way, uncle and aunt. I refuse. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's peculiar expression, Huda sensed his thoughts. Having attained sanctity, she could easily perceive the unsavory notions swirling in his mind. She promptly raised her hand and delivered a playful strike to his head. Ouch! Chen Xiao crouched down, clutching his head as tears streamed down his face. The force of the strike was far heavier than that of Tongtian. Such was the might of a sage. You mustn't speak or think such things. Huda chided, her beautiful eyes narrowing. What nonsense are you contemplating? Should you do so again, I shall have my friend Tongtian teach you a lesson. Yes, 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 Chen Xiao quickly replied. The 11 ancestral witches were somewhat baffled. Huda did not elaborate on what Chen Xiao had been thinking and began to explain how she had achieved sanctity. After learning the details, the ancestral witches secretly lamented their misfortune, having hoped that Chen Xiao could assist someone in attaining sanctity. However, it was clear that they had overestimated his capabilities. Had he possessed such power, he would have long since gone to Xixiao Palace to oust Hongyun and claim the position for himself. At this moment, Zhu Rong stepped forward and declared, since our little sister has achieved sanctity, we need not fear Hongyun any longer. Let us return and rally our kin to assault the demon court. Zhu Rong, as the ancestral witch of fire, was known for his fiery temperament. Had it not been for Hongyuan's intervention during the last battle between the witches and demons, it was certain that victory would have belonged to the witch clan had the conflict continued. Ultimately, they were forced to cease hostilities due to Hongyuan's overwhelming presence, which left them feeling quite aggrieved. However, Zhu Rong was soon met with the harsh reality. It appears that may not be feasible. Though I have attained sanctity, I am simultaneously bound to this place and unable to venture forth. Upon receiving this news, the ancestral witches were left utterly bewildered. After all, it was a rare occasion for their clan to produce a saint. Yet not only was she unable to take action, but she was also constrained from departing. This was not merely a lack of enhancement in combat capability, it was a decline. The 12th capital Heavenly God's Great Array could only unleash its full potential with the arrangement of the 12 ancestral witches. This was hardly the manifestation of a saint. It felt more like a cruel joke. Di Jiang was equally troubled, as what was once a blessing had morphed into a source of anxiety. And Ho too felt a sense of guilt. There was one thing she held back from expressing. Since becoming a saint, she had distinctly sensed that the crux of this calamity hinged upon the witch and demon clans. Moreover, it could potentially be as dire as the Dragon Han calamity, if not worse. This instilled in her a deep concern, yet she found herself unable to voice a warning. The 12 ancestral witches remained silent for an extended period, and the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. Chen Xiao stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to him being struck. After all, it was Ho too who had heeded his counsel and achieved the status of a saint ahead of time. Eventually, Di Jiang let out a sigh, conceding that not all was lost. Should they face defeat, the witch clan would at least have an escape route. Elder brother, Ho too began to speak, only to be interrupted by Di Jiang raising his hand. Sister, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Focus on managing the 6 paths. In the times to come, the witch clan may rely upon you. With teary eyes, Ho too nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Xiao also discerned that Di Jiang might have grasped something. But calamities operated in a predetermined manner. As long as the calamity's energy persisted, it would compel one to follow the established script. Di Jiang patted Ho too's shoulder, then turned to Chen Xiao, saying, Noble nephew, we shall take our leave for now. Do visit the witch clan when you have the opportunity. Very well, esteemed Di Jiang, Chen Xiao replied. Subsequently, the other 11 ancestral witches departed in succession, with one member absent. The 12 capital Heavenly God's Great Array was compromised, necessitating their swift return to select a suitable replacement for Ho too's position. Once the 11 ancestral witches had left, Ho too turned to Chen Xiao and inquired, Chen Xiao, would you be willing to serve in the netherworld? Chen Xiao's eyes lit up at her words, rubbing his hands together as he replied, Of course. I just wonder what position the lady will assign me. Securing a position in the netherworld would mean that he would no longer need to worry about being placed on the heavenly decree during the upcoming calamity. Furthermore, joining now is akin to acquiring original shares. Ho too would surely not assign him a position of too lowly a rank. Surely, he would be a king of one of the halls, at the very least. However, the position that Ho-Tu subsequently bestowed upon Chen Xiao left him utterly dumbfounded. As she casually stated, "You shall be the Emperor of Fengdu." Chen Xiao hesitantly asked, "Emperor of Fengdu? Is that not a bit too lofty? The Emperor of Fengdu was the king of spirits in the netherworld. Second only to Ho-Tu herself. I have my reasons for assigning you this title. Naturally, you may appoint 5 of the 10 kings of hell, and 2 of the 5 ghost emperors. The remainder of the positions and the construction of the netherworld shall be at your discretion." Ho-Tu believed that Chen Xiao possessed considerable knowledge. Upon reflection, it became clear that his previous remarks were not mere chance. He seemed to have known all along that she would come to establish the netherworld in the Sea of Blood. Thus, Ho-Tu surmised that Chen Xiao might possess certain insights or foresight regarding future events. Granting him the title of Emperor of Fengdu served both to foster goodwill and to settle some portion of karmic debt. Although Ho-Tu was already a predetermined saint, she still owed him a measure of causation due to Chen Xiao's timely advice, though it was far less than what was owed to Hongyun for guiding and assisting the others. After all, with her in control of the netherworld, should Chen Xiao ever act against the interests of the Witch Clan or the Six Paths, she could easily seek another to fill his role. With that said, Ho-Tu gracefully waved her jade hand, and a stream of luminous energy descended upon Chen Xiao. As the golden light receded, Chen Xiao found himself adorned in the distinctive black imperial robe of the Emperor of Fengdu. With a scepter of authority in his left hand and a decree for commanding the netherworld in his right, overall, he looked quite the part. Meanwhile, Godan gazed in awe, barking excitedly. "Woof woof, so cool." "Boss." Chen Xiao raised his head slightly, confidently declaring, "Of course, your master is dashing and handsome, unmatched in the primordial world. Woof woof." "Boss, now that you're an emperor, shouldn't you assign me a position too?" Chen Xiao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, "You can serve as a gatekeeper in the netherworld." Upon hearing this, Godan immediately barked in indignation. "Woof woof? Why should I be the one to guard the gate?" Chen Xiao scoffed. "Why, isn't a dog meant to guard the gate? This is a perfect match for your skills. Many struggle to find a job that suits them. You should be grateful. Woof woof, how could I, a unique creature of the primordial world, be relegated to merely guarding the gate? Hey, you stubborn mutt, just do as you're told. Do you want to start a rebellion? Woof woof, today, I shall rebel." "What the?" Ho-Tu watched the ensuing commotion between Chen Xiao and the dog. Her confidence in her decision wavering for the first time, she suddenly regretted appointing Chen Xiao to such a high position. Was it truly wise to entrust the management of the netherworld to him? In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, Ho-Tu observed the flourishing scene within the netherworld and felt a sense of relief. Indeed, her judgment had not been in vain. Over the millennia, Chen Xiao had gathered a multitude of spirits from the primordial realm, ensuring the netherworld's smooth operation. He had also transported the infrastructure from his past life's memories, including the 18 levels of hell, the wheel of reincarnation, the platform of nostalgia, and the city of the wrongly executed. With a foundational framework in place, the netherworld's operations quickly advanced, and its fortunes surged at an extraordinary rate, benefiting Ho-Tu as well. For a saint, the accumulation of fortune was of paramount importance. The stronger the fortune, the smoother the path of cultivation. As the Emperor of Fengdu, Chen Xiao reaped numerous rewards, yet he found himself overwhelmed. While the lower-level personnel had been mostly assembled, he was essentially the sole member of the upper echelons. The 10 kings of hell had yet to return to their positions, leaving him to fulfill the roles of CEO, general manager, and department heads, all while managing to split himself in half to meet the demands. This was utterly unlike what he had envisioned in the novels of his previous life. The domineering Xiao was either chasing after the female lead or facing the fall of his empire. Yet here he was, unable to escape the fate of being overworked, toiling day in and day out. In fact, he felt worse off than a dog. Godan, witnessing Chen Xiao's frantic state, was quite content with his role as a gatekeeper. He spent his days either dozing at the gates of the underworld or boasting with the other spirits, receiving his share of merit each month. His life was undoubtedly pleasant. Chen Xiao couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Perhaps being a spirit was the better path as he continued to toil away. One day, while diligently attending to documents as usual, a beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the netherworld and reached his ears. "Shower, return to Kunlun for a visit. I wish to introduce you to some junior brothers and sisters." Chen Xiao, who had been devoid of spirit, immediately regained his vigor. Casting aside his pen, he sprang to his feet and flew toward the Pingxin Hall. Whatever burdens awaited him, he no longer wished to bear them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pingxin Hall, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lady Ho Tu, Chen Xiao seeks an audience." "Come in," came the melodious voice of Ho Tu as the grand doors creaked open. Chen Xiao eagerly rushed inside and immediately spotted Ho Tu sitting with her eyes closed, offering a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to Lady Ho Tuesday," with her eyes still gently closed. Ho Tu replied softly, "Fengdu, what brings you to me?" Chen Xiao quickly donned a flattering smile, saying, "My teacher has summoned me back, and I wish to ask for a leave of absence, if I may." "Oh." Ho Tu opened her eyes, a teasing smile gracing her lips, "But the 10 kings of hell have yet to return. How can you, as the emperor of Fengdu, leave your post so casually?" Chen Xiao's face fell, exclaiming in despair, "I've already served for over 10,000 years. The donkeys in the production team haven't worked as long as I have. Please, grant me this one favor." Huda gazed at Chen Xiao's woeful expression and couldn't help but chuckle, waving her hand dismissively. All right, you may go. The netherworld is currently operating quite smoothly, and during your absence, I shall keep a watchful eye over it." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao inwardly muttered, "What do you mean by keeping a watch? This is your territory, after all." Hotu immediately discerned his thoughts and, adopting a slightly stern demeanor, remarked, "What? Are you not leaving? Or do you intend to stay?" At her words, Chen Xiao dared not utter a sound, quickly bowing once more before darting away, fearing that he might be compelled to remain as a beast of burden. Forgetting even to call for his companion, Dog Egg, observing Chen Xiao's hasty retreat, Hota couldn't suppress another laugh. "This lad truly is amusing." Afterward, Hota sighed softly, her gaze drifting through the ceiling towards the horizon, where she noted that the calamity energy had been steadily rising for millennia and had now reached a critical point. Her earlier good spirits were now shrouded in a veil of gloom. At Shoyang Mountain, Nüwa, guided by the primordial purple energy, traversed the realms and ultimately arrived at the place where the innate gourd vine had first emerged. She then produced the 3 light divine water, the 9 heaven soil, and the innate gourd vine, placing them before her as she contemplated. Throughout her travels over the millennia, Nüwa had observed a dwindling population of beings in the Hongyun world since the calamity of the witch and demon. The gifted creatures reproduced slowly, with some not reproducing at all, making it nearly impossible to fill the vast void in a short span of time. The foundation for her enlightenment toward becoming a saint lay in the creation of a new race, which would breathe life back into the Hongyun lands and restore the natural order of beings in accordance with the cosmic balance. Yet, she was uncertain about what kind of race to create and how to go about it. Gently caressing the 9 heavens soil, Nüwa mused that this soil possessed boundless nurturing power, undoubtedly a key element as for the innate gourd vine. It might also offer some unique attributes, with the foundation for creating a new race established. The next consideration was what kind of race to forge. A plethora of species and formidable beings flashed through her mind until a strikingly handsome yet mischievous face emerged in her thoughts. A glimmer of realization flickered in Nüwa's eyes. "Chen Xiao, the innate Tao body. Indeed, I could create a race of innate Tao bodies. No wonder he shares a certain connection with me. It all makes sense now." With this newfound clarity, Nüwa immediately raised her hand, using the 9 heaven soil and the 3 light divine water to mold a humanoid figure resembling Chen Xiao, infusing it with the essence of various extraordinary beasts from the Hongyun realm. The energies from the diverse bloodlines were potent yet exceedingly chaotic, so Nüwa added her own blood to harmonize the mixture. After further kneading, the first being endowed with an innate Tao body materialized in her hands. Upon touching the ground, it stumbled for a moment before swiftly dashing away, celebrating its own birth. Thus, the second innate human race came into existence. Upon seeing Nüwa, this newly born being immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the Holy Mother Nüwa." Nüwa nodded, her gaze filled with maternal affection as she looked at the newly formed clay figure. Loneliness does not give rise to the yin, nor does solitude nurture the young, she thought. For Nüwa was the one who facilitated the celestial marriage of Dijuan, the creator of human ethics, and thus understood this principle well. She promptly summoned her elder brother Fushi, requesting some of his blood, and molded a second clay figure, thus achieving the harmony of yin and yang, ensuring the cycle of life. Seeing this, Nüwa felt invigorated and continued her creation, fashioning innate Tao bodies one after another. Fushi, observing Nüwa's industrious efforts, refrained from interrupting, standing by as an unfeeling source of blood, providing a drop whenever she required. After some time, Nüwa grew weary and took out the gourd vine she had acquired from Buzhou Mountain. After soaking it in the nine heavens soil, she gently tossed it, causing countless clay figures to naturally take shape into innate Tao bodies, aligning with the energies of the earth and sky. Although they were slightly inferior in innate qualities compared to those crafted by Nüwa herself, they were still of considerable worth. Seeing this method was viable, Nüwa repeated the process, and after some time, the landscape was filled with beings of innate Tao bodies. Nüwa paused, gazing at the life forms before her, her heart brimming with satisfaction and an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Since you were created by me, I shall name you humans. From this day forth, I am the mother of humanity. Upon her declaration, the heavens and earth underwent an instantaneous transformation. Auspicious clouds surged, golden flowers danced, and a colossal pillar of merit descended, penetrating Nüwa's being. At the same time, the fate of humanity manifested, dividing into three portions. One part descended upon Nüwa, another scattered among the human race, and the final part soared towards Kunlun, taking with it a fragment of Nüwa's saintly merit. Thus, humanity came into being. Back at Kunlun Mountain, Chen Xiao observed a man and three women standing behind Tongtian, and he quickly deduced their identities. The lead figure, a plump man, was Tongtian's chief disciple, Daobao Daoist, the first treasure-seeking mouse to take form in the world. However, due to Chen Xiao's unexpected intrusion, he could now only rank second. The remaining three were the three revered mothers, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gui Ling, whose strengths were not to be underestimated. Yet, their fates were not particularly favorable, especially Gui Ling, who had perished after being drained of blood by a swarm of mosquitoes. Only Daobao's fate was somewhat palatable. Yet he could not avenge the Jie Sect, which must have been more painful than death itself. Chen Xiao looked at them with pity. Tongtian, somewhat perplexed, wondered if this lad believed that these disciples were forced into servitude like him, and thus promptly struck him on the head. Ouch, Chen Xiao exclaimed, covering his head, looking at Tongtian with a grievance. Master, why do you hit me for no reason? Tongtian snorted coldly before continuing with the introductions. This is my newly accepted disciple, named Daobao. He will henceforth be your second junior brother. Daobao stepped forward, clasping his hands. Greetings, senior brother. Chen Xiao, feeling quite familiar, patted Daobao's shoulder. All right, Ba Jie, I will look after you from now on. Daobao's mouth twitched as he corrected him. Senior brother, my name is Daobao, not Ba Jie. All right, Ba Jie. Damn it. Daobao fell silent, no longer wishing to correct him. Tongtian then proceeded to introduce Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gui Ling, who all politely greeted Chen Xiao with greetings, senior brother. Chen Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly became acquainted with the three junior sisters. Hello, junior sisters. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't have much to offer, but please have a taste of the immortal wine I brewed. As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, a stone table and several stools appeared, laden with Chen Xiao's celestial brew. He then respectfully invited Tongtian to take a seat first, pouring him a cup of wine. Tongtian smiled gently. You do show some filial piety. He raised his cup and took a sip, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson, feeling as if he had swallowed a blade, involuntarily exclaiming, good wine. Seeing this, Chen Xiao quickly urged Daobao and the others to try it as well, and he joined in the drinking. Wow, this really is good wine. I didn't expect my senior brother to possess such skills, Daobao exclaimed sincerely. Jin Ling chimed in. Yes, indeed. Drinking it makes me feel warm all over, and my cultivation seems to subtly rise. Chen Xiao smiled with pride, confidently stating, of course, I had to run all over the world while being pursued by those demon tribes just to gather the materials for this wine. Gui Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Xiao, astonished that the wine was so hard-won, and that he had managed to escape unscathed from the demon tribe's pursuit. Senior brother, your cultivation is profound. I admire you greatly. As Chen Xiao basked in their flattery, he felt himself soaring with pride. However, Tongtian, hearing Chen Xiao mention that the materials for the wine were sourced from the demon tribes, felt an unsettling premonition. After all, he was well aware of the reasons for Chen Xiao's pursuit. And he quickly inquired, Xiao, what materials did you use to brew this wine? Chen Xiao proceeded to list a plethora of celestial herbs and fruits, gradually easing Tongtian's worries as he took another sip. However, when Chen Xiao mentioned the final ingredient, everyone collectively froze in place. This last ingredient was of utmost importance. The essence of certain powerful demons. That particular item was the core of the wine. Rich in yang energy, and when combined with the previously mentioned ingredients, it produced an unparalleled celestial brew in the Hongyun realm. Tongtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked again, "What did you say this last ingredient was?" Chen Xiao was utterly oblivious to the fact that Tongtian and the others had all changed their expressions. He then remarked, "Ah, is it those great demons? This is crucial." Upon confirming they had not misheard, Tongtian and Duobao immediately expelled all the wine from their mouths. "Disobedient disciple, prepare to face my sword." After spitting out the wine, Tongtian summoned the Qingping sword and swung it at Chen Xiao. With quick reflexes, Chen Xiao knelt on one knee, empty-handed, to catch the blade, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, why are you attacking me?" Tongtian rebuked him fiercely. "Why? You dared to make us drink such vile concoction, and you still dare to ask. Today, I shall cleanse my sect." With that, Tongtian twisted his wrist, freeing himself from Chen Xiao's dual swords, and struck down again. Seeing this, Chen Xiao hastily fled, prompting Tongtian to become furious. "You disobedient disciple, how dare you run? Today, I shall surely strike you down." Tongtian then pursued him with sword in hand, and Chen Xiao cried out, "Oh no, junior brothers and sisters, please stop him." However, Duobao and the others showed no intention of intervening. Their gazes filled with grievance towards Chen Xiao, clearly displeased with him. Bound by their seniority, they refrained from speaking up but chose to ignore his pleas for help, each one either staring at the sky or the ground. Before long, Tongtian rapidly caught up with Chen Xiao and struck down with the Qingping sword upon his rear. A wail echoed across Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian then proceeded to step upon him, delivering blow after blow to Chen Xiao's tender behind. For a full hour, Tongtian vented his anger before sheathing his sword and walking towards the stone table, leaving Chen Xiao behind, his backside swollen and bruised. Meanwhile, Duobao and the others struggled to suppress their laughter at Chen Xiao's misfortune. Moments later, Tongtian glanced at Chen Xiao, who lay on the ground feigning death, and said solemnly, "Do you recognize your mistake?" Chen Xiao struggled to rise, his face a picture of grievance as he replied, "What did I do wrong? Clearly, it is you, master, who lacks discernment." Tongtian, momentarily bemused, retorted, "Then pray tell, where do I lack discernment?" Chen Xiao pouted, "This wine is a top-tier tonic. Drinking it can even enhance one's cultivation. How can it not be considered good?" "Enhance cultivation?" Tongtian scoffed, raising his hand to levitate the remaining wine on the table towards Chen Xiao, coldly stating, "Then you shall drink the rest of this wine, if you do not break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal after finishing it. You shall accept your punishment." Chen Xiao stared at the floating wine, feeling somewhat troubled. If it were a millennium ago, he would have been confident in breaking through after consuming it. However, he had chosen to self-inflict a wound to suppress his cultivation, utilizing the merits of the Tao to refine the purity of his own magical power, although he was now just a step away from transcending to the Deluo Golden Immortal. That step could not be bridged by this wine. Chen Xiao glanced at Tongtian's eager Qingping sword, his lips twitching as he closed his eyes and thought, "Here goes nothing." He then picked up the wine jar and began to drink it down in large gulps. Tongtian, observing Chen Xiao's prolonged silence, let out a cold laugh, preparing to teach him another lesson. At that moment, a beam of golden light surged from the direction of Shouyang Mountain, rapidly entering Chen Xiao's body, causing his internal aura to swell dramatically, instantly breaking through his bottleneck. Tongtian was left dumbfounded, exclaiming inwardly, "What in the world is this merit?" Duobao and the others exclaimed in astonishment, "What? He really can break through." They exchanged bewildered glances, having completely missed the swift arrival of the merit light, and began to wonder if the wine truly had the power to aid in breakthroughs. Each of them stared at the few remaining cups of wine on the table, caught in a dilemma. To drink or not to drink. Just as they were conflicted, another beam of golden light descended upon Chen Xiao, causing Tongtian to squint his eyes in surprise. Is this fate? Or perhaps the fate of a collective? What is happening? While Tongtian was lost in thought, a large expanse of auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, bathing the entire Hongyun in golden light, causing a commotion akin to when Hutu achieved sainthood. Nüwa, guided by the heavenly Tao, shall become a saint today. Nüwa's voice resonated through heaven and earth, drawing the attention of Taiji and Yuan Shi, who emerged from their caves to gaze towards Shouyang Mountain. Yuan Shi, with a hint of envy, remarked, "I did not expect Nüwa to be the first to attain sainthood." Taiji, however, remained silent, for just moments ago, his own primordial purple energy had begun to stir. He realized that his moment to achieve sainthood had finally come. Having reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood a millennium ago, he was just one step away from becoming a saint. However, the primordial purple energy had remained unresponsive, causing him to experience a growing sense of agitation. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, he had finally awaited his opportunity, which evidently lay within the newly created human race by Nüwa. Suppressing his excitement, Taiji maintained a stoic expression and said, "Second brother, I shall venture into the Hongyun to seek my opportunity for sainthood." Without waiting for Yuan Shi's response, he departed with a graceful stride. At that moment, Yuan Shi noticed a tremendous fluctuation emanating from Tongtian's location and, out of curiosity, decided to investigate. Back with Tongtian, upon realizing that Nüwa was achieving sainthood, he redirected his focus back to Chen Xiao. As the fate of humanity descended, Chen Xiao's cultivation broke through to the Diluo golden immortal. Above the nine heavens, a response was felt, with clouds swirling and a miraculous phenomenon manifesting, though it was overshadowed by the commotion of Nüwa's ascension. Thus, only Tongtian and his disciples, alongside Yuan Shi, sensed the developments occurring here. Tongtian, seeing this, promptly instructed Duo Bao and the others to stand guard at the perimeter to protect Chen Xiao during his breakthrough, ensuring that no one would disrupt him. Though Tongtian did not believe anyone would dare to cause trouble at Kunlun Mountain, he still deemed it prudent to take all necessary precautions. Duo Bao and the others bowed in acknowledgement. Understood, and took to the skies, beginning their watch. Following this, Tongtian raised his hand and laid down a raise around the cave, making sure there were no oversights before turning his gaze towards Chen Xiao, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Upon ascending to the Luo golden immortal, a golden flower would bloom, and the number of petals often indicated one's aptitude. Beings of the highest caliber, such as the three pure ones in Nüwa, were typically rated at 9 petals, while beings like Hongyun, who existed alongside Pangu, were rated at 11 petals, with Pangu himself reaching 12 petals. Tongtian held great confidence that Chen Xiao would at least achieve 8 petals. If combined with the unknown fate empowering him, he might even reach the same 9 petals as himself, indicating he possessed the potential for sainthood. Under Tongtian's expectant gaze, a flower bud emerged above Chen Xiao's head. Simultaneously, the sword principles within Chen Xiao's sword bones began to resonate with the budding flower, gradually beginning to blossom. The flower opened to 3 petals. Then 6, then 7. The unfolding of the first 7 petals proceeded smoothly until the 8th began to slow. Tongtian felt a surge of anxiety, yet at that moment, he was entirely at a loss as to how to assist Chen Xiao. Just then, a voice from outside the formation rang out, drawing Tongtian's attention. "Who are you to obstruct my path?" Tongtian glanced back at Chen Xiao, hesitated for a moment, then swiftly flew towards the source of the voice. As he departed, Chen Xiao's 8th petal successfully bloomed, and he began to open the 9th. Outside the formation, Tongtian arrived just in time to witness his disciple Duo Bao and the others being pressured by Yuan Shi's overwhelming presence. Nevertheless, Duo Bao stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Yuan Shi firmly. "Second martial uncle, my elder brother is at a critical moment of breakthrough. The master has decreed that no one is to interfere, and we hope for your understanding." Yuan Shi regarded Duo Bao and the others, his disdain evident in his eyes. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to those who were scaly and armored, born from damp environments. When Tongtian had taken them in, he had scolded Tongtian severely. Yet, Tongtian had paid him no mind, which inflamed Yuan Shi's sense of offended authority as the elder brother. Now, these individuals dared to openly obstruct him, igniting a murderous intent within him. At that moment, a sudden blue light descended, enveloping Duo Bao and the others, alleviating the pressure they faced. Tongtian then appeared before Yuan Shi, his face marked by dissatisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. "Second brother, why do you bully my disciples?" Yuan Shi let out a cold laugh, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Third brother, do you not owe me an explanation? This group of scaly and armored creatures dares to block my path." Tongtian directly countered, "This is my command. They are merely following my will and bear no fault. Instead, dear second brother, what brings you to seek me? Feel free to speak candidly." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuan Shi suddenly forgot that he had come to inquire about the recent anomaly. Just as he prepared to ask, a blinding golden light erupted from within the formation, and a phantom of a 9-grade golden flower appeared in the air, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. "Good heavens, I never expected the eldest brother to possess such exceptional talent, blooming into a 9-grade flower," muttered Duo Bao as he gazed skyward. Beside him, Tongtian was beside himself with joy. laughing heartily, his voice resonating like thunder. Ha! Truly deserving of being my disciple, able to bloom into a 9-grade flower. Such talent and prowess are not in the least inferior to our 3 pure ones. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuanshi was momentarily struck dumb as if struck by lightning. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his senses and urgently asked, "Are you saying that is Chen Xiao?" His tone was filled with astonishment and skepticism. "Indeed, this lad has not disappointed me," replied Tongtian, a smug expression adorning his face. The sight of Tongtian's smug demeanor kindled a flicker of jealousy within Yuanshi, who inwardly pondered, "Why does all the good fortune seem to fall upon this Tongtian?" Just as Yuanshi's thoughts were in turmoil, a sudden exclamation from the Golden Spirit Holy Mother drew everyone's attention back to the ethereal image in the sky. No, that is not a 9-grade flower, but a 10-grade one, she cried out in disbelief. What? Yuanshi's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Instinctively, he turned to look at the sky, only to witness the already astonishing golden flower producing yet another petal, slowly unfurling. Since the dawn of Pangu, the apex of innate talent in the primordial world had been the blooming of a 9-grade flower. Even after living for countless years, neither Tongtian nor Yuanshi had ever heard of a 10-grade flower. After stabilizing his cultivation, Chen Xiao opened his eyes to behold a crowd that seemed to be watching a spectacle, especially Tongtian's benevolent smile, which startled him, causing him to retreat several steps, seeing Chen Xiao back away upon seeing him. Tongtian's previously warm smile instantly darkened. "Disciple, why do you retreat?" Chen Xiao pouted and retorted, "You're holding the Qingping's sword. I isn't it obvious you intend to strike me? How could I not retreat?" Realizing he had forgotten to sheath his sword during the confrontation with Yuanshi, Tongtian put it away and approached Chen Xiao once more, only for him to flee even further. Tongtian's irritation flared, and he barked, "Why do you run again? How do I know you won't seize me first, and then give me a beating?" Chen Xiao adopted an attitude of readiness to flee, which made Tongtian chuckle in exasperation, patiently declaring, "I will not strike you." "Really? I don't believe it unless you swear an oath by the heavenly Tao." Chen Xiao replied skeptically, prompting Tongtian to lose his last shred of patience in an instant. He appeared beside Chen Xiao, seizing his collar and directly sealing his cultivation. Chen Xiao gasped in horror and shouted, "Master, you're cheating." Tongtian sneered, "I initially had no intention of striking you, but now I have changed my mind." With that, he brandished the Qingping sword and delivered a hefty thrashing to Chen Xiao's backside. Duobao and the others promptly covered their eyes, unable to watch, while Yuanshi remarked with a hint of acidity, "What does it matter how exceptional one's talent is? Focusing solely on magical prowess without cultivating virtue is truly a waste. Such will surely dictate future achievements." Hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian's hand came to an immediate halt. Casting a discontented glare at him, "What concern is it of yours how my disciple fares?" Yuanshi, feeling dissatisfied with Tongtian's protective stance over Chen Xiao, thought him increasingly disobedient. With a cold snort, he turned and flew away from Kunlun Mountain, intending to find a few gifted disciples with abundant fortune to serve as examples for Tongtian, to illustrate that taking in those with dubious backgrounds would yield no success. After Yuanshi departed, Tongtian instructed Duobao and the others to focus on their cultivation, aiming for them to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm swiftly. Once they had left, Tongtian set up a shielding formation and regarded Chen Xiao with a grave expression, solemnly inquiring, "What is your relationship with Sister Nüwa? Why do the merits and fortunes she created seem to partially reside within you?" Tongtian had a general understanding of the matter concerning merits. He had deduced earlier that humanity was crafted based on Chen Xiao, thus a portion of merits naturally fell upon him. However, convention dictated that the fortunes of humanity should not descend upon him. Moreover, this portion of fortune was substantial, roughly accounting for 20% of humanity's overall fortune. According to the original allocation, Nüwa should receive 40% of humanity's fortune. The Qin would claim 30% after establishing the human sect, while the remaining 30% would belong to humanity itself. Yet now, due to Chen Xiao's emergence, Nüwa's share of humanity's fortune had dwindled to 30%, and Taiching's portion was likely even less. Chen Xiao appeared equally perplexed, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty before stating, "Perhaps the race he created is similar to mine. Master, did I not mention upon our first meeting that I am of the human race?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian recalled the moment and quickly understood. Yet a question arose. From where did Chen Xiao originate? It was known that he was not formed by Nüwa. This question had previously eluded Tongtian's contemplation, but now it seemed increasingly suspicious. Before humanity, the only innate Tao body in the primordial world was the great Pangu. It was implausible to claim that Chen Xiao was a reincarnation of Pangu. The primordial spirit of Pangu transformed into the three pure ones, while his essence became the 12 ancestors of sorcery, with the rest of his body and organs morphing into the mountains and rivers of the primordial realm. The only remnant was the heart of Pangu. However, Tongtian sensed no familiar aura emanating from Chen Xiao, indicating he was clearly not that. Seeing Tongtian deep in thought, Chen Xiao refrained from interrupting. He had a rough idea of why a portion of humanity's fortune resided within him. It was likely due to the human Tao sword within his sword bone, and perhaps his arrival here was also orchestrated by the human Tao. However, he dared not voice this theory. After all, Tongtian was a saint destined by heaven, with an intricate connection to the heavenly Tao. Who knew if Hongyun had left any listening devices upon them? If the human Tao sword were to be discovered by the heavenly Tao, he might very well be struck down by the divine thunder of the purple clouds. After a while, Tongtian, unable to make sense of it, chose not to dwell further on the matter, recognizing that anomalies were beyond their capacity for comprehension. Since you have acquired this portion of humanity's fortune, you should keep an eye on it moving forward. First, solidify your cultivation, then you may investigate further, Tongtian concluded, lifting his hand to dissolve the formation before departing. Now that Nüwa had attained sainthood, he must hasten his own progress. After Tongtian left, Chen Xiao gazed towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain, expressing his frustration. A full 20% of fortune. Human Tao seems intent on pitting me against the heavenly Tao. Chen Xiao felt as though he had boarded a rickety vessel, fraught with pitfalls. On one hand, he needed to preserve a spark for the amidst the impending calamity, while on the other, he must resist the heavenly Tao's suppression of the human Tao. It was utterly overwhelming. Yet at this juncture, Chen Xiao realized he could do little but hasten his cultivation. He needed to prepare for potential future scenarios, allowing humanity to continue its primitive growth along its destined path for the time being. In the demon court, upon learning of Nüwa's attainment of sainthood, Dijun promptly led his ministers to the Nüwa palace to offer congratulations. Upon seeing Nüwa, Dijun was the first to extend his greetings. Congratulations, Empress Nüwa, on achieving sainthood. Congratulations, Empress Nüwa, echoed the other ministers in unison. Nüwa nodded in acknowledgement, as befitting her new status as a saint. At that moment, Dijun cheerfully remarked, "This is splendid. Our demon race now has a saint, and we need not fear the threat of the witch race any longer." However, the next instant, Nüwa doused Dijun with a bucket of cold water. "I'm afraid not. At the time of my ascension, my teacher conveyed to me that during this calamity, saints must not intervene." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback. What the devil? After much difficulty, a saint finally emerges from the demon clan. And you tell me that the saint is not permitted to intervene? This is hardly worth the effort. After all, Nüwa possesses the strength of a quasi-saint. Noticing Emperor Jun's grim expression, Nüwa hastily offered reassurance. "Fear not. For my master has informed me that although Ho-Tu is indeed a saint, she is bound to the underworld. You need not fret over Ho-Tu's potential actions against the demon clan." Upon hearing Nüwa's explanation, Emperor Jun's mood lightened considerably. Otherwise, how could they possibly continue? Now, they were all deprived of a quasi-saint's strength. Moreover, the Wu clan was missing a particularly crucial figure. Without Ho-Tu, the 12 heavenly gods' great formation could not be established. While they had lost Nüwa, the great formation of the heavenly stars could still operate as usual. It could only be said that this round of advantage lay with the demons. After receiving the news about Ho-Tu's inability to intervene within the Nüwa palace, Emperor Jun departed with his demon subjects, his face aglow. Despite the absence of a quasi-saint, the good news served as a fitting compensation. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, eons passed over this vast stretch of time. The human race, owing to their remarkable reproductive capabilities, swiftly increased in number. During this period, Swearin taught the humans the method of kindling fire through friction, bringing illumination to their lives. Wu Chao, observing birds building nests, invented the first primitive shelters, providing humanity with refuge from the elements and sparing them from the hardships of exposure. Meanwhile, the Jie clan utilized the furs obtained from hunting to create the first garments, ensuring humanity was no longer left vulnerable and exposed. The contributions of these three individuals garnered them an abundance of merit, propelling them directly into the ranks of the great Luo Golden Immortals, thus earning them the title of the three ancestors of humanity. However, aside from these three, The remainder of humanity struggled without any cultivation methods, perpetually facing hardships. After creating humanity, Nüwa largely withdrew from the affairs of the world, leaving the human race reliant on these three merit-laden golden immortals for support. Meanwhile, Taiching, having traversed all human tribes in the primordial realm, recognized that his path lay among the humans. Noticing their frailty, he resolved to impart teachings to them. Upon discovering a human tribe, Taiching settled there, expounding on the great Tao of golden elixirs for 3,000 years. Although the golden elixir path was ill-suited for human cultivation, the humans remained enraptured, listening with utmost seriousness for them. Despite its complexity, the golden elixir path was still a form of cultivation, leaving no room for choice. After 3 millennia of teachings, Taiching selected the most talented individual among the listeners to take as his disciple. This individual would later become known as Xian Du, the elder brother of the 3 teachings. Subsequently, Taiching soared into the sky, drawing forth the primordial purple energy within him to declare to the heavens, "I am Taiching of the 3 purities." At the dawn of humanity's birth, still in their state of ignorance and weakness, I hereby establish a teaching, named humanity. The teaching of humanity is to enlighten and protect the human race that I shall use the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to stabilize the fortunes of this teaching. Humanity, established. With Taiching's declaration, the primordial purple energy stirred the heavens, and a great influx of merit descended upon him. Thus, the 3rd saint of the heavenly Tao was born. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, who had been in seclusion, was startled awake by the commotion and hurriedly emerged to investigate. "Goodness, my master's movements are rather swift. It seems the teachings of Chan and Jie are not far behind," he mused. As soon as he spoke, 2 more streams of purple energy soared into the sky from Contention. It turned out that after Taiching established his teaching and attained sainthood, the primordial purple energy of Yuan Shi and Tongtian also provided guidance. Both parties, understanding the implication, proclaimed to the heavens in succession. Yuan Shi, the first to speak, was particularly unwilling to see his younger brother attain sainthood before him. "I am Yuan Shi of the Jade Purity. Today, I establish a great teaching named Chan. The Chan teaching is to align with the heavens, elucidate the heavenly principles, classify all things, and educate according to talent. I shall use the innate treasure, the Panga banner, to stabilize the fortunes of this teaching." Chan, established. With the declaration made, merit immediately showered down from the heavens, elevating Yuan Shi to the saintly realm. Tongtian, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. "I am Tongtian of the upper purity. Today, I establish a great teaching named Jie. As the saying goes, the great Tao has 50 aspects. Heaven alters 49, leaving 1 to retreat. Anyone with the heart to pursue the Tao may enter the teaching. I wish to seize a thread of life for all living beings." Just as Tongtian was about to conclude his proclamation, a fiery red gourd suddenly shot toward him. Startled, Tongtian waved his hand to deflect the gourd, inadvertently interrupting his declaration. Anxious, Tongtian released his divine sense to investigate who had the audacity to interrupt his ascension to sainthood. In no time, Chen Xiao appeared before him. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Tongtian's eyes blazed with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth the Qingping sword, preparing to give Chen Xiao a sound thrashing. He never imagined that it was his own beloved disciple who had disturbed his attainment of sainthood. Was this an act of rebellion? He vowed that unless he reduced Chen Xiao to a fool today, he would not be worthy of the name Tongtian. Seeing Tongtian's murderous aura, Chen Xiao, frightened, quickly shouted, "Master, please hear my defense." "No, wait, let me explain." "Silence, you wretched disciple. What is there to explain? How dare you interrupt my attainment of sainthood? Today, I shall show you no mercy." With that, Tongtian charged at Chen Xiao. The latter, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee, only to be rooted in place by an overwhelming pressure. In the blink of an eye, Tongtian had reached him, delivering a resounding strike with his sword onto Chen Xiao's backside, causing him to crash to the ground. Tongtian swiftly followed, stepping onto Chen Xiao's back, and then channeled his power into Chen Xiao, sealing his cultivation. The sounds of crackling accompanied by Chen Xiao's wails echoed throughout Kunlun. Meanwhile, after attaining sainthood, Yuan Shi suddenly noticed the absence of any noise from Tongtian. Although they had their disagreements, their relationship was not yet strained to that extent. A sense of concern washed over Yuan Shi, prompting him to hasten toward Tongtian's direction. Upon arrival, he beheld the sight of Tongtian standing over Chen Xiao, wielding the Qingping sword. mercilessly spanking Chen Xiao's behind, a scene far too amusing to behold. Moreover, Tongtian was relentless, rebuking, "You wretched disciple, it would be one thing to cause trouble on ordinary days, but today you dare to interrupt my attainment of sainthood. If I do not discipline you now, you may well think to ride upon my head." Yuan Shi, witnessing this, couldn't help but mock. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this? Why abandon your teachings midway?" Tongtian, hearing Yuan Shi's derision, continued his actions without pause. Retorting, "Second brother, mind your own business. This young scoundrel has committed a grave error. I must teach him a proper lesson." Yuan Shi, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a solemn tone. "Third brother, this behavior is indeed lacking in restraint." He then shifted his tone, coldly asserting, "This is also your fault. Your discipleship consists of individuals with fur and horns, those born of wet conditions. How could you expect to teach my nephew well when you divert your attention to such unworthy beings?" Although Yuan Shi held a disdain for Chen Xiao, he did not classify him among the furred and horned, hence he remained relatively lenient. His primary aim was to mock Tongtian, urging him not to waste his efforts on those lesser beings. Tongtian, upon hearing this, ceased his actions and snorted disdainfully, "I shall teach my disciples in my own way. There is no need for you to concern yourself, second brother." At that moment, Chen Xiao, battered and nearly unconscious, weakly raised his hand, saying, "Master, could you two please argue later? I can hardly endure any longer." He then collapsed in exhaustion. There was no alternative. Tongtian was genuinely furious, having struck with considerable force, leaving Chen Xiao no opportunity for recovery. Had it not been for his practice of the 9 turns mysterious art, his backside would have been thoroughly sore by now. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and reached back to touch his behind. "Oh, not a single bruise. Am I dreaming?" Just then, a haughty hump drew his attention. Turning to look, he found Tongtian glaring at him with an icy demeanor. Chen Xiao, in a flash, rushed forward to cling to Tongtian's leg, tearfully saying, "Master, please do not be angry. I had my reasons for acting as I did." Tongtian, with an expressionless face, regarded Chen Xiao coldly, stating, "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this beating will not suffice for your transgressions." Chen Xiao hurriedly nodded and replied, "Master, I merely wish to prevent you from utilizing the 4 swords of extermination against the fortunes of the Jie teaching." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he inquired, "Why?" It was rather evident. The 4 swords of extermination were treasures of slaughter. Who among the righteous would use such artifacts to stabilize their fortunes? Is it a lack of fervor in the sect's malevolence? Or perhaps insufficient depth of karma? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and remarked with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that Hongyun had indeed mentioned something similar. Logically, he should have noticed it as well. How could he have blurted it out as if in a trance? Tongtian pondered this conundrum repeatedly, growing increasingly unsettled. Although he was not yet a saint, he was at least a quasi-saint, yet he found himself inexplicably influenced. Fortunately, Chen Xiao had identified the issue and intervened in time. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant hidden danger for the Jie. He then turned to Chen Xiao, his eyes filled with guilt, and said, "Xiao, you have worked hard. It is my fault for not listening to your explanation properly." Subsequently, Tongtian produced a hammer made entirely of purple gold and handed it to Chen Xiao. "This is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer. While it may not be suitable for you, refining it could enhance the power of your Shangqing divine thunder. Consider this treasure as compensation." Chen Xiao, upon seeing this, responded, "This is what a disciple ought to do. How could I accept something from my teacher?" Despite his words, the speed at which he accepted the item was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of a saint. Tongtian's lips twitched slightly, then he sighed. "Since you are aware that the 4 swords of Zuzhen cannot suppress the fate, what do you believe would suffice to do so?" To subdue fate, the best option is an innate supreme treasure, followed by a treasure of merit, and finally an innate spiritual treasure. However, once the Jie flourishes to the point of attracting a myriad of immortals, even the finest innate spiritual treasure will prove inadequate for suppression. Tongtian possessed only the 4 swords of Zuzhen as innate supreme treasures, and the chaos bell was in the hands of Dong Huang Tai, making it difficult to seize. Even if he could wait until Dong Huang's demise, Chen Xiao knew he would not be able to obtain it. By then, the 6 great saints would intervene, ultimately allowing it to escape. Thus, this particular matter could be dismissed. Chen Xiao contemplated for a moment, then requested, "Teacher, may I borrow your Qingping sword for a while?" Without a hint of hesitation, Tongtian summoned the Qingping sword and handed it to Chen Xiao. Upon receiving the sword, a trace of sorrow flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. He then channeled all the merit he had accumulated into the Qingping sword. This merit was earned during his tenure as the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. He had originally intended to save it for later use in shaping his ethical binding golden body. This way, should anyone attempt to harm him in the future, they would have to weigh whether they could bear the consequences. However, at this moment, the Jie Jiao lacked items capable of suppression. With no innate supreme treasures available, he had no choice but to settle for refining a treasure of merit. In order to strengthen his position, Chen Xiao had to temporarily forsake his own interests and contribute for his teacher. After all, Tongtian had treated him exceptionally well. As Chen Xiao infused the accumulated merit into the sword, the Qingping sword began to radiate a dazzling golden light, its brilliance intensifying. Yet, merely relying on this merit was insufficient to transform it into a treasure of merit. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and summoned the merit from Nüwa's creation of humanity to infuse it as well. However, as he mobilized this merit, he felt his original realm beginning to regress. Fortunately, he had solidified his realm over the course of a millennium, preventing him from falling below the great Luo golden immortal level. Tongtian gazed at Chen Xiao with concern, feeling increasingly guilty. In the Western teachings, Jane and Zhuani watched helplessly as the three pure ones, with the exception of Tongtian, each attained the status of saints. Their hearts filled with envy. Fortunately, the primordial purple energy within them offered guidance following the establishment of the three pure ones' teachings. Unfortunately, the two, originally intending to emulate the three pure ones, realized that the merit they received merely elevated them to the status of quasi-saints, leaving them with a considerable distance to the position of saints. On one hand, since they belonged to the same sect and served as co-leaders, their merits could only be shared. On the other hand, the West was far too barren, and the potential for growth in the Western teachings was exceedingly limited. The merit bestowed upon them was but a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to fulfill their aspirations of ascending to sainthood. Zhuani wore a bitter expression and inquired, "Senior brother, the West is so impoverished that this merit is like a single grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly inadequate to elevate us to the rank of saints." Jane also bore a pained expression, lamenting, "It is all my inadequacy. I have failed to bring prosperity to the West. Senior brother, do not blame yourself. The West is already much better than before, as long as we persevere. We will surely bring about vigorous growth," Zhuani said, gripping Jane's hand firmly, her face resolute. "Junior brother, senior brother." They embraced each other, weeping profusely. After a while, they ceased their tears, realizing that their urgent task was to find a way to attain sainthood. Jane pondered deeply for a long time before stating, "Junior brother, I have a method, though the cost may be significant." Zhuani, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Senior brother, remaining unascended is akin to being an ant. If we can become saints, no matter the cost, we must pursue it." Jane nodded and replied slowly, "This method involves making a grand vow for the West, borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao. The price is that we must repay it. And during the repayment period, our cultivation will progress exceedingly slowly. For other matters, they had always borrowed without repayment. However, merit was something that could not be ignored." Zhuani was momentarily stunned, contemplating for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "No matter, apart from our teacher, there are only 5 saints in the primordial world. Even if we are at the bottom, we still hold significant power." Jane, upon seeing this, resolutely nodded in agreement. They then began to prepare for the grand vow. The two ascended to the summit of Mount Buzhou in the Western teachings, sitting upon golden lotuses. Jane spoke first, his voice resonating throughout the Western world. "I, Jane, vow to promote the flourishing of the Western teachings. Should I violate this vow, I shall eternally fall into the cycle of reincarnation." Zhuani followed suit, declaring, "I, Zhuani, vow to assist in the expansion of the Western teachings, making the West a sacred land of the primordial world. Should I break my word, my path shall dissipate, and I shall perish." The two established 24 grand vows each, totaling 40-8 in an instant. The heavens and earth transformed, purple mist enveloping the skies, and boundless merit surged forth like a tidal wave. They bathed in this merit, their auras rising steadily, finally breaking through to the realm of saints. However, as expected, an invisible force was subsequently imposed upon them, restricting their future cultivation speed. Yet, in that moment, they were filled with joy. Jian laughed and said, "Junior brother, from this day forth, the Western teachings shall surely ascend to glory." After a brief moment, The two exchanged glances and began strategizing on how to leverage their newly acquired saintly power to advance the Western teachings while repaying the heavenly Tao's merit. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. They must venture eastward to recruit talents, seize spiritual veins, and obtain spiritual treasures. In the primordial world, the place with the most abundant spiritual treasures was undoubtedly the treasury of the demon clan. Junti expressed concern, stating, "Though the demon clan possesses numerous treasures, Nüwa is also among them. How should we proceed?" Jane pondered for a moment, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he replied, "I have a plan. We need only incite conflict between the Wu and the demon clans, ensuring they inflict mutual destruction. In this way, we can take advantage of the chaos to reap benefits. If luck is on our side, we may even seize Dong Huang Taiyi's chaos bell. A flicker of admiration crossed Juni's eyes as she nodded. This plan is quite clever. However, senior brother, how shall we provoke their conflict?" Jane smiled slightly. "Recently, Emperor Jun and Shi gave birth to the 10 golden crows that I could quietly sow discord, prompting them to seek out the Wu clan. If these 10 golden crows were to fall into the hands of the Wu clan, the animosity between the two factions would undoubtedly escalate." Junti replied eagerly, "Excellent, truly excellent. However, such trivial matters need not trouble you, senior brother. I shall handle it myself." Jane considered for a moment, then nodded and cautioned, "All right, but junior brother, remember that although we have attained the status of saints, we should still avoid encountering Nüwa to prevent exposure." Junti promptly agreed, disguising herself slightly before stealthily making her way toward the demon court. At Kunlun Mountain, after Chen Xiao infused the merit from Nüwa's creation of humanity into the Qingping sword, the sword's golden light soared like the rising sun, becoming increasingly resplendent. Soon, a beam of golden light shot skyward, its brilliance so dazzling that it left onlookers mesmerized. This phenomenon immediately drew the attention of the nearby cultivators. However, Kunlun Mountain was now a sacred ground for saints, and none dared to intrude recklessly to investigate. Shortly after Yuan Shi departed, he soon noticed the unusual commotion on Tongtian's side. Could this be the emergence of a merit spiritual treasure? The primordial heavenly sovereign displayed an expression of astonishment, pondering silently within his heart, before proceeding once more to the Tongtian cave. Upon arriving at the cave, he beheld Tongtian standing aloft in the void, wielding the azure golden Qingping sword. In a voice that resonated like a great bell, echoing through the heavens, he proclaimed, "I am the supreme clarity Tongtian, and today I establish a grand doctrine called Jie. As it is said, the great Tao encompasses 50, the celestial transformation comprises 49, and one must withdraw one. All who possess a heart towards the Tao may enter this teaching. I shall endeavor to seize that slender thread of life for all sentient beings. I use the supreme innate merit and spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, to anchor the fortunes of the Jie Sect." Jie Sect, established. A colossal wave of merit descended from the heavens, grounded in primordial purple Qi. In an instant, Tongtian broke through from quasi-saint to the realm of saint. Chen Xiao, accompanied by the others, expressed their congratulations. "Congratulations, master, on achieving the status of saint." At that moment, Tongtian's aura was subdued, resembling an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, yet his demeanor exuded an air of transcendence. Tongtian nodded and solemnly remarked, "I nearly committed a grave error in establishing this sect. It is fortunate that you, my elder brothers, discovered it in time and intervened, which is indeed a significant accomplishment." Hearing this, Duobao and the others gazed at Chen Xiao with admiration. They were at a pivotal moment of breakthrough and thus had no knowledge of how Chen Xiao had intervened. Curiously, Duobao approached Chen Xiao and whispered, "Elder brother, how did you manage to stop it?" Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it was nothing really. I merely threw something at Master." Duobao's face registered shock as he queried, "Did you not face Master's reprimand?" Chen Xiao shivered slightly, with a hint of grievance in his voice. "Oh, I did. My behind was nearly ruined. Should I drop my pants to show you?" Duobao's expression turned horrified, and he rapidly gestured. "Absolutely not. Elder brother, you are truly valiant and fearless. I hold you in the highest esteem." Puqi, Jinling, and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange between the two. Observing the harmonious interaction among his disciples, Tongtian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Just as he intended to inquire what reward Chen Xiao desired, he sensed the presence of Yuan Shi. Tongtian turned, only to find Yuan Shi standing behind him. Tongtian nodded in acknowledgement. "Second brother." Upon hearing Tongtian's voice, Chen Xiao also turned to look and immediately saw Yuan Shi, leading him to hurriedly guide the others in saluting. "Second master." Duobao and the others, however, reluctantly clasped their hands in greeting. Yuan Shi, in turn, acknowledged Chen Xiao with a nod, yet cast not a glance towards Duobao and the others. It was no wonder they were discontent. Yuan Shi had always looked down upon them, muttering behind their backs at best. Yet Yuan Shi was bold enough to openly ridicule them, showing no regard for their feelings. Subsequently, Yuan Shi turned his attention to Tongtian and inquired, "Third brother, how did your Qingping sword transform into a treasure of merit?" Just as Tongtian was about to respond, Chen Xiao deliberately coughed twice, drawing Tongtian's focus away. Yuan Shi, recognizing Chen Xiao's intentional interruption, glared at him with displeasure. "I am conversing with your master. Why do you interrupt?" Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and, with a forced grin, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely struck by master, causing me internal injuries, so I cough occasionally. Second master, perhaps you could kindly grant me some Sanguang divine water for healing?" It is well known that Sanguang divine water is a unique substance of Yuan Shi, housed in his 8 treasures glazed vase, containing an unknown quantity. If he could procure some, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. "Preposterous," Tongtian scolded with a darkened expression. "How can you so brazenly ask your master for something?" Chen Xiao smacked his forehead, grinning. "Oh, I understand now. After all, my second master is so handsome and possesses remarkable abilities. Upon seeing his own disciple in such a state, he would surely offer assistance." Indeed, Yuan Shi, flattered by Chen Xiao's praise, maintained a stoic facade, yet inwardly reveled in delight, casually tossing 10 drops of Sanguang divine water before him. Tongtian and Duobao were left in stunned silence at this spectacle. A glint of cunning sparkled in Chen Xiao's eyes as he seemed to convey, "See, with just a word, I made him part with 10 drops of Sanguang divine water. Take note, everyone." Duobao, Jinling, and the others wore expressions of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Tongtian felt humiliated, wishing he could throttle this rebellious disciple on the spot. Chen Xiao accepted the 10 drops of Sanguang divine water and proceeded to shower Yuan Shi with flattery, complimenting him from his cultivation to his appearance and social standing, striking every note that resonated with Yuan Shi's heart, before departing contentedly from Tongtian's domain. All present were left in a state of astonishment. However, on his way back, Yuan Shi suddenly felt something amiss. "What was I seeking Tongtian for?" Yuan Shi furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then shook his head dismissively. "Never mind. It was probably nothing of significance." After Yuan Shi's departure, Chen Xiao raised his gaze and promptly gathered Duobao and the others to distribute the treasures. "Come, each person receives 2 drops. Remember to use them wisely in critical moments. Don't waste them." Duobao and the others were instantly moved and expressed their gratitude profusely. After all, this was Sanguang divine water, the foremost healing elixir of the primordial world, capable of neutralizing all poisons, healing all wounds and ailments, and even resurrecting the dead. Chen Xiao, without a blink, allocated 2 drops to each of them, procured from the notoriously hard-to-obtain Yuan Shi, which made their gratitude all the more profound. Originally, Tongtian intended to reprimand Chen Xiao, but upon witnessing his concern for his junior brothers and sisters, he found himself devoid of anger. Though this substance can save lives, you must also enhance your own cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it recklessly. Sit down. I shall first impart the Tao to you, to dispel your confusions that I hope you will diligently cultivate." Tongtian, having seen them finish distributing the treasures, prompted them to listen attentively to his teachings. At this point, Duobao and the others had reached the consummate stage of Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from ascending to the Luo. Tongtian planned to give them a little boost, as opportunities for the Jie Sect to grow stronger would be scarce in the future. Duobao and the others were overjoyed, respectfully responding, "We shall diligently follow the master's instructions." Just then, Chen Xiao interjected, "Master, I shall not stay to listen. I have nothing further to break through at the moment, so I will go see what is happening with the human race." Tongtian pondered for a moment and nodded, advising, "Very well. You have received the fortune of the human race. It is only right that you assist them. However, during this calamity, you must exercise caution and avoid stirring up trouble." Chen Xiao chuckled awkwardly and made no further reply. Swiftly transforming into a beam of golden light, soaring towards Shouyang Mountain, Tongtian watched Chen Xiao's departing figure with a wry smile. "Oh well." He then commenced imparting teachings to Duobao, Jinling, and the others. As Chen Xiao flew towards Huiyun Cave, He took the opportunity to visit various human tribes. He discovered that the majority of human cultivators were primarily at the refining essence to transform chi stage, with only a handful having reached the refining chi to transform spirit stage. As for the subsequent stages of refining spirit to merge with void and refining void to attain Tao, he had seen none, let alone those who had achieved the title of celestial immortal. This indicated that the golden elixir path was fundamentally inapplicable to the human race. Moreover, after Taiching received Xuandu, their so-called education and protection of the human race were mere illusions. They enjoyed the cultivation speed afforded by the fortunes of the human teachings while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the human race. Reflecting on this, the once optimistic Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment, muttering indignantly, "This is simply outrageous. I have never encountered such shameless individuals." With this thought, Chen Xiao hastened his pace toward Shouyang Mountain. During this millennium, he had not only solidified his cultivation but also reformed and rewritten his sword techniques to be suitable for human cultivation. This way, when the demon clan sought to forge the slaughter witch sword, they would not be without any means of resistance. Soon, Chen Xiao arrived at the periphery of Hongyun Cave. As he approached, a voice emerged from within. "Who goes there? And what business do you have with our human race?" In response, Chen Xiao placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head upwards. "I am your human race's ancestor. Why do you not hasten to welcome your forebear?" The cave fell silent, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Shortly after, 3 men clad in animal skins, towering at 2 meters tall, appeared at the entrance, scrutinizing Chen Xiao, who stood at a mere 1 meter 80. "What do you mean by that?" "Our human race's ancestor." Swearin, with an unfriendly tone, inquired, while the other 2 ancestors regarded Chen Xiao with displeasure. It was understandable. It was rather disconcerting for someone to suddenly emerge and claim to be their ancestor. Chen Xiao nodded, gazing upward. "Saint Nüwa is my martial aunt. The human race was molded based upon my roots. Thus, I ask, what is wrong with me claiming to be the ancestor of the human race?" The 3 ancestors were taken aback upon hearing this, and subsequently began to scrutinize Chen Xiao with their divine senses. However, Chen Xiao made no attempt to resist, willingly lowering his defenses to allow them to observe him freely. After all, who would harbor suspicion against their own kin? Moreover, he had come to assist the human race, and such sincerity was essential. Before long, the 3 ancestors exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, as Chen Xiao had asserted, apart from the unreplicable sword bones on his person, his innate Tao body, the aura of the human race surrounding him, and his age were all established long before their own birth. In other words, Chen Xiao's claim of being their ancestor was far from unfounded. Swearin took the lead in bowing and said, "We pay our respects to our ancestor." The other 2, Wu Chao and Zi, followed suit, but were halted by Chen Xiao, who chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." Observing that Chen Xiao appeared quite approachable, the 3 ancestors relaxed their previously tense demeanor. After all, they were the highest-ranking figures among the human race prior to Chen Xiao's arrival. Suddenly confronted by someone of even greater lineage, it was only natural for them to feel a degree of unease. Soon after, the 3 ancestors invited Chen Xiao into the Fire Cloud Cave, where they succinctly recounted the development of the human race over the years. To Chen Xiao, their account was largely consistent with what he already knew. Resembling a staff report of sorts. In the end, Swearin curiously inquired, "Ancestor, what brings you to our human race? Why did you not return during our inception?" Chen Xiao waved his hand, requesting that they refrain from calling him ancestor, as it felt rather peculiar. He then explained that he was the foremost disciple of the Jie Sect, and during the birth of the human race, he had coincidentally been in seclusion, thus delaying his visit until now. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors were taken aback. They had not anticipated that, aside from Xuandu, Chen Xiao was also a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones, and of considerable seniority as well. However, shortly thereafter, they felt a tinge of disappointment. Wu Chao candidly stated, "Ancestor, our human race is currently facing dire straits. There is nothing of value left for you to covet." The implication of this statement was clear. The human race had nothing left to offer you. And if you sought to gain from them, your hopes would be dashed. Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, was not offended. He recognized the grievances of the 3 ancestors and considered it beneficial for them to vent their frustrations. After all, Nüwa, as the matron of the human race, had failed to provide them with protection. Her negligence towards the atrocities committed by the demon race against the humans was indeed disheartening. Meanwhile, Taiching had promised to safeguard the human race, only to abscond after distributing their fortune. Additionally, Xuandu, the hope for the human race's emergence, had also turned a blind eye to their plight. How could the three ancestors not feel disheartened? The atmosphere grew somewhat tense until Chen Xiao suddenly spoke up. I understand your grievances. After all, it is akin to a child who feels unloved by their parents, only to have them run away from home. Anyone in such a situation would find it hard to swallow their pride. And so I empathize. The three ancestors fell silent. Though they found his words somewhat harsh, they were undeniably reasonable. Noticing their silence, Chen Xiao continued, I have returned to the human race with the intention of providing assistance. With that, he produced a vast array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, leaving the three ancestors utterly speechless. Ancestor, this, Sui Ren stammered, unsure of how to respond. Chen Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. Oh, no need to be overly excited. These were all taken from the demon race, who says they alone can wreak havoc upon us. While we cannot retaliate, the three ancestors exchanged glances. While they understood the logic behind this, they had also contemplated counterattacks. Yet, with only the three of them being Grand Luo Golden Immortals, and no one else even reaching the realm of immortality, launching a counteroffensive against the demon race would simply be akin to delivering provisions to their enemies. Chen Xiao was well aware of this reasoning, and what he said next stirred great excitement among the three ancestors that I possess a certain understanding of the golden core Tao of Ta Ching. But it is not particularly suited for our human race. My cultivation methods, however, were imparted to me by my master, Tongtian, and cannot be divulged unless the entire human race joins it. Therefore, I have authored a swordsmanship technique based on the cultivation levels of the human race. It does require exceptional talent, but it is far superior to the golden core Tao, at the very least ensuring that we will not find ourselves in a situation devoid of immortals. Upon hearing this, Sui Ren excitedly grasped Chen Xiao's hand, tears streaming down his face as he inquired, Is what you say true, ancestor? Chen Xiao calmly extricated his hand from Sui Ren's grasp, stating, Of course. Otherwise, why would I have written it? As his words echoed, the three ancestors simultaneously knelt before Chen Xiao, expressing their gratitude. We thank our ancestor for aiding the human race. Chen Xiao was taken aback, hastily helping them to their feet, and then they proceeded to discuss the process of imparting the teachings he intended to first instruct the three ancestors, after which they would collectively disseminate the knowledge. The human race lacked written records, making it easy for Chen Xiao to overlook important details if he were to convey everything himself. Before long, Chen Xiao had taught the three ancestors, who then split into 4 groups to traverse the various human tribes. Sharing the teachings. A millennium later, Chen Xiao's techniques had been disseminated throughout the tribes, and Sui Ren announced to the human race that Chen Xiao had established the swordsmanship techniques, securing an eternal legacy, and should be revered as the sword ancestor of the human race. As Sui Ren's proclamation concluded, the heavenly Tao bestowed merits upon them, causing the fortune of the human race to surge once more. Following Sui Ren's declaration of Chen Xiao as the 4th ancestor, the fortune of the human race strengthened significantly, and the merits received were astonishing to the very least. These merits would restore him to the pinnacle of the early Grand Luo stage. However, he chose not to do so and instead stored all the merits, recognizing that raising his cultivation through merits could have its drawbacks. For instance, the realm attained through merits could feel less substantial compared to that earned through genuine cultivation. Practitioners who relied on merit for elevation typically found themselves at a loss for breakthroughs. Chen Xiao's prior breakthrough through merits was due to prolonged suppression, and the sudden influx of merits naturally facilitated his progress without such drawbacks. Moreover, he had subsequently extracted all of it. Of course, this was a flaw associated with the merits of the heavenly Tao. The merits of the Tao of the Great Path did not carry such issues. Unfortunately, the latter could not be attained without making significant contributions to the Hongyun. For instance, Hutu, who completed the cycle of Hongyun, was able to obtain some from the Great Path, thus directly ascending to sainthood. Naturally, the postnatal saints were those predetermined to become saints, and it was not simply a matter of reaching quasi-saint status and then acquiring the merits of the Great Path to ascend to sainthood. After making arrangements for the human race, Chen Xiao returned to the underworld. Hutu was already urging him to return to work, and the thought of the accumulated bureaucratic duties over the millennia made Chen Xiao's scalp tingle with anxiety, leaving him uncertain if it was too late to resign. Meanwhile, Zhuanti, having concealed himself for quite some time, finally found an opportunity to approach Jinwu. There was no alternative, had there been no Nüwa at the demon court. With his saintly cultivation, he could have stealthily infiltrated Dijuan's palace and easily visited Shiham multiple times. However, Nüwa, as the empress of the demon court, though she could not interfere with the calamity, still provided necessary protection. Unlike Hutu, who was confined to the underworld and unable to act. Nevertheless, Jane and Junti were adept at subterfuge and possessed ample patience. After such a lengthy wait, they had finally found their chance. Although this opportunity felt somewhat peculiar to Junti, he noticed that Nüwa seemed to be shielded from perception. This revelation filled him with excitement, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Heaven truly aids me. He quickly covered his mouth, reminding himself to remain grounded and not to get carried away. Junti stealthily concealed his form, traversing layers of formations and guards, and in an instant, arrived before the little Jinwu at the Fusang tree. Upon reaching the tree, Junti heard a youthful voice emanating from within. Brother, we are confined in the demon court day after day. It is exceedingly dull. When shall we venture out to play? A small Jinwu circled restlessly in the air, posing the question to its elder sibling below. Luying, I too wish to go outside. However, the outside world is fraught with dangers. Our father and mother do not permit it, leaving me with no choice. Replied the elder Jinwu, we have both reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. We should be able to protect ourselves. Luying spoke with a hint of melancholy. The witch clan harbors an irreconcilable enmity with us. If we venture out, we may fall victim to their schemes. The great golden crow earnestly advised caution. The 6 crows, however, were dismissive, responding with arrogance. Do I fear those brutes? If they truly dare to trespass upon our demon court, I shall ensure they experience the might of our sun's true fire. Indeed, I too believe the witch clan poses little threat. Who goes there? A sudden voice echoed, instilling a sense of alarm within the great golden crow. The ability to stealthily infiltrate the Fusang tree clearly indicated that the newcomer possessed formidable power. As the figure of Junti slowly emerged, he discreetly severed the surroundings, preventing the golden crows from sending a warning. With a smile, he introduced himself. I am Junti from the Western Church, and I have come to meet you, little golden crows. Junti of the Western Church, the shameless Western sage, the 6 crows, brimming with youthful bravado, inquired boldly. Junti's expression momentarily stiffened, a flash of ferocity flickering in his eyes. While their shameless actions were notorious throughout the primordial world, few dared to voice such criticisms directly to them. Very well, you have chosen the path to your demise. Junti mused inwardly. 6 crows. The great golden crow chided the 6 crows sternly, then turned to Junti with vigilance, asking, What brings you to our demon court? Regaining his composure, Junti replied with feigned benevolence, I believe what the 6 little golden crows have said is quite true. Given your strength, the witch clan poses little threat. You should not be confined to this narrow space. And thus I have come to offer my assistance. Upon hearing this, the 6 crows' eyes brightened, and they eagerly responded, Do you share this sentiment? I have always said the witch clan is nothing to fear. How could they stand against us? The great golden crow shot a reproachful glare at the 6 crows, who promptly fell silent. Turning back to Junti, they stated, There is no need for the Western sage to concern yourself with our affairs. Please depart. Just as the sentence hung in the air, the great golden crow suddenly appeared lost in thought, and unexpectedly reversed his stance. I too find your words reasonable. How do you propose to assist us? Junti, seeing the change in the golden crow's tone, could not suppress a cold smirk. The Western Church was renowned for its ability to manipulate hearts and lure Eastern cultivators back to the West. During their conversation, Junti had already employed his methods, easily ensnaring the inexperienced little golden crows. With a chuckle, Junti declared, This is hardly difficult. I need only to employ a slight technique to help you leave this place. That sounds splendid. My first destination shall be the witch clan. It is time to quell their arrogance, exclaimed the 6 crows, excitement bubbling forth, having been confined to the demon court since their birth. Even the most beautiful scenery had grown tiresome. This time, the great golden crow did not argue, bowing respectfully to Junti. Then I shall trouble the Western sage. Junti swiftly formed seals with his hands, and as beams of light flickered, a wave of energy radiated outward from him, affecting the formations and guards surrounding the Fusang tree. The guards, oblivious to the disturbance, continued their diligent watch. Subsequently, Junti tore a rift in the protective formation, allowing the golden crows to pass through. The 10 golden crows, filled with elation, darted toward the opening. As they flew, the 6 crows cheered, At last, we can spread our wings. Although the great golden crow remained cautious, he too was influenced by Junti's methods, and the yearning for freedom began to overshadow his judgment. When the last golden crow exited the demon court, Junti dispelled his spell, revealing a sinister smile. Ignorant golden crows, your journey to the witch clan shall surely incite chaos between the two clans, from which my western church shall benefit. With that, he transformed into a golden light and vanished from sight. The 10 golden crows soared across the land, hurtling towards the witch clan. Along the way, the sun's divine fire emanating from them wrought havoc, causing countless witch clan members to perish under the scorching heat. They remained blissfully unaware that their actions would instigate a conflict capable of altering the primordial landscape. The golden crow's true fire roasted the vast expanse of the primordial world, leading to the excruciating deaths of numerous witch clan members. Upon witnessing the charred remains of his kin, the great witch Quafu gazed skyward in fury. You demonic creatures dare to betray us and harm my people, violating the decrees of the Tao ancestor. The 6 crows deliberately circled above Quafu, disdainfully proclaiming, "You witch clan have harmed our demon kin countless times. Today serves as a lesson. Let us see if you dare to underestimate our demon race any longer." Quafu, infuriated, leapt into the air, launching a powerful punch toward the 6 crows. Taken by surprise, they were unable to evade the attack. Observing this, the great golden crow swiftly employed his divine powers to shield them. Yet, Quafu was a formidable witch, at the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Despite the timely rescue, the 6 crows suffered grievous injuries. The great golden crow immediately rushed to their side, issuing a decisive order for everyone to flee, and then took the wounded 6 crows away as Quafu landed. Witnessing the golden crows attempting to escape, he charged after them, but being unable to fly, he found it difficult to catch up. The great golden crow, realizing this, instructed the others to increase the intensity of their son's divine fire, planning to use their speed advantage to scorch Quafu alive. Thus began a strategy reminiscent of flying a kite, with Quafu pursuing the golden crows relentlessly for over a month until he could no longer endure the thirst. Upon reaching the Yellow River, Quafu eagerly bent down to drink. After draining the waters of the Yellow River and the Wei River, he still felt parched and made his way northward to a great lake seeking more water, only to succumb to exhaustion and thirst along the way that a legendary witch fell that day. Meanwhile, the golden crows, witnessing this scene, reveled in their triumph, taunting, "Our son's true fire is beyond what the mere witch clan can withstand. They are truly overestimating themselves." At that moment, the ground trembled. Upon closer inspection, a robust and heroic figure, wielding a bow, was hastening towards Quafu's corpse. The newcomer was none other than Dai, Quafu's closest friend and a prominent witch himself. Renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, having slain countless demon warriors with his bow, Dai had not been far from Quafu. Upon hearing that his friend had gone to pursue the golden crows and suspecting treachery, he hurried to offer assistance, but alas, he was too late. Gazing upon his friend's lifeless body, tears welled in Dai's fierce eyes as he glared at the heavens, vowing, "You dare slay my friend. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he unslung his crimson divine bow and aimed at the golden crows in the sky. Infusing his magical energy into the bow, 3 arrows swiftly took shape. With a precise aim, he released them in an instant. The great golden crow felt a jolt of alarm just as he was about to command his brothers to flee. In an instant, he was struck by an arrow, plummeting to the ground along with the wounded 6 crows. Meeting an immediate demise, the remaining golden crows barely had time to react as the other 2 arrows struck down 2 more of them. Only then did they realize the danger, hastily attempting to escape. However, Dai was relentless, launching 6 arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark, bringing down the remaining golden crows. As Dai reveled in his revenge, a sudden flash of golden light barreled toward him from the sky. Taken by surprise, he was struck head-on, hurtling back several thousand miles. Moments later, 2 furious figures appeared before him, flames of wrath blazing in their eyes. "You dare kill my son. I shall condemn you to eternal torment." The newcomers were Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. Dijuan had been discussing the future development of the demon race with his ministers when Shiha burst into the hall, informing him that the little golden crows had departed from the Fusang tree and were heading into the primordial realm. Alarmed, Dijuan immediately ordered a search and, accompanied by Dongwang, set off for the witch clan to investigate. Though the 2 clans had ceased hostilities, if the witch clan were to capture the golden crows, the demon race would find itself in a precarious position. Little did they expect that instead of capturing the golden crows, they would find them all slain. The situation mirrored the aftermath of Quafu's demise, and Dai's late arrival was strikingly similar. Enraged, Dijuan wasted no time in retaliating, seeking to crush and bring Dai back to the demon realm for punishment. Unbeknownst to him, Two shadowy figures were stealthily approaching the bodies of the golden crows nearby. These figures were none other than Jane and Zhuan. Brother, these golden crow bodies can be refined into superior artifacts. Zhuan Ti's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the corpses, akin to admiring a rare beauty. Jane nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we first collect these golden crows, we can further exacerbate the conflict between the witch and demon clans. It is a win-win situation, just as they were about to stow the golden crow corpses away. Zhuan suddenly sensed one of them still had a flicker of life left and quickly called to Jian. Brother, there is still one living crow. What should we do with it? The surviving golden crow. Indeed, the sixth crow had remained in a state of unconsciousness ever since it was severely wounded by Kwa Fu. Fortunately, it was carried by the great golden crow, which allowed it to escape this calamity. Jane, with his eyes half closed, spoke gravely. This crow shares a connection with our western realm. Let us take it back for healing. Agreed. Zhuan concurred with Jane's proposal. After all, their western realm was so impoverished that no one wished to venture there, forcing them to incessantly abduct individuals from the east. Once they had secured the corpse of the golden crow, the two vanished from sight and departed the location. Meanwhile, just as Emperor Jun was about to strike, several figures intervened to shield the Great E. The newcomers were none other than Emperor Jiang, who had arrived just in time to save the life of the Great E. However, the latter was gravely injured and would likely require millennia to recuperate. Emperor Jiang assessed the injuries of the Great E and glared at Emperor Jun with a murderous intent. You feathered fiend, do you wish to provoke a war? If war is what you desire, then so be it. I fear you not. Prepare to meet your end. Without further ado, Emperor Jun lunged toward Emperor Jiang. Meanwhile, Dong Huangtai faced off against Gong Gong and Zhu Meng. Emperor Jun transformed into his true form, unfurling his wings like a blazing inferno as he charged at Emperor Jiang. Yet, Emperor Jiang swiftly evaded, becoming a streak of black light that traversed the void, causing Emperor Jun's attacks to miss their mark. Suddenly reappearing, Emperor Jiang unleashed a devastating punch, the force of which howled with destructive power. Emperor Jun quickly pivoted, meeting the blow with his sharp claws, resulting in a thunderous clash that reverberated through space, sending ripples cascading outward. However, it was evident that Emperor Jun was outmatched, as Emperor Jiang manipulated the forces of space to send him hurtling far away. On the other front, Dong Huangtai engaged in a fierce battle with Gong Gong and Zhu Meng. Radiating a resplendent purple-gold aura, Dong Huangtai wielded the Eastern Emperor Bell, which served as both offense and defense, forcing his opponents to retreat repeatedly. The might of this innate treasure was not to be underestimated. Although Gong Gong and Zhu Meng could not inflict significant harm upon him, as ancestral witches, their physical forms were among the strongest in the primordial world, boasting defenses comparable to innate supreme spiritual treasures. Thus, neither side could gain the upper hand. Observing Emperor Jun's predicament, Dong Huangtai quickly advanced, enveloping both adversaries with the Eastern Emperor Bell, while simultaneously blocking Emperor Jun, stating in a deep voice, Brother, the Wu clan is not far from here. Reinforcements will arrive swiftly. Let us first retrieve our nephew's remains, and then march our forces to annihilate the Wu clan, avenging their wrongs. We must not act impulsively. Awakened by Dong Huangtai's words, Emperor Jun nodded grimly. Yet, upon glancing at the place where the young golden crow's body had been, he suddenly lost his composure, throwing his head back and roaring, Wu clan, I shall not rest until we are at each other's throats. Discovering that the body of the young golden crow had vanished, he fell into a frenzied, in this critical moment. Dong Huangtai seized the opportunity to knock Emperor Jun unconscious before evading Emperor Jiang's spatial assault, successfully fleeing the battlefield. Just then, the remaining ancestral witches arrived. Had they been even a moment later, the two might not have escaped. While the demon clan possessed formidable physical prowess, they paled in comparison to the ancestral witches. Even with the Eastern Emperor Bell in hand, Dong Huangtai could not withstand their relentless assaults. As the other ancestral witches arrived, Zhu Rong could not help but express his frustration. Cursed feathered fiend, how dare it escape? If we could have captured it, unifying the primordial world would be within our grasp. Emperor Jiang silently lamented this missed opportunity, then turned to Xian Ming, asking, Sister, how is Qi Yu preparing? After the Earth Mother attained sainthood, Emperor Jiang had returned to the Wu clan in search of a suitable successor. Qi Yu was the one meticulously selected from among the many great witches. Over the millennia, Xian Ming had been responsible for assisting Qi Yu in elevating his cultivation. Xian Ming nodded slightly, replying, Brother, After these millennia of training and with our bloodline support, Xiu has reached the late-stage quasi-saint level, sufficient to participate in the formation of the Great Array. Emperor Jiang acknowledged her with a nod, then addressed the ancestral witches, commanding, "We shall return immediately to rehearse the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation with Qiyu. This time, we must utterly obliterate the demon court." The ancestral witches responded in unison, swiftly racing toward the Wu clan's training grounds. Dong Huangtai returned to the demon court, carrying the unconscious Emperor Jun. This scene instilled fear and unease among the demon ministers, but fortunately, Dong Huangtai clarified the situation in a timely manner. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted within the demon court. After a brief moment, Emperor Jun awakened from his stupor, gazing at the worried faces of the demons before him. Recalling the events leading up to his fainting, a mix of sorrow and rage surged within him. He thought of himself as the esteemed ruler of the demon court, commanding countless demon clans, yet he was powerless to avenge his son, unable even to recover his body. At this moment, he could no longer contain his emotions and embraced Dong Huangtai. Weeping profusely, Dong Huangtai understood Emperor Jun's anguish and waved away the demon ministers, silently accompanying him as he vented his grief. After a considerable time, Emperor Jun eventually ceased his sobbing. Yet he appeared filled with doubts about life itself, murmuring, "Tai, do you think I am unfit to bear the title of Heavenly Emperor?" Startled by this, Dong Huangtai quickly reassured him, "Brother, you must not entertain such thoughts. There is no one else worthy of being the ruler of the demon court but you. But how can I face Shi when I couldn't even protect my own child, let alone recover his remains?" Emperor Jun's gaze grew vacant, as if he might shatter at any moment. "Brother, you must regain your composure. We still need you to lead us in annihilating the Wu clan and avenging our nephew," Dong Huangtai urged, filled with righteous indignation. At this point, all he could do was provide Emperor Jun with a glimmer of hope, for if the ruler of the demon court were to succumb to despair, calamity would inevitably befall the demon clan. Upon hearing the words avenge, Emperor Jun's previously vacant eyes gradually sharpened, and his emotions ignited. "Indeed, I shall seek vengeance for my son." He then rose, declaring, "Issue a decree to summon the demon ministers forthwith to discuss the campaign against the Wu clan." The guards outside promptly rushed out to gather the ministers for an audience. Days later, within the grand hall of the demon court, the foremost powers, led by Dong Huangtai and Fushi, were summoned regardless of whether they were in seclusion. Dong Huangtai stepped forward first, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Wu clan has grievously wronged us, even going so far as to harm the Golden Crow Prince. I implore your Majesty to dispatch troops to confront the Wu clan." The ministers support this. The martial leaders, led by Dong Huangtai, voiced their agreement, seeing the morale of the warriors high. Emperor Jun was about to announce his decision when Baize, the leading civil minister, stepped forward and spoke, "Your Majesty, while the Wu clan deserves punishment, we must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, our expedition may prove futile." Slightly displeased by Baize's disruption of the atmosphere, Emperor Jun suppressed his emotions and replied solemnly, "What counsel do you offer, my dear minister?" "Your Majesty, the physical forms of the Wu clan are among the best in the primordial world. It would take the combined strength of many demons to defeat even one. Moreover, the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches rival innate supreme treasures. Without breaking their physical defenses, our demonkin will suffer heavy losses." Baize articulated with earnestness and clarity. As Emperor Jun sat in contemplation, the issue of the Wu clan's formidable physicality weighed heavily on his mind, compounded by their tendency to grow stronger in battle. This was the reason the demon clan had repeatedly found itself at a disadvantage during confrontations with the Wu clan. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun took a deep breath to steady his emotions and inquired, "Might you have a viable strategy?" Baize nodded, though his expression turned grave as he said, "I possess a method to breach the defenses of the demon clan's physical forms, but this action would disturb the cosmic balance and must take into account the feelings of the Saint Nüwa." "You may speak freely." Emperor Jun dismissed any concern for others' feelings, his mind solely focused on vanquishing the Wu clan and avenging the young Golden Crow. Baize paused momentarily, then spoke with deliberation, "As all things are interdependent. While the Wu clan's physical forms are unparalleled, there exists something that can overcome them. What might that be?" "The blood of the human race," Baize stated gravely. Emperor Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. In his recollection, the human race was merely a frail lineage. Had it not been for their creation by Nüwa and the slight connection between Chen Xiao and the humans, he might not have remembered them at all. Furthermore, many demons regarded humans as mere prey. Yet, Nüwa turned a blind eye to this, and Chen Xiao was in seclusion and did not intervene, while Xuandu completely disregarded the matter. Thus, Emperor Jun had not obstructed his subordinates from consuming them. Now, hearing Bai Zhe claim that human blood could breach the defenses of the Wu clan left him incredulous. Is what you say truly so? Emperor Jun asked, his skepticism evident. Bai Zhe replied resolutely, I would not dare to deceive your majesty. I once received news that a conflict had erupted between a member of my clan and an individual from the witch tribe, resulting in the latter's hands stained with the blood of the human race, easily breaching the defenses of the witch tribe. Thus, I firmly believe that the blood of humanity is the nemesis of the corporeal form of the witches. Upon concluding my statement, Baze fell silent. The subsequent matters would require the consideration of Emperor Jun after all. The demon tribe had previously only consumed humans on a small scale, but now, to penetrate the defenses of the witch tribe, significant sacrifices of human lives would be necessary. It might even lead to the complete annihilation of humanity. The Holy One Nüwa may not readily acquiesce to such a proposition. After a brief moment, Emperor Jun decisively declared, with a wave of his hand, immediately head to the primordial wilderness and capture members of the human race. I desire to forge a sword to slay the witches and eradicate their kind. Your Majesty, regarding the Holy One Nüwa, Baze inquired cautiously. Emperor Jun coldly snorted. The Holy One Nüwa is our clan's Nüwa Empress and should naturally seek the welfare of our kin. I shall also inform her. At this moment, Emperor Jun no longer cared about offending Nüwa. Were it not for her inability to intervene, he would not have set his sights on the human race. This time, Emperor Jun had made up his mind. Either the witch tribe would perish, or the demon tribe would meet its end. Within the Nüwa palace, Nüwa gazed at the trembling Baze below, her heart burdened with an unexpressed frustration. Baze, in turn, felt a deep sense of helplessness. How could he have anticipated that Emperor Jun, who had claimed he would personally report to Nüwa, would ultimately send him in his stead? It was likely due to his earlier rebuttal of Emperor Jun during the court assembly, which had led to the latter's displeasure and this slight punishment. After a prolonged silence, Nüwa finally spoke, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. That I am already aware. You shall inform Emperor Jun to spare a flicker of hope for the human race. Upon hearing this, Baze's heart surged with joy as he secretly pondered his opportunity to escape. He hastily bowed and said, I shall dutifully convey the Empress's decree and take my leave. With that, he hurriedly departed from the Nüwa palace. Nüwa watched Baze leave, a sense of pain gnawing at her heart, as if foreseeing regret for her decision. Had Chen Xiao been present, he would surely understand the implications. Humanity was destined to be the principal player in the future of the primordial wilderness. Yet Nüwa, who held the original shares, chose to remain indifferent. That in time, humanity would undoubtedly grow estranged from her, and the only benefit she could derive from them would be their fate. Perhaps, in her heart, humanity was merely a stepping stone for her own ascension to sanctity. On the other hand, upon learning of Nüwa's response, Emperor Jun immediately consented. He then commanded the demon tribe to commence a large-scale slaughter of humanity and gather their blood. However, due to Chen Xiao's teachings, many humans had, to some extent, attained the realms of xian and Tongtian, thus not entirely powerless. Yet, facing the tide of the demon tribe, they appeared utterly helpless, retreating under the cover of their fellow cultivators. The news quickly spread throughout the primordial wilderness, and Chen Xiao in the underworld also received the word. Although he was already aware of the events, the confirmation of Nüwa's consent incited his fury. He immediately sought out Hutu, preparing to provide aid to humanity. Chen Xiao swiftly arrived at the Hall of Tranquility and, upon meeting Hutu, stated directly, Hutu, I must go to support humanity. I ask that you take my place during this time. Seeing Chen Xiao devoid of his usual light-hearted demeanor, Hutu recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement to his request. Before departing, Chen Xiao advised her, Hutu, it would be prudent to contact the elder Daijing. The demon tribe's mass slaughter of humanity aims to forge a sword to slay the witches, so they must be extremely cautious. Damn it, they are slaughtering their own kin. Why should we keep such secrets? He cared not for the potential alteration of historical events. The demon tribe had truly incited his wrath this time. Without further explanation regarding the need for the slaughter of humanity, he transformed into a beam of golden light and soared towards the realm of humanity. Passing through the main gate, he also brought along Guden, who had attained the cultivation of Deluo Jinxian, thereby providing additional strength. Though Huda was puzzled, she trusted Chen Xiao's words and promptly relayed a message to Daijing. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian also received the news. However, as saints were forbidden from interfering in this calamity, Tongtian quickly summoned Dao Bao and Jinling. Currently, within the Jie Sect, apart from Chen Xiao, only they had broken through to De Luo Jin Xian. And even if they could not vanquish their foes, they could still ensure their own safety. Upon the arrival of Dao Bao and Jinling, Tongtian spoke, "The clan of your elder brother is currently under siege by the demon tribe. I surmise your elder brother has already set out. You must hasten to assist him while ensuring your own safety." Upon hearing of their elder brother's plight, Dao Bao and Jinling were filled with rage, and they immediately bowed in response. "We shall obey the master's command." With that, they raced towards the human race without delay. Throughout his journey, Chen Xiao wielded the slaughtering immortal sword, relentlessly slaying demons to rescue humanity. In the past, he had seldom employed deadly force against the demon tribe, but this time, he showed no mercy. The slaughtering immortal sword drank deeply of the blood of the demon tribe, emitting a joyful hum as if proclaiming, "You should have done this long ago. Previously, I was used merely to castrate demons, which tarnished my reputation." Soon, Chen Xiao, along with the surviving humans, arrived at the Fire Cloud Cave. From a distance, he beheld the three ancestors leading the human cultivators, desperately sustaining the grand formation left by Chen Xiao. Behind them were the humans fleeing from various regions, while outside the formation, the demon tribe surged like a relentless tide. Their assault was akin to crashing waves, relentlessly battering the formation, which appeared on the brink of collapse. The leading demon, with crimson eyes, issued a command to attack, growling, "Break this formation swiftly, and the humans within shall be at your mercy." The demon tide, upon hearing the order, instantly stirred with excitement, for the innate Tao body was an irresistible delicacy for the demon tribe, especially one crafted by Nüwa herself, surpassing even dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Kill. Put forth your utmost effort. Victory is within reach. Indeed, I desire to taste the humanity crafted by the Holy One Nüwa. It must be exceedingly delectable that I also observe that the three ancestors of humanity are quite commendable. We shall extract their blood and feast upon it. As the demon tribe pressed forward, they did not forget to discuss their impending feast, causing the ordinary humans to tremble in fear. Sui Ren gazed at the crumbling formation, filled with despair, and lamented, "Is heaven truly intent on annihilating our race?" The powerless mortals knelt and prayed to the heavens. "We beseech the Holy Mother Nüwa to save us. We implore the Holy Mother Nüwa to manifest her presence." Their cries resonated through the air, reaching the ears of Nüwa, yet she remained silent, as if entirely oblivious. Even Jin Feng, under Nüwa's command, wished to implore Nüwa to intervene, but upon reflection, realized she was merely a servant, and her pleas would bear no fruit. Just as the formation teetered on the brink of destruction, a flash of golden light appeared behind the demon tribe. In an instant, several sharp, sword energies shot forth from the golden light, catching the demons off guard, and many lesser demons were swiftly vanquished. The leading demon beast, startled, bellowed, "Who dares to obstruct our demon tribe?" The golden light gradually transformed into a human form, a young figure standing poised in midair, radiating a murderous aura and fixing a steely gaze upon the adversaries. In a deep voice, he declared, "I am the sword ancestor of humanity, Chen Xiao." Among the crowd, someone with keen eyesight recognized Chen Xiao and quickly shouted in jubilation, "It is the sword ancestor. The sword ancestor has come to save us. Behold, the sword ancestor is here. We are saved." In the eyes of Sui Ren, a flicker of emotion passed through him. He had never anticipated that Chen Xiao would be willing to come forth to rescue humanity. Upon their first encounter, despite Sui Ren's outward acceptance, he harbored deep-seated resistance within. In his view, Chen Xiao, who had never received the slightest favor from the human race, was evidently pursuing ulterior motives by offering assistance. However, at that moment, humanity had no other choice. At the very least, Chen Xiao had granted them a glimmer of hope, and if he had motives, so be it. Unexpectedly, now that humanity was ensnared in calamity, cultivators like Xuandu, who hailed from the human race, had yet to reveal themselves. Instead, it was Chen Xiao, an ancestor with only a slight connection to humanity, who willingly extended his hand to help. Consequently, the three ancestors of humanity harbored no further wariness towards Chen Xiao. Fully embracing his presence, the demon race was instantly subdued by Chen Xiao's imposing aura. The leading demon, after contemplating for a moment, suddenly had his eyes blaze with fury, trembling as he pointed a finger at Chen Xiao and exclaimed, "I remember now. You are. It seemed the leader of the demons recalled some unpleasant memory. The trembling of his finger was not out of fear, but rather pure rage, extreme rage. The vice captain, curious, inquired, "Leader, who exactly is that human?" The great demon gritted his teeth and replied, He is the castrator beast. What? The castrator beast? Indeed, it is the castrator beast. Kill him. I demand vengeance for my little brother. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's name, the demon race instantly forgot their assault on humanity, their collective fury igniting a desire to flay him alive. Humanity, swearing. Chen Xiao. The originally dignified visage of Chen Xiao faltered, his expression breaking into dismay. Damn it, which scoundrel bestowed upon me such a moniker? I'll find out and ensure their entire clan pays for it when I return. Chen Xiao inwardly cursed, just as he was lost in thought. A demon seized the opportunity of his distraction and charged at him. Chen Xiao immediately reacted, yet he had no intention of dodging. With a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, the demon felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Chen Xiao effortlessly lifted the Levexian sword and swung it with grace. The demon, attempting to block the attack, suddenly felt a sharp pain below and instinctively looked down. All he saw was a white figure clutching his severed member. Winking at him, the assailant was none other than Dogdan, the little demon, who recognized him at once. Just as he was about to unleash a stream of curses, a blinding white light flashed before him, plunging him into eternal darkness. The demon horde erupted in chaos upon witnessing their kin's demise, especially after Dogdan's appearance. Their rationality was nearly drowned by fury. The egg-biting beast was also present. They could not let this opportunity slip away. With that, all the demons charged towards Chen Xiao and Dogdan. Noticing the dire situation, Dogdan smirked, revealing a hint of contempt, and then summoned his powers, opening his massive maw. Suddenly, a gigantic canine figure emerged behind him, mirroring Dogdan's movements. The gaping mouth opened wide, as if to devour the heavens. As the phantom opened its mouth, an overwhelming force of absorption erupted forth, engulfing the advancing demons entirely. Chen Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shock within. He had heard of the legend of the heavenly dog devouring the moon in his past life. Thus, he surmised that Dogdan may have attained the law of devouring. Hence, when Dogdan was on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal, Chen Xiao had advised him to attempt comprehension, and indeed, it had come to fruition. Dogdan successfully grasped the law of devouring, allowing him to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal. Until now, he had never used this ability, much to the astonishment of those present. After consuming tens of thousands of demon beasts, the phantom ceased its absorption and gradually began to dissipate. Following this feast, Dogdan had transformed into a round ball, rolling to Chen Xiao's feet, burping and barking. Woof woof. Boss, I can't go on. The rest is up to you. Leave it to me, Chen Xiao replied, stepping forward with his sword, casually kicking Dogdan aside to avoid affecting his display. The earlier display of power had rendered the demon race momentarily paralyzed with fear as they beheld Chen Xiao approaching with his sword. They instinctively took a step back. Some demons, sensing their morale waning, shouted loudly, "Fear not, everyone. Let us not forget, he was once chased to the ends of the primordial world by us. His true strength must be wanting. Indeed, that egg-biting beast must have employed some kind of treasure that it is now unable to use it again. We ought to seize this opportunity to slay him and avenge our little brother." Another demon echoed. With these two utterances, the morale of the demon horde was rekindled, and they surged towards Chen Xiao once more. Yet, Chen Xiao wore a disdainful expression as he brandished the Levexian sword. Unleashing a brutal massacre, a series of fluid and graceful sword techniques flowed from his hands, enhanced by the nine turns mystical art, rendering Chen Xiao both ferocious and elegant, truly a paragon of violent beauty. With every swing of his sword, the demon beast met its demise. Some keen-eyed demons discerned the critical situation and cried out, "Spread out. Clustering together makes it hard to inflict harm upon him." The demon horde, suddenly enlightened, hastily began to retreat. A glint of icy murderous intent flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes as he intoned, "Now you wish to flee?" Too late. With that, he executed a flourish with his sword, lightly brushing the blade against the Levexian sword. In an instant, the Levexian sword erupted with dazzling red light, its powerful sword aura instilling fear within the demon ranks. "Quickly stop him. We must not allow him to unleash that move." Those with weaker mental fortitude had already collapsed, screaming in terror. When they sensed Chen Xiao's murderous aura enveloping them, a singular thought permeated their minds. They must not allow him to execute that move. Otherwise, certain death awaited. The demons heeded this warning. Previously instructed not to advance, they now unleashed their own spells that a cascade of colorful energies bombarded Chen Xiao's position like a torrential downpour, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Chen Xiao's figure had vanished from sight. Could it be he has perished? They mused he should be dead. He took our assault head-on. Even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to escape such a fate. Just as the demons debated Chen Xiao's potential demise, he reappeared at his previous location, his garments unscathed, leaving the demon horde in stunned disbelief that it was only natural for the demons to be unaware. After all, the concept of a life-preserving space was uniquely Chen Xiao's. Now it's my turn, the path of annihilation. Chen Xiao smirked coldly, brandishing his sword before him. The once ferocious sword aura instantly coalesced within the Levection sword, seemingly vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, Chen Xiao swung his sword, unleashing countless red threads that pierced the foreheads of the demons, binding them in place. Upon completing this, he twirled the sword and turned, snapping his fingers with his left hand. The heads of the demons struck by the red threads exploded like fireworks, sending the remaining demons scrambling backward, leaving a scene of decapitated demon corpses strewn across the ground. Chen Xiao surveyed the aftermath, his head held high, satisfied with his display. The morale of humanity surged, and cheers erupted. Sword Ancestor, the leading great demon, observing this scene from afar, felt his previously raging emotions dissipate, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. It dawned on him that Chen Xiao was the foremost disciple of the celestial path, undoubtedly formidable, while he seldom took action and often seemed to be chased about by the demon race. That did not imply he was weak. Although he too was a great Luo golden immortal, he had never witnessed such a brutal scene, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Chen Xiao seemed to have noticed him. Locking eyes and grinning maliciously, this sent shivers down the demon leader's spine, akin to falling into an icy abyss. As if a terrifying entity had set its gaze upon him, the demon horde's leader trembled, intending to issue a retreat order when suddenly, he glanced around at the millions of demon cultivators surrounding him, and realization struck. Damn it, we have so many demons here, not to mention countless Tai golden immortals. Chen Xiao has gone to such lengths, yet he has only slain a few thousand of my kin. The advantage lies with us. With that, he bellowed, brothers, do not fear, he is but one castrator beast. The advantage is ours. Follow me and slay him. Under the fervent exhortations of the monstrous horde's leader, the multitude surged forth towards Chen Xiao like a tumultuous wave, their numbers far exceeding the thousands that had previously pursued him. Such a scene could only be truly appreciated by those who stood amidst it, feeling the profound shock it imparted. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming tide, Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm composure. Suddenly, a blood-red orb materialized in his right hand, radiating the formidable auras of various powerful beasts. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled the crimson sphere into the xian in an instant. The orb erupted into an intensely brilliant light, which quickly coalesced into a colossal formation, resembling an immense net that obscured the sky and ensnared the densely packed monstrous clans surrounding him. Those within this formation felt an irresistible pressure descend upon them, their previously inscrutable realms inexplicably plummeting in potency. Some beasts found their abilities completely sealed, unable to muster even a trace of their magical power. Only a few among the horde remained unaffected. What has transpired? How has my cultivation diminished so drastically? One beast exclaimed, a dark expression clouding its features. You are fortunate. I cannot even mobilize a fraction of my power. Another beast, with a grave countenance, murmured, what should we do now? Without our powers, are we to merely await our demise? A third beast lamented, anxiety etching its features in an instant. Chaos and panic engulfed the entire horde. After all, losing one's powers in the wilderness rendered them no different from sheep awaiting slaughter, with the human race serving as a prime example. Godin also sensed an inexplicable suppression yet managed to resist. Curiously inquiring, woof woof boss, what is this thing? Chen Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he elucidated. This is the 10,000 Beasts Demon Orb, crafted from the essence blood of demon race cultivators. All within its radius will find their powers suppressed. As for the method of its creation, it was discovered through the runes inscribed upon the human Dao sword. Previously, he had feigned the guise of neutering the demon race, while secretly collecting their essence blood. Specifically targeting those with potent bloodlines. It is well known that the hierarchy of bloodlines among the demon race is exceedingly stringent. For instance, a top-tier bloodline golden immortal would often dominate a lesser bloodline Tai golden immortal throughout a confrontation. Hence, the horde within the formation was suppressed to such a degree that some were rendered incapable of utilizing their powers, indicating that their bloodlines were among the most inferior within the demon race. This clever ploy of open deception and covert manipulation was executed to perfection by Chen Xiao. After the demon horde was subdued, Chen Xiao did not rush to attack. The millions of demons could easily be slain, even if they stood idly by, allowing him to sharpen the killing immortal sword. Thus, he ascended into the sky and called out to his kin, fellow clansmen, "The massacre of our race by the demon kind is an outcome tacitly approved by Nüwa. Even if you kneel and break your heads against the ground, it will bear no fruit. It is far better to take up your weapons and follow me in countering the demon race." Upon hearing these words, the human populace was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could the Holy Mother permit such atrocities against us?" Chen Xiao responded solemnly, "Why is it impossible? Do not forget, she was first the empress of the demon race before becoming the Holy Mother of our kind. Can you truly not distinguish the weight of these roles even now?" The crowd fell into a stunned silence. With a piercing gaze, Chen Xiao addressed them once more, rather than spending each day in prayer to the heavens and lamenting upon the earth. "We should rely on ourselves. Only by becoming immensely powerful can we truly safeguard the land beneath our feet and defend our loved ones behind us." His impassioned words resonated like thunder, igniting the long-dormant flames of determination within the hearts of those who had previously harbored doubt and confusion. Some hot-blooded individuals immediately rallied, raising their arms in fervor. "What the sword ancestor says is absolutely correct. Relying on others is inferior to relying on ourselves. Indeed, fellow clansmen, the time for resistance has arrived. Let us vanquish the demon horde together." As their shouts echoed, an increasing number of people were swept up in the fervor, joining in the chorus of defiance. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a fervent tide, each roar coalescing into a surging wave that reverberated through the souls of all present. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao turned his gaze skyward and proclaimed, "Today, in the name of the sword ancestor of the human race, I hereby abolish the identity of Nüwa as the Holy Mother of humanity. From this moment forth, the human race shall strive for self-sufficiency." Nüwa, sensing the sudden severance of the connection between the human race and herself, opened her eyes and, after deducing the details, was instantly filled with wrath. "You dare, insolent wretch!" A terrifying pressure surged towards Chen Xiao, as if seeking to annihilate him. However, before it could reach him, it was countered by the magical energy emanating from Kunlun Mountain. "Junior sister Nüwa, you have overstepped your bounds," a voice resonated through the air. Reaching Nüwa's ears, Tongtian, who had been observing the battlefield, intervened to protect her upon sensing her intent to strike. He also noted Chen Xiao's actions and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, reflecting on his disciple's remarkable ability to stir trouble. "A true marvel of the wilderness. But this is indeed my disciple," he thought with a sense of pride. With admiration gleaming in his eyes, Tongtian swiftly appeared within Nüwa's palace, confronting her. Upon realizing it was Tongtian who intervened, Nüwa, not even bothering to address him as her senior brother, retorted furiously, "Tongtian, your esteemed disciple dares to strip me of my position as the Holy Mother of humanity. Does he truly hold such reverence for his master?" Tongtian, hearing this, felt a tinge of discomfort. From the standpoint of humanity, Chen Xiao's actions were not incorrect. However, as a second-generation disciple of the Xian men, his actions were indeed improper. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that he must clean up his disciple's mess. "Though my disciple may be at fault, had it not been for your indifference, would he have acted in such a manner? This is a matter between our demon race and humanity. I advise you to recall Chen Xiao promptly, lest you blame me for being merciless. Nüwa would never admit her own shortcomings. She created the human race, and she would dictate its fate. How could others presume to comment? I apologize. My disciple is unruly, and I cannot summon him. Therefore, junior sister, it would be best if you remained within the palace and did not venture out." Tongtian. Nüwa could discern the implications behind his words. That it was clear he intended to keep her here, allowing Chen Xiao to act with impunity, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Anger surged within Nüwa as she realized Tongtian was resorting to petty tactics, although she was the first to attain sanctification. Standing before Tongtian left her feeling utterly vulnerable. Tongtian was renowned throughout the wilderness as the strongest in offense and defense. Even among the same realm, not even the ancestral witches of the witch clan would dare confront him directly. Ultimately, both parties found themselves in a peculiar standoff, with Jinfeng nearby, too fearful to even breathe. Should the two saints engage in combat, she had no idea who might emerge victorious. However, if one were to perish first, there was no doubt it would be her. In the Nüwa palace, Nüwa was obstructed by Tongtian, while on the human side, Chen Xiao led his kin in a counteroffensive. Ordinary civilians wielded various sticks and stones, while cultivators clutched rudimentary weapons, all charging towards the demon horde. Chen Xiao maneuvered through the ranks of demons, assisting his fellow humans while relentlessly slaying their foes. Although the demon race was suppressed by the 10,000 Beasts demon orb, they were by no means weak enough for the human race to confront recklessly. Just as Chen Xiao began to feel overwhelmed, two voices called out from behind him, "Big brother, we have come to assist you." Chen Xiao turned in surprise to see a man and a woman rushing towards him. His companions, Duobao and Jinling Zhubeiji, "Why are you here?" "Big brother, my name is Duobao, not Zhubeiji," Duobao corrected him, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "Very well, Zhubeiji." Duobao had no desire to correct anything further, and Chen Xiao ceased the small talk with the two individuals, urging them to assist in watching over the human race. He himself, like a wild stallion that had broken free from its reins, charged directly into the throng of demons, carving out a bloody path through sheer force. This battle raged on for several days, during which millions of demons, under the relentless assault of Chen Xiao, Duobao, and Jinling, were left trembling in fear that it was only when the demon leader was slain by Chen Xiao that the demon horde scattered like frightened birds. Although they successfully repelled the demon race, the human race suffered devastating losses. In the aftermath of the battle, there was no sense of joy among the survivors, only pervasive sorrow. The wounded cried out in anguish due to their grievous injuries, while the living wept for their lost kin and dear friends. Yet, there was no time for grief. Chen Xiao, accompanied by Duobao and Jinling, diligently tended to the injured. At that moment, Sui Ren approached Chen Xiao, bowing respectfully and solemnly stating, "Thank you, Sword Ancestor, and all fellow disciples of for your assistance. This kindness and favor will be forever etched in the memory of our human race." Duobao and Jinling hurriedly waved their hands, saying, "There is no need for thanks. You are kin of our elder brother, and we shall naturally lend our aid." Chen Xiao interjected, asking, "Sui Ren, do you have something to discuss? After all?" With the multitude of wounded around them and the other two ancestors occupied with healing, Sui Ren's presence at this moment surely indicated a matter of importance. Sui Ren's face bore an expression of distress as he replied, "To speak candidly, although the demon race has been repelled this time, should they return, we will undoubtedly be unable to withstand them. The sage of Taiching is unwilling to intervene in our protection, and it is already a stroke of fortune that the Saintess Nüwa does not question us. Therefore, I have come to seek counsel from Sword Ancestor, to inquire if you know of a sanctuary where the human race may find refuge." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Recalling the memories of his past life, the current situation was indeed precarious. Qing turned a blind eye. Nüwa's stance was abundantly clear, and Chen Xiao had already offended her by stripping her of her status as a saint. However, upon hearing Sui Ren's change of tone, Chen Xiao felt a flicker of comfort within. At least the human race had acknowledged his actions against Nüwa and expressed their discontent towards her. After a moment, Chen Xiao produced a red gourd and pondered for a while before looking at Sui Ren and saying, "Kunlun Mountain may serve as a temporary sanctuary, but it cannot shelter the entirety of the human race. There is another place I must personally visit to discuss matters with him that if successful, it will be no trouble for the human race to weather this calamity." Sui Ren's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sword Ancestor, for all you have done for our people." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "No need for such formalities. We are all family." "Indeed, we are all family," Sui Ren said, wiping his tears with a smile. Subsequently, Chen Xiao instructed Duobao and Jinling to take a portion of the human race back to Kunlun Mountain to settle down after tending to the wounded. As for not informing Tongtian, Chen Xiao was entirely unconcerned. With his chivalrous heart, Tongtian would undoubtedly take them in upon seeing the human race in such a dire state. Yuan sure might have objections, which was why Chen Xiao did not intend to relocate all of the human race. Once everything was arranged, Chen Xiao took flight towards the direction of Shihan Yozhou. His objective this time was to find Zhen Yuanzi and persuade him to agree to shelter the human race. As long as Zhen Yuanzi consented, the human race's tribulations could be smoothly navigated. After all, the Earth Book Array in Zhen Yuanzi's possession was transformed from the Earth's membrane. If the human race were to take refuge within, and if Dijuan's wits were not entirely lost, he would certainly refrain from sending demons to attack. Not to mention the formidable defensive capabilities of the Earth Book Array, it also commanded the veins of the primordial earth. Should it be damaged in any way, the consequences could be likened to the current state of the West. If it were to collapse, there would be no need for the witch clan to intervene. Boundless karma would obliterate the demon race entirely. Even Nüwa, the saint, would be unable to avert it. The best outcome would be the loss of her saintly position. After months of flying, Chen Xiao soon arrived at the location of the Wuzhuangguan. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out, "Disciple of Chen Xiao seeks an audience with the venerable Zhen Yuanzi." Shortly after, the door opened automatically, and an ethereal voice resonated from within. "Enter." Seeing this, Chen Xiao strode in confidently, only to find a middle-aged man with an air of celestial grace seated at the center. This man was none other than the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi. However, he appeared rather dejected at present. Evidently still reeling from the blow of Hongyun's demise, Chen Xiao bowed respectfully and said, "I pay my respects to venerable Zhen Yuanzi." Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Chen Xiao and replied in a muted tone, "What brings you to me?" Chen Xiao earnestly requested, "I wish to ask venerable Zhen Yuanzi for protection for my human race. The demon race is currently waging a brutal massacre against us." While the saintess Nüwa remains silent, and the sage of Taiching turns a blind eye, showing no concern for the lives of our people, that I implore venerable Zhen Yuanzi to lend us your righteous support. Zhen Yuanzi fell silent, his thoughts deepening as memories of the past with Hongyun suddenly flooded his mind. Back then, Hongyun had been filled with fervor, urging him to assist the struggling practitioners of the primordial realm. Had Hongyun still been alive, he would undoubtedly have agreed to Chen Xiao's request, for he was known for his kindness and warmth. With a gentle sigh, Zhen Yuanzi turned away and continued, "I shall comply. You should swiftly relocate the human race beneath the Guan. I will personally ensure their safety." Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned. "What? You agree just like that? Shouldn't we discuss terms first? You set the price. I haggle, and we engage in a lively back-and-forth negotiation until you reluctantly relent. Is there truly such a good person in the primordial realm? You make this quite difficult for me. I had prepared bargaining chips that are now rendered useless." Leaving me feeling quite embarrassed, sensing Chen Xiao's prolonged silence, Zhen Yuanzi grew curious and turned to observe him, his expression shifting to one of dissatisfaction as he intoned, "Why are you still here? Why not hurry and relocate the human race?" Chen Xiao quickly regained his composure and replied respectfully, "I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed by your magnanimity, causing me to lose my focus." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi smiled wryly and explained, "It is not my magnanimity. It is merely that I recalled my friend Hongyun, that if he were here, he would certainly have agreed." He continued, "I consider that if I perform more good deeds, perhaps it might draw the attention of Hongyun's lingering soul, allowing me to trace his whereabouts." Only then did Chen Xiao realize that Zhen Yuanzi had devoted his life to seeking out the murderer and searching for Hongyun's lingering soul to aid in his resurrection. Truly, the best of friends in the primordial realm, Chen Xiao could not help but feel a sense of admiration, momentarily setting aside any apprehension about Zhen Yuanzi's possession of the Earth Book. All the mighty beings of the primordial realm wished to befriend him, including the notoriously proud Yuan. It was evident that those who valued loyalty were well received, regardless of their surroundings, given Zhen Yuanzi's generosity. Chen Xiao felt compelled to offer his assistance, saying, "Venerable, perhaps I could lend a hand in this matter." Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, shaking his head gently, clearly skeptical of Chen Xiao's offer. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I have searched the primordial realm far and wide and have yet to catch a glimpse of Hongyun. How do you intend to assist me?" In response, Chen Xiao directly produced a red gourd and handed it to Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi examined it, his expression shifting to one of shock as he stammered, This is Hongyun's 99 scatter soul red gourd. Where did you come by it?" "This gourd flew over and struck me." Chen Xiao recalled the scene of acquiring the gourd, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Fortunately, Nüwa had not harbored any murderous intent towards him. Had she attacked during the battle, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing that it had flown to him, instantly wore a look of despondency, for this meant he could not ascertain Hongyun's place of demise. He then handed the red gourd back to Chen Xiao, stating with disappointment, "In that case, you should keep this gourd, as it is his choice." Chen Xiao shook his head and explained, "Venerable, if you examine the gourd closely, you will find a fragment of Hongyun's soul within." "What did you say?" Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in shock, hastily probing the gourd with his divine sense. Before long, he discovered a wisp of lingering soul tucked away in a corner. Previously, he had only given it a cursory glance, not realizing the depth of the treasure before him. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's sensitivity to souls after becoming the emperor of Fengdu and gaining some authority over the underworld, he too might have missed it. This was precisely the bargaining chip he had intended to use for negotiation, but seeing how agreeable Jin Yuanzi was, he felt no need to conceal it any longer. However, this wisp of soul was at risk of dissipating into the ether at any moment. At that moment, Chen Xiao interrupted the elated Jin Yuanzi, saying, "Venerable, although we have now located the fragment of Hongyun's soul. However, you must have noticed that this remnant soul is exceptionally feeble. Once the gourd is produced, it will dissipate into thin air in no time." Xinyuanzai, however, remained unperturbed, stating, "It matters not. I shall seek out the celestial materials and earthly treasures capable of restoring the soul to its original state." Chen Xiao, shaking his head lightly, replied, "It is quite difficult. Such a remnant soul cannot withstand any celestial materials or earthly treasures. I fear that even the moment you employ them, it shall disintegrate completely. Do you possess a method?" Xinyuanzai, noticing Chen Xiao's profound understanding, eagerly inquired. Chen Xiao tilted his head slightly, adopting an air of superiority as if to say, "Step aside, for I am about to showcase my prowess." He then raised his hand and donned the exclusive imperial robe of the Emperor of Fengdu, stating calmly, "I am, alas, but a humble disciple of thee and the current king of the underworld." Xinyuanzai's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are the king of the underworld?" Chen Xiao nodded and continued, "In cases like that of Senior Hongyun, the best approach is to nurture and restore within the underworld, within the cycle of reincarnation, and then allow for rebirth to mend the fractures. I happen to be able to assist in this matter. What do you think?" Gratefully, Xinyuanzai clasped Chen Xiao's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, it is," Chen Xiao affirmed. "If my esteemed junior can aid in reviving Hongyun, I shall surely forge a brotherly bond with you." Xinyuanzai gazed at Chen Xiao with fervor. Chen Xiao, feeling uncomfortable under Xinyuanzai's intense gaze, hastily waved his hands. "Absolutely not. You and my master are of the same generation. How could it be appropriate for us to form a bond, thus diminishing my master's stature? I shall certainly assist in reviving Senior Hongyun, all to repay your kindness in sheltering me." Xinyuanzai, unfazed, declared, "It matters not. We each speak for ourselves. This matter is settled." Subsequently, Xinyuanzai warmly hosted Chen Xiao before allowing him to depart. As he left, Chen Xiao glanced at the 7 or 8 ginseng fruits in his possession, his lips twitching slightly. These are the fruits of innate spiritual roots, blossoming once every 3,000 years, bearing fruit after another 3,000, and ripening after yet another 3,000, thus requiring a millennium to consume. In such a millennium, only 30 fruits may be harvested. Merely inhaling their essence could extend one's life by 360 years. And consuming one would grant an astonishing 47,000 years. Xinyuanzai had directly bestowed upon him 8, as if they were of no value whatsoever, while longevity may seem trivial to the cultivators of the primordial era. Once the Mount Buzhou is shattered and the spiritual essence of the primordial gradually diminishes, cultivation will become increasingly arduous. Such treasures are undoubtedly coveted by various factions. Otherwise, during the calamity of the journey to the west, why would so many demons believe that consuming Tangsung could grant immortality? As for why they did not seize Xinyuanzai's fruits, it is simply because the old sage cherishes life too dearly. In the Fire Cloud Cave, the 3 ancestors greeted Chen Xiao with great warmth. Upon learning that Chen Xiao had successfully secured shelter for the human race from Xinyuanzai, they were nearly moved to kneel in gratitude. They then led the remaining humans towards the Longevity Mountain in Shihanyo Prefecture. Meanwhile, in the demon court, Emperor Jun, upon hearing that the demon forces had been repelled by the humans, was consumed by fury. What is the meaning of this? How could a mere human race drive us back? The surviving demon beasts, trembling in fear, knelt and explained, "Your Majesty, it is not that we have failed in our duties. It was that Chen Xiao of the, along with Duobao and Jin Ling, intervened unexpectedly, catching us off guard, which led to our defeat." Emperor Jun's aura surged, pressing down upon the demon beast as he spoke in a low voice. "Excuses? Are you suggesting that 3 insignificant individuals could repel my millions of troops? Do you take me for a fool?" Bai Zhe, witnessing the demon beast nearly collapse from Emperor Jun's pressure, sighed and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, the urgent matter at hand is to dispatch a large army to gather human blood. The current forging level of the slaughter witch sword is insufficient to slay the ancestor witches. It can only breach their defenses at most." Emperor Jun glared at the demon beast, waved his hand to dismiss it from the hall, and commanded, "Convey my decree. Appoint Gui Che as the commander to lead the demon army in exterminating the human race. Set forth immediately." I shall obey. Guangchengzi, upon receiving Emperor Jun's directive, led the army with great authority, once again advancing towards the Fire Cloud Cave. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. With no trace of any humans in sight, Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded. Where have the humans gone? Someone, go investigate. Guangchengzi commanded, his expression grave. Initially, he intended to wreak havoc and earn merit while capturing some humans to satisfy his hunger. Now, there were no humans to be found, nor even a trace of their presence, which greatly vexed him. After dispatching lesser demons to ascertain the whereabouts of the humans, Guangchengzi made camp in the Fire Cloud Cave. Awaiting news. This waiting period extended to 3 years. Although 3 years may seem lengthy to mortals, it is scarcely sufficient for cultivators to enter seclusion for training. However, for Guangchengzi, who was in a state of war readiness, the passage of 3 years was indeed arduous. Guangchengzi's countenance darkened as he gazed at the lesser demons below, questioning, why does it take so long? The lesser demon lamented internally, for he was merely a golden immortal, and merely investigating had consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time the investigation was complete, he would need to pursue the traces to determine their destination, which naturally wasted much time. Yet he dared not voice any complaints, only admitting, apologies, my lord, it is my oversight, but I have discovered the gathering place of the humans. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened, eagerly pressing, oh, where is it? Between Kunlun Mountain and Longevity Mountain. The humans have relocated their territory there. The lesser demon relayed the information he had gathered. Hearing this, Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that a portion had fled to Kunlun Mountain. Even with all his courage, he would not dare to act recklessly there, for that place harbored 3 venerable sages. The single breath from one of them could physically vaporize his millions of troops. As for Longevity Mountain, the 5 Zhuang Temple was situated atop it. Being one of the top 10 demon commanders, Guangchengzi was aware of the capabilities of the Earthbook Great Formations. Yet he was uncertain whether Xinyuan's eye would protect the humans. Neither of these locations were within his capacity to provoke as a demon commander. Fortunately, he was leading this expedition himself. Had a newly appointed Deluo Golden Immortal or a headstrong individual taken the lead, it would have made for quite the spectacle. Ultimately, Guangchengzi sighed, deciding to report the matter to Emperor Jun for a decision. Alas, this meant further toil for the lesser demon before him. Having just returned, he must now rush back to the demon court to relay the news. Just as the lesser demon departed, Xiangliang, one of the 12 ancestor witches, led the witch army quietly behind the demon forces. Following a message from Emperor Jiang through Ho Tu, learning of the demon race's massacre of the humans in order to forge the slaughter witch sword, he promptly resolved to send troops to aid the humans. However, while the witch race boasted formidable physical strength, their speed was a notable shortcoming. By the time Xiangliang arrived with the army, the humans had already retreated, encountering Guangchengzi's demon forces. Xiangliang, considering that they had come this far and the long-standing enmity with the demon race was on the verge of erupting, decided to seize this opportunity to reap some rewards. He then commanded the army to stealthily approach, aiming to strike when least expected for a significant blow. Under the cover of night, Xiangliang launched a surprise attack while the demons were lax in their vigilance. The demons, caught unawares, disintegrated in disarray upon the initial clash. Xiangliang led the witch army, unyielding in their advance, slaughtering every demon in their path, heading straight for the entrance of the Fire Cloud Cave. At this moment, Guangchengzi remained oblivious, bellowing in anger, "What is all this commotion?" A lesser demon rushed forth in a panic, kneeling with one knee, proclaiming, "It is dire, my lord, the witch race is upon us." "What do you mean by that?" Guangchengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the sounds of slaughter from the witch race reached his ears, and Xiangliang caught sight of Guangchengzi in the center, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Is that not the demon commander Guangchengzi? How utterly woeful you appear!" Enraged, Guangchengzi pointed at Xiangliang, voice filled with fury. "You wretched witches! How dare you ambush us while we are unprepared?" Xiangliang scoffed, retorting coldly, "I have no obligations to the demon race. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." With that, he lunged at Guangchengzi. Enraged, Guangchengzi retaliated, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Both were quasi-saint-level fighters. And the ensuing clash unleashed powerful shockwaves that affected numerous lesser soldiers on both sides, with the demon side suffering particularly grievous losses. Xiangliang, cunning as ever, pressed Guangchengzi to attack towards the demon forces, leading to significant casualties among the demons. while the witch race seized the opportunity to strike ruthlessly. Seeing the dire situation unfold, Guangchengzi, in a state of panic, urgently commanded, "Retreat. Withdraw immediately. Do not engage further." Upon receiving the command, the demon army scattered in a panic like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. It was inevitable, for they had already been caught off guard. Now, even their commander struggled to secure victory in a one-on-one confrontation, leading to a plummet in morale that if they did not retreat promptly, they risked annihilation. Haha. You demons, your combat prowess is utterly lacking, yet you excel in the art of retreat, Xiangliang taunted amidst the chaos. Guangchengzi seethed with indignation but found himself powerless to retaliate effectively. After all, the ancestral shaman was nearly unmatched in the primordial chaos. At that moment, fear began to creep into his heart. Once the majority of the demon forces had retreated, he too prepared to flee, while Xiangliang lay in wait for the opportune moment. The ancestral shaman of thunder among the 12 ancestral shamans. His offensive capabilities were second only to Dijiang. Just as Guangchengzi turned to escape, Xiangliang seized the moment and launched a long-prepared lightning sphere at him. Struck by the blow, Guangchengzi felt an excruciating pain in his back, blood gushing from his mouth. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Xiangliang's strike had inflicted severe injury upon him. Nevertheless, as a demon commander, he possessed some life-saving trump cards. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his demonic power and ignited his own essence, unleashing a formidable force in an instant. Xiangliang was taken aback by Guangchengzi's hidden strength, forced to retreat a few steps from the sheer power. Seizing the opportunity, Guangchengzi transformed into a flash of blood and fled rapidly. Once Xiangliang regained his footing and attempted to pursue, he found that Guangchengzi had vanished without a trace. Enraged, he stomped his foot and roared at the sky. Guangchengzi, today you have escaped, but next time, I shall take your life. He then turned his wrath upon the demons who had yet to flee, embarking on a massacre that took a considerable time to quell his pent-up frustration. In this battle, the demon army suffered catastrophic losses, with 7 out of 10 of their ranks slain. After the battle, Xiangliang found himself uncertain of the whereabouts of the human race. He surmised that, following this conflict, the demons would likely refrain from targeting the humans again and promptly decided to return to his clan. Guangchengzi fled tirelessly until he found a secluded cave far from the battlefield to tend to his wounds. Aware of the severity of his injuries and the toll of burning his essence, he knew he had to enter seclusion to recuperate swiftly. Otherwise, he risked debilitating his foundation and would struggle to regain his peak strength. However, it was this very retreat that allowed Guangchengzi to successfully evade the impending catastrophe of the shaman-demon calamity, ensuring his survival. In the demon court, upon learning that the human race had migrated to Kunlun Mountain and Wanshou Mountain, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. That vile Chen Xiao, what grievance does my demon clan hold against him, that he continually opposes me? Deep down, Emperor Jun understood that this matter was indeed orchestrated by Chen Xiao. He could not fathom when the demon clan had angered him. Since his emergence, Chen Xiao had perpetually created trouble for the demons, and despite Emperor Jun's restraint, the man had only grown bolder. More critically, had anyone else acted in such a manner, they would have been obliterated. Yet he was a direct disciple of Tongtian, untouchable in the slightest. Baize hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. Your Majesty, I may know who among the demons has offended him. Who? Emperor Jun's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade towards Baize. The despicable creature, why provoke this calamity bringer? Emperor Jun felt an overwhelming urge to rend him to pieces. It should be the Qimujin clan. A demon from that clan pursued Chen Xiao relentlessly for an entire month upon his birth, and it was only through the intervention of Saint Tongtian that he was saved. I surmise this incident has lodged a grudge in his heart. Baize revealed what he knew to Emperor Jun. This information had long been known to Baize, but he refrained from reporting it, considering it inappropriate to punish his kin for the actions of an outsider. However, since Emperor Jun's golden crow had passed away, he had grown increasingly unstable. If he did not find a scapegoat, it would be his subordinates who would suffer. Yet Baize had not anticipated that Emperor Jun would issue an order for the extermination of the Qimujin clan. Baize wished to plead for mercy, but Emperor Jun was already blinded by rage, leaving Baize trembling in fear. Ultimately, the Qimujin clan, caught entirely off guard, was annihilated by the demon commander and his army, dying without ever understanding their transgression. Had they known that merely pursuing Chen Xiao had led to their utter destruction, they would have surely found it impossible to rest in peace. What in the seven hells is this? Now, while Emperor Jun's fury had subsided, the human race occupied a place he could not touch this moment. Emperor Jun realized how ludicrous his position as Heavenly Emperor had become, outwardly commanding myriad races, yet inwardly constrained at every turn. Just then, the remnants of the demon army that had fled from Hongyun Cave returned to the demon court, upon learning that only a few 100,000 of the millions had returned, and that the demon commander Guiche's fate remained uncertain. Emperor Jun felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, followed by the spurt of blood as he fainted. "Elder brother, Your Majesty." Dong Huangtai was immediately alarmed. Rushing forward to support Emperor Jun, the surrounding ministers wore expressions of concern, hastily providing him with healing elixirs. After a while, Emperor Jun gradually regained consciousness, yet his eyes were bloodshot, evidently enraged by the news he had just received. Pushing Dong Huangtai aside, he endured his discomfort and, with a grave expression, surveyed his ministers, stating with solemnity, "Convey my decree. Summon the entire demon army at once. I shall confront the shaman clan to the death." Zhe, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, the bloodthirsty sword is still incomplete and is yet to be refined. Commencing battle now is unwise." "Then where do you suggest I seek blood?" Emperor Jun's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Zhe, asking in a low voice. Zhe fell silent. The locations currently occupied by the human race were beyond the reach of the demon clan, unless they could lure them out. However, there was nothing or no reason to entice the humans. Even if there were, he dared not speak of it, for someone as vengeful as Chen Xiao would likely make him pay dearly for it. Noticing Zhe's silence, Emperor Jun scoffed. "Even if the bloodthirsty sword is only half finished, I still possess the great star array. The ancestral shamans number merely 11. Thus, can my demon army truly falter? I too believe it is sufficient. As long as we can breach the ancestral shaman's defenses, the shaman clan is hardly a cause for concern." Jimeng, one of the 10 demon commanders, stepped forward in agreement. The other demon commanders, with the exception of Zhe and the absent Guiche, concurred that it was indeed sufficient. Seeing Zhe fall silent, no one else rose to counter, and ultimately, Emperor Jun waved his hand, ordering everyone to retreat and prepare for battle. 3 days later, Emperor Jun led the full might of the demon clan towards the territory of the shaman clan. Along the way, the beings of the primordial world fled in fear at such an imposing display. Meanwhile, the shaman clan was also fully prepared, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the demon forces on the battlefield. Di Jiang glared at the sullen-faced Emperor Jun, mocking, "Emperor Jun, you seek to slaughter the human race to forge the bloodthirsty sword. Having committed such heinous crimes, it is no wonder your demon clan falls before me." Gritting his teeth, Emperor Jun retorted fiercely, "Do not rely on mere words. If you have the courage, step forward and test the edge of my sword." With that, he unsheathed the unfinished bloodthirsty sword. The blade shimmered with an eerie light, surrounded by wisps of sinister energy that rolled and surged as if possessing a mind of its own. Intertwined within was a dark red aura, the resentment of the slain humans, emitting a faintly chilling presence. Although the blood collected by the demon clan was insufficient to complete the bloodthirsty sword, it had already claimed the lives of over 100 million humans. The sinister energy and resentment intertwined. They formed a unique aura that thickened the surrounding air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Di Jiang observed the bloodthirsty sword in Emperor Jun's hands, sensing a subtle threat. Though incomplete, it still posed a danger to him. Nevertheless, he could not afford to show weakness. With righteous indignation, Di Jiang rebuked Emperor Jun. "Emperor Jun, your slaughter of innocent humans is intolerable. You are unworthy of being the heavenly emperor. Today, my shaman clan shall act in the name of justice and eradicate you." Humph. The outcome can only be determined through battle. Upon finishing his words, Emperor Jun waved his hand with great authority, directing the demon clan to establish the grand array of the celestial stars. Within the formation, the stars shimmered brilliantly, each celestial body as power activated, transforming into dazzling beams of light that interconnected, enveloping the entire demon race. The energies fused and coalesced, forming a vast and overwhelming wave of power. Observing this, Emperor Jiang was equally resolute, leading the ancestral witches to arrange the 12 capitals' divine array. In an instant, The heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. 12 colossal manifestations of Pangu stood tall, exuding an oppressive force capable of annihilating the very heavens, though one ancestral which was absent. Thanks to Qi Yu's commendable efforts, the array retained 80% of its power. Conversely, the demon clan had suffered immensely in the previous battle, particularly missing the two quasi-saints, Gui Che and Nüwa, which similarly reduced their array's potency to 80%. The forces of both formations clashed violently, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space, with fissures spreading like a spider's web. The resulting energy fluctuations caused numerous warriors on both sides to perish under the overwhelming onslaught. This time, both sides were determined to fight to the bitter end, with neither side intending to relent. Only upon one side's defeat would the battle conclude, as the numbers of the demon clan dwindled. The power of the grand array of the celestial stars gradually diminished, yet the ancestral witches were also nearing exhaustion. That a thunderous roar erupted as both arrays simultaneously shattered, resulting in a mutually destructive stalemate. Emperor Jun beheld the tragic scene before him. Consumed by madness and unwilling to accept the outcome, that he summoned his remaining magical energy, wielding the slaughter witch sword as he charged toward Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang, prepare to meet your end. Emperor Jiang, sensing the approach of the slaughter witch sword, was already spent. The 12 capitals' divine array required all 12 of them to maintain, with no assistance from others. In contrast, the grand array of the celestial stars was formed by countless cultivators and various demon leaders. Thus, although Emperor Jun had expended tremendous energy, he still had the strength to continue fighting. Emperor Jun moved with remarkable speed, leaving the other ancestral witches unable to provide aid. Ultimately, Emperor Jiang could only watch helplessly as Emperor Jun broke through his defenses with a single stroke of the sword. Piercing through him, elder brother, the chaotic feathered bird cried out. How dare you? With a frenzied expression, Emperor Jun declared, I shall eradicate you all. With that, he withdrew the slaughter witch sword and severed Emperor Jiang's head, marking the fall of a mighty ancestral witch. The closest ancestral witches, Chang Liang, Xian Ming, and Zhu Rong, were instantly driven to madness upon witnessing this scene. Spells rained down upon Emperor Jun like a tempest, launching him away, where he was fortuitously caught by the arriving Dong Huangtai. Zhu Rong stepped forward, bellowing, Brothers, let us exterminate the demon clan and avenge our elder brother. The witch army, upon hearing this, felt their blood surging and charged toward the demon clan. The other ancestral witches also strained their bodies to attack Dong Huangtai, while Dong Huangtai defended with the chaos bell. He cast a worried glance at the gravely wounded Emperor Jun. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he took Emperor Jun away from the battlefield, allowing the witch army to slaughter the demon clan without restraint. Despite the tremendous toll on the 12 ancestral witches, the witch army suffered little loss, and the battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Countless demons perished in the torrent of war, including the 10 great demon leaders, Xi Tai, Qin Yuan, Zhou Ying, Fei Dan, and Ying Zhao, all of whom fell in succession. To protect the retreat of the demon clan and their leaders, Fushi remained behind, ultimately meeting a tragic end in her despair. Nüwa acted swiftly, preserving a fragment of Fushi's soul. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty witch army surged forward, relentlessly pressing toward the demon court. Ultimately, they were halted by Emperor Jun's Hongyun Luo array, but by this point, the witches were frenzied with rage, undeterred by death as they continued their assault. Breaching the array was merely a matter of time. The remaining demon leaders arrived at the Grand Hall and felt a sense of relief upon seeing the awakened Emperor Jun. As long as their central figure remained, the demon clan would not falter. Yet, the Emperor Jun before them was no longer the illustrious figure of yore. He appeared as a withered elder, leaning on his sword. He struggled to maintain his composure and solemnly addressed his subjects. My beloved ministers, I am grateful for your contributions to the demon clan, yet I have suffered grave injuries and my time is short. Soon, I shall fight my way through a bloody path. You must take this opportunity to flee swiftly. Upon hearing this, the remaining demon leaders were struck with horror and hastily knelt. Bai Zhe, in particular, wept profusely, crying out, Your Majesty, how can a ruler perish while his subjects survive? We are willing to share life and death with you. The other demon leaders echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, the demon sorcerer Kuan Pong, observing this scene, could not help but disdain the foolish loyalty of the demon leaders. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped out of the grand hall. Had it not been for the celestial cord offering him protection, he would never have served in the demon court to share fate with the demon court. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As Kunlun stepped out of the grand hall and gazed at the He Tu and Luo Shu in the sky, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Since the demon race was destined for destruction, it would be prudent to seize some benefits before departing, he mused. Inside the grand hall, Emperor Jun looked down at his ministers with a sense of satisfaction. However, he soon spoke with solemnity. This is my final decree. Only if you survive can there be hope for the demon clan's resurgence. After my passing, Tai, you shall inherit my position as the heavenly emperor. And I hope you can restore the dignity of the demon court. Dong Huang Tai, upon hearing this, quickly declined. Elder brother, I wish to remain and fight alongside you until the final moment. Dong Huang Tai, this is my decree. Do you intend to defy me? Elder brother, Dong Huang Tai's eyes brimmed with tears, yet at that moment, a small demon burst into the grand hall. Not good, not good. The sorcerer Kunlun has stolen the He Tu and Luo Shu and fled. The witches are invading. What did you say? Who stole the He Tu and Luo Shu? Dong Huang Tai grasped the small demon. Incredulous, the small demon, face pale with terror, replied, the sorcerer Kunlun. In an instant, Dong Huang Tai was engulfed in rage. He flung the small demon aside and bellowed, cursed Kunlun. Had I known this would happen, I should have slain him at the outset. Emperor Jun waved his hand dismissively. Enough, let him go if he wishes to leave. You all should prepare to break through. Unlike the other demons, Kunlun had been forcibly brought to serve in the demon court by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. When the demon race was first established, Emperor Jun had invited many powerful demons, and most responded favorably. Only Kunlun had looked down upon this, ultimately being subdued by force. Thus, Emperor Jun found Kunlun's betrayal to be quite reasonable. Elder brother, Dong Huang Tai wished to say more, but the ancestral witches had already arrived at the grand hall. Emperor Jun did not respond to Dong Huang Tai. Instead, he swiftly employed his magic to envelop Dong Huang Tai and Bai Zhe, exerting all his strength to transport them out of the demon court, leaving himself to confront the remaining 10 ancestral witches. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Zhu Meng stepped forward, his voice filled with fury. Emperor Jun, you have slain my elder brother. I will ensure your soul is scattered to the winds, in tribute to my brother's spirit in the heavens. Emperor Jun, seated upon the throne, maintained a demeanor as cold as ice. Retorting, my life is here. If you have the courage, come take it. Zhu Rong, known for his impulsiveness, charged forward without hesitation, declaring die. The other ancestral witches refrained from intervening, believing that Emperor Jun, weakened and having sent away Dong Huang Tai and the others, was clearly unable to retaliate. However, just as Zhu Rong was about to strike, a flash of sword light descended like lightning, instantly severing Zhu Rong's head and then swiftly targeting the nearest Tianwu ancestral witch, taking its life as well. By the time the ancestral witches regained their composure, Zhu Rong and Tianwu had both perished. Glancing at Emperor Jun, who stood beside Tianwu's corpse, he exhibited none of the previous weakness. Instead, he radiated vitality, surrounded by brilliant golden light, which also shimmered with a hint of crimson. Clearly, Emperor Jun had ignited his essence blood, returning to his peak state in a short time. He then feigned weakness to lure the enemy, unexpectedly slaying 2 ancestral witches in one fell swoop. Emperor Jiang, witnessing the enraged ancestral witches, laughed maniacally. If you wish for my life, you shall pay a price. Damn chaotic feathered bird, I will ensure your dismemberment. Upon finishing his words, the remaining ancestral shamans surged forward to attack, no longer daring to underestimate Di Jun in the slightest. In a short span, Di Jun found himself retreating step by step, as the slaughtering shaman's sword remained only a half-finished product. After slaying 3 ancestral shamans, the malevolent and resentful energy emanating from the sword could no longer breach the defenses of the ancestral shamans. Recognizing this, the shamans intensified their onslaught. Zhu Jiuyin skillfully manipulated the laws of time to momentarily seal Di Jun's openings. The other 9 ancestral shamans launched a combined strike, sending Di Jun flying out of the palace. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, he hovered on the brink of death. Seeing this, Gong Gong advanced directly to deliver a fatal blow, not even granting him the chance to speak his last words. Although he and Zhu Rong frequently quarreled and fought due to their opposing natures, it is often said that to strike is to show affection, to scold is to care, and the depth of their bond was indeed profound. "Do not harm my elder brother." At this critical juncture, a great bell enveloped Di Jun, and, taking advantage of Gong Gong's moment of inattention, struck him, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. A figure slowly appeared before the great bell. The newcomer was none other than the returning Dong Huang Tai Yi. Di Jun, upon seeing Dong Huang Tai Yi return, solemnly inquired, "Tai Yi, why have you returned? Do you intend to defy the decree?" With eyes aflame, Dong Huang Tai Yi turned and declared, "Elder brother, it is truly difficult for me to abandon you. Allow me this indulgence." With that, Dong Huang Tai Yi enveloped Di Jun and engaged in combat with the ancestral shamans. The Chaos Bell, one of the 3 innate treasures transformed from Pangu's axe, possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Wielding this treasure, Dong Huang Tai Yi momentarily matched the ancestral shamans in battle. However, the shamans soon sealed off all escape routes for him, making it increasingly difficult to break free. Frantic, Dong Huang Tai Yi searched desperately for a way out. For once his powers were exhausted, even if the Chaos Bell transformed back into Pangu's axe, he would find no escape from death. Observing Dong Huang Tai Yi's growing anxiety, Di Jun steeled himself, pushing him away with all his might, and then charging headlong at the ancestral shamans. In the blink of an eye, Di Jun appeared before Zhu Meng, seizing him around the waist and sprinting away. The other ancestral shamans felt a tightening in their hearts and hurried to intervene. Dong Huang Tai Yi, witnessing the sudden withdrawal of Di Jun's aura, immediately understood his intention. He was willing to self-destruct to carve a path for himself. With tears welling in his eyes, he called out to Di Jun's retreating figure, "Elder brother, no." Di Jun turned back, offering a faint smile before his gaze hardened, and he explosively unleashed all the energy he had gathered within him. The terrifying true fire of the sun erupted forth like a nuclear bomb, shattering the entire demon court into fragments, incinerating both the Wu clan army that had invaded and the remnants of the demon race into ashes. Fortunately, Dong Huang Tai Yi had the protection of the Chaos Bell. Although he was blown away by the shockwave, he sustained no serious injuries. Yet, the explosion's power was far too overwhelming, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, having exhausted his magical energy, could no longer sustain the Chaos Bell. Gazing upon the ruins of the demon court, Dong Huang Tai Yi's heart ached unbearably as he knelt, weeping bitterly. "Elder brother, how could it come to this? Without you, where shall I go?" "Then you may accompany him." Just as Dong Huang Tai Yi was lost in sorrow, a woman's sharp voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Xian Ming, battered and missing an arm, when Di Jun had self-detonated. The ancestral shamans, recognizing their impending doom, had shielded Xian Ming with their own bodies. It was for this reason that Xian Ming had survived, albeit severely wounded. The true fire of the sun, the source of all flames and the life fire of the golden crows, could be defended against by the ancestral shamans if used as a mere spell. However, Di Jun had directly ignited the source, the power of which was comparable to detonating a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Thus, even the ancestral shamans, with their formidable defenses, could not withstand such might, especially at such close quarters. Seeing that all his brothers had perished and the Wu clan army was nearly annihilated, Xian Ming's heart sank. Devoid of any desire to survive that moment, he encountered the despondent Dong Huang Tai Yi and conceived a malicious thought, wishing to drag Dong Huang Tai Yi down with him in death. Before Dong Huang Tai Yi could gather his thoughts, Xian Ming lunged before him, igniting his own ancestral shaman body. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, once more reducing the demon court to mere ruins. Save for the central Lingxiao Palace. After all, this Lingxiao Palace was an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, its fortitude far superior to that of ordinary structures. In his final moments, Dong Huang Tai Yi, filled with resentment, fell alongside Xian Ming. Thus, the Honghuang Golden Crow clan was left with only 6 crows and 1 crow. With the demise of the two, the calamity clouds that had enveloped Honghuang vanished without a trace, signaling the end of the great calamity between the Wu and demon races. And at the sight of Xian Ming and Dong Huang Tai Yi's fall, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged forth, capturing the attention of all the mighty beings of Honghuang. "What is this?" The Chaos Bell. Could it be Dong Huang Taiyi's Chaos Bell? Quickly, this is an innate treasure, rare even in Hongwang. We must seize it. The mighty beings rushed towards the demon court, but as they neared, two overwhelming pressures suddenly descended upon them. Then, two figures clad in tattered Taoist robes gradually descended from the sky. One of them spoke with a solemn tone. The Chaos Bell is fated to be ours in the West. You all should depart. The newcomers were none other than Jie and Junti from the West. Originally, they had already discovered the location of the demon race's treasure vault and intended to transport all its treasures back to the West. However, before they could act, Dijun's self-detonation had leveled the vault, destroying or scattering various spiritual treasures across Hongwang, thwarting their plans. After much effort, they had only collected a few golden crow corpses, with nothing else to show for it. Just as they were about to turn away in disappointment, an unexpected joy awaited them. Xianming's joint demise with Dong Huang Tai reignited their hopes. It must be noted that the West had yet to possess a single innate treasure. If they could obtain this one, their efforts would not be in vain. The mighty beings, upon realizing it was the two from the West, displayed expressions of disdain, with one even stating, "This treasure belongs to our East. What concern is it of yours in the West?" Jie and Junti remained silent, merely raising their hands to directly suppress the disrespectful mighty being. They had already attained the status of saints and saw no need to reason with them. This display of power immediately quelled the other mighty beings. They had forgotten that these two shameless individuals had already become saints. Junti, sensing their thoughts, coldly remarked, "To show disrespect to a saint warrants punishment." With that, another wave of pressure descended upon all present, forcing the group of mighty beings to kneel at that moment. Jie and Junti reveled in the feeling of possessing such power, a truly intoxicating sensation. "Do you have any objections?" Jie asked with an air of indifference. The mighty beings, having lost the courage to respond, recalled the teachings of the Tao ancestor, while they understood the might of saints. This was their first time witnessing a saint's slight display of force. They finally grasped the meaning of the saying, "Without becoming a saint, one remains an ant." Observing the silence, Jie took it as tacit agreement and prepared to join Junti in seizing the Chaos Bell. "This artifact belongs to our demon race. When has it ever been connected to your West?" Before Jie and Junti could act, a deep voice resonated in the ears of all present. The serpent-bodied figure of Nüwa appeared before the crowd, her imposing presence directly pressuring Jie and Junti. The two hurriedly released their auras to resist, then spoke. "Taoist Nüwa, you err. The demon race has now perished. This Chaos Bell is a nameless object, rightfully belonging to the fated." Although they were unsure of defeating Nüwa, they reasoned that if one could hold her back, the other could seize the Chaos Bell. Thus, Jie and Junti displayed no intention of retreating. Nüwa, incensed by the shamelessness of the two, gritted her teeth and declared, "If that is the case, let us settle this with strength." Just as both sides prepared to engage, three figures appeared in the demon court. The newcomers were the three pure ones, highlighting the allure of the Chaos Bell to the beings of Hongwang, as even saints could not resist its temptation. Yuan Shi stepped forward first, stating, "Since Jie and Junti claimed this Chaos Bell is a nameless object, we too may rightfully contend for it. In the primordial realm, Nüwa gazed upon the Sanqing and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If it were merely the likes of Jie and Junti, she might have managed to contend with them. However, with the addition of the Sanqing, she truly found herself at a loss on how to vie for dominance. The most tragic of all was the powerful beings from the wilderness below, who were being suppressed under the immense pressure of the six great saints, rendered almost immobile and filled with regret. Why had they even dared to covet the Chaos Bell? Truly, it echoed the saying, "When deities engage in battle, mortals suffer the consequences." The six great saints gathered in the demon court, all eager to claim the Chaos Bell as their own. Although they had reached the realm of saints, the enhancement provided by spiritual treasures was negligible. Yet, the Chaos Bell was not only a primordial treasure, but also possessed the power to suppress the fortunes of great sections. Every one present, save for Nüwa, sought to possess it, with Tongtian being the most fervent of all. For one cannot compare the allure of a treasure of merit to that of a supreme artifact. Nüwa's intent was solely to reclaim the possessions of the demon race, and a battle among the six factions was imminent. Seeing the mighty beings from the wilderness below, Tongtian was the first to act, dispelling the oppressive force weighing upon them. Grateful for his intervention, The mighty beings bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, Saint Tongtian." With that, they hurriedly departed from the demon court without looking back. Moments later, Jie and Juani exchanged glances and made a direct rush for the chaos bell. Yuan let out a light laugh as he summoned the Panga banner. Aiming directly at the Pangu axe, among the 3 primordial artifacts, possessed the mightiest defensive power, prompting them to hastily retreat. However, 3 ominous swords followed closely behind, aimed at their backs, feeling a chill run down their spines. They quickly summoned the 12-petaled golden lotus for defense. Yuan, Tongtian, why do you single us out? Jane protested, eyeing the 3 extermination swords before him with dissatisfaction. Yuan replied disdainfully, "The treasures of the East should naturally be handled by us. What business do you have here? Do not linger and depart swiftly. This is a treasure without an owner. It should rightfully belong to the fated." Juanti, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Let us see if you truly possess the fate." Tongtian cast a scornful glance at the 2 and commanded the extermination swords to relentlessly assault them, while Yuan joined the fray wielding the Panga banner. The actions of these 2 had long since drawn the disdain of the wilderness cultivators. And seizing this opportunity, they were determined to teach them a lesson at that moment. While the 4 were embroiled in fierce combat, Nüwa stealthily approached the chaos bell, intending to seize it by surprise. However, just as she prepared to act, a golden bridge imbued with the essences of earth, water, fire, and wind appeared before her, blocking her path. Nüwa focused her gaze and realized it was the Taiji diagram of Ta Ching. She could not help but question, "Ta Ching, are you not one to be free of desires, pursuing tranquility and inaction? Why do you now join in the competition for my demon race's treasure?" Ta Ching remained silent, for his detachment from desires stemmed from his disinterest in mundane affairs. If something truly captured his heart, how could he be devoid of desires? Even Hongyun, the representative of the heavenly Tao, harbored desires. How could he be an exception? As the saints vied for the chaos bell, Gong, struck down by Donghuang Tai, slowly regained consciousness from his stupor. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself at the foot of Mount Buzhou. He then recalled being ambushed by Donghuang Tai and immediately prepared to head towards the demon court. However, a sudden beam of golden light froze him in place, followed by the arrival of Hutu's divine consciousness before him. Seeing it was Hutu, Gong anxiously exclaimed, "Sister, why do you obstruct me? I must go to aid Brother Jumong and the others." Hutu's face darkened with sorrow, making it hard for her to speak. Witnessing Emperor Jun lead Jumong and the others to self-detonate, she had intended to intervene, but was bound by the laws that rendered her immobile. It was only after the calamity concluded that the constraints were lifted from her, overcome with grief and anger. She had to send a portion of her divine consciousness to arrange for the surviving members of the witch clan to enter the underworld. She understood that this calamity was orchestrated to remove the witch and demon races from their position as the protagonists of the heavenly land. If any members of the witch clan remained active in the wilderness, they would surely be exterminated by all means possible. At this moment, Gong awakened and expressed his desire to reach the demon court. However, the court had now devolved into a battlefield for the saints, prompting Hutu to rush to prevent him from proceeding. Noticing Hutu's silence, Gong felt an ominous premonition rising within him and hurriedly asked, "Sister, what on earth has transpired?" "Fourth brother, the calamity has ended, and second brother and the others have." Hutu's words faltered, her gaze filled with sorrow. Gong, understanding the implication behind her words, felt his expression shift dramatically as he slumped to the ground in despair. Hutu's eyes brimmed with anguish as she spoke softly. "This calamity was indeed set for the witch and demon races. I have relocated the surviving members to the underworld. Fourth brother, come to the underworld. The wilderness no longer has a place for our witch clan." With that, Hutu's divine consciousness gradually faded, leaving Gong to contemplate alone. Yet, after Hutu's disappearance, Gong, still in a daze, was suddenly pierced by a beam of golden light that entered his mind. The anguish that had once consumed him vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming madness. If the wilderness no longer had a place for the witch clan, then what use was there for this world? With that, Gong fixed his gaze upon Mount Buzhou, transforming into his true form as an ancestral witch and charged directly at the mountain pillar. Bang! With Gong's collision, the entire wilderness trembled violently. The 6 great saints, currently vying for the Chaos Bell, sensed the disturbance from Mount Buzhou and ceased their fighting to observe. They witnessed Gonggong repeatedly battering the mountain. The 6 great saints exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contempt. Even Hutu, believing Gonggong was merely venting his emotions and paid it little mind. They must remember that Mount Buzhou was the remnant of Pangu's spine, not to mention a quasi-saint. Even a saint would struggle to break it. However, the tremors caused by Gonggong's assault seemed to affect the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell began to emit a faint golden light before soaring toward the outer heavens. The saints were taken aback, hastily halting their actions to unleash their divine powers in an attempt to restrain it. Yet, the powers of the saints were effortlessly evaded by the Chaos Bell, which swiftly flew beyond the horizon. Just as they were about to pursue, another tremendous tremor shook the wilderness. Moments later, they noticed something amiss as cracks began to appear on Mount Buzhou. This is bad. Quickly stop him. Mount Buzhou is the key to supporting the wilderness. If Gonggong breaks it, the wilderness shall be doomed. Tongtian was the first to sense the anomaly and shouted loudly. Without hesitation, he raced towards Mount Buzhou. The other saints exchanged worried glances, staring at the now-vanished Chaos Bell, and quickly followed suit. However, at that instant, a glimmer of golden light stealthily caught up with the Chaos Bell, altering its trajectory toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. When Tongtian arrived at Mount Buzhou, the mountain was already riddled with cracks. With Gonggong's final strike, the entire mountain collapsed with a tremendous roar, creating a massive hole in the sky. This is disastrous. I am too late. Tongtian looked up at the heavens, filled with regret. Below, Gonggong laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let it be destroyed. Let the wilderness return to chaos." Just as he reveled in his madness, an endless torrent of karmic retribution descended from the sky, causing Gonggong to explode violently, greatly impacting the remaining witch clan in the underworld. The mighty witches experienced a drastic drop in their cultivation levels, and even some newborn witch children perished on the spot. The underworld was engulfed in boundless sorrow. Fourth brother, how could it come to this? Huta gazed at Mount Buzhou, tears streaming down her face. Ancestral witches were born without a primordial spirit, thus they could not reincarnate. In other words, she would no longer have any kin. Once Mount Buzhou, which supported the heavens, collapsed, the heavens would indeed fall. Fortunately, the 6 great saints rose to support the heavens at that moment. After all, whatever issues could be addressed later. If the wilderness were lost, then everything would be lost. However, once the saints held up the sky, they were at a loss on how to deal with the gaping hole. If they did not address it soon, the influx of the celestial river would eventually submerge the wilderness. Just as the saints were in distress, a ray of rosy light descended, and Hongyun appeared before them. Without much ado, he raised a small cauldron and bestowed it upon Nüwa, speaking solemnly, "This is the creation cauldron of heaven and earth. You may seek the 5-colored stones to refine them into the 5-colored crystal, which can then be used to mend the heavens." That's for why Hongjun chose to give the cauldron to Nüwa instead of others. It was solely because of her profound mastery of the path of creation, enabling her to utilize the creation cauldron to its fullest potential. Otherwise, she would not have been able to create the human race. Thus, this merit rightfully belongs to her. Beside her, Jane and Juni watched, envy dripping from the corners of their mouths. After Nüwa accepted the cauldron of creation, she bowed respectfully, saying, "I shall diligently adhere to the master's decree." Hongjun nodded and returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. Once Nüwa departed with the cauldron of creation, she began her search for the 5-colored stones. She traversed the vast wilderness and eventually gathered all 5 stones. After enduring another 4 years, she used the cauldron of creation to refine 36,501 pieces of the multicolored crystals, and then she hurriedly arrived at the rift. There, she manifested her great magical powers, gradually integrating the 5 colors into the fissure. Simultaneously, she restored the sky, now vibrant and multicolored, unlike the previous singular hue. Below, the celestial waters of the heavenly river shimmered, the sunlight cascading through the heavens, reflecting off the surface of the multicolored crystals, creating radiant rainbows, a sight of exquisite beauty. As the last gap was sealed, the sky gradually returned to its original state, and Nüwa thus attained immense merit. After mending the heavens, Nüwa was left with one final crystal. Seeing it as unnecessary to keep, she casually tossed it into a fairy mountain in the wilderness, which would later become known as Waguashan. Now that the rift in the sky was resolved, the celestial pillar remained broken, lacking a support to hold up the heavens, and ultimately, the realms would merge, leading to a repetition of chaos and the world's end. Reluctantly, the six saints joined forces to deduce that there was a colossal xian turtle in the northern sea, whose four limbs could serve as the celestial pillar. However, this turtle was the transformed body of a chaotic demon god. Influenced by the will of the demon god, lacking complete intelligence, and acted solely on instinct. Yet, the turtle's back had formed land, inhabited by countless beings, all under its protection. To acquire its limbs would necessitate slaying the turtle. An act fraught with grave consequences, and none of the saints were willing to expend their energy on such a task. But this matter could not be delayed, and ultimately, Tongtian took on the responsibility. Meanwhile, after casting the remnants of the Red Cloud's soul into the six paths of reincarnation for nourishment, Chen Xiao settled down in Wuzhuang Temple, looking up at the now mended rift in the sky. He pondered that what remained was likely the support for the heavens. Suddenly reminded of the northern sea xian turtle, he recalled that it had likely been dismembered by Tongtian, and its lingering resentment had caused the entire North Julu continent to be shrouded in a miasma for years. If the downfall of the Jie Sect and the uneven caliber of its disciples led to profound karmic retribution, then the aftermath of the northern sea xian turtle's death accounted for at least one-third of it. After all, he was now the Jie Sect's eldest disciple, burdened with the weight of karma, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Thus, Chen Xiao resolved to set off to the northern sea to intercept Tongtian. However, upon arriving at the northern sea, Chen Xiao found himself in a predicament. Given Tongtian's fiery temperament, he would likely have already extracted and slain the northern sea xian turtle by the time Chen Xiao reached there. The feast would be well underway. The saints were unable to deduce anything and could not intercept him on the way. It was unthinkable, unspeakable. Even a fleeting thought could alert them, which was why the saints remained so exalted. As for the two figures in the west, he dismissed them, for they had been scolded by too many and had no time to settle scores individually. Over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Xiao, and he devised a plan. Since he could not find Tongtian, he would incite Tongtian to come to him. Thus, Chen Xiao began to concoct rumors about Tongtian, spinning tales of his past exploits and the scandalous stories involving Nüwa that would leave everyone astonished. It was said that Tongtian had acted inappropriately towards his own disciples, and similar tales. Before long, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning, and a tremendous pressure descended upon Chen Xiao. The wrath of a saint could dim the heavens, an enraged roar echoed throughout the wilderness. Wayward disciple, I shall slay you. Seeing this, Chen Xiao skillfully knelt on one knee, catching the descending Qingping sword, and immediately begged for mercy. Master, please hear my defense. Silence. You dare to deceive your master, you wayward disciple. Today, I shall cleanse the ranks. Tongtian's eyes blazed with fury, nearly driven to his limits by Chen Xiao's actions. He had originally intended to extract the northern sea xian turtle and sever its limbs to prop up the heavens. However, upon sensing something, tales began to flood into his consciousness, and upon realizing they were concocted by his own eldest disciple, Tongtian was so enraged that he forgot all about his original task. Rushing to confront Chen Xiao, what was this talk of his scandalous past? Tongtian had always maintained his integrity. Where was the scandal? Furthermore, the slander had even involved him and Nüwa. Were it not for the fact that Chen Xiao was his disciple, he would have lost a few lives over such slander. Today, no matter what, he would teach Chen Xiao a proper lesson. Even the intervention of Hongyun would be futile. This was Tongtian's decision. As Tongtian raised the Qingping sword, prepared to strike Chen Xiao's tender backside, Chen Xiao hastily shouted, Master, please let me explain. Tongtian gazed into Chen Xiao's earnest eyes, causing his hand to pause momentarily. He recalled the last time he had ascended to sainthood. It had been interrupted by his anger and his refusal to hear Chen Xiao's explanation, leading to a misunderstanding. Thus, he suppressed his rage and coldly asked, What is your explanation? Seeing Tongtian calm down, Chen Xiao quickly explained, Master, are you planning to sever the limbs of the northern sea xian turtle to prop up the heavens? A flicker of surprise crossed Tongtian's eyes. After all, the notion that the northern sea xian turtle could support the heavens was a conclusion drawn by all six saints working together. How did his disciple come to know of this? However, now was not the time to dwell on this. Tongtian replied curtly, Indeed, had it not been for you, I would have already propped up the heavens. Chen Xiao pouted, but you would bear immense karmic consequences for this. Have you considered that? Hearing this, Tongtian sighed. He was well aware. However, Nüwa had already exerted herself, and the two shameless figures in the west owed an enormous debt. How could they possibly agree? Taiji and Yuanshi had chosen to feign ignorance. If he did not take the initiative, they would merely watch the chaos of the wilderness unfold once more. This was not in line with Tongtian's character. After hearing Tongtian's explanation, Chen Xiao felt he truly embodied the spirit of youth, a quintessential hot-blooded young man that he then said, I have a way to make the northern sea xian turtle willingly support the heavens. This way, Master, we need not bear this karma. Tongtian's expression shifted slightly, incredulously asking, Are you certain? Chen Xiao nodded, at least 80%. Then you may attempt it. However, Tongtian, seeing Chen Xiao's confidence, was naturally willing to let him try. After all, he had never fully understood his disciple, and perhaps he could surprise him. But then the atmosphere shifted, and Tongtian's expression darkened as he said, Before that, we must address your slander against your master and disrespect towards your elders. With that, he approached Chen Xiao, Qingping's sword in hand. Chen Xiao was taken aback, hastily proclaiming, I did all this just to find you. You cannot do this. Words are futile. Face the sword. Tongtian disregarded Chen Xiao's pleas. Anyone who dared to slander him today would not escape punishment. After giving Chen Xiao a thorough beating, Tongtian brought him to a small island. This island rested on the back of the northern sea xian turtle, which was home to countless beings. Tongtian then raised one hand, a golden light entering the northern sea xian turtle's consciousness, awakening it. Although the turtle's intelligence was diminished, it was still capable of normal communication. Upon seeing Tongtian, it became agitated. Since its birth, it had known it faced a calamity, yet it had never understood where this calamity originated. Now, it realized that its calamity was to support the heavens. The northern sea xian turtle straightforwardly stated, Tongtian Saint, you have come to take my limbs to prop up the heavens, haven't you? Tongtian nodded, somewhat troubled. Indeed, we have deduced that only your limbs can support the heavens. Upon hearing this, the northern sea xian turtle summoned its magical powers, entering a combat-ready state. After all, even an ant fights for its life. Despite its long slumber and diminished intelligence, it did not wish to simply await its demise. It only wished to live. What was wrong with that? Tongtian turned to Chen Xiao, indicating that it was now his turn to step forward. Otherwise, he would have to take action himself. Chen Xiao cast a resentful glance at Tongtian, rubbing his sore backside as he approached the northern sea xian turtle, forcing a smile and saying, Let us not resort to violence. We can discuss this. I have nothing to say to you. You wish to take my life. Should I just sit here and await my fate? The northern sea xian turtle glared at Chen Xiao, but did not dare to strike, that on one hand. Despite its quasi-saint level of power, yet behind him stood a veritable sage, capable of transforming him into a lifeless creature in an instant. On the other hand, the North Sea xian turtle harbored a flicker of anticipation within. After all, given Chen Xiao's gentle demeanor, there seemed to be room for negotiation. However, Chen Xiao's next utterance nearly sent him into a fit of rage. You are not supporting the heavens. Remaining here means slumbering until your intelligence fades into oblivion. Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to make a contribution before your demise, to bolster the heavens for all of Hongyun, sacrificing your singular existence for the happiness of the entirety of Hongyun? Isn't that a noble endeavor? The North Sea xian turtle could only think. What the hell? Tongtian, too, was perplexed. Is this truly your solution? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's moral coercion, the North Sea xian turtle nearly turned a shade of green with fury. What did it mean to sacrifice one for the happiness of all? Was his life not of value? He could no longer be bothered to argue. Even in death, he desired a companion to share the fate. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden weight constraining his movements, and a sinking feeling enveloped him, realizing, is this the power of a sage? I never imagined my quasi-saint strength would appear so feeble before him. Meanwhile, Tongtian, wielding his sword, stepped through the air towards the North Sea xian turtle, intent on delivering a fatal blow. If Chen Xiao's method was merely moral coercion, then perhaps it was better to take matters into his own hands. Hey, master, what are you doing? Chen Xiao hurriedly grasped Tongtian's arm, inquiring. Tongtian shot him an exasperated glance, replying solemnly, If your method is limited to this, then there is no need for further effort. Time waits for no one. With that, he raised his sword, prepared to sever the North Sea xian turtle's limbs. The North Sea xian turtle gazed at the Qingping sword, resentment and bitterness swirling in his eyes, yet he felt utterly powerless. Chen Xiao rushed forward, grasping Tongtian's hand, chuckling awkwardly. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood with a joke given the serious atmosphere. Must we take it so seriously? Calm down, Tongtian. North Sea xian turtle. Tongtian was on the verge of being driven to despair by Chen Xiao's insolence, pondering what sins he had committed to deserve such a disciple. Did he not realize the urgency of supporting the heavens? How could he still find time for jest? The North Sea xian turtle, too, wore a look of deep resentment, wondering if Chen Xiao understood that his flippant remarks could lead to his demise. Observing the expressions on both sides, Chen Xiao swallowed hard and declared, "Let us return to serious matters." Tongtian cast a reproachful glance at Chen Xiao and sheathed his sword, though he did not lift the restrictions on the North Sea xian turtle. Chen Xiao remained silent. After all, he feared for his own life. Should this fellow act impulsively and consume him, there would be no place for his sorrow. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Xiao spoke, in truth. Volunteering to support the heavens is not without its rewards. Consider the immense merit it would bring. The North Sea xian turtle, somewhat at a loss, retorted angrily, "If I am dead, what use are these merits to me? But you can preserve your primordial spirit and reincarnate." Chen Xiao explained, "Merit is not solely applicable in this life. Once you are reborn, you will undoubtedly become a blessed true immortal with a vastly superior foundation." Upon hearing this, the North Sea xian turtle fell into deep contemplation. While ordinary beings could easily make such decisions, the North Sea xian turtle, having endured prolonged slumber, found his intelligence diminished and required time to deliberate. Chen Xiao, sensing this, quickly elaborated, "Consider your current predicament. Occasionally falling into slumber, your ultimate fate will be the extinguishing of your intelligence, which is little different from death, is it not?" After a moment, the North Sea xian turtle looked at Chen Xiao and voiced his earlier concern. "How can you ensure my successful reincarnation?" Chen Xiao raised his chin confidently, stating, "I am none other than the current emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. Facilitating your reincarnation is a simple task." With that, he donned the imperial robes of the Fengdu emperor, adding to his credibility. The North Sea xian turtle's eyes brightened, and his worries dissipated as he declared, "Then I shall agree, but you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "What need is there for a heavenly Tao oath? I will swear an oath to the great Tao. Is that not sufficient?" "That is indeed excellent." The North Sea xian turtle acquiesced. Recognizing that the great Tao held more weight than the heavenly Tao, a widely accepted notion in Hongyun. Meanwhile, Tongtian, upon hearing that Chen Xiao held the position of the king of ghosts in the underworld, wore an expression of deepening displeasure. Grasping Chen Xiao's head, he turned it to face him directly, asking ominously, "When did you betray the teachings?" Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he clutched Tongtian's leg, pleading, "Master, I am wronged. I have not betrayed the teachings." Tongtian kicked Chen Xiao away, demanding, "Then why do you serve as the king of ghosts in the underworld?" "Of course, it is for the sake of merit. Otherwise, how could your Qingping sword become a treasure of merit? Surely I cannot produce it from thin air." Chen Xiao hastily clarified, "Tongtian, I want to chop him. Qingping sword. Add one to that." Subsequently, Chen Xiao informed Tongtian that Hutu was essentially neglecting her duties, occasionally sending disciples of the to the underworld that in time, the underworld would be filled with disciples, with Hutu as the only exception. Henceforth, reincarnation and related matters would pose no problem at all. Tongtian considered this and realized that the underworld could indeed become a branch of the, so he tacitly allowed Chen Xiao to continue as the king of ghosts. Yet, when he looked at Chen Xiao, a complex expression crossed his face, pondering whether this child had anticipated his establishment of the teachings and thus amassed such merit in advance. Just how much did he truly understand? One incident after another filled Tongtian with doubt, yet he refrained from probing further. After all, there were boundaries between father and son. As long as Chen Xiao did not betray the teachings, everything else could be discussed. After Chen Xiao finished explaining to Tongtian, the latter waved his hand, releasing the restrictions on the North Sea xian turtle. The North Sea xian turtle turned to Chen Xiao and advised, "Young friend, I shall rely on you shortly." With that, he soared into the sky, his resounding voice echoing throughout all of Hongyun. "I am the North Sea xian turtle. Today, I sever my 4 limbs to support the 4 poles of heaven and earth." Having proclaimed his intent, the North Sea Xian turtle immediately summoned his powers, transforming them into blades, resolutely severing his own limbs. His 4 turtle legs shot forth in the directions of east, south, west, and north, propping up the collapsing firmament, ultimately becoming 4 towering pillars. Simultaneously, an immense wave of merit cascaded down from the heavens, flooding into the North Sea Xian turtle's body, staving off the brink of death. Seizing this opportunity, he expended his final vestiges of power to transfer all the living beings upon his back to another location. After accomplishing this, the North Sea Xian turtle closed his eyes tightly, his soul departing from his corporeal form. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao utilized his authority as the king of the underworld to bind him, placing him within a specialized soul collection bag. The North Sea Xian turtle's shell gradually diminished in size. Falling before him, Chen Xiao examined it closely, noting that while the shell was merely an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of top-tier innate treasures. This realization made perfect sense. After all, a turtle's most robust feature is its shell, especially one as ancient as the North Sea Xian turtle. Tongtian gazed at the shell and spoke softly. "This item shall be temporarily entrusted to you. It will be returned to him upon his reincarnation." Then, with curiosity, he inquired, "What race do you intend to assist him in reincarnating into?" Chen Xiao tilted his head slightly, a swell of pride rising within him as he declared, "Naturally, it shall be the human race, for in the future, the sovereigns of heaven and earth shall undoubtedly be our human kin." Upon hearing Chen Xiao's assertion, Tongtian's immediate thought was, impossible. After all, the human race was so frail that any other race in Hongyun would surpass them easily. Tongtian thought this and voiced it aloud. Chen Xiao scoffed, "Master, that is only because the human race lacks suitable cultivation methods. With the golden core Tao of the Tu Ching master, only one has managed to ascend to immortality thus far. Were there appropriate methods available, given the reproductive capabilities of the human race, they would surely become the mightiest race in Hongyun." Tongtian, upon hearing Chen Xiao's explanation, suddenly found himself enlightened, yet a hint of doubt lingered as he asked, "How can you be so certain? Isn't this merely reasoning? Basic deduction?" Chen Xiao chuckled. Tongtian cast a skeptical glance at Chen Xiao, but chose not to pursue the matter further, redirecting the conversation. "You should accompany me back to Kunlun. Has recently welcomed numerous disciples, and as the eldest senior brother, you ought to make an appearance, of course. I will first go to Wanshou Mountain to inform the Swearing clan that they may return, and then I shall join you." Chen Xiao acquiesced, noting that it had been quite some time since he last returned to the Jie Sect as the eldest disciple. His constant absence from home was indeed somewhat irresponsible. Moreover, at this moment, he had no desire to return to the underworld. The impending battle would surely claim countless souls, and the thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine. That it would be best for Ho Tu to concern herself with such troublesome matters. After all, the Wu clan had already been brought to the underworld by her, and she would undoubtedly promote some individuals to higher positions. For now, he would simply enjoy a well-deserved respite in the outside world and focus on enhancing his cultivation. Upon returning to Mount Wanshou, Chen Xiao sought out the 3 ancestral figures of the human race. "Sui Run," he began, "the calamity of the Wu and Yao has concluded, and the human race is now free to return to our ancestral lands." The 3 ancestors exhaled in relief. After all, living under the roof of another was hardly a pleasant experience. There was no place like home. They then bowed deeply to Chen Xiao, expressing their gratitude. "We thank you, Sword Ancestor, for your tireless efforts on behalf of the human race during this time." Chen Xiao inclined slightly, accepting only half of the bow, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely a modest contribution on my part. The future development of the human race will primarily depend on the 3 of you. This is our duty," the 3 ancestors replied in unison. Subsequently, they sought out the leaders of various tribes to prepare for the migration back home. After expressing their gratitude to Zhen Yuanzi, they led the human race back to their ancestral territory. However, a small portion of the human race chose to remain at Mount Wanshou, a decision that had been communicated to Zhen Yuanzi, who had no objections. Chen Xiao, alongside Go Dan, safeguarded the migration of the human race. Fortunately, following the conclusion of the calamity, the entire Hongyun had fallen into an unprecedented tranquility, and they encountered no unexpected incidents along the way. After escorting the human race back to their ancestral lands, Chen Xiao prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain. Just before his departure, a thought struck him, and he cautioned the three ancestors. The human race is on the brink of great prosperity. Soon, a supreme treasure will be born. Once it manifests, ensure that you inform me at the earliest opportunity. Do not entrust it to anyone, not even a sage. The ancestors exchanged bewildered glances, and Sui Ren directly inquired. Sword Ancestor, do you speak the truth? Chen Xiao nodded. The calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors relied heavily on the sealing of the Kongtong seal, a detail he could not possibly misremember. This treasure was crucial to the fortunes of the human race. To ensure they would no longer be subjugated, it must remain in their possession. With Tongtian as his backing, it would be safest in his hands. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors promptly agreed. Having fully accepted Chen Xiao, they were willing to trust his words. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiao, in a bid to be cautious, retrieved the human sword from the sword bone and inscribed several shielding formations upon it before handing it to Sui Ren. When the supreme treasure emerges, this sword should resonate immediately at that point. You can follow its guidance to retrieve it in advance. The ancestors looked on, filled with confusion, although they did not understand why Chen Xiao was so certain the sword could sense it. They chose to trust him. Chen Xiao, however, was reluctant to explain the origin of the sword. The affairs of humanity were best kept known to as few people as possible. Just as Chen Xiao finished his instructions and turned to leave, the human sword in Sui Ren's hand suddenly radiated a faint golden light, causing Chen Xiao to halt abruptly. What on earth? Did the calamity not just conclude? Why is the Kongtong seal emerging now? Chen Xiao pondered, bewildered. The ancestors, equally flummoxed, turned their gazes toward him. Sword Ancestor, what is happening? Seizing the sword from Sui Ren's grasp, Chen Xiao waved it and muttered, "It can't be broken already, can it?" At that moment, he felt a sudden chill creeping up his spine. A familiar sensation flooding his mind. He swiftly turned around and activated his magical shield. The 3 ancestors, perceiving the change in atmosphere, grew alert, suspecting an imminent attack. Sure enough, moments later, a brilliant golden light erupted from the horizon, rapidly approaching their location. Chen Xiao inwardly mused, surely it won't crash onto me this time. However, as he discerned the approaching object, astonishment washed over him. It was in the form of a great bell, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Wasn't this the chaos bell? What on earth was it doing here? Before Chen Xiao could fully process the situation, the chaos bell collided with his protective shield with a resounding bang. The shield shattered like paper, and the bell came crashing down upon him, driving him into the ground and creating a sizable crater. The impact sent a cloud of dust swirling, causing the entire Huyun cave to tremble thrice as the dust settled. The 3 ancestors realized that Chen Xiao had been pinned beneath the bell. They rushed over, calling out in concern, Sword Ancestor, are you all right?" At that moment, only one of Chen Xiao's hands remained visible, trembling as he raised a middle finger, weakly cursing, "Damn it all." He then fell silent. His energy depleted. The ancestors, witnessing Chen Xiao's unconscious state, were taken aback and hurriedly attempted to lift the bell. However, as soon as they touched the chaos bell, it suddenly emitted a golden light, shrinking down to the size of a bell and then burrowing into Chen Xiao's body. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, with Chaoshi asking, "Sui Ren, what on earth was that?" It felt like an innate spiritual treasure. Treasures possessing spirit would recognize their master autonomously. It seems the Sword Ancestor is indeed blessed with fortune, Sui Ren observed, casting a glance at the unconscious Chen Xiao. The human race had never encountered the higher echelons of the Yao clan, and thus they had only heard of the Chaos Bell, failing to recognize its significance. Subsequently, they carefully laid Chen Xiao upon a stone bed to rest. In his unconscious state, Chen Xiao found himself in a white expanse, faintly hearing a sigh. "Who is there?" "Sui Ren, is that you?" No response came, and instead, a voice spoke. "Chen Xiao, what I can do for you is limited to this. Henceforth, the rise and fall of the human race will rest upon your shoulders." "What do you mean? Who are you? What have you done for me?" Chen Xiao inquired urgently. However, the mysterious voice vanished after speaking. Moments later, Chen Xiao felt a sudden loss of weight and began to fall. He soon became aware of a wet sensation and heard slurping sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a red tongue incessantly licking him, prompting him to shove it away. "You filthy dog. How disgusting. Chen Xiao exclaimed, wiping his face and realizing it was covered in drool, nearly making him retch. Beside him, Dan whimpered defensively, Wong Wong Wong. It's just that you've been unconscious for several days. I thought to wake you up. The three ancestors, hearing the commotion, hurriedly entered, expressing their concern. Sword Ancestor, are you all right? I'm fine, just got knocked around a bit. I'm used to it. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After 3 incidents, with the last being a massive bell, he had grown rather numb to it all. Gazing at the floating human sword, Chen Xiao recalled the mysterious voice, and a faint suspicion began to form in his mind. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dan and the 3 ancestors, he departed from the Hongyun cave, heading back to Kunlun mountain. Along the way, his thoughts remained fixated on the chaos bell in that mysterious space. The reality of possessing such an innate treasure weighed heavily on Chen Xiao. This was not something he could currently control. There were only 5 of these in the entirety of Hongyun, and if word got out that he possessed one, his peace would be shattered. Fortunately, the 3 ancestors were unaware of its true value. Aside from them, no one else knew, even if someone did find out. Chen Xiao felt secure, for apart from Tongtian, he could trust only these 3. However, the situation was undeniably complex, and the fewer who knew, the better. Before long, he and Dan reached the outskirts of Kunlun mountain. Gazing at the towering peaks, Chen Xiao couldn't help but shout, I, Chunhan-san, have returned. His voice quickly drew attention, and soon several figures soared toward him. Leading the charge was Duo Bao, who, upon seeing Chen Xiao, exclaimed joyfully, Eldest brother, you've returned. Ah, it's you, Duo Bao? How have you been lately? Chen Xiao greeted him with a smile. Duo Bao's expression instantly drooped. He couldn't fathom why Chen Xiao could never remember his name, and felt an inexplicable awkwardness at the repeated name. He attempted to correct him once more. Eldest brother, my name is Duo Bao, not Bajie. All right, Bajie, I am weary. Let destruction commence. Just as Chen Xiao was jesting with Duo Bao and Jin Ling, a voice resonated in his ears. Now that he has returned, he should first take the opportunity to familiarize himself with his fellow disciples. Chen Xiao paused for a moment and bowed to the cave of Tongtian to owe his surprise. There was no need for formal greetings, and he requested Duo Bao to introduce him. Duo Bao readily consented, as he had been sent by Tongtian to escort Chen Xiao. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the training ground, where Duo Bao summoned everyone. Upon seeing Duo Bao, the crowd bowed in respect, greeting the second senior brother. Duo Bao nodded and then gestured towards Chen Xiao, saying, This is our senior brother, Chen Xiao. Why not offer your greetings? We pay our respects to the senior brother, the crowd replied, bowing to Chen Xiao. There were no disparaging remarks questioning his worthiness, nor any scenes of ostentation or humiliation, although there were numerous issues within the Jie Sect. The atmosphere was undoubtedly the most amicable and united among the 3 sections. Following this, Duo Bao began to introduce the key figures, such as the 7 fairies and the water and fire boys. As they passed the 7 fairies, Chen Xiao cast an extra glance at the long-eared Jingguang fairy, silently committing her to memory. She was the last straw that could break the Jie Sect. Had she not snatched the wand of 10,000 souls, Tongtian could have sustained himself for a while longer. While no one could harbor fondness for traitors, he maintained a facade of benevolence, engaging them in conversation. Yet, the long-eared Jingguang fairy felt an unsettling gaze upon her, involuntarily shivering. When she looked back at Chen Xiao's benign smile, she mused to herself, perhaps I am overthinking it. Next, they approached a man with a bushy beard. And Duo Bao introduced him, Senior brother, this is Zhao Gongming, the chief disciple overseeing all outer disciples. Hearing Zhao Gongming's name, Chen Xiao couldn't help but scrutinize him further. He was indeed a formidable figure during the Fengtian calamity. He had single-handedly driven the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect into retreat, using the 24 sea-calming pearls. Particularly notable were his 3 sisters, who had devised the 9-bend Yellow River formation, which stripped the 12 golden immortals of their top 3 blossoms. Ultimately, they provoked Yuan Shi to take action personally. It can be said that the siblings were all legendary figures. We pay our respects to the senior brother, Zhao Gongming said, standing upright before Chen Xiao. Observing this, Chen Xiao stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, We are all brothers here. There is no need for such formality. Zhao Gongming felt a sense of camaraderie upon Chen Xiao's generous demeanor. He was naturally a person who appreciated forming bonds with like-minded individuals. Then, Chen Xiao shouted to the surrounding disciples, "I am honored to be among you all. Today, I shall treat everyone to drinks, and we shall not return until we are intoxicated." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Senior brother, you are grand indeed. Senior brother, I demand you drink 3 jars to the brim." Only Duo Bao and Jin Ling displayed apprehensive expressions upon hearing Chen Xiao's intention to treat everyone to drinks as expected. When he produced dozens of jars, they instinctively took a step back, sharing the same jars and concoction. They grappled with whether to reveal the truth. Just as they hesitated, everyone had already begun to drink. Jin Ling turned to Duo Bao and whispered, "Second senior brother, should we?" Duo Bao understood her meaning. Should they inform everyone of the drink's ingredients? But after a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Let it be. Although the ingredients may be dubious, the effects are still quite remarkable. We shall not spoil everyone's enthusiasm." Others shared similar sentiments, including Tongtian, who observed from the shadows. "This unruly disciple dares to bring that out again. I shall not spare him." Seeing Chen Xiao produce that wine infuriated Tongtian, who was tempted to rush out and give him a beating, only to halt his steps. After all, Chen Xiao was the senior brother. Striking him now would undermine his own authority. That it would be more appropriate to wait until they were alone to deal with him. The disciples of the Jie Sect drank heartily, especially Zhao Gongming and Chen Xiao, who continued to pour one jar after another, neither of them using any magical powers to hold back. Soon, they were all intoxicated, singing and dancing joyously. Noticing that Duo Bao sat nearby without having a single drop, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but inquire, "Second senior brother, why do you not drink? The senior brother's skills are truly exceptional." Hearing this, Duo Bao glanced at Chen Xiao and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "I do not enjoy drinking. You all may indulge as you wish." Had he been unaware of the ingredients, he would not have felt such heavy psychological pressure. Yet Chen Xiao knew what Duo Bao was thinking. He would not let him off that easily and addressed Zhao Gongming. "How can one not drink? That would be disrespectful. Gongming, hold him down for me." "All right, senior brother." Zhao Gongming chuckled, rising to his feet at that moment. Having had a bit too much to drink, he would not normally have the courage to restrain Duo Bao. Duo Bao's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Absolutely not." As he attempted to flee, Chen Xiao unexpectedly immobilized him, and Zhao Gongming swiftly subdued Duo Bao. Chen Xiao approached with the wine in hand, a devious grin on his face. "Come now, my dear brother. I merely wish for you to join the group. You must understand my good intentions. No, please, senior brother, spare me." Duo Bao's eyes widened in terror. However, Chen Xiao paid him no heed, covering Duo Bao's mouth and pouring the wine down his throat. 5 jars in quick succession. Nearby, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, and Wudong covered their eyes, unable to watch, and dared not speak, fearing Chen Xiao might also make them drink. Tears unconsciously rolled down the corners of Duo Bao's eyes. Seeing Duo Bao's gradually clouded gaze, Chen Xiao knew it was time to cease his actions. "Big brother, what are you doing?" At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from behind, causing Zhao Gongming to shiver involuntarily. Chen Xiao turned in confusion to see 3 female immortals gracefully approaching. The leading lady, with purple hair and attire, displayed a pair of snow-white long legs that captivated Chen Xiao's attention. Before long, the lady arrived before the 3 men and gently chided Zhao Gongming. "Big brother, how can you treat the second senior brother this way?" Zhao Gongming straightened up, releasing Duo Bao as he replied, "This was all the senior brother's doing. You cannot blame me, senior brother." The lady frowned, suddenly recalling that she had yet to meet the senior brother. Sensing this, Zhao Gongming quickly introduced, "This is our senior brother, Chen Xiao." He then turned to Chen Xiao, saying, "Senior brother, these are my 3 sisters, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's introduction, Yun Xiao finally noticed Chen Xiao and promptly led her 2 sisters in greeting that we pay our respects to the senior brother. "We beg your pardon. We had just emerged from seclusion and were unaware of your return." Chen Xiao, enchanted by Yun Xiao's melodious voice, felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body that he waved his hand, saying, "No worries, no worries. Today, I am treating everyone to drinks, so please do not blame Gongming." Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao couldn't help but laugh, correcting, "Senior brother, our elder sister's name is Yun Xiao, not to Bai. However, she is indeed quite fair." Hearing this, Yun Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she shot a glare at her 2 sisters. Instantly, they fell silent, revealing Yun Xiao's authority among them. Subsequently, she addressed Chen Xiao, Since that is the case, we shall not disrupt your merriment any further." After advising Zhao Gongming to drink less, she departed with Bi Xiao and Chen Xiao. As they walked, Bi Xiao remarked, "Elder sister, senior brother's name is Chen Xiao, just like ours, with Xiao in it. How fateful. He also seems quite easy to get along with. Unlike Guangchengzi from the Chen Sect, who carries himself with such arrogance." Yin Xiao furrowed her brow and gently admonished, "Do not speak ill of the senior brother behind his back." Bi Xiao stuck out her tongue. Recognizing the cue to stop talking, she could sense that Yin Xiao shared her sentiments regarding her previous statement. The Chen Sect members often looked down upon the Jie Sect, which did not sit well with the good-natured Yin Xiao. Meanwhile, Duo Bao had also successfully joined the revelry, soon becoming intoxicated and lamenting to Chen Xiao, "Senior brother, do you not know how much the disciples of the Chen Sect bullied us during your absence?" Chen Xiao paused momentarily and inquired, "How have they been bullying you?" "They incessantly demeaned me, claiming that I am a creature of fur and horns, solely cultivating my magical prowess while neglecting moral integrity. Forever to remain a blood-drinking, flesh-eating brute that I wished to confront them, but was rebuked by my second master and sent back. My junior disciple truly suffers." Duo Bao poured his grievances to Chen Xiao, feeling a deep pang of sorrow within. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao, in a fit of rage, smashed his wine cup, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare they bully my underlings? Do they not know how many eyes the king of the underworld has?" Duo Bao sighed and said, "Senior brother, they are, after all, disciples of the second master." Chen Xiao scoffed, "I dare provoke the demon clan. What is that Guangchengzi to me? Should anything happen, I will take the blame." Having spoken, he seized Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming with one hand each and stealthily ventured into the territory of Yuan Shi. Before long, the trio stumbled upon the solitary Guangchengzi. Duo Bao whispered, "Senior brother, what do you intend to do?" Chen Xiao smirked coldly. "Do they not look down upon beings covered in fur? Let us strip him of every last hair, leaving not a single strand behind." "That might be unwise." Duo Bao hesitated slightly, but Zhao Gongming was of a different mind. He had long harbored disdain for those of the Chen school, who flaunted their authority before the Jie Sect. However, he was merely an outer disciple, constrained by his status. Now, with Chen Xiao leading the charge, he felt emboldened to cooperate, promptly urging, "Second brother, we have endured their antics for far too long. It is time they learn a lesson." As Duo Bao continued to falter in his resolve, Chen Xiao had already raised his hand to set up a shielding array, then retrieved several beads from his space and hurled them toward Guangchengzi. As a Deluo golden immortal, Guangchengzi instantly sensed the anomaly and bellowed in anger. Who dares to be so audacious within the Chen school? Yet, upon closer inspection of the red beads hurtling toward him, he disdainfully raised his hand to shatter them. In an instant, the beads exploded, releasing a cloud of red smoke, much of which he inhaled. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and his companions swiftly raised a protective shield, obscuring their faces as they stepped forth. Seeing the intruders, Guangchengzi covered his mouth and nose, angrily rebuking, "Despicable and shameless! Who are you to ambush me? Do you not know who I am? Kekekek, why should we concern ourselves with who you are? You ought to worry about yourself first." Chen Xiao cackled wickedly. "You?" Guangchengzi was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing this, Chen Xiao's grin widened wickedly. The beads were crafted during his escapades with the demon clan. Although the materials were precious, the effects were undeniably potent to ensure success. He threw several more beads, and as expected, Guangchengzi could not withstand the onslaught. "Senior brother, why do you smile so malevolently?" Zhao Gongming inquired, somewhat bewildered. Chen Xiao explained, "This demeanor aligns perfectly with our current image. Enough chatter, let us hasten our departure." Zhao Gongming hoisted Guangchengzi, while Chen Xiao erased any traces at the scene and swiftly flew towards the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. Duo Bao, watching their retreating figures, hesitated briefly before following suit. Outside Kunlun Mountain, Chen Xiao crafted a cave dwelling, using his magical prowess to bind Guangchengzi with chains. He also sealed his cultivation and obscured his vision. Zhao Gongming, rubbing his hands together nervously, asked, "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Chen Xiao replied with a sinister smile, "Did we not say we would strip him of his hair? Let us commence with his locks." Zhao Gongming pondered for a moment and softly suggested, "Shall we pull it out forcibly?" Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and began to educate him. "Clearly, you have never plucked a chicken. Pulling it out by force is so laborious. Simply boil some water, and it will come off effortlessly. Duo Bao exclaimed. Zhao Gongming remarked. How cruel. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Where is the cruelty in this? Plucking hair must be done this way. He then instructed Zhao Gongming to boil water, specifying that it must be at a high temperature. The hair of an immortal cannot be removed at mere boiling point. Zhao Gongming nodded, promptly venturing outside to find water, channeling his magical energy to heat it. Duo Bao interjected, Senior brother, I feel this is still unwise. What if we are discovered? If we are discovered, then so be it. We are merely teaching him a lesson, not killing him. Worst case scenario, you can let the teacher give him a beating. Chen Xiao retorted nonchalantly. Duo Bao pointed at himself in disbelief, exclaiming, Why must I be the one to take the beating? I am helping you vent your frustrations. It cannot be that you all feel relieved while I bear the brunt. Chen Xiao responded impatiently. Why should you be the one beaten? Duo Bao, feeling perplexed, sensed the logic in his words but still found it somewhat amiss. Just then, Zhao Gongming entered, looking frustrated. Senior brother, I cannot heat the water to a high temperature. It evaporates before reaching that point. Chen Xiao sighed. If not for needing others to share the blame, he could handle it alone. Truly, a lack of education is frightful. Reluctantly, he stepped in to demonstrate. Chen Xiao approached the pot, enveloping it in a protective shield before channeling his magical energy to stoke the flames. While heating, he elucidated, at standard atmospheric pressure, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius. When water reaches this boiling point, continued heating will convert it into steam. Thus, to heat it to a higher temperature, we must increase the pressure, thereby raising its boiling point. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming listened, utterly confused by terms like Celsius and atmospheric pressure. But they understood Chen Xiao's method. It simply involved encasing it and compressing. Before long, a pot of boiling water was ready, and Zhao Gongming eagerly dragged Guangchengzi out. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao poured the water over Guangchengzi's head. Without his cultivation to shield him, the intense burning sensation jolted him awake prematurely. His screams echoed throughout the cave. Had it not been for the soundproofing and shielding spells outside, the entire Kunlun mountain would have heard Guangchengzi's cries. Upon regaining consciousness, Guangchengzi found himself enveloped in darkness. Filled with rage and fear, he shouted, Who are you to treat me so? Do you not know who I am? I am the foremost disciple of the Yuanshi sage. If you wish to live, release me at once. Chen Xiao and Zhao Gongming remained silent, grinning maliciously, while Duo Bao looked on, unable to bear the sight. He resembled a diligent student being coerced into wrongdoing by the mischief makers. Chen Xiao signaled Zhao Gongming to take action, and he understood the cue. Seizing Guangchengzi's hair, with a mere tug, he effortlessly uprooted it all. Guangchengzi's screams reverberated once more, prompting Duo Bao to turn away in distress. This is too brutal. I will not let you go. Guangchengzi screamed in madness. Chen Xiao cackled wickedly, his voice dripping with malice as he said, Do not rush. Your hair has not been fully removed yet. Zhao Gongming, following suit, cackled alongside Chen Xiao, giving them the appearance of villains. What do you intend to do now? Guangchengzi asked, his voice trembling, as the sensation of hair being plucked was excruciating, and he had little left to pluck. Chen Xiao grinned wickedly. Go. Pull down his pants. No. Whatever you desire, I can grant. Just spare my life, and I shall fulfill any request. Guangchengzi, realizing their intentions, began to struggle frantically. However, at this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. No matter how he fought, it was futile. As they removed his pants, the trio gasped, exchanging glances in shock. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao broke the stillness, asking, Does anyone have a magnifying glass? I think something is wrong with my eyes. Zhao Gongming quietly remarked, Senior brother, your eyes are fine. They are indeed that small. Chen Xiao's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, That is even smaller than a puppy's. How utterly humiliating. Duo Bao interjected. Isn't that rather insulting? Upon overhearing Chen Xiao's complaints, Guangchengzi was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despair. His cultivation had been sealed, rendering him incapable of altering his form, and everything around him remained in its most primitive state. Subsequently, Chen Xiao proceeded to boil water and pour it over him, with Zhao Gongming lending a hand, albeit with evident disdain. However, during this ordeal, Guangchengzi remained silent, as if numbed by the experience. Once everything was completed, Chen Xiao administered some healing medicine and lifted his seal. After erasing all traces of their actions, he fled the scene, with Zhao Gongming and Duo B Aodas Guangchengzi gradually regained consciousness. He felt a sharp sting in his head and lower body. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he burst into tears, utterly disregarding his dignity. Had anyone witnessed this, they would have been taken aback. After all, the esteemed first disciple of the primordial beginning was reduced to tears. What a profound injustice he must have suffered. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances or seek vengeance. Who could tell what would happen if he confronted them? They might expose his shortcomings, leaving him no place in the vast wilderness. Once he had wept, Guangchengzi changed into a fresh set of robes, using his powers to regrow his hair, while also discreetly altering his vulnerabilities. Ultimately, he returned to his cave dwelling in a state of disarray. Proclaiming to the outside world that he was in seclusion, alone, he silently tended to the wounds of his spirit. On their way back, Duo Bao was filled with trepidation, repeatedly inquiring about Chen Xiao. Master brother, what shall we do if second master uncle comes looking for us? At first, Chen Xiao offered some comfort, but after several repeated queries, he grew weary of responding. Zhao Gongming, on the other hand, was far more relaxed and reassured Duo Bao. Second brother, you need not worry. That fellow would never dare to report us. Why not? Duo Bao asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Zhao Gongming smirked slightly. If he wishes to keep his shortcomings hidden from us, he will undoubtedly swallow this grievance in silence, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao sighed in relief, his unease gradually dissipating. However, it was not long before the worry resurfaced. Come to my cave dwelling, a voice resonated from Tongtian, causing the trio to freeze in fear. Exchanging glances that revealed their dread, Tongtian's tone was unmistakably laced with anger. Master brother, what shall we do? Zhao Gongming turned to Chen Xiao for guidance. It will take it one step at a time. Let us meet with our teacher first, Chen Xiao said, leading the way, with the others hastily following. Upon entering the cave, they found Tongtian seated with a grim expression, clearly aware of their recent escapades. Just as Tongtian was about to speak, Chen Xiao abruptly knelt and declared loudly, Master, this was all Zhu Beiji's idea. We merely went to lend a hand. Zhao Gongming, Duo Bao, LLL. What the heck? Duo Bao was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xiao's immediate betrayal, just as he was about to respond. He caught Chen Xiao's intense gaze, which seemed to convey, if you do not take the blame for this, I shall pluck your hair next time. A chill ran down Duo Bao's spine. Tongtian, noticing Chen Xiao's little maneuver, turned to Duo Bao, coldly asking, Duo Bao, what were you about to say? Duo Bao instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao replied, if you don't want to lose your hair, then you should take responsibility. Duo Bao stammered, it's nothing, I just wanted to correct Master Brother. My name is Duo Bao, not Zhu Beiji. Bang. Tongtian slammed the table in fury, pointing at the three of them as he scolded, do you truly believe I have seen nothing? Were it not for my cover, your actions would have been discovered by your second master uncle long ago. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. Seizing upon a flaw in Tongtian's words, he exclaimed, ah, so master. You two have long held a grudge against that fellow, which is why you helped me conceal this. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming exchanged covert thumbs-ups, silently praising Chen Xiao. Indeed, you are quite astute. Tongtian thought to himself, but now that I consider it, it is somewhat gratifying. I have indeed found Guangchengzi irksome for quite some time. Were I not his elder, I would have long since given him a beating. Quickly shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Tongtian returned to his authoritative demeanor, stating sternly, is that truly what I meant? What am I to tell your second master uncle about your actions? Chen Xiao pouted, muttering, what is there to explain? That fellow wouldn't dare to complain. Why not? Tongtian inquired, puzzled, as he had only focused on covering for them, without considering the implications. Chen Xiao then recounted Guangchengzi's vulnerabilities and presented a recording stone. Tongtian's mouth twitched, and after taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, Chen Xiao, as the eldest disciple leading the mischief, you are sentenced to 300 years of confinement. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming shall each serve 100 years. After stating this, he waved them away. Chen Xiao, bewildered, wondered why everything had gone so smoothly this time. It felt almost surreal. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to receiving a beating. He promptly bowed to Tongtian and hurriedly exited with Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming. Once he sensed their departure, Tongtian could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! What a fine disciple you have, second brother. He had long been exasperated by Yuan Shi's constant boasting about his 12 golden immortals, each supposedly blessed with profound fortunes. In his view, all that talk was nonsense. It was far better to be compact and efficient than a century later, while Chen Xiao was still in confinement. Duo Bao called for him. Master brother, the teacher's decree summons us. Chen Xiao, puzzled, replied, but I am still under confinement. Did the teacher permit my release? Duo Bao scratched his head, recalling, it seems the teacher did not mention that. Seeing this, Chen Xiao reclined lazily, stating, then I shan't go. What if he uses this as an excuse to beat me? But the teacher has said you must come. Duo Bao pressed, looking troubled. Chen Xiao, however, was unmoved and shrugged off the concern. Come here this instant. Tongtian's voice echoed in Chen Xiao's ears, compelling him to stand upright and pull Duo Bao along as they rushed to the great hall. Upon entering, they found all the disciples of the Jie Sect already gathered. With Tongtian seated in the main seat, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao grinned. Master, what is the occasion for summoning the younger disciples? Tongtian coldly snorted, then addressed the Jie disciples. I have gathered you here today to discuss where our Jie Sect should establish a new temple. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Had Tongtian and Yuan Shi quarreled so soon? Duo Bao, equally perplexed, directly asked, Teacher, why must we leave Kunlun to establish a new temple? Ever since Guangchengzi had been dealt with by Chen Xiao, the Chen sect had not had anyone lead the mockery against them for quite some time. Thus, the two factions had coexisted peacefully, devoid of any conflict. With a sigh, Tongtian explained, as the three purities have attained the status of saints, Kunlun Mountain, as a convergence of the world's dragon veins, cannot bear the fortune of our sanctification. Therefore, we have agreed to leave Kunlun to be the temple of second brother, while I and the eldest brother will seek another location. Only then did Chen Xiao understand that the division of the three purities was not only due to ideological differences, but also because Kunlun Mountain could not sustain their presence. He then spoke up, Master, I know of a place that would be quite suitable. Tongtian regarded Chen Xiao with suspicion, clearly unconvinced. Chen Xiao, growing agitated, retorted, Master, what kind of expression is that? You don't trust me to handle this. After some contemplation, Tongtian realized that aside from Chen Xiao's penchant for trouble and mischief, he seemed competent in other respects. Very well, then tell me. Tongtian prompted. Oh, now you ask me to speak. I shan't say anything. You can ponder it yourself, Chen Xiao replied, his demeanor haughty. Those who doubt me can worry about it themselves. Below, the disciples exchanged incredulous glances, filled with disbelief at their master brother's boldness. Is our master brother truly this daring? There is a golden turtle in the eastern sea, its size vastly surpassing that of Kunlun, making it an ideal candidate for the new temple of the Jie Sect. Upon witnessing Tongtian draw the Qingping sword, Chen Xiao hastily spoke up. With a serious expression, Tongtian sheathed the sword and began to deduce, soon confirming that Chen Xiao's assertions held merit. Although its size was slightly smaller than that of the North Sea's black tortoise, it bore the weight of an entire archipelago, whose combined area far exceeded that of the black tortoise. After concluding his calculations, Tongtian's countenance softened, and he declared, This place is indeed commendable. You all should gather your belongings and prepare for departure. I shall set forth first. With that, Tongtian vanished from the main seat, presumably to seek the golden tortoise for amicable negotiations regarding the establishment of a sanctuary upon its back, in the East Sea. A cluster of islands aimlessly drifted in a fleeting moment. The sky above the East Sea erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. Celestial flowers cascaded from the heavens, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. As purple mist stretched across the horizon for countless miles, enveloping the void in unending radiance, the golden tortoise felt a stirring within, halting its movements, and slowly raised its head to gaze at the sky. Pondering, what celestial phenomenon heralds the arrival of a sage? Who could this sage be? Having lived for an extensive period, the golden tortoise possessed considerable experience and immediately discerned the presence of a sage. Though the purpose of this visit remained unclear. After all, there had been no rumors of extraordinary treasures surfacing in the East Sea, nor any evidence of the sage's adversaries lurking about before long. Tongtian's figure gracefully descended before the golden tortoise, astonishing it and prompting a tremulous inquiry. Might I ask what brings the sage to seek me? Tongtian, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, There is no need for alarm. I wish to establish a sanctuary upon your back. Would you be amenable to this? The golden tortoise, overwhelmed with joy, realized the numerous advantages of hosting a sanctuary established by a sage. Moreover, given the multitude of beings residing on its back, the addition of disciples from the Jie Sect would pose no detriment in the future. Whenever Tongtian delivered teachings, it could also benefit from the wisdom imparted, for the opportunity to hear a sage's discourse was indeed a rare occurrence. It promptly expressed, "I willingly offer my back for the sage's sanctuary." Good. From this moment forth, you shall be counted among the ranks of Jie Xiao. Tongtian acknowledged with a nod, then began to wield his powers to construct magnificent palaces. At the center stood the Bo Palace, which would serve as Tongtian's dwelling henceforth. After completing this endeavor, Tongtian sent word to Chen Xiao, instructing him to bring the Jie Xiao disciples over. Once the Jie Sect had triumphantly relocated to the Golden Tortoise Island, Taiching also departed Kunlun alongside Xuandu to establish a sanctuary upon Shouyang Mountain. In stark contrast to Jie, the Rinjiao sect appeared considerably more desolate. Thus, the primordial chaos entered a prolonged period of stability. During this time, Mingyi sought to attain sagehood by emulating Nüwa and creating a race. Unexpectedly, he birthed the Azura clan, completing the Azura path and achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, Mingyi remained unsatisfied and attempted to replicate the three pure ones by founding the Azura sect. Yet, this endeavor yielded no merit whatsoever, leading to his utter frustration. Meanwhile, in the West, Jane and Junti wore expressions of deep concern. The calamity of the witch and demon had compelled them to take risks and stir the winds of change. Yet their rewards amounted to but a few postnatal spirit treasures and the remains of the golden crow. This left them in a state of perpetual anxiety over their accumulating debts of merit. Brother, merit is elusive. Is there any method through which we might consistently acquire it? Junti inquired gravely. Jane began to ponder, recognizing that their foremost need was a stable influx of merit, much like the North Sea's black tortoise's support of the heavens. As long as the celestial pillar remained upright, merit would flow ceaselessly. One could only imagine the profound blessings awaiting its reincarnation. Upon witnessing this, the two brothers were filled with envy, wishing they could sever their own limbs to support the black tortoise. With a sigh, Jane spoke softly, "I too possess no viable plan. If we could guide the reincarnation of the North Sea's black tortoise to our western realm, we would no longer need to worry about merit." However, the question of where the black tortoise would be reincarnated, and to which race, remained a mystery to them. Moreover, they were acutely aware that Tongtian would undoubtedly be watching, should he discover their intentions. He could easily wield the chimping sword and obliterate their sanctuary on Mount Buzhou. They were not a force to be trifled with, not at all. At the mention of reincarnation, Junti's eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Brother, I have a method that could ensure a stable acquisition of merit." "Oh, from whence does this method derive?" Jane inquired curiously. Junti smiled gently and replied, "The underworld is burdened daily with numerous wandering souls. Why not send someone to alleviate their plight?" "This method is indeed brilliant," Jane exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Though the merit gained from guiding the souls was minimal, its stability was unmatched. Jane further contemplated the potential of inscribing a mark upon each soul that was guided. Once they were reincarnated, they would naturally gravitate toward the Western teachings, thus sparing them the trouble of stealthily journeying to the East to enlighten beings, as well as the risks of being discovered. Although the quality of the souls varied, they were undeniably starved for nourishment and would readily accept anything. The two quickly reached a consensus and began discussing who would venture to the underworld to guide the wandering souls. "I believe Dizong can undertake this significant responsibility," Junti proposed. Jane pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Dizong, with his extraordinary talents and solid cultivation, was indeed well suited for the task. Thus, the two summoned Dizong and conveyed their intentions. Dizong clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, saying, "I shall faithfully obey the master's command and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this mission." Upon arriving in the underworld, Dizong utilized his profound Buddhist teachings to swiftly establish himself there. However, the local authorities were already aware of Dizong's actions. Yet, due to the loss of his siblings, they had little inclination to oversee the operations of the underworld, allowing Dizong to continue guiding the souls freely. As he guided countless wandering souls daily, the merit accruing to the Western teachings gradually became substantial, filling Jane and Junti with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, in the Jie Sect, Chen Xiao enjoyed a far more comfortable existence. He would often take his companion, Dog Egg, for leisurely strolls, occasionally hunting demon clans. He would also provide guidance to his younger sisters in their cultivation. My dear sister, your issues stem from blocked meridians. Allow your elder brother to assist you in clearing them, Chen Xiao said with a mischievous grin. Elder brother, you speak nonsense again, Bi Xiao replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. With a chuckle, Chen Xiao turned to Yun Xiao, saying, Yun Xiao, would you care to experience my techniques once more? My methods are truly unparalleled. Yun Xiao's body stiffened slightly as she recalled the time Chen Xiao tricked her into clearing her meridians, causing her face to redden. No. Thank you, elder brother. My cultivation has been progressing smoothly as of late. With that, she hastily fled to another location, evoking a sense of retreat. Chen Xiao lamented the missed opportunity, but as he turned to assist Bi Xiao and Xianghua, Tongtian's voice echoed in his ears. You, ungrateful disciple, come here at once. Chen Xiao, taken aback, wondered what he had done to provoke Tongtian's ire. Feeling perplexed, surely, he had not offended him recently. Was he perhaps experiencing a midlife crisis? Reluctantly, Chen Xiao arranged to continue his assistance with the two sisters at a later time and proceeded to the Buzhou Palace to meet Tongtian. Upon entering the grand hall, he was met with Tongtian's furious expression, causing Chen Xiao's heart to sink. Trembling, he asked, Master, have you summoned me for something? With a resounding clap, Tongtian rose from his seat, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Xiao, exclaiming, You wretched disciple, spending your days teasing the dog and flirting with your younger sisters. Have you forgotten the responsibilities of being an elder brother? Duobao has nearly reached the pinnacle of the great Luo, while you remain in the early stages. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Chen Xiao scoffed, muttering, So what? He still has to obediently listen to me. Naturally, Tongtian overheard Chen Xiao's murmurs, and his eyes blazed with indignation as he raised his hand and cast Chen Xiao from the golden tortoise island. A voice simultaneously reached Chen Xiao's ears. Return to the underworld to accrue merit and enhance my Qingping sword. Rather than allowing this fellow to harbor resentment, it would be better to send him to the underworld to accumulate merit for the sword's empowerment. As Jie Jiao continued to grow, the sight of myriad immortals arriving became increasingly common, placing a strain on the Qingping sword's ability to suppress fortune. After all, while Chen Xiao had infused it with considerable merit initially, it merely qualified it as a treasure of merit. To elevate its status further, substantial merit was necessary. Work? I would never stoop to such a thing. Chen Xiao scoffed at Tongtian's suggestion, and instead, he set about rallying others for assistance in accumulating merit effortlessly. After a while, two figures appeared before Chen Xiao. They were Duobao and Jinling. Duobao inquired, Elder brother, what is it that you require of us? Bajia, Jinling, I have found an excellent opportunity for you, one that guarantees a stable income of merit. Are you interested? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and spoke mysteriously. Duobao opened his mouth, initially intending to correct Chen Xiao, but then recalled that he had already reminded him numerous times, yet his title had not been amended. He sighed and said, Senior brother, my sect is burdened with numerous affairs. I cannot extricate myself that as he spoke. He cast a resentful glance at Chen Xiao. Ideally, these responsibilities should have been handled by Chen Xiao, the senior brother, yet he had carelessly offloaded them all onto Duobao, leaving him perpetually busy while still trying to find time for cultivation. Achieving the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal was no small feat. Meanwhile, Jinling, feeling rather idle, inquired curiously, Might I ask what my senior brother is referring to? How about working in the underworld, where one holds a position of power and receives a stable income? Are you not interested? Chen Xiao approached Jinling, attempting to entice her. After pondering for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Recently, her cultivation had not made significant progress, and her seclusion had yielded little effect. So she decided to accompany Chen Xiao to give it a try. After all, no one would refuse an abundance of merit. It was a universally beneficial opportunity, seeing that he had successfully recruited a companion. Chen Xiao waved Duobao away, instructing him to return to his duties, and he then led Jinling towards the underworld, leaving Duobao to watch their departing figures with a sense of forlornness. With a heavy sigh, Duobao resigned himself to continue his burdensome work. Chen Xiao and Jinling soon arrived at the ghost gate of the underworld. However, upon stepping inside, Chen Xiao faintly sensed the distant sound of scripture recitation, which struck him as peculiar. That he approached the guarding soldier to inquire, Have you captured a group of monks? How is it that the sound of scripture has reached this place? The guarding soldier was a new face. Robust in stature and evidently from the witch clan, he did not recognize Chen Xiao and did not answer his question. Instead, he raised his hand to halt him, asking, "Who are you? Do you not know that living beings are forbidden from entering the underworld?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, thinking it was time to put on a show. Just as he was about to speak, a soldier, upon recognizing his appearance, immediately knelt on one knee. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Damn, why is it so difficult to put on an act? Chen Xiao realized that this fellow was likely one of those he had recruited during his reign. So it was not surprising that he recognized him. However, there were simply too many of them. He had not subconsciously remembered them all and couldn't identify him. The witch clan soldier, hearing this, expressed disbelief, saying, "Is he truly the king?" "Indeed, do not hesitate to kneel," the soldier urged. Chen Xiao waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. It is only natural for some not to recognize me after my long absence. By the way, what is the source of that scripture sound?" The witch soldier quickly replied, "Your Majesty, you are unaware that recently, a practitioner from the Western teachings has come to the underworld, occupying Mountain and liberating the souls. He spends his days incessantly chanting scriptures, and it is becoming quite bothersome. Even Lady Pingxin is unwilling to intervene." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately knew who it was. Definitely that Xidagarba. Anger surged within him. How could they allow a bald donkey to come and impose his will on their territory? "Quickly summon others. I will lead you to drive him out." The witch soldier's eyes brightened, and he promptly declared, "I shall go call them at once." They had long been vexed by this bald donkey. Had it not been for the witch clan's karmic influence, which had diminished their high-end combat strength, they would have already taken action. Chen Xiao, accompanied by the soldiers, marched towards Mountain as if they were a gang on a parade. Before long, they spotted Xidagarba sitting cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by scriptures emanating golden light. Whenever a soul entered the scriptures, it would display a tranquil demeanor before slipping into the cycle of reincarnation, from which Xidagarba would absorb a trickle of merit. "Bald donkey, the king of the underworld is here. Why do you not hasten to depart?" shouted the witch soldier, embodying the archetype of a brash gang member, exuding arrogance. Xidagarba slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the leader, Chen Xiao, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze to in the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Chen Xiao was only mid-stage. The advantage lay with counterparties for the others, mere trifles. However, appearances must be maintained. Xidagarba stood and saluted. Xidagarba pays his respects to the king of the underworld. Chen Xiao raised his head and approached Xidagarba, asking, "What business do you have in my territory? Do you not realize that your incessant prattling is a disturbance? I observe much suffering in the underworld, and thus wish to offer my assistance. Why must you be so aggressive?" Xidagarba replied with a facade of compassion. Chen Xiao sneered, "Assistance? You are clearly here for merit. Those shameless saints of the West are well known. There is no need for such grandiloquent pretense." The flicker of malice crossed Xidagarba's eyes as he darkly stated, "Why must you malign my master? Are you not afraid that my master will descend upon the underworld and charge you with disrespect?" Chen Xiao burst into laughter, dismissively saying, "Then go ahead and summon him. The underworld belongs to Hoodoo. Here, even if the likes of Jean or Juni come, they may not prevail against her. And outside, I am not worried. Tongtian wielding the 4 swords of Zuzhan at their Mount Shumi would be enough to make them drink from the bitter cup." In the world of social dynamics, one must speak of power and background. Seeing Chen Xiao's arrogance, Xidagarba's expression darkened as he solemnly declared, "I can handle you without requiring my master's intervention." With that, Xidagarba swung his staff towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao summoned the Lucian sword, effortlessly parrying Xidagarba's staff, and a fierce sword aura surged forth. Xidagarba was taken aback. Golden light erupted from him as he summoned a 6-zhang golden body to withstand the sword aura. Yet it still forced him back several paces. Once he steadied himself, Xidagarba scrutinized the sword in Chen Xiao's hand, solemnly stating, "The Lucian sword. You are the first disciple of the Tongtian saint. Since you are aware, then you might as well stand there and take your beating, and then quickly depart." Chen Xiao pointed his sword at Xidagarba, initially intending to have him retreat. Xidagarba not only refused to leave, but also dared to strike back. Was this something he could tolerate? Regardless, today, he would not let Xidagarba escape punishment. Xidagarba felt a sinking sensation in his heart, and immediately clasped his hands in defeat, saying, "This is all a misunderstanding." There was no way around it. Among the three great teachings of the Hongyun, none could afford to provoke the Western teachings. Chen Xiao let out a cold laugh, thinking that a mere phrase of misunderstanding could easily brush this aside. He was underestimating the situation. Xidigarba furrowed his brow and boldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Here's the deal. I offer you two options. One is a duel, the other is a group fight. You may choose one." Xidigarba pondered for a moment and opted for a duel. He had been careless earlier and misjudged Chen Xiao's strength. However, being one small realm higher and a disciple of a saint, how could he possibly be inferior? Xidigarba was proud, and at worst, he would end up in a draw, which would not tarnish the face of the Tongtian saint. However, as someone from the future, Chen Xiao thrived in a world like Hongyun, where reputation was paramount. As the saying goes, a person without shame is invincible. Thus, he immediately called out, "I respect you as a man. Brothers, let us all join in." Xidigarba. Before Xidigarba could react, he was simultaneously subdued by Chen Xiao and Jinling. At first, Xidigarba could manage, but how could he easily contend with two Luo golden immortals from major sects? Moreover, Chen Xiao's companions continuously unleashed spells upon him, leaving him overwhelmed in a short while. Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to seal Xidigarba's cultivation. After that, everyone ceased using their powers and surrounded him, relentlessly raining down blows upon Xidigarba. "That I'll kick you, bald donkey. You've made it so I can't even sleep well. It's all your fault, bald donkey. You've made me so dispassionate lately that my wife at home thinks I'm no good. Don't just kick his backside. Aim for his face so he can't chant scriptures anymore." They were all thoroughly fed up with this bald donkey and kicked him mercilessly to vent their frustrations. After a quarter of an hour, Xidigarba lay gasping on the ground, especially with his face swollen like a pig's head. Xidigarba struggled to lift his head and angrily glared at Chen Xiao, saying, "Did you not say we would duel? What is the meaning of this?" Chen Xiao tapped his ear and replied leisurely, "A duel means you face us alone. Is there something wrong with that?" The Yin soldiers behind him shouted in unison, "There's nothing wrong." Xidigarba looked at him in disbelief. Could it really be explained this way? He then asked, "And what does group fight mean?" Chen Xiao gazed at Dizong with a look of utter astonishment, unable to comprehend that he would still desire a collective assault. He then turned to his companions and called out, "Brothers, he wishes to be beset upon. We must oblige him." Dizong, witnessing the approaching spectral warriors, felt a surge of panic and hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I do not wish for a collective assault. I am a disciple of the sage. You must not act in such a manner." Before he could finish his plea, Chen Xiao delivered a swift kick to Dizang's face. The spectral warriors once more encircled him, commencing a new round of beatings. After enduring this for a quarter of an hour, Dizong collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, resembling a tattered rag, and dared not utter a single word for fear of inciting further wrath. Chen Xiao crouched down, lifting Dizang's swollen visage, and coolly remarked, "The friendly exchange has concluded. Now, I kindly ask you to vacate the underworld." Is this truly what you call a friendly exchange? Who considers a series of beatings as a cordial interaction? Dizong silently lamented. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat. The Western sect had finally secured a stable income, and he could not allow himself to be expelled so easily. With a tone of desperation, he implored, "My Western sect is impoverished. I beseech you, fellow cultivator, to show mercy and allow me to remain." It was not that Dizong wished to capitulate, but Chen Xiao held the titles of both the king of the underworld and a disciple of the celestial realm. A confrontation he could not afford. For the sake of the Western sect's resurgence, he was prepared to endure all forms of humiliation. Chen Xiao could not help but admire Dizong, a paragon of prioritizing wealth over life. Yet he remained unyielding. After all, the future of the Western sect would join forces with the other two major sects to assault his own master. The sins of the past shall be repaid in the present. Chen Xiao felt no pity for them. "Apologies, but on my territory, the Western sect is akin to a dog and shall not enter. Who dares to speak ill of me?" A voice barked, "Fellow cultivator, why are you so aggressive? Surely, this minor act of merit poses no significant harm to the underworld." Dizong, incensed by Chen Xiao's indifference, felt his temper flare. Chen Xiao, however, presented a nonchalant demeanor, replying, "But I wouldn't even give it to a dog." Unmoved, choose between a duel or another round of beatings. The choice is yours. That I cannot believe this. Di Zhang's years of cultivation were shattered by Chen Xiao's brazen demeanor, and a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. You have forced my hand. Chen Xiao, suspicious of Di Zhang's intentions, suddenly recalled something. Just as he was about to cover Di Zhang's mouth, the latter took a few steps back and shouted, by the decree of heaven. I, Di Zhang, hereby vow to transcend countless beings of the primordial chaos. I swear, as long as hell exists, I shall not attain Buddhahood. A beam of golden light descended upon Di Zhang, instantly shattering Chen Xiao's seal. And his aura surged to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Chen Xiao was momentarily speechless. Had he inadvertently granted Di Zhang the heaven's endorsement, thus becoming an immovable presence? Di Zhang, with renewed power, cast a triumphant look at Chen Xiao, reveling in the thought that he could no longer be expelled from the underworld. Chen Xiao, amused and incredulous, clapped his hands and declared, Ah, so this is how we are playing it. I look forward to your guidance in the future, King of the Underworld. With a beaming smile, Di Zhang replied, Indeed, I shall impart my wisdom. Very well, I shall ensure that I guide you well. Chen Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. He then shifted the conversation, stating, Since you are willing to transcend the beings of the primordial chaos, I presume you are also willing to deal with malevolent spirits? A sense of foreboding washed over Di Zhang, yet bound by his vow, he could only nod reluctantly. Upon seeing Di Zhang acquiesce, Chen Xiao's smile widened. He ordered the spectral warriors to withdraw, and then led Di Zhang towards the entrance of the 18 layers of hell. As they arrived at the threshold, Chen Xiao turned to Jin Ling and gently said, Sister, please wait for me outside. It is not suitable for you to enter. Although Jin Ling was perplexed, she nodded and obediently stepped aside to wait. Then, Chen Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Di Zhang with an insidious grin, saying, Let us proceed. Our great benefactor. Di Zhang replied, May I not go? Certainly. Then I must ask you to leave the underworld. Chen Xiao gestured towards the ghost gate. Had it not been for Di Zhang's legitimate and lawful vow, the heavenly Tao would not have sanctioned it. Otherwise, he would have expelled him long ago. Di Zhang gritted his teeth, muttering a few verses to calm his mind before bravely stepping forward, embodying the spirit of a hero embarking on a perilous journey. Chen Xiao, smirking, quickly followed suit. Before long, they arrived in a room filled with viscous substances and foul odors, where a massive cauldron bubbled ominously in the center, emanating the noxious stench. Accompanying the stench were various curses directed at Chen Xiao. Predominantly insults regarding his ancestors. Di Zhang inhaled deeply and nearly retched, spinning around to inquire of Chen Xiao the nature of this place, only to find him clad in protective gear that he had donned without notice. What is this attire you wear? Di Zhang exclaimed, astonished. This is the boiling excrement hell, specifically designed for punishing the most heinous of malevolent spirits. From now on, you shall transcend these evil beings here. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly that if the blood sea is the lavatory of the primordial chaos, then this boiling excrement hell serves as the cesspool, since the establishment of the underworld, alongside some vengeful souls. There are also malevolent spirits that originated at the dawn of creation. These spirits bear immense karmic debt, having traversed the 18 layers of hell time and again without a shred of release. And they incessantly mock me. In a fit of rage, I established this boiling excrement hell. The results have been remarkable, as countless malevolent spirits daily hurl insults at my ancestors. Now, with a bold monk like you here, subjected to both physical and psychological torment, I believe their karmic debt will soon be extinguished, allowing them to be reborn. Di Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, Why must I transcend here? Chen Xiao, puzzled, replied, Did you not state that you wish to transcend malevolent spirits? These spirits are all here. Should you manage to enlighten them, the merit shall be substantial. Di Zhang stood dumbfounded. In such an environment, not only would he struggle to endure, but merely spending a day would leave him suffocated by the stench. He immediately refused. Why not send the malevolent spirits away for me to transcend? Why must I remain here? I refuse. Chen Xiao chuckled. That is not up to you. All other positions are filled. If a malevolent spirit escapes outside, can you shoulder the responsibility? Ultimately, it's a simple question. Will you stay or go? If you choose not to stay, then leave the underworld. Di Zhang, infuriated, took deep breaths but was choked by the stench several times. Nearly retching, contemplating the poverty of the West and the hopeful gazes of the guiding and supporting figures before his departure, He relented under Chen Xiao's astonished gaze. Now, Chen Xiao finally understood why the Western philosophy espoused the notion of enduring hardship before tasting sweetness. Initially believing they were merely deceiving others, he found their resolve commendable. You are indeed a formidable individual. Since you have chosen to remain, though I cannot guarantee much, I assure you that malevolent spirits shall abound. Chen Xiao praised Dizong with a thumbs up, then turned and walked away. This ghastly place, even with protective gear, was intolerable for long. Thus, few were willing to serve here, compelling him to establish a rotation system. Now, it was merely a matter of expending some merit, akin to hiring an external contractor. Dizong watched Chen Xiao's departing figure, tears brimming in his eyes as he swallowed his anguish and approached the cauldron. Beginning to recite the sutras for the deceased, should the future Buddhism be established, Chen Xiao would vehemently oppose any attempt to deny Dizong a position as a Buddha. After exiting the boiling excrement hell, Jin Ling, upon seeing Chen Xiao, was about to approach with questions, but upon catching a whiff of his odor, she instinctively took a few steps back, gazing at him in horror, pondering, did my senior brother just go play in excrement? Observing Jin Ling's expression, Chen Xiao sorrowfully remarked, were those steps truly sincere? Am I not your most beloved senior brother? Jin Ling offered an awkward smile, quickly shifting the topic. Senior brother, I had no idea you were the king of the underworld. What tasks do you plan to assign me? Chen Xiao was not entangled. He took out the Fengdu Great Seal and crowned himself as King Qin Guang. Jin Ling, embodying the principle of gold, possessed formidable capabilities for slaughter and judgment as King Qin Guang. He was responsible for guiding lost souls and discerning their morality, a task that came with immense responsibility. Chen Xiao felt that Jin Ling's character suited her role perfectly. Jin Ling, however, was taken aback. She had not anticipated being placed in such a high position as the head of the 10 Yama Kings upon her arrival, just as she was about to decline. Chen Xiao interrupted her, stating, I have the authority to appoint and dismiss the 5 Yama Kings, and naturally, I wish to retain my OW and do not disappoint me. Junior sister. Jin Ling opened her mouth, and seeing Chen Xiao's unwavering belief in her, she accepted the heavy burden. Thus, in the days that followed, Jin Ling accrued considerable merit while laboring tirelessly, soon beginning to yearn for her previously leisurely life. After arranging Jin Ling's new responsibilities, Chen Xiao proceeded to the Pingxin Hall to observe the situation in the afterworld. Standing at the entrance, he called out, Mother Hutu, I have returned. The doors opened automatically, and a voice resonated from within. Come in. Upon entering, Chen Xiao noticed 11 new statues in the Grand Hall, each engraved with the visages of the ancestral shamans. In the center, Pingxin was kneeling. Beside her lay a crystal coffin. Chen Xiao discreetly examined the contents and discovered the body of Di Jiang, whose head had been expertly stitched back together. He appeared to be in a deep slumber within the coffin, devoid of any vitality. The original war of the witches and demons had unfolded in the demon court, where the successive self-destruction of Emperor Jun and the ancestral shamans resulted in the utter annihilation of all. Yet, due to Chen Xiao's intervention, a twist of fate had preserved Di Jiang's corpse. Chen Xiao was puzzled. Despite the chaos inflicted upon the demon clan, the slaughtering witch sword had not been completed. How could they still manage to reach a mutual destruction scenario? Ultimately, it could only be attributed to the driving force of the narrative. This left him concerned about the future calamities of the Fengshan period and the fates of humanity in the Jie Jiao. Just as he contemplated stepping forward to offer comfort, Huda spoke, Stand there. What purpose do you have in approaching? Once again dismissed, he resolved to avoid that place in the future. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao adhered to her wishes, solemnly stating, Mother Hutu, may you find solace. Life must go on. There was a moment of silence before Hutu slowly ventured. Chen Xiao, tell me, I oversee the 6 realms of reincarnation, capable of facilitating the rebirth of countless beings in the wilderness. Yet I cannot assist my own siblings. Is this not rather absurd? Chen Xiao remained silent. The ancestral shamans, devoid of their primordial spirits, were akin to lacking souls. Without a soul, how could one be reborn? At that moment, Hutu turned to Chen Xiao, her eyes brimming with hope, sending a shiver down his spine. Do you possess a method to resurrect my brothers? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. If even a master of the 6 realms could not manage it, how could he? Hutu elaborated. I observe that you seem to possess precognitive abilities. Perhaps you foresee a way to resurrect the ancestral shamans. This was why Hutu sought Chen Xiao's counsel. She yearned for him to provide her with a glimmer of hope. Yet this time, Chen Xiao could only disappoint her to resurrect them. One must at least have a soul. The ancestral shamans, lacking even corporeal forms, had been utterly obliterated, not a single hair remaining. Do you possess even a hair? He thought that apart from Di Jiang, who has a complete corpse, without a primordial spirit, everything else is futile. Thus, Chen Xiao could only helplessly respond, I do possess some knowledge, but without their primordial spirits, resurrecting them is utterly impossible. Hutu's gaze dimmed, and she waved her hand, saying, You may leave. I wish to be alone for a time. Recognizing Hutu's melancholic state, Chen Xiao discreetly withdrew in the Nüwa palace. Nüwa was also troubled about how to revive her brother. She could disregard the demon clan, but she felt powerless regarding Fushi. Allowing him to reincarnate would only lead to Hutu managing the cycle. Given the relationship between her and Hutu, it was likely that, similar to Tiangong, Fushi would be reborn as a pig. Meanwhile, a beam of golden light descended before Nüwa, and a figure knelt before her. Your Majesty, the Empress Nüwa. Nüwa gazed down at the figure and sighed. Luya, have you encountered issues in your cultivation? The visitor was none other than Luya, who had since changed his name. After being rescued by the Western teachings, he had remained there to recuperate, utilizing numerous healing treasures. However, just before the War of the Witches and Demons commenced, he, through bloodline tracing, located Luya. Following the conclusion of the war, she sought out Nüwa, pleading for her to bring Luya back. Given her amicable relationship with Shihi, Nüwa consented. After conveying her instructions, Shihi disappeared without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a being named Chang'e appeared on the moon, along with Wu Gang, who tirelessly felled the moon-hanging trees. Thus, Nüwa realized where Shihi had gone and eventually journeyed west to seek him out. That time, she was unaware that the War of the Witches and Demons had been instigated by the guidance of Jin and Jui. She merely thought it a fortunate coincidence that she had saved him. Consequently, she expended considerable resources and innate treasures to reclaim Luya. Thereafter, she insisted he adopt the name Luya and focused on his cultivation within the Nüwa palace. With a face full of indignation, Luya exclaimed, Your Majesty, is there truly no hope for the demon clan? Now matured, Luya, as the last scion of the Golden Crow lineage, felt compelled to shoulder the rise or fall of the demon race. Yet, with Emperor Jun and Tai deceased, Shihi's whereabouts unknown, and the Kunlun having betrayed them, more than half of the 10 demon saints had perished, leaving the demon clan in utter disarray. It was a calamitous beginning, with only the future beggar emperor capable of rivaling him. If Luya were aware of this, he might find some solace in his heart. At least he still possessed a few treasures and the support of the remaining demon clan, along with the protection of a sage for his life. Nüwa sighed, her voice steady. The two clans have suffered mutual devastation, and the powerful have largely fallen. Their withdrawal from the wilderness has become inevitable. Focus on your cultivation here and await future developments. I refuse to accept this. I refuse, Luya shouted vehemently, as if attempting to expel the turmoil within him. Nüwa, however, did not take offense at his rudeness. Sometimes, releasing one's emotions was far healthier than bottling them up. The 6 saints convened at the Xiao Palace for a council. The voice of Hongyun resonated unexpectedly in the ears of the 6 saints. They promptly departed their respective sanctuaries, heading towards the Xiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Chen Xiao felt the jade token in his possession grow warm. Upon examining it, he discovered it was a message from Swerin. Sword Ancestor, your sword has exhibited unusual activity. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately left the underworld, heading to the Hongyun cave. This matter was pivotal for the future development of humanity, and he could not afford to overlook it. After several days of rapid travel, he soon arrived at his destination. There, he spotted the 3 ancestors awaiting his arrival outside the Hongyun cave. Sword Ancestor. They greeted him with clasped hands. Chen Xiao gestured for them to speak. You mentioned the sword has shown unusual activity. Show me. Swerin had been prepared, drawing forth the sword from his back and presenting it to Chen Xiao. The human Dao sword shimmered with golden light. And as Chen Xiao grasped it, it began to move on its own. Following its guidance, he found the sword's tip pointing towards Shouyang Mountain, causing him to feel a sense of unease. The 3 pure ones had already separated their paths. And the 8 sceneries palace on Shouyang Mountain belonged to his grandmaster, the Taiji Saint. It was no wonder the Kunlun seal had fallen into his hands instead of remaining with Nüwa. The mother of humanity, why seek out what one could easily obtain? Moreover, among the 3 pure ones, Taiji's temperament was the most inscrutable. Tongtian would simply take it if he wanted. Yuan sure could still be swayed with flattery since he appreciated sweet words. But Taiji, no matter how much one might plead, he likely wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. While one might describe him as tranquil and unperturbed, if he were to seize the Kunlun seal on Shouyang Mountain, Taiji would probably crush Chen Xiao with a single blow, as if to say the matter was settled. The 3 ancestors fell into contemplation as they observed the direction of the sword's point. After a moment's hesitation, Swerin stepped forward and inquired, "Sword ancestor, should we take this treasure or not?" Chen Xiao sheathed the human Dao sword, pacing back and forth for several moments before gritting his teeth and declaring, "We must obtain it. This concerns the fate of the human race. However, that place is the sanctum of the Ta-Ching sage. Could he simply allow us to take it? No matter, I shall seek out my master and devise a way to stall him. While you take the opportunity to retrieve the item, speed is of the essence." Chen Xiao was resolute, wagering that Ta-Ching would spare him for Tongtian's sake, with his mind made up. He set off towards Shouyang Mountain accompanied by the 3 ancestors. In the Zishao Palace, the 3 purities, as well as the sages Jiayin, Zhuanti, Nüwa, and others, gathered at the mats where they had once received teachings. Patiently awaiting the arrival of Hongyun a moment later, Hongyun, clad in simple garments, silently appeared at the foremost seat. The gathered sages remained oblivious, secretly lamenting Hongyun's unfathomable cultivation. Even though they had attained sainthood, they still felt an unassailable force. Then, Ta-Ching rose first, leading the others in reverence. "We pay our respects to our teacher, the foremost seat." Hongyun slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing an expression devoid of emotion. His voice, indifferent and measured, resonated. During the War of the Wu and Yao, the 2 clans slaughtered each other wantonly, nearly returning the wilderness to chaos. Their karmic burdens are profound, and they have withdrawn from the center of the wilderness. Now, after countless epochs, a new protagonist of heaven and earth must emerge. The sages exchanged silent glances, yet Tongtian's mind was flooded with the words of the past from Chen Xiao. The human race lacks any cultivation methods. If they possessed such, given their reproductive capacity, they would undoubtedly be the most powerful race in the wilderness. Could it be that Xiao Er's words are indeed true? Tongtian pondered quietly, uncertainty gnawing at him. At that moment, Ta-Ching was the first to inquire, what race could possibly become the protagonist of heaven and earth? Hongyun cast a fleeting glance at Ta-Ching before responding, "There exists a race, innately endowed with intelligence. Each member possesses independent thought and remarkable learning abilities, known as humans." The 6 sages were taken aback. Even Tongtian, who had been mentally prepared, was nonetheless astonished. "Teacher, could there be an error in judgment? The human race is so feeble. How could they bear the weight of the heavenly protagonist?" Nüwa's face betrayed her shock as she gently inquired that I asked the creator of the human race. She was acutely aware of their plight, that if humans truly became the heavenly protagonists, wouldn't she, once the holy mother of humanity, become a mere laughingstock? Hongjun remained silent, merely nodding slightly. This gesture instantaneously filled Nüwa with profound regret. She should never have tacitly permitted the demon race to massacre the human race. Even Ta-Ching, known for his non-interventionist philosophy, felt ripples of disturbance within. After all, the 3 ancestors had once sought help from the Xian Du. Yet he had refrained from involving them in the calamity, thus withholding his consent. In this moment, the only one who could derive some comfort was Tongtian. After all, his eldest disciple was the sword ancestor of the human race, bearing a significant share of fortune. Moreover, during the human race's tribulations, Tongtian had sent disciples to offer assistance. The bond of friendship from the Jie had been deeply etched in the hearts of humanity. Just then, Hongjun broke the silence once more, stating, "Now that humans have been chosen as the heavenly protagonists, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must descend to lead the human race and strive for preeminence in the wilderness." "Teacher, what do you mean by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the wise and virtuous figures destined to guide humanity towards prosperity. They consist of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity, and the 5 emperors, all of whom may be referred to as the human emperors. The fruits of the three sovereigns' path may rival those of the saints. Hongyun's final statement fell like a boulder into water, sending ripples surging, instantly igniting the interest of the assembled sages. Each pair of eyes shimmered as thoughts raced within, especially Nüwa, who was deeply contemplating how to aid Fushi. She was determined to attain the fruits of the three sovereigns' path. Subsequently, Hongyun continued, the masters who assist the three sovereigns and 5 emperors shall, upon the completion of their merits and return to their original positions, gain great fortune and merit in turn. Upon hearing of the merits available, Jie and Zhuan felt a fervent desire ignite within them. The masters of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors surely must be intertwined with our Western teachings. Not only Jie and Zhuan, but the other sages also began to contemplate the merits involved. After all, such merits could be obtained simply by aiding their return. Such opportunities were rare in the wilderness. And perhaps they could even add a few quasi-saint powerhouses to their sections. The advent of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors requires a supreme treasure. Once it appears, you shall reconvene at the Xiao Palace to deliberate. With that, Hongjun's figure gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from the foremost seat. The 6 sages clasped their hands together, proclaiming, "We bid farewell to our teacher," after sending Hongjun off. The sages hurried back to their respective sanctums to seek the supreme treasure that would initiate the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Tongtian also sent a message to Chen Xiao during his journey. After all, if he had indeed spoken truthfully about the human race being the heavenly protagonists, then perhaps he might also know the whereabouts of this treasure. At this moment, Chen Xiao had stealthily arrived at the outskirts of Shouyang Mountain with the 3 ancestors. Just as he received Tongtian's message, he was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, "Heaven is aiding me." The 3 ancestors looked at Chen Xiao with puzzled expressions, wondering what could have elicited such delight. Chen Xiao, not concealing his excitement, revealed, "The sages have gathered at the Xiao Palace for a meeting. They won't return for at least 3 to 5 days, which gives us the perfect opportunity to search." With that, he once again handed the human Dao sword to Sui Run, instructing, "The Xian Du is likely within the 8 scenery palace. I will distract him, and you must seize this chance to use the sword to find what we seek." Receiving the human Dao sword, Sui Ren solemnly assured Chen Xiao, "We shall not fail the sword ancestors' trust." After arranging everything, Chen Xiao soared towards the 8 scenery palace, determined to keep Xian Du occupied. Upon reaching the entrance, a young acolyte intercepted Chen Xiao, staring at him intently. "Who are you? One cannot enter the Ta Ching sage's sanctum so casually." Chen Xiao adjusted his attire and replied nonchalantly, "I am Chen Xiao, the eldest disciple of Tongtian sage." After producing the Jie Jiao's token for the acolyte to examine, the acolyte bowed respectfully, returning the token and inquiring about his purpose, informing him that the Ta Ching sage was not present. Once assured of the sage's absence, Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him and stated, "I have come to pay a visit to Brother Xian Du. He must be around, correct?" Although Xian Du was younger and had not been in the Xian Sect as long as Chen Xiao, the hierarchy of Ta Ching dictated that even the foremost disciple of the Jie Jiao must respectfully address him as brother. "Brother Xian Du is currently refining pills. Please wait in the courtyard while I notify him." Subsequently, Chen Xiao obediently awaited in the courtyard. Before long, a young Taoist clad in a dark robe, with a handsome visage, approached with measured steps. "Is this my younger brother, Chen Xiao?" Xian Du inquired, addressing Chen Xiao's silhouette. Upon hearing the term younger brother, Chen Xiao felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of addressing a 3-year-old as uncle in a past life. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and turned to bow, saying, "I pay my respects to Brother Xian Du." Xian Du nodded expressionlessly, and Chen Xiao seized this moment to observe his second-generation senior brother. His aura was stable, at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the emotional essence emanating from him appeared to be gradually dissipating. That it seemed Xian Du was indeed well suited to the path of non-action. "May I inquire the reason for your visit, younger brother?" Xian Du interrupted Chen Xiao's thoughts. Posing the question, Chen Xiao snapped back to attention and replied slowly, "I happened to pass by Shouyang Mountain and thought I should pay a visit to Uncle Ta Ching, so here I am." "Alas, the teacher has departed long ago. You may stay and wait, and we can discuss the Tao together," Xuandu proposed. Chen Xiao contemplated for a moment and nodded. Initially, he intended to intoxicate him to facilitate their dealings. However, observing Xuandu's demeanor, it was clear that getting him drunk would be futile. Subsequently, the two sat facing each other, Xuandu's gaze remained tranquil, and he spoke first. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The formless is the beginning of all things. The formed is the mother of all things. Therefore, the formless is constant. As the verses of the Tao De Jing flowed from Xuandu's lips. An aura of Tao enveloped him. Seeing this, Chen Xiao was unwilling to fall behind and followed suit. After all, he was the first to enter the Taoist sect, and while he may not surpass in cultivation, he should at least hold his ground in debate. A Xuandu's Tao aura instilled a profound serenity, as if it could make one forget all worries and merely desire to languish. In contrast, Chen Xiao's Tao aura was strikingly fierce, filled with aggression, as if it sought to pierce through the heavens. The collision of their Tao auras unexpectedly evoked a celestial phenomenon above Shouyang Mountain. Both gazes unwavering, neither yielded an inch, resulting in a stalemate. Just as they found themselves locked in this impasse, strange formations suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping Shouyang Mountain. Xuandu, noticing this, immediately ceased his discourse and gazed towards the horizon, a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he remarked, "How audacious of someone to intrude upon the 8th scenic palace." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao felt a surge of alarm. He had forgotten that this was a sage's sanctuary, undoubtedly protected by powerful formations. The Sui Ring clan must have triggered some forbidden mechanism, resulting in the activation of Shouyang Mountain's Great Array. Xuandu promptly prepared to head towards the source of the disturbance, but Chen Xiao swiftly interposed himself in front of him. Xuandu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, what is the meaning of this? Why do you obstruct me?" Chen Xiao chuckled, "We have yet to conclude our discussion on the Tao. It is not a good habit to abandon it midway." Elder brother to Xuandu's gaze bore into Chen Xiao. "Are you allied with the intruders?" Chen Xiao, feeling guilty, stammered, "There is no alliance. We are all of the human race, one family. They are merely here for a stroll. Let us continue our discourse on the Tao. The sanctuary of a sage cannot be freely entered. I implore you to step aside." Chen Xiao sighed and brandished the Levection sword, channeling his internal energy as he calmly stated, "Since we have not determined a victor in our discussion, let us settle it through action." Stepping aside was not an option. The arrow was already on the string and could not be retracted. "Will you truly not yield?" Xuandu, seeing Chen Xiao draw his sword, issued another warning. The response to this was a surge of sword energy from Chen Xiao. Xuandu snorted coldly, and an image appeared above his head. The image of yin and yang began to move of its own accord, transforming from flat to three-dimensional, with the twin fishes of yin and yang continuously swirling. Chen Xiao's sword energy struck it, instantly dissipating without a trace. The Taiji diagram, Master Ta Ching actually entrusted this to you. Chen Xiao's heart sank at the sight of the diagram. The Taiji diagram could neutralize all attacks, disregarding any defense. It posed a considerable challenge for Chen Xiao. I shall repeat, step aside. I cannot yield, Chen Xiao replied defiantly. Advancing with his sword drawn, several streams of sword energy struck the Taiji diagram for cover, and he moved in close to Xuandu, delivering a punch. Xuandu instinctively raised his hand to block, but forgot that the Taiji diagram could nullify all attacks. As he raised his hand, his line of sight was also obstructed. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xiao closed his 5 senses and produced the bewitching pearl he had previously used against Guangchengzi. Crushing it, a red gas instantly enveloped both of them. The Taiji diagram could deflect attacks, but could not neutralize the effects of the drug. Xuandu, caught off guard and inexperienced, inhaled a significant amount of gas, leaving him dazed. Observing Xuandu's energy faltering, Chen Xiao seized the moment when the Taiji diagram flickered and struck Xuandu with a fist, successfully knocking him into the ground. Despite not having enhanced his cultivation in these countless years, primarily due to the extensive time spent honing the 9 turns Xian Gong, he had now reached the 6th turn, with his physical strength far surpassing that of an ordinary De Luo Jin Xian. Upon reaching the 7th turn, De Luo Jin Xian spells would pose little threat to him, and even the spells of quasi-saints would not be entirely unendurable. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xuandu sought to retrieve pills to detoxify and heal his injuries. However, Chen Xiao had already flashed to his front, striking his chest with a palm, completely sealing his cultivation. He then produced ropes and bound Xuandu tightly while chiding, "Elder brother, you have suffered due to a lack of experience. It would be wise to venture out more often. One cannot rely solely on closed-door training." Xuandu, flushed with indignation and rage, glared at Chen Xiao, exclaiming, "Chen Xiao, release me. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Ignoring Xuandu, Chen Xiao secured the bindings and nodded in satisfaction. Xuandu, observing the manner of his bindings, felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation well up within him and was about to continue his tirade at that moment. A beam of golden light shot up into the sky, accompanied by the voice of the Sui Rin clan reaching Chen Xiao's ears. Sword Ancestor, we have located the items. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, addressing Xuandu. Elder brother, I must impose upon you for a moment. I shall take my leave now. However, just as he turned, an attack came hurtling towards him, prompting Chen Xiao to hastily raise his sword in defense. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the youth he had encountered at the entrance. Release elder brother Xuandu at once, the youth demanded. Brimming with righteous fervor, Chen Xiao took note of the youth's courage, confronting him despite being merely at the Xian realm. Subsequently, he sheathed the Levexian sword and lunged forward with the ropes. In no time, the youth found himself beside Xuandu, sporting a bruised visage, similarly bound. Xuandu glared at Chen Xiao with fury, stating darkly, "You must release us at once, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired." Chen Xiao, casually digging in his ears, replied nonchalantly, "Regrettably, I am also a prisoner of circumstance. You, elder brother Xuandu, are of the human race, and in time you will understand my predicament." Xuandu's face contorted with frustration. "I do not understand your nonsense." To this day, he remained baffled as to what had transpired, why Chen Xiao had obstructed him, and the nature of that golden light. How could he comprehend it? Or where would he go to seek understanding? "Moo, elder brother Xuandu, what are you all doing here?" A bovine bellow echoed, capturing Chen Xiao's attention instantly. He discovered it was the Azure Ox, a steed casually collected by Ta Qing during his time at the Lich Sect. Upon seeing it, Chen Xiao's expression gradually morphed into a beguiling smile. The Azure Ox felt an ominous chill, sensing that something dreadful was about to unfold. After resolving his matters, Chen Xiao gleefully soared towards the location of the three ancestors. Contemplating the heft of the bullwhip in his hand, it was rather substantial. If Guangchengzi were to catch sight of it, he would undoubtedly be envious. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi, in the midst of his closed-door training, inexplicably sneezed, pondering, "Who is speaking of me?" After some deliberation, finding no leads, he shrugged it off and continued his cultivation. Chen Xiao, having stowed the bullwhip, unleashed his divine sense to locate the three ancestors, soon discovering their whereabouts. At that moment, the three were diligently pondering how to escape the formation. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's arrival, they all bowed in unison. "Sword Ancestor." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "How goes it? Have you secured the items?" Sui Rin nodded, producing a seal and the Ren Dao sword, extending them to Chen Xiao. "That we have fulfilled our duty, but we are currently unable to leave. What shall we do?" Chen Xiao accepted the Ren Dao sword, casting dozens of defensive arrays upon himself before taking the seal. He had genuinely grown wary of being struck by these spiritual treasures. After completing this, Chen Xiao carefully scrutinized the seal. That it was a brilliant golden hue, intricately carved with 9 entwined dragons, and inscribed with the words Kong Tong beneath, accompanied by symbols of the Tao, each detail exuding an extraordinary aura. Moreover, upon Chen Xiao receiving the Kong Tong seal, it automatically recognized him as its master. After securing the seal, Chen Xiao stood on tiptoe and patted Sui Ren's shoulder, saying, "You have all done well. Now, allow me to take the lead." Upon concluding his observations, he approached the front lines as the heir to Tongtian's legacy. The mastery of formations was undoubtedly imperative. Although this particular formation had been set by Ta Qing, with a bit of time invested in research, he might very well find a significant flaw through which to escape. A day later, amidst countless intricate patterns, Chen Xiao discerned a slight vulnerability. Drawing upon the collective strength of his three companions, they successfully created an opening the size of a small dog. Chen Xiao led the three ancestors through the breach and hastened towards the fire cloud cave. Along the way, he sent a message to Tongtian, urging him to come quickly for his protection. Otherwise, once Ta Qing returned and discovered their absence, it would likely result in a swift pursuit. Upon returning to the 8 Scenery Palace, Ta Qing was struck dumb by the sight before him. Xian Du and the young disciple were bound together in a peculiar manner. Nearby, the azure bull was suspended in midair, appearing as if it had been roasted whole. With an expression of utter despair, bloodstains marred its lower half, telling tales of the torment it had recently endured. The moment Ta Qing laid eyes on it, A tear involuntarily escaped from the corner of its eye. The Azure Bull lamented, "My lord, you have finally returned." Ta Qing's lips twitched slightly as he waved his sleeve, freeing Xian, the young disciple, and the Azure Bull from their restraints, along with lifting their seals. "What transpired? Why do you find yourselves in such a state?" Ta Qing inquired, his expression inscrutable. Before Xian could respond, the Azure Bull, sobbing, interjected, "My lord, you must take justice for me. That disciple of Tongtian is utterly inhumane. The moment I encountered him, I was knocked unconscious and hung up that he even. Ta Qing, observing the Azure Bull's heart-wrenching cries, sighed and fed it a pill. Soon, a golden light enveloped the Azure Bull, restoring its injuries and regenerating any lost parts. Ta Qing then turned to Xian and asked, "Speak of what has occurred." Xian began to recount the events surrounding Chen Xiao's arrival at the Eight Scenery Palace. Upon hearing that his disciple had been effortlessly defeated, a flicker of surprise crossed Ta Qing's eyes, followed by, "The lad speaks truthfully. It is indeed time for you to venture forth and gain experience." "I shall heed the master's command," Xian replied, bowing his head. In this recent confrontation, Xian had succumbed to his lack of experience, compounded by the complacency brought on by possessing a treasured artifact. Chen Xiao, however, was different. Having just achieved the status of Tai Golden Immortal, he dared to lead Go Dan into the fray against the demon race with remarkable audacity. His combat experience far exceeded that of the current second generation of the Xian men. Later, upon hearing Xian mention that a golden light had emanated from Shuoyang Mountain, yet he was unable to investigate due to being bound by Chen Xiao, Ta Qing's interest was piqued. He immediately raised his hand to perform a divination, only to be met with astonishment. It turned out that the key to unlocking the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had indeed manifested within his own domain. Though it had already been taken by Chen Xiao, Ta Qing attempted to divine Chen Xiao's precise location, but soon realized he was being blocked by some force, rendering him unable to deduce anything. Only a powerful entity or the presence of a treasured artifact could provide such concealment. After much contemplation, Ta Qing concluded that it must have been Tongtian's intervention. After all, Chen Xiao had effectively become a public enemy of the demon race. So it was only natural for assistance in evasion. In truth, the credit belonged to the chaos bell possessed by Chen Xiao, which had the innate ability to obscure heavenly secrets and shield against divination, an essential function of a congenital treasure. Without multiple capabilities, one would hardly dare to claim the title of a treasured artifact. Unable to pinpoint Chen Xiao's exact whereabouts, Ta Qing shifted his focus to deducing who had intruded upon Shuoyang Mountain. After a series of calculations, he ultimately ascertained that the intruders were the 3 ancestors of the human race, currently making their way back to the Fire Cloud Cave. Simultaneously, Ta Qing detected an untraceable presence accompanying them, moving in tandem. Who else could it be but Chen Xiao? With certainty of their location, Ta Qing vanished without hesitation, pursuing the ford. After all, if he could seize control of the Kongtong seal, the scope of his influence would expand significantly, thereby enhancing the fortunes of the human teachings. Once he reached the realm of the saints, only a handful of matters would remain of concern to him. Among those, luck was the most critical factor, closely tied to their pace of cultivation. Thus, the Kongtong seal was an absolute necessity for Ta Qing. Meanwhile, Tongtian received Chen Xiao's message. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao had found the key to unlocking the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Tongtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truly, my disciple excels. He has resolved this matter even before it was fully brought to light. However, the subsequent message nearly prompted Tongtian to expel this troublesome disciple from the Jie Sect. "Master, I acquired the item from Shuoyang Mountain, binding Xian, my senior brother, and a bull along the way. Please come quickly and retrieve me." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tongtian then made his way towards the Fire Cloud Cave. After all, Chen Xiao was his disciple. When trouble arose, it was only natural for him, as the teacher, to assist in cleaning up the mess. Upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, the 4 adjusted their breathing. Chen Xiao contemplated sending the 3 ancestors to hide in another location. "Sword Ancestor, we are leaving. What will you do?" Swearin inquired with concern. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "I have already informed my master. Ta Qing should not resort to extreme measures against me, but you may not be as fortunate." With that, he urged the 3 to depart quickly. The 3 exchanged glances, bowed respectfully to Chen Xiao, and made their way out. Shortly after their departure, the sky suddenly filled with billowing, auspicious clouds, shimmering with countless rays of light, as a figure gradually appeared above the fire cloud cave. Chen Xiao looked up, pondering silently. Is this the grandeur accompanying a saint's descent? The visitor was none other than the relentless Tongtian. Upon spotting Chen Xiao below, Tongtian spoke with an impassive expression, his voice resonating like a great bell throughout the area. Chen Xiao, swiftly return the item, and I shall absolve you of your transgressions. As for the nature of those transgressions, those who understand will comprehend. Oh dear, I am unaware of having taken anything. I merely engaged in a friendly spar with senior brother Xian Du Ta-Ching. Perhaps you should allow senior brother to venture out for further experience. It is quite inappropriate for one of such high cultivation to be defeated by me. Chen Xiao scratched his head, playing the fool while deftly diverting the topic back to Xian Du. However, Ta-Ching was not so easily deceived. He stated solemnly, whether Xian Du ventures forth for experience is a matter I shall determine. You must return the item. The human race is on the brink of prosperity. And as the leader of the human teachings, I must oversee such crucial matters. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. The implication was clear. This item was beyond your grasp and would be better wielded by him. Yet Chen Xiao was unwilling. Recognizing that his ruse had failed, he contemplated slipping into a space for self-preservation until Tongtian arrived. Just as the thought crossed his mind, however, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. And Chen Xiao found himself rooted in place. Although he sensed his own powers, he could not summon even the slightest fraction of them. Ta-Ching's voice echoed once more. Nephew, your thoughts are transparent before a saint. You should simply relinquish the item. Chen Xiao's lips twitched, internally cursing. This is downright unfair. Faced with Ta-Ching's unyielding stance, Chen Xiao opted to close his eyes and feign death, plunging the scene into a brief silence. Ta-Ching appeared displeased, coldly stating, stubbornness must be punished. The space quivered, and an invisible force struck Chen Xiao squarely in the chest. His chest caved in, propelling him several thousand meters away, with a cough. Chen Xiao tasted blood in his throat, involuntarily spitting it out as he landed. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of a saint? Truly captivating. Yet, when he hit the ground, he felt no pain. Struggling to rise, he discovered he was pinned beneath the three ancestors. After catching Chen Xiao, the three realized their inability to withstand the force, resulting in their simultaneous flight, with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to flee? Chen Xiao exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at them. Swearin rose and helped Chen Xiao to his feet, stating, Sword Ancestor, we simply cannot leave you to face a saint alone. You have already done so much for the human race. We, as the three ancestors, cannot turn a blind eye. You have the Nest clan and the Black Garment clan echoing the sentiment. Chen Xiao, moved within, could only manage a bitter smile as he replied, is this truly the time to speak of brotherhood? Master's nephew, I grant you one chance. Relinquish the treasure, and I shall not hold past grievances against you. The voice of Tai-Ching resonated once more, and the four turned their gazes to the figure in the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness that a grave expression flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes as he pushed aside Sui Ren and declared, Master, you have compelled me to reveal my ultimate technique. What means do you possess? Do not hesitate to showcase them. Tai-Ching replied, his demeanor as unruffled as a still pond, showing no regard for Chen Xiao. Observing Tai-Ching's lack of action, Chen Xiao began to channel his magical energy, drawing the surrounding spiritual power into his being, creating a vortex of qi around him. The three ancestors looked on with eager anticipation, hoping he would conjure a miracle. Tai-Ching, too, became intrigued. He had yet to witness such a manipulation of magical energy and began to observe closely. After absorbing sufficient spiritual energy, Chen Xiao concentrated it in his throat and bellowed toward the heavens. Master, save me. Tai-Ching, the three ancestors, I have bared my soul, and this is what you present to me. Tai-Ching was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by Chen Xiao's antics. If he needed assistance, why the theatrics? He had anticipated a grand display of power. Deciding not to waste further time, Tai-Ching raised his hand, sending a streak of light hurtling toward Chen Xiao. Previously, he had approached gently, considering Chen Xiao's youth. But seeing his unwillingness to comply, he felt compelled to take action. As the luminous energy drew nearer, Chen Xiao instinctively closed his eyes. After what felt like an eternity without sensation, he opened his eyes to behold a towering figure before him. Elder brother, why do you bully my disciple? It was none other than Tongtian, who had hastened upon hearing Chen Xiao's cry for help, arriving just in time to witness Taiching preparing to seize him. Taiching furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Chen Xiao dashed to Tongtian's side, clinging to his leg and sobbing. "Ah, finally, you have come, old Deng. Do you have any idea how much your precious disciple has suffered? Just look at all this blood. I am utterly miserable." Chen Xiao pointed at his face, which bore blood from his mouth and nose, and a bruise under his eye, appearing thoroughly pitiful. One might think he had been the victim of a brutal beating. Taiching, noticing Chen Xiao's appearance, was puzzled. Had he not merely struck his chest? Where had the bruised eye and bloodied nose come from? Meanwhile, the three ancestors averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. The injuries on his face had been self-inflicted during the confrontation with Taiching. Intended to feign victimhood before Tongtian and cast blame, Tongtian, well aware of Chen Xiao's character, disdainfully kicked him aside, stating, "I shall settle accounts with you later." He then soared into the air to meet Taiching's gaze. "Third brother, this lad has seized a treasure from my Shouyang mountain that if he returns it, I shall not hold past grievances against him." Taiching spoke first, directly condemning Chen Xiao's actions. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao quickly interjected. "Master, that is not accurate. I lack the ability to snatch anything from you. This object was unclaimed, and thus rightfully belongs to the one who is destined for it." Tongtian quickly added his support. "Elder brother, since this item is fated for shower, how can you, as an elder, forcefully take it back?" Taiching, who followed the path of non-action and was not particularly skilled in debate, sighed as he observed the unity between the master and disciple. "If that is the case, let this matter be settled here. After all, the item remained within the hands of the three pure ones, a far better fate than falling into the hands of Nüwa or those two shameless bald monks." Chen Xiao exhaled in relief, knowing he had survived this ordeal. However, the next moment, Taiching spoke again. "This matter may be settled, but this child has castrated my steed. Third brother, I expect an explanation." "Tongtian?" Chen Xiao's winky face. Tongtian looked at Chen Xiao, as if to say, "How is it you remain unchanged?" Chen Xiao, feeling guilty, whistled nonchalantly. Averting his gaze, Taiching's eyes glimmered with mischief. Since the treasure could not be reclaimed, he would not allow this young lad to escape unscathed. Tongtian raised his hand and struck Chen Xiao on the head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Growling, "I shall deal with you later," he then repeatedly apologized, ultimately offering a piece of innate spiritual treasure and a healing herb before Taiching departed. The three ancestors breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the confrontation between two great sages was an immense pressure. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable, if one disregarded the fact that Chen Xiao was being trampled on the ground by Tongtian. "You wretched disciple, you constantly bring trouble upon me, and now you have involved your master as well. Are you attempting to rebel? Just wait until I deal with you." The matter of the treasure was one Tongtian could overlook. The binding of Xuandu was a result of his own inadequacy, which he could also forgive. However, he never anticipated that this rogue would have the audacity to castrate his elder brother's steed. It was utterly outrageous. Chen Xiao longed to explain that he could not be blamed for this. Now, upon encountering a demonic beast, his instinct was to assist in castration. Moreover, it was for their benefit. Severing emotional ties to pursue the Tao for women would only hinder their cultivation speed. Yet Tongtian was in no mood to hear his excuses, wielding the chinkping sword and striking Chen Xiao repeatedly. Chen Xiao could not muster any resistance and could only wail in despair. The three ancestors dared not intervene. After all, it was a natural order for a parent to discipline a child. And the same applied to masters and disciples. By the time Tongtian's anger subsided, Chen Xiao's backside was swollen, leaving him sprawled on the ground, utterly despondent. "Present the treasure you have obtained for my inspection," Tongtian said, exasperated. Trembling, Chen Xiao retrieved the Kongtong seal and tossed it to Tongtian. Gazing at the golden seal in his hand, Tongtian instantly recognized it as the key to the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Tongtian returned the seal to Chen Xiao and stated, "With the 6 saints gathered at the Xiao Palace, the matter at hand is that the human race shall assume the role of the heavenly protagonist, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall emerge at that time. With the guidance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there will be great merit and fortune. How do you intend to distribute this?" Although the Kongtong seal was in Chen Xiao's possession, Tongtian understood that he could not monopolize this opportunity. Thus, he sought Chen Xiao's opinion, as the item was in his hands and recognized him as its master. It goes without saying, the positions of the three sovereigns must be under our control, as their Tao fruit surpasses that of the sages. The 5 emperors can share a lesser portion, and we shall keep the rest for ourselves. Tongtian nodded in agreement, but then seemed to recall someone missing and inquired, "What of your master, Nüwa?" Although she tacitly allowed the slaughter of the human race, we should not neglect her, Chen Xiao grimaced. As for her, she likely wishes for Fushi to reincarnate as the heavenly sovereign. She has already gained a substantial advantage. Why should we share anything with her? Tongtian looked astonished. How do you know this? Chen Xiao chuckled, diverting the topic, requesting Tongtian to first assist in healing his injuries. After enduring a beating from both Taiqing and Tongtian, even his 9 turns mysterious art could not withstand such punishment. Tongtian cast a suspicious glance at Chen Xiao, but refrained from probing into his thoughts. He tossed a healing pill to Chen Xiao, and then returned to Golden Tortoise Island, leaving Chen Xiao to convey other matters to the 3 ancestors. Chen Xiao instructed the 3 ancestors to pay attention to the women of the human race who had been pregnant for years without giving birth once the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors commenced. Those women carried the future 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and should be well cared for. He then returned to Golden Tortoise Island to discuss with Tongtian how to secure their interests during the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If managed properly, the Jie would gain at least 2 quasi-saint combatants T. Golden Tortoise Island. Within the Bo Palace, news of the Kongtong seal falling into the hands of the Jie spread inexplicably. Upon receiving the news, Nüwa promptly sought out Tongtian. "Greetings, senior brother Tongtian," Nüwa said, offering a slight bow. "Sister, there is no need for such formalities. What brings you here?" Tongtian asked, puzzled as to why Nüwa sought him out. After all, the Kongtong seal had only just been found. It should not have spread so quickly. Nüwa, not one to beat around the bush, replied directly, "I have learned that the key to opening the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has fallen into your hands. Allowing for the establishment of the human sovereign, I have a request of you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Tongtian's eyes. He then surmised that Taiqing, harboring resentment, must have spread the news, and sighed, "Sister, please, speak freely." Nüwa cleared her thoughts and spoke slowly. "My elder brother Fushi fell during the battle with the Wu Yao, yet he was fortunate enough to leave behind a remnant of his soul that I wish to allow him to reincarnate as a human and attain the status of the Celestial Emperor." Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. He was also bewildered by how Xiao had come to possess such knowledge. The transition of the human race into the central figures of the earth was something Nüwa envisioned for Fushi. And Chen Xiao had predicted it all. While ordinary matters could be deduced through reasoning, this situation was fraught with uncertainties. The greater the event, the less accurate the predictions became, often rendering them impossible to foresee. Tongtian could not fathom how Chen Xiao had made his predictions. Observing Tongtian lost in thought, Nüwa felt a flicker of dissatisfaction arise within her. After all, she had shared so much, yet it seemed he had absorbed none of it. She called out to him, and he quickly returned to reality, speaking gently. "Sister, your plans are indeed commendable, but the demon race has slaughtered the human race. Fushi once held the title of Shi Emperor among the demons. Would the humans consent to this? Moreover, the Wu Yao and the demon race are sworn enemies. Can our dear Hutu ensure Fushi's smooth reincarnation? Thus, this course of action may not be wise." To his words, Nüwa's expression fell. The situation in the underworld was indeed a source of her headache. Yet perhaps with some sacrifices, it could be resolved. However, the matter concerning the human race was particularly troubling for her. In the past, she had no concerns. As the mother of humanity, she merely needed to consult the 3 ancestors. Now, disregarding the fact that her position as mother had been revoked, even with her strength as a sage to compel the 3 to agree, Chen Xiao's meddling presence loomed large, making success seem unlikely. As she contemplated, her gaze toward Tongtian gradually turned melancholic. "Why do you look at me so?" Tongtian pondered, feeling perplexed. Nüwa appeared akin to a wronged woman. Surely, he had not offended her in any way? Nüwa steadied her emotions and continued, "For this matter, I require the assistance of my nephew Chen Xiao as the sword ancestor of the human race. He can certainly aid my brother. Sister, you know Xiao is quite unruly." "I find it difficult to sway his thoughts," Tongtian replied, somewhat awkwardly. After all, stubbornness was his guiding principle, and he thrived on causing trouble for others. he did not believe Chen Xiao would willingly assist Nüwa without compensation. Knowing him well, Tongtian had a fair understanding of his wayward disciple's nature that he continued. However, the key to unlocking the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors lies in his hands. Why not wait until my teacher calls us to discuss it? And I shall bring him to you for a personal negotiation? Nüwa reluctantly agreed, hoping her elder brother might persuade him adequately. Sister expresses her gratitude, she said, bowing slightly before transforming into a stream of light and departing from the Buzhou Palace. No sooner had Nüwa left than Chen Xiao returned to Golden Turtle Island. Upon setting foot on the island, he was whisked away by a beam of light to the Buzhou Palace. Unceremoniously landing on the ground, just as he was about to voice his complaints, Tongtian spoke. As you anticipated, my sister Nüwa has come seeking my counsel. Teacher, you didn't agree to anything rashly, did you? Chen Xiao inquired hastily, fearing Tongtian's goodwill might lead to an unwanted obligation on his part. Observing the suspicion in Chen Xiao's eyes, Tongtian cast a spell that struck his head lightly, retorting, "What kind of look is that? Do you think I would casually agree to such significant matters?" Rubbing his head, Chen Xiao squatted down, tears of grievance unwittingly spilling from his eyes as he protested, "But you can't hit people." "Quite," was Tongtian's indifferent reply, before asking, "Are you willing to help Fushi reincarnate?" Although uncertain of Chen Xiao's intentions, Tongtian felt it prudent to inquire for future cooperation. "That I can assist, and I can arrange a dragon service for his reincarnation as well, as long as the benefits are adequate," Chen Xiao replied while massaging his head. Curious, Tongtian asked, "What benefits do you desire?" 2/10 of the human race's fortune will suffice." "That is impossible," Tongtian immediately countered. Not only was fortune crucial for a sage's cultivation speed, but the human race was also currently flourishing. The 3/10 of human fortune held by Nüwa was worth many times more. Tongtian could not fathom that Nüwa would part with such resources. Now the test begins. Let us see just how profound her relationship with Fushi is. The deeper it runs, the easier it will be to obtain. Chen Xiao chuckled mischievously. "In business, contracts matter, and psychological warfare is key. As long as one strikes true, what matters cannot be negotiated." Seeing Chen Xiao brimming with confidence, Tongtian declared that he would support him when the time came. However, he added a caveat. They must not offend the Qi and Chen sects, and they should not push Nüwa too hard. Following their discussion, Chen Xiao left the Buzhou Palace and returned to his cave for seclusion. Ironically, the misfortune of enduring Taiji strike unexpectedly broke through his bottleneck. It would not be long before he achieved the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, in the Palace of Nüwa. She sensed an impending challenge. The upcoming meeting at the Xiao Palace would likely prove arduous if she hoped to achieve her desires. Yet, she reaffirmed her resolve, addressing Fushi's residual soul. "Brother, I will surely assist you in seizing a glimmer of hope. Little sister, why must you go to such lengths? Your survival is already a great fortune." Fushi's remnant soul materialized before Nüwa, sighing. Witnessing her relentless efforts to revive him, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Brother, you are my kin. It is my duty to do so," Nüwa stated with unwavering determination. Fushi sighed helplessly and fell back into slumber. In his current state as a remnant soul, most of his time was spent in deep sleep. Had he not sensed Nüwa's worries, he would have remained in that state. In the Western sect, the figures of Jane and Juanti were filled with disappointment upon learning that the Kongdong seal had fallen into the hands of the Jie Sect. After leaving the Xiu Palace, they did not even return to the west, but instead sought to discreetly search the east, ultimately finding nothing. After receiving the news, they returned to the Western sect to discuss how to become the mentors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, after much deliberation, no conclusion was reached. After all, while the East could descend into chaos, when faced with the West, the factions immediately united against a common foe. Otherwise, they would have long since restored the Western lands. In the end, they could only await the next meeting at the Xiao Palace, ready to seize the opportunity that a century later, a golden light erupted from Chen Xiao's cave, marking his successful ascent to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Simultaneously, the 6 great saints received a summons from Hongyun. The saints flew once more towards the Xiu Palace. As the saints traveled beyond the 33 heavens, Chen Xiao had yet to receive congratulations from his junior disciples when Tongtian silently appeared behind him. Seizing him by the nape and soaring into the sky, "Teacher, I can fly on my own. This is too embarrassing." Chen Xiao protested, struggling against Tongtian's grip. Tongtian did not relent, but explained, to reach the Xiao Palace, one must traverse the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. While you possess the great Luo realm, you cannot match my speed. When summoned by the Dao ancestor, we cannot afford to dawdle. Allow me to escort you. With that, he quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at the Xiao Palace, where the other 5 saints had also gathered at that moment. The gates of the Xiao Palace were firmly shut, and the saints dared not intrude. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiao began to greet his various senior uncles and aunts. Taiching remained stoic and did not respond to Chen Xiao, for the Kongtong seal had been taken from his domain. Even if he chose not to pursue the matter, he would not extend a warm reception. Yuanshi nodded as a form of acknowledgement, while Nüwa simply snorted coldly and turned her back. After all, her position as mother had been rendered null by Chen Xiao, and she had harbored resentment towards him for some time. Especially with the impending negotiations regarding Fushi's reincarnation, her mood soured even further. In contrast, Jane and Zhuanti greeted him with cheerful words, their gazes filled with warmth and ambition. With such profound fortune, it seems destined for us to have ties with the West. Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized, prompting Tongtian to emit a cold snort, which finally caused the two to retract their gazes. However, they had already taken note of Chen Xiao, and it was clear they intended to find a way to convert him back to the West in the future. Subsequently, everyone waited outside for Hongyun's summons. Before long, 2 young acolytes slowly pushed open the grand doors and bowed, announcing, "Esteemed brothers, the master requests your presence." The saints entered in succession, with Chen Xiao trailing behind. Casting a lingering glance at the acolytes that so, these must be Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the future heavenly emperor and empress. Chen Xiao mused to himself as he followed suit. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the unassuming Taoist seated in the center. This was his first encounter with Hongyun, who struck him as an ordinary old man, yet Chen Xiao dared not underestimate him. Taiching, accompanied by the saints, clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "We pay our respects to our master." Chen Xiao mimicked the gesture, adding a bow, "I pay my respects to my great ancestor." Hongyun opened his eyes and scanned the assembly of saints, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chen Xiao. An anomaly, perhaps, Hongyun pondered internally, yet he did not dwell on him for long. After all, Chen Xiao exuded an air of mediocrity that failed to pique his interest, leading him to shift his focus elsewhere. At that moment, Chen Xiao was already drenched in cold sweat behind him, half a step into the heavenly Dao realm, truly terrifying. His greatest fear was that Hongyun might simply erase him from existence. He was all too aware of his own origins, were it not for the human Dao sword naturally concealing its aura, alongside the assistance of the Chaos Bell to obscure his presence. He would have undoubtedly drawn Hongyun's attention. Yet, it seemed Chen Xiao was overthinking. It was a common trait among the powerful to look down upon mere ants, and Hongyun shared this sentiment. Thus, he paid little mind to Chen Xiao at this moment. Hongyun spoke, "The key has been revealed. You may first deliberate on who among you shall serve as the master of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and then proceed to unlock it at your discretion." With that, Hongyun vanished as if he had merely made a fleeting appearance. The saints expressed no dissent, bowing in unison, "We bid farewell to our master." Chen Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. With Hongyun present, he found it difficult to assert himself, and he followed suit with a bow and clasp of hands. "We bid farewell to our great ancestor." After Hongyun departed, all eyes turned to Tongtian, who leisurely stated, "The Kongtong seal belongs to my disciple Chen Xiao. He shall represent me in discussions with you all." Consequently, the assembly's gaze shifted to Chen Xiao. Causing his heart to leap. It is only natural to feel nervous under the scrutiny of the 5 great saints. Even the usually nonchalant Chen Xiao was no exception. After steadying his emotions, he stepped out from behind Tongtian, raised his hand, and summoned a set of tables and chairs. Once he had brewed tea, he cheerfully declared, "Esteemed uncles and aunts, if we are to negotiate, we must do so seated. Let us first enjoy a cup of tea." Tongtian took the lead in seating himself, taking a delicate sip from his teacup. The others followed suit, settling down to savor the tea. Jane and Zhuanti, after sipping, secretly tucked some tea leaves into their pockets, inciting disdain among the others. However, their expressions remained unchanged. They had long grown accustomed to such behavior in Jane and Zhuanti's eyes. Every one of them was wealthy beyond measure, utterly oblivious to the impoverished state of the West. After finishing their tea, Nüwa spoke. I do not require a master for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I only ask that you crown me as the heavenly sovereign. Chen Xiao took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly. It would be inappropriate for Fushi, the emperor of the demon clan, to become the heavenly sovereign of humanity. After all, we humans and demons are sworn enemies. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Nüwa's eyes, and she promptly inquired, what demands do you wish to put forth? Chen Xiao grinned slyly. Return 2.5 portions of humanity's fortune, and this matter can be settled. Absolutely not. Nüwa slammed the table, glaring fiercely at Chen Xiao. With only 3 portions of fortune in her possession, giving away 2 would leave her in dire straits. And, please remain calm, Tongtian interjected, secretly admiring Chen Xiao's audacity. Good heavens, he was asking for half of Nüwa's life right from the outset. He was truly courting disaster. Had Tongtian not been present, it was likely that this troublesome disciple would have been skinned alive by Nüwa. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had already entered his stride, calmly saying, There's no need to rush, Aunt. We can discuss matters amicably. Seeing Chen Xiao so composed and unflustered, Nüwa furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a long pause, she finally spoke. At most, 1 portion, 2 portions, and I will also assist you in arranging Fushi's reincarnation. I trust you are troubled by this matter as well, Aunt? Chen Xiao leisurely countered, adding an additional condition. Upon hearing this, Nüwa resumed her deliberation, yet she remained steadfast at 1 portion of fortune. At worst, she could negotiate with Hutu for a trade, sacrificing some spiritual treasures and heavenly materials. Fortune was not something one could simply conjure. However, Chen Xiao was in no rush and continued. What if we also restored your title as the Holy Mother of Humanity? This time, Nüwa hesitated. Restoring her title as Holy Mother meant she could once again partake in the offerings of humanity, thus sharing in some of their fortune. As for why Chen Xiao used the restoration of Nüwa's title as leverage, it was primarily because her credibility among humanity had significantly diminished. What good would it do even if she regained it? At best, it would merely result in the construction of more temples, and whether humanity chose to worship or believe was no longer within his purview. Seeing Nüwa's indecision, Jane and Zhuanti, not willing to wait for her to reach a conclusion, interjected, the master of the 3 sovereigns has a connection with our West. Yuan sure scoffed. Why not simply state that the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all connected to your West? Do you share this sentiment, Yuan sure? Jane and Zhuanti's eyes gleamed with expectation. Yuan sure. He had underestimated just how shameless these 2 were. Tongtian regarded Chen Xiao with some curiosity. Why did these 2 behave so similarly to his troublesome disciple? Chen Xiao. Master, what kind of look is that? Nothing. Do continue. Tongtian waved his hand, redirecting his gaze. Chen Xiao scratched his head, then turned to Jane and Zhuanti, directly refusing. You 2 may forget about the masters of the 3 sovereigns. Yuan sure echoed. Indeed, granting you 1 master of the 5 emperors is already quite generous. But second uncle, I have no intention of giving them even 1. Chen Xiao replied with a naive tilt of his head. This is a matter for our East. What does it have to do with the West? What a joke. They wish to take advantage of him without cost. How could that possibly be? He, Chen Xiao, the capitalist, was not so easily taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, Yuan sure burst into laughter, a look of admiration on his face as he remarked, what my nephew says is quite right. Our Eastern matters have nothing to do with your West. Jane and Zhuanti's expressions turned grim. They were well aware that Chen Xiao was seeking benefits. The moment they laid eyes on him, they recognized that he was one of their kind. Encountering someone like themselves meant they could not gain any advantage. They gritted their teeth and asked, what conditions do you have? Chen Xiao raised 3 fingers, stating coolly, 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, or 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure, in exchange for a master. What are you thinking? Jane and Zhuanti glared at Chen Xiao in fury. This was outrageous. Even they had never been so brazen. This rascal was truly insidious. What objections do you have towards my disciple? Tongtian unsheathed the chimping sword. Looking at the 2 with a calm demeanor, his eyes brimming with threat, Yuan sure produced the Panga banner, sneering, how dare you reprimand my nephew? Witnessing 2 weapons drawn from within the 3 pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti immediately wilted. They were simply not worth the trouble. With a forlorn expression, Jane turned to Chen Xiao and lamented, nephew, Our West is impoverished. We truly cannot offer so many spiritual treasures. Is it my fault that your West is impoverished? Chen Xiao replied, feigning confusion. Jane was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had overestimated the situation. There was no such thing as conscience among people like them. In the end, he resigned himself to fate and gritted his teeth, saying, I will exchange for 2 masters. Very well. 8 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, or 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. No credit. Chen Xiao beamed as he extended his hand. Did you miscalculate, nephew? Wasn't it 1 master for 3 pieces? Jane corrected the path. Chen Xiao shook his finger with a smile and said, just now, the 2 of you senior uncles startled me. That extra item is my compensation for mental distress. You damn. The 2 were about to curse, but a single glance from Tongtian silenced them instantly. The darkness was overwhelming. Jane and Junti lamented, nephew, does your conscience not ache? Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stating, the Ling Bao can be earned again. If I lose my conscience, I could earn even more. Jane and Junti were left speechless. Observing their expressions, Yuanshi and Tongtian burst into hearty laughter, having never seen these 2 suffer such a significant loss. Even Taiji's eyes briefly sparkled with amusement. Ultimately, Jane had no choice but to painfully produce 4 innate spiritual treasures to hand over to Chen Xiao. Exchanging 8 items for 2 esteemed masters felt utterly disproportionate. Especially since their own supply of innate treasures was limited, they certainly could not trade their precious merit golden lotuses. Chen Xiao gleefully accepted, but as he reached for the last item, Jane's hands stubbornly refused to let go. With a slight frown, Chen Xiao remarked, Uncle, if you do not release it, it will become 5 items. Startled, Jane quickly relented. A tear involuntarily escaping from the corner of his eyet was painful, excruciatingly so. Those treasures had originally been acquired by Nüwa in exchange for Luya. They were barely warm in his possession, yet now they were being relinquished again. Junior brother, senior brother, Hua, having successfully exchanged for 4 treasures, Chen Xiao respectfully offered 2 back to Yuantai. It was essential to uphold the intricacies of human relations. After all, how could one ignore the support offered? Yuanshi did not decline and accepted them directly, his gaze towards Chen Xiao filled with admiration, while simultaneously feeling regret for not being able to take him as a disciple. Such fortune and talent ought to align with my teachings. Why should it fall to my 3rd brother instead? He had always favored those with deep blessings, and Chen Xiao was the epitome of his satisfaction. Both fortune and aptitude were of the highest caliber, almost becoming the white moonlight in his heart. Sighing, he inquired, nephew, how do you wish to distribute the remaining 3 sovereigns and 4 emperors? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Our Jie requires 2 sovereigns and 1 emperor. After all, I am the eldest disciple of Jie, and I must secure benefits for my junior brothers and sisters. The remaining 1 sovereign and 3 emperors can be allocated by you and Taiji. What do you think? Yuanshi furrowed his brow. He wished to express that those who were merely beastly and unrefined did not deserve the title of emperor or master. It would be commendable to secure even 1 sovereign and 1 emperor. Yet, seeing Chen Xiao's astuteness, he was reluctant to undermine his face and ultimately nodded in agreement. Tongtian shot Yuanshi a puzzled glance, unable to comprehend why his second brother had been so harsh towards the likes of Taoba, yet so lenient with Chen Xiao. Yuanshi also caught Tongtian's gaze and haughtily snorted. Were it not for Chen Xiao's involvement, he would not have wished to bestow even 1 emperor upon Jie. The original narrative unfolded as such. Jie had not managed to secure even 1 sovereign, let alone 5 emperors. That it could only be said that Tongtian's 2 brothers had conspired together to bully him. An utterly lamentable situation. At this moment, Taiji interjected, I require only 1 emperor. The rest can be left to my second brother's discretion. Chen Xiao, hearing this, scoffed. These 2 were indeed in cahoots. Having taken the Kongtong seal, they immediately came charging after him. In contrast, with Yuanshi, they were exceedingly generous, directly offering 1 sovereign and 2 emperors, which was remarkably magnanimous. Hadn't it been said that the second was the least valued? Why was it different with Yuanshi? Chen Xiao looked at Tongtian with pity, leaving him perplexed, and he could only raise his hand and deliver a punch to Chen Xiao. Why do you look at me like that? Chen Xiao covered his head, tears welling up as he crouched down, remaining silent. Forget it. Forget it. This teacher is dear. I cannot be angry. The child feels wronged, but the child shall not speak. after a moment. Chen Xiao saw that the distribution of the positions of the emperors had been completed, and he turned to Nüwa, asking, "Uncle, what have you decided?" Nüwa wore a troubled expression, finding it exceedingly difficult to choose. Handing over 2/10 of the human race's fortune was something she was highly reluctant to do. Observing this, Chen Xiao decided to give her a nudge, approaching her side and whispering, "Nüwa, you wouldn't want to see Fushi unable to become the Celestial Emperor, would you?" "You." Nüwa glared at him, her face filled with anger. How could such words, spoken in such a manner, come from this fellow? Furthermore, what was this inexplicable sense of shame? The three pure ones exchanged looks of exasperation at Chen Xiao, while Jane and Zhuanti appeared as if they had learned something profound. This child indeed shares a connection with our Western realm. The more they observed Chen Xiao, the more they grew fond of him, wishing to seize him and take him back to the West. Chen Xiao shrugged innocently. Nüwa was nearly driven to the brink of fury, glaring at Tongtian through gritted teeth. "Tongtian, you have such an excellent disciple." Tongtian. Taiji and Yuanshi both regarded him with keen interest, as if to say, "Who would have thought you were such a Tongtian?" Tongtian felt utterly wronged. This was not his teaching. Or rather, this fellow spent all his time wandering outside, leaving him no opportunity to teach. Yet, no one would believe him. Therefore, he could only silently turn his head away, pretending not to know Chen Xiao. Seeing Tongtian's silence, Nüwa huffed and glanced at Chen Xiao, stating, "At most, 1.5 tenths. Otherwise, we shall cease this matter." "Very well, it's a deal." Chen Xiao promptly agreed. This outcome was more or less within his expectations. Subsequently, the great saints began selecting which human emperors to choose. Chen Xiao was the first to speak. "Jie Jiao will take the Celestial Emperor, the Earth Emperor, and the Last Emperor." Yuanshi followed closely. "Then I shall take the Master of Humanity and the First and Second Emperors for my teachings." However, at this moment, Nüwa interjected, "No, my Golden Phoenix can also serve as an Emperor Master. I want one of the 5 emperors." After paying such a hefty price, it was only fair to receive some benefits in return. Yuanshi frowned slightly, about to voice his thoughts, but Taiji directly stated, "Agreed, but the human race and the demon race cannot coexist. Henceforth, Fushi shall only be the human Fushi, not the demon race Shihuang." Seeing Taiji speak, Yuanshi pondered for a moment and ultimately consented. Taiji clearly sought to limit Nüwa's development. If Fushi became the Celestial Emperor while also holding the position of Shihuang, it would be akin to Nüwa, enjoying the cultivation speed gained from both the demon and human fortunes. Though the demon race's fortune was scarce, even the smallest gains were still gains. Yuanshi was unwilling to see the two of them grow too powerful. After all, it was merely a matter of sacrificing one master emperor. Nüwa hesitated for a moment, considering that the immediate priority was to help Fushi reincarnate, and thus she acquiesced. "However, I have one more condition." Then, Nüwa raised her hand, pointing at Chen Xiao, and solemnly declared, "This child must never become the master of the Celestial Emperor." Chen Xiao wore a bewildered expression. Why could he not be the master of the Celestial Emperor? He prided himself on his extensive knowledge, handsome demeanor, and profound background. How could he not qualify for the role? Yet, Nüwa was purely concerned that her elder brother would be led astray by this scoundrel. If that happened, she would have no place left to cry. "However, I shall agree to this matter." Tongtian directly voiced his agreement. Understanding Nüwa's concerns, he too felt that Nüwa had been rather badly treated this time and preferred not to press her too hard. At worst, he could offer Chen Xiao the position of Earth Emperor's master. Chen Xiao wore an expression of betrayal, pouting and murmuring, "Not letting me be the master of the Celestial Emperor is Fushi's loss." Nüwa suppressed the urge to strike Chen Xiao, letting out a cold snort. Finally, Taiji claimed the 3rd emperor position, while Jane and Zhuanti each received the 4th, thus completing the distribution of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chen Xiao took out the Kongtong seal and tossed it into the air, addressing the sages. "I implore all esteemed teachers, uncles, and aunts to assist me in commencing the tribulation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Tongtian was the first to act, channeling his power into the Kongtong seal, with the remaining sages following suit. Chen Xiao also controlled the Kongtong seal, shouting, "3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, commence!" Boom! A beam of golden light shot from the purple cloud palace into the primordial chaos. The calamity began to manifest again, quickly filling the entire primordial realm. Many powerful beings, realizing they had once again been veiled by the heavenly mechanism, looked up at the sky in horror. Hadn't the Wu and Yao calamity just passed a mere 10,000 years ago? Why was calamity re-emerging in the world? Was another calamity about to erupt? I should quickly enter seclusion until it concludes. The entire primordial realm was engulfed in a palpable sense of trepidation, particularly among the beings who had narrowly survived the calamity. Fully aware of its terrifying nature, one by one, they retreated to their own abodes, shutting their doors and plunging the whole expanse into a profound silence. Following the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the esteemed sages hastily returned to their respective sanctuaries. Before departing, Nüwa entrusted the remnants of Fushi's soul to Chen Xiao, coldly declaring, "I leave my elder brother in your care. I trust you will tend to him well." The underlying implication was clear. Should you fail to arrange for my brother's well-being, I shall ensure your demise, and even Tongtian would be powerless to intervene. Chen Xiao patted his chest in assurance, responding, "Rest easy, Master Uncle. I will prepare a VIP passage for Fushi, ensuring he experiences a pleasant reincarnation. Then I shall await good news," Nüwa concluded, disappearing from sight as she returned to the Huahuang Palace. After the meeting, Chen Xiao felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. Negotiating with sages was no trivial matter, and facing 5 of them at once was an immense pressure. Following this ordeal, he resolved to seek the company of a few junior sisters to alleviate his mind. Just as he was contemplating whether to find Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, or Bai Xiao, an unexpected tap on the back of his head jolted him. "Master, why did you hit me?" Chen Xiao exclaimed, cradling his head and casting a woeful glance at Tongtian. Tongtian snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Your master's illustrious reputation has been tarnished by your folly. Am I not entitled to deliver a few well-deserved blows?" His frustration was genuine. Both Taiqing and Yuanshi believed that Chen Xiao's current demeanor was a reflection of his teachings. Particularly, Jane and Zhuanti had raised their eyebrows and exchanged knowing glances before departing, suggesting, "Friend, do visit the West when you have time. We would love to exchange insights." This nearly provoked Tongtian to draw his sword and confront those shameless individuals. Yuanshi, reveling in the spectacle, sarcastically remarked, "Third brother, I have long advised you not to invest your thoughts in those of dubious character. Look at how your disciple has turned out under your tutelage. Perhaps you should let him seek refuge under my wing, where I can provide proper guidance." Upon hearing Yuanshi's intentions to poach his disciple, Tongtian immediately knocked Chen Xiao unconscious and hoisted him over his shoulder, coldly asserting, "My disciple will be instructed by me." "There is no need for you to concern yourself, second brother," Chen Xiao protested. "If you wish to teach me, that's fine, but knocking me out is excessive." Afterward, Tongtian transformed into a beam of golden light. Returning to Jinbi Island, Yuanshi watched Tongtian depart with a flicker of jealousy in his eyes before he too returned to Kunlun at the Tea Palace. Chen Xiao gradually regained consciousness, the pain in his head reminding him of his recent encounter. He lamented, "Master, why did you have to knock me out?" "Because I felt like it." "Do you have any objections?" Tongtian replied leisurely. Chen Xiao merely pouted, refraining from further comment. Given Tongtian's evident displeasure, speaking up would undoubtedly lead to more trouble. After a long silence, Tongtian sighed. "You have severely offended your master Nüwa this time. Be more mindful regarding Fushi." Chen Xiao chuckled. "Of course," Tongtian continued, "the position of Heavenly Emperor's teacher shall be held by Duobao, while you will take on the role of the Earthly Emperor's teacher. The merits of both positions are not vastly different." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I shall leave it all to my junior siblings. The human race is currently thriving, and with the fortune of our people backing me, I do not require merit for cultivation." Tongtian pondered for a moment and agreed, coupled with the 1.5 portions of fortune returned by Nüwa. Chen Xiao possessed a total of 35% of the human race's fortune. Furthermore, as the ancestor of the human sword, he could also share in an additional 20% after the calamity. There was indeed no cause for concern regarding cultivation. He was also pleased with Chen Xiao's protective attitude toward his junior siblings. Though somewhat reckless, the essence of safeguarding one's kin was what made him proud of his disciple. The two ultimately agreed that Duobao would serve as the Heavenly Emperor's teacher, while Jinling would take on the role of the Earthly Emperor, as both were currently the most accomplished. Once the merits of the two emperors were fulfilled, they would likely attain the quasi-saint realm. The final imperial teacher would be Zhao Gaoming. Moreover, the task of delivering the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be entrusted to Chen Xiao. Being responsible for the birth of the human emperor would undoubtedly yield substantial merit. And her Hongyun golden dipper, originally designed as the first toilet in the world, was specifically intended for childbirth and the collection of impurities. Thus, this duty suited her perfectly. After reaching a consensus, Chen Xiao promptly made his way to the underworld, preparing to assist Fushi in his reincarnation. Before that, he visited the Pingxin Hall to inform Hutu. Aside from expressing surprise at the human race becoming the protagonists of the heavenly land, she quickly fell back into an emo state. Regarding Chen Xiao's intention to help Fushi reincarnate as the heavenly emperor, she merely waved her hand dismissively. As the emperor of Fengdu, you may decide for yourself without needing to report to me. Chen Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I merely considered the relationship between the witch and demon clans. It was prudent to keep you informed that in the past, Hutu might have been in the mood to tease Chen Xiao. But now she spoke with a detached tone. The past is behind us. Let it rest. Observing Hutu's despondent demeanor, Chen Xiao felt compelled to offer her some encouragement. My lady, did not the esteemed Emperor Zhang say before that the witch clan would look to you in the future? You must persevere. Hutu gazed at the coffin beside her, remaining silent for a long while before finally sighing. You may leave. I need to think things through. Chen Xiao, seeing her state, bowed respectfully and exited the Pingxin Hall, heading toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. Within the hall, silence reigned once more. Hutu raised her hand to caress the coffin, staring at the body of Emperor Jiang within, and murmured, Brother, what should I do? Before the 6 paths of reincarnation, Chen Xiao first assessed the recovery status of Hongyun. Finding it satisfactory, he felt reassured, knowing he could fulfill his obligations to Xinyuanzi. Subsequently, he summoned the powers of the 6 paths to assist in mending Fushi's soul. Although fragmented, Fushi's soul was significantly stronger than Hongyun's, allowing for a more straightforward restoration process. Nevertheless, it took him several years to complete the task. Upon restoring Fushi, the latter slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Chen Xiao before him, furrowed his brows in contemplation. Are you the castrated whip beast? Chen Xiao retorted. How dare you call anyone a castrated whip beast? Do you wish to be the one castrated? Fushi chuckled awkwardly and inquired, Where is this place? Where is my sister Nüwa? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, initially reluctant to divulge the information. However, considering Fushi was a VIP client, he recounted the transaction with Nüwa in full. Upon hearing this, Fushi's expression darkened, and he lamented, All this trouble for my broken form. How could my sister endure such suffering? Chen Xiao, however, had no interest in Fushi's self-reproach. He produced Mengpo's soup and forcefully fed it to Fushi, stating, The fortune has been bestowed and is non-refundable. You must reincarnate promptly. After administering the soup, Chen Xiao kicked Fushi into the reincarnation office, sending him off to be reborn. Along with him, he also tossed in the soul of the black tortoise from the northern sea, recognizing the potential of his merits. This way, the black tortoise would reincarnate as a human, undoubtedly achieving immeasurable greatness in the future, thus bolstering the human race's high-end combat capabilities. Yet, Chen Xiao felt this alone was insufficient. The frailty of the human race could not be safeguarded by merely 1 or 2 quasi-saints. As the saying goes, teaching a man to fish is far superior to giving him a fish. Ultimately, the solution lay in devising a suitable cultivation method for the human race. However, creating a methodology that would be appropriate for the humans was no simple task. In Fengdu City, Chen Xiao sat upon his designated imperial throne, pondering how to assist the human race in establishing an appropriate cultivation method. In terms of swordsmanship, he had already attempted to forge a path. Out of tens of thousands, only 1 sword immortal emerged. How many could arise from billions of humans? At most, there might be a few thousand, perhaps not even half of 100,000 in comparison to the demon race, which could easily field millions. There was no basis for comparison, unless all of those thousands of sword immortals were Deluo golden immortals or quasi-saints. It was clear that this was an impossible feat with his chin in hand. Chen Xiao tapped the table, muttering to himself, It seems the path of immortality is not feasible. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind, prompting him to leap to his feet. If the path of immortality is unviable, then I shall pivot and pursue martial arts instead. The martial arts primarily focus on the refinement of the body, akin to the practices of the witch clan, striving for sanctity through physical prowess. Moreover, as he recalled, The formidable techniques depicted in the novels were in no way inferior to celestial arts. The primordial chaos itself is akin to a vast fantastical narrative, hence it stands to reason that such a creation is conceivable. With a clear objective in mind, Chen Xiao commenced his research in this domain. Chen Xiao delved into the study of a new system in the underworld, the leader of the Huazhu tribe. Huaxiu returned from a hunt, suddenly sensing a calling emanating from the direction of the Thunder Marsh. Some puzzled tribesmen inquired, "Leader, where are you headed?" With a slight furrow of her brow, Huaxiu uncertainly replied, "I feel something ahead beckoning me." "Could it be the demon clan?" one tall Huazhu remarked, considering the myriad ways in which the demon clan might ensnare others into their traps. After pondering for a moment, Huaxiu shook her head and stated, "It should not be. Rather, I perceive it as a form of mission." The Huazhu exchanged glances before turning to Huaxiu. "Leader, we shall accompany you, for it is prudent to look after one another. Those who venture out for hunting typically possess some cultivation. And among us, the most powerful is you, Leader Huaxiu, with the cultivation of an earth immortal. The others possess at least the cultivation of qi refinement into spirit, although they may seem weak in the primordial chaos. They are not without the capacity to resist." After a brief hesitation, Huaxiu nodded. Thus, the group followed her instinct towards the Thunder Marsh. However, upon their arrival, apart from the trees, they found only a marsh crackling with sporadic lightning, devoid of any peculiar phenomena. "Leader, there is nothing extraordinary here, just that Thunder Marsh, which we have long known to be a natural formation," the tribesman remarked. Huaxiu remained silent. Instead, she walked purposefully towards the Thunder Marsh. The Huazhu exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at the marsh's edge, when suddenly one Huazhu pointed excitedly. "Ah, last time I came here, there were no footprints." Everyone turned to see a massive footprint not far off, resembling that of a human, though they had never heard of a person so large. Upon seeing the footprint, Huaxiu's eyes sparkled, and she rushed forward, sensing that it was calling to her. Indeed, as Huaxiu stepped into the footprint, it emitted a brilliant purple light. This startled the accompanying Huazhu, who rushed over. Yet, as they approached, the purple light retracted, transforming into a wisp of purple gas that entered Huaxiu's abdomen, and the footprint vanished as if it had never existed. "Leader, are you all right?" The Huazhu gathered around her, relieved to see she was uninjured. Huaxiu gently touched her belly and turned to the tribesmen, saying, "Let us return. I now understand my mission." "Huh? Oh, very well," the Huazhu responded. Somewhat bewildered, yet they refrained from questioning her further. In the ensuing days, Huaxiu began to exhibit signs of pregnancy, her belly gradually swelling, prompting discussions among the Huazhu regarding the identity of the unborn child. As the situation escalated, Huaxiu asserted, "This is the will of the heavenly Tao. The one I bear is destined to lead our human race to greatness." The Huazhu exchanged glances, filled with doubt, yet they trusted their leader's words. 2 years later, when it became evident that Huaxiu had not given birth, their skepticism grew. For human women typically deliver after 10 months. They had never seen anyone carry for 2 years without a sign of labor. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Huaxiu sent word to the 3 ancestors of the human clan. Upon receiving the news, the 3 ancestors promptly arrived at the Huazhu tribe. When Huaxiu encountered them, she hastily bowed, but was halted by Swearin, who insisted, "No need for such formalities. The one you carry is pivotal to the rise of our race." "Rest well?" Huaxiu, perplexed, inquired, "Did the fire ancestor know this from the outset?" Swearin chuckled. "It was the sword ancestor who foretold this. He spoke of a forthcoming resurgence for our human race, and that the one to lead this resurgence is the child within you. We hope you will care for it well." "I shall do my utmost," Huaxiu replied, her eyes filled with determination. Subsequently, Swearin suggested that Huaxiu accompany them to the Fire Cloud Cave to await the child's birth, to which she readily agreed, feeling a profound sense of security in the presence of the 3 great Deluo golden immortals. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Chen Xiao, after countless attempts, finally established the preliminary framework of the martial arts system. However, to fully realize it would require an extensive amount of time for further deductions. With the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors already underway, he found himself pressed for time. Glancing towards the cycle division, an idea began to form in his mind. He flew to the 6 paths of reincarnation, seated himself in meditation, and concentrated all memories from his previous life along with the framework he had developed over the past 2 years. Then, Chen Xiao summoned his spiritual energy to conjure a transparent blade in the air, and with a resolute heart, he directed it towards his own primordial spirit. Da-da. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to die. Chen Xiao's head struck the ground repeatedly in a desperate attempt to alleviate the agony. That single strike severed the memories he had just gathered from his primordial spirit. The pain of such a division was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Chen Xiao's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and he nearly collapsed in despair. His cultivation plummeted from mid to luo to early stage, dangerously close to falling to the Tai golden immortal tier. In that moment, he recalled the healing sacred item of the primordial chaos, the three lights divine watered. He hastily retrieved it from his spatial pouch and consumed it, which alleviated the excruciating pain. Chen Xiao gazed at the primordial spirit that had split from him, a wry smile gracing his lips. Now, it is up to you. With that, he cast it into the cycle of reincarnation. Chen Xiao intended for this portion of his spirit, bearing the memories of his previous life, to reincarnate and assist him in exploring the martial arts system. Should he succeed, humanity could potentially become the most formidable race in the primordial chaos. Undeniably the protagonists of this world. After accomplishing all of this, Chen Xiao sought to relax his mind and received a message from Swerin, prompting him to visit the mother of the human emperor. Upon arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave, he found the three ancestors awaiting him at the entrance. That we pay our respects to the sword ancestor, they greeted, bowing deeply. Chen Xiao waved his hand, requesting them to lead him inside. Swerin guided him to where Huashi was resting, lying upon a stone bed, nurturing her unborn child. Chen Xiao observed her closely, noting that Huashi appeared well, likely due to her cultivation, as she did not bear the rough, sallow complexion typical of ordinary women. After all, at this time, the human race had yet to emphasize self-care, burdened as they were with endless labor. Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to her belly, enshrouded in purple aura. Unmistakably confirming that it was Fu 11 AS, Huashu noticed Chen Xiao and attempted to rise in greeting. He quickly interjected, a pregnant woman should rest well. I am not one for formalities. He surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with crude stone implements, and promptly produced an abundance of beast skins to make the setting more comfortable, covering even the hard stone bed with them. Had there been a mattress, he would have insisted on laying one down. The sight left Huashu and the three ancestors in stunned silence. Sword ancestor, how could I dare trouble you so? I feel unworthy, Huashu protested as she stepped forward to stop him. Chen Xiao, with utmost seriousness, replied, a pregnant woman must be comfortable. Only then can the child thrive. Please, do not decline, especially considering that you are bearing one destined for great significance. Upon hearing these words, Huasu ceased her resistance, merely bowing her head slightly in gratitude towards Chen Xiao. The three ancestors also stepped forward to assist, for who would stand idly by while their elder was toiling? In no time, Huasu's dwelling was adorned with animal hides, utterly unconcerned about any potential damage. Concurrently, Chen Xiao employed the purifying spirit technique to nurture Huasu's body, enhancing her constitution beyond its previous state. In such a comfortable environment, Huasu spent another 8 years. One day, outside the Fire Cloud Cave, Chen Xiao languidly chewed on a blade of grass, gazing at the sky with a sense of ennui, muttering, damn it, could it be that Fushi has decided to settle in there? He still hasn't emerged. Senior brother, the human emperor is no ordinary mortal. We must exercise patience, came a melodious voice from beside him. The speaker was Yun Xiao, whom Chen Xiao had summoned to assist in the childbirth. However, the two had been vigilantly waiting by Huasu's side for a full 8 years, with nary a hint of activity. Jinzu, should I perhaps visit the Mother Goddess Temple to pray? Inquired a member of the human race, cautiously approaching Chen Xiao with fruits in hand. Upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, Chen Xiao had briefed the three ancestors about his transaction with Nüwa. They harbored no objections, understanding that Chen Xiao's intentions were to reclaim the fate of the human race, thus consenting to the restoration of Nüwa's identity as the Mother Goddess. They also encouraged the various tribes to reconstruct her statue. Whether the human race chose to worship her or not was of no concern to them. Most individuals preferred to pay homage to Chen Xiao, or to the supportive figures of the human race, such as Duo Bao, Jin Ling, or Zhen Yuanzi. Only a select few were inclined to continue venerating Nüwa, like the one who had just spoken. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao bore no resentment. He recognized that faith was a matter of personal choice. However, Huasu was carrying her elder brother, and if he were to truly assist, it was irrelevant whether she prayed or not. With a roll of his eyes, he said, "Praying is pointless. Would you dare to smash her temple?" "Then I shall refrain," the human remarked sheepishly before departing. Chen Xiao scoffed, "Senior brother, are you not concerned that the mother goddess might come seeking you again? What is there to fear? It's not as though it hasn't happened before." Chen Xiao retorted lazily, flipping onto his side. After discovering that her identity as the mother goddess had been restored, Nüwa found the incense power to be pitifully scant. This was crucial for her ability to mobilize the fate of the human race for her cultivation, prompting her to confront Chen Xiao in response. Chen Xiao simply stated, "The temple is there. Whether they choose to worship is their decision. I cannot force them." Infuriated, Nüwa nearly hurled the red embroidered ball at Chen Xiao's impudent face. Lamentably, she could only fulfill a few wishes for the human race in an attempt to win their hearts. This barely allowed her to mobilize the fate of the human race for her cultivation. Compared to her previous inactivity, this was like comparing heaven and earth, deepening her resentment towards Chen Xiao. As Chen Xiao and Yun Xiao engaged in idle banter, the aforementioned human returned, his expression still fraught with urgency. "Jianzhu, Huasu is about to give birth. You must go and see." Chen Xiao's eyes brightened, his heart exclaiming that the moment had finally arrived. He immediately took Yun Xiao's hand and flew towards the fire cloud cave. Yun Xiao, feeling bashful as Chen Xiao held her hand, felt her head spinning. She had always presented herself as dignified and graceful, but Chen Xiao's playful gestures left her flustered. This, however, was not entirely Chen Xiao's fault. In later generations, there is often less formality between men and women. It is quite normal to grasp an arm, pat a shoulder, or ruffle hair among those with close relationships. Soon, Chen Xiao spotted the three ancestors waiting at the entrance. Who quickly approached them. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "Huasu has suddenly experienced abdominal pain, and her lower body has become soaked. She is surely about to give birth," Swearin spoke slowly. Chen Xiao nodded. While he was unfamiliar with the birthing process, he understood that the breaking of waters signified impending labor. He then turned to Yun Xiao. "Junior sister, I shall trouble you with the next steps." Yun Xiao's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Very well, senior brother, but could you please release my hand first?" Chen Xiao, noticing that he was still holding Yun Xiao's hand, showed no signs of embarrassment. After letting go, he patted her shoulder, saying, "Why are you being so formal, junior sister? What harm is there in a little grasp?" Yun Xiao shot him a reproachful glance before stepping inside. Indeed, her hands are quite delicate. Chen Xiao mused. Yun Xiao nearly stumbled upon hearing this, turning to glare at Chen Xiao, her face aflame as she hastened her pace into the cave. Thereafter, Chen Xiao and the three ancestors, a group of burly men, waited outside. Yet from within, Huasu's piercing cries echoed, causing the three ancestors' hearts to race. "Jianzhu, why has it taken so long? Should we not assist?" Yu Chao inquired. "What can we possibly do? Are we to fetch Huasu warm water?" Chen Xiao replied while simultaneously communicating with Duo Bao. Yu Chao, not understanding the reference to warm water, could only pace anxiously at the cave's entrance point. 2 hours later, a sharp scream erupted from within. Simultaneously, ethereal purple energy swirled above the fire cloud cave, coalescing continuously. Auspicious clouds appeared in the heavens, heralding countless omens. All these extraordinary phenomena celebrated the birth of Fu X Iti, the moment of his emergence. The fate of the human race surged more than twofold. The sage's gazes turned towards the fire cloud cave. Eager for details, Inuwa's eyes glistened with tears of joy, her heart finally at ease. "Elder brother, you have finally arrived." The three ancestors also wore expressions of delight, for the human race was on the brink of a great flourishing. Yet, Chen Xiao wore a look of puzzlement, recalling that the earlier scream sounded remarkably like Yun Xiao's. Before long, Yun Xiao appeared at the entrance, and the three ancestors hurriedly welcomed her, asking, "Fairy, how are Huasu and the child?" "Both mother and child are safe. Please do not worry," Yun Xiao replied softly. Chen Xiao then inquired, "Junior sister, that scream just now was yours, was it not? What transpired?" "It was nothing. It was merely my first time assisting in childbirth and witnessing a child emerge on their own," Yun Xiao explained. Chen Xiao was taken aback as a small, unsteady figure stumbled out behind her, as if unaccustomed to walking. Once steady, a pair of misty, large eyes gazed up at Chen Xiao, while tiny hands fidgeted at their rear. Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing what Chinese horror truly meant. It was an unsettling sight. After all, which child could emerge from their mother's womb and already be attempting to walk? However, he understood that as the human emperor, one must be exceptional. Chen Xiao noticed a birthmark on Fushi's rear, and, sensing Yun Zhao's gaze upon him, she remarked, "Senior brother, did you also notice? This child's birthmark is quite peculiar. It resembles a footprint though. Senior brother, why are you sweating so profusely?" Yun Zhao offered him a handkerchief, gesturing for him to wipe his brow. Chen Xiao chuckled awkwardly as he accepted it. He then recalled that he had inadvertently kicked Fushi into the cycle of reincarnation. Could that have left a mark? If Nüwa were to discover this, given her brotherly protective nature, she would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. He promptly lifted his hand to dress little Fushi, concealing the birthmark on his rear. Soon, a golden light descended behind Chen Xiao, and Duo Bao's figure emerged from the radiance. Master brother, junior sister Yun Xiao, Duo Bao greeted with a smile as he approached them. Yun Xiao offered a slight bow. Acknowledging him, Chen Xiao then clasped Duo Bao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, you arrived just in time. Your disciple is here." Duo Bao opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from replying, instead focusing on the small figure before him. Surrounded by purple energy, Fushi exuded an extraordinary aura and exceptional talent. Duo Bao mentally cataloged all the commendable traits he could attribute to this child, ultimately feeling immensely satisfied with his new disciple. Subsequently, Duo Bao took Fushi's tiny hand and approached Huasu, proposing, "Friend, I am Duo Bao, the second disciple of the dot. I wish to take this child as my disciple. Would you consent?" Having met Duo Bao before and recognizing his stature within their tribe, Huasu readily agreed, saying, "Thank you, Master Duo Bao, for your consideration. I grant my consent on behalf of my son. In the days that followed, Duo Bao returned to the Huazu tribe with Xia Fuxi and Huaxiu, embarking on his path as a teacher. Meanwhile, Fushi, as the human emperor, grew within Huaxiu's womb for a decade. Upon his birth, he could walk, and within 3 days, he could speak. The members of the Huazu tribe were continually astonished and firmly believed that Fushi was indeed the one destined to lead their clan to prosperity. A year later, Fushi began imparting the Qin Gong method to Fushi, and within less than 3 years, he had mastered it, achieving the realm of Earth Immortal in just 10 years. Observing Fushi's rapid progress in cultivation, Duo Bao immediately paused his own practice to provide guidance. After all, swift advancement in cultivation could lead to an unstable foundation or, worse, arrogance. As the saying goes, one must first cultivate the heart before the body. Thus, Duo Bao devoted himself to teaching Fushi virtues and character. Disciple, the teachings of my sect aim to seize a glimmer of hope for the beings of the primordial wilderness. You, in turn, are the hope for the flourishing of the human race. Therefore, never should you rely on your cultivation to oppress the weak. Rather, contemplate how to strengthen our people. Fushi, somewhat understanding yet perplexed, nodded, then pointed towards the not-so-distant Chen Xiao, saying, "Then, master, does what the sword ancestor is doing count as oppressing the weak?" Duo Bao turned, puzzled, to see Chen Xiao furiously berating the dog named Gooden while holding its head. "How dare you cheat? Do you think I cannot draw my blade? Woof woof, you never said I couldn't use spells." "Hey, so you think you have a point, do you?" A Huazu tribesman intervened, saying, "Sword ancestor, dog egg, let us talk it out without resorting to violence." However, Chen Xiao, grabbing the man by his collar, glared with a rogue's expression and retorted, "And you? What are you doing? It's the dog that's the landlord. Why are you blowing me up? Even dogs play better than you. Don't you have any skills?" The Huazu tribesman was nearly in tears. Having merely passed by, only to be caught up in Chen Xiao's antics, Duo Bao frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Pay no heed to your grandmaster, and absolutely do not emulate him." "Oh, why can't you learn from me? Do you have an issue with me, Beiji?" Chen Xiao's voice suddenly chimed in from behind Duo Bao. He was leaning against Duo Bao, pinching his cheek and turning his face towards him. "Senior brother, I am teaching my disciple. Could you not disrupt us?" Duo Bao pouted, speaking helplessly. After glancing at Fushi, Chen Xiao released his grip and said, "Very well, I shall spare you some face in front of my nephew." With that, he transformed into golden light and vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. 5 years later, Huaxiu passed the leadership of the Huazu tribe to Fushi. Upon ascending to his position, Fushi commenced a series of reforms for the tribe. Due to the resurgence of calamity, most beings in the primordial wilderness chose to enter seclusion to weather it, thus granting the human race a period of proliferation. However, Fushi soon realized that the birth rate among the human race remained dismally low. With many infants succumbing early and others suffering deformities, he promptly decided to investigate the matter, though he was uncertain where to begin and thus sought counsel from Duobao. Unfortunately, Duobao had no expertise in this area either and, after a moment's hesitation, turned to the languid Chen Xiao, asking, "Senior brother, do you have any solutions?" Chen Xiao took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "It's simple. Conduct a population census, tracing back generation by generation, and you will uncover the truth." He had already noted these issues, but was reluctant to hasten the progress of the human race for fear of drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao. It was akin to the trolley problem. Save one person or five, that he chose the latter. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Fushi, though unclear on his senior brother's intentions, obediently set about doing as advised. Following the census, it became evident that the parents of the deceased infants were predominantly related by blood. Upon this revelation, Fushi swiftly instituted a marriage system, resolutely prohibiting consanguineous unions, and encouraged intermarriage with other tribes, indirectly promoting the integration of clans, thereby altering the phenomenon of children knowing only their mothers. Thus, under Fushi's reforms, the population of the human race surged dramatically within a mere 30 years, multiplying by 3 to 5 times. However, this burgeoning populace brought forth the pressing issue of food scarcity that in the past, when the tribe was small, the hunters among them could easily provide sustenance for all. Yet now, their blades dulled from overuse. They struggled to feed such a large family. Seated by the riverbank, Fushi gazed into the crystal-clear waters, contemplating solutions to the food dilemma. The sudden bark from a dog drew his attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw Chen Xiao and Duobao sitting by the riverside. Both held rods with lines submerged in the water, while Gooden dragged a dead mountain chicken toward Chen Xiao. "Woof woof, boss, I caught a chicken. Let us roast it quickly." "Wait, don't scare away my fish," Chen Xiao replied coolly, holding his fishing rod. Duobao, skeptical, questioned, "Senior brother, can this truly catch fish?" Just then, as if in answer, the rod trembled, and before Chen Xiao could finish speaking, he swiftly yanked, pulling a 10-pound fish from the water, which arced gracefully through the air before landing on the shore. He then began to prepare the mountain chicken and fish, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that wafted into Fushi's nostrils. Igniting a spark of inspiration within him, he bowed deeply to Chen Xiao, expressing, "Thank you, sword ancestor, for enlightening me. I understand now." He then dashed back to the tribe, leaving behind a bewildered man and dog. What did he comprehend? "Woof, I don't know, but let us hurry and cook. I'm starving." Chen Xiao gave it little thought, continuing to prepare the meal, while Duobao looked on with a smile of approval at Fushi's retreating figure. My disciple Fushi possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Upon returning to the tribe, Fushi began crafting various tools. Inspired by Chen Xiao's fishing rod, he realized that ordinary mortals could not contend with ferocious beasts, and certain birds and land creatures were beyond their reach. Thus, why not rely on tools for hunting? He began to create fishing rods, but soon deemed this method inefficient. While pondering, he fortuitously witnessed a spider ensnaring its prey, which sparked an idea. Thus, the fishing net was born. That he summoned all the women of the tribe, and using vines, they wove numerous nets, disseminating the methods of use across various tribes, making them aware of the convenience of tools. Fushi then proceeded to craft other hunting instruments, significantly enhancing their hunting efficiency, allowing them to temporarily weather the food shortage. Simultaneously, he recognized that inspiration could also be drawn from Gooden. He sought animals that could be easily domesticated, like dogs, to assist humans in hunting, while cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens could be domesticated for farming, ensuring the human race would not need to hunt constantly to secure a stable food supply. This directly addressed the root of food scarcity. Furthermore, animals like horses transformed the means of transportation for humans, facilitating easier travel. He also explored ways to manage water sources, promoting agricultural development, invented methods to preserve fire, and taught people how to cook, thereby improving their quality of life. Fushi's numerous contributions captivated many tribes, who eagerly sought to merge with him, and he welcomed all without hesitation. With food no longer in short supply and the tribe continually expanding, new issues arose. The amalgamation of multiple tribes complicated kinship ties, leaving many children unaware of whether their companions were relatives. If this continued, the phenomenon of consanguineous marriages would re-emerge. Fushi once again sought out Duobao for a solution. Duobao pondered deeply, reflecting, and then, in despair, exclaimed, "Can't you ask a normal question? I don't have this many issues to deal with." Observing Duobao's frustration, Chen Xiao casually remarked, "Just assign them codenames." "Codenames?" Fushi queried, somewhat skeptical. "Just like my future children will surely be called Chen something. Chen signifies that the child is mine." Chen Xiao elucidated the matter in an instant. Fushi achieved clarity and promptly returned to tally the newly joined tribes, bestowing upon each a surname. Thus, the issue of population chaos was resolved. Meanwhile, Duo Bao gazed at Chen Xiao with a face full of resentment, exclaiming, "Master brother, are you my teacher, or am I yours?" Chen Xiao patted Duo Bao's shoulder without a word. Even if he remained silent, Fushi would eventually come to the same realization. He merely expedited the process. Moreover, he could maintain an air of mystery before Duo Bao, thereby cultivating an enigmatic persona. Truly a win-win situation. The three ancestors observed Fushi's reforms in the tribes. After calling him over for a discussion, they solemnly announced his position as the sovereign of humanity, tasked with the comprehensive management of the human race. Aware of his mission, Fushi accepted this heavy responsibility. Subsequently, he temporarily entrusted the Huazhu tribe back to Huashu and commenced his travels among the various tribes of the wilderness. Each time Fushi arrived at a tribe, he meticulously examined the local customs and the living conditions of the people. He discovered that some tribes, situated near water bodies, failed to harness the benefits of water resources, while others in mountainous regions struggled to cultivate the land. Thus, Fushi began imparting suitable survival skills to them, teaching the riverside tribes fishing techniques and the construction of simple dams for irrigation, while guiding the mountain tribes in developing terraced farming and identifying edible plants within the mountains. In this manner, the entire human race came to acknowledge Fushi as their sovereign. However, he soon realized that his individual efforts could only yield limited assistance to humanity. Recognizing that his reputation had reached a sufficient height, he seized the opportunity to unify the human race and establish an official system, selecting capable individuals of noble character to serve as local officials. Thus, the first dynasty of humanity, the Fushi dynasty, was established, with its capital in Chendi. After the establishment of the dynasty, Fushi continuously pondered ways to improve the lives of the human race, making numerous contributions. This, however, necessitated his periodic use of magical power to regrow his hair. Yet, regardless of his endeavors, he always fell slightly short of achieving complete merit. Fushi remained patient, but Duo Bao was anxious. The ominous energy in the sky surged relentlessly. If Fushi could not attain complete merit soon, he would suffer a backlash from the fate of humanity. Considering how Chen Xiao often provided inadvertent reminders to Fushi, he resolved to seek assistance. However, upon seeing Chen Xiao and Dog Egg lounging on the beach under the sun, he found himself momentarily speechless. Why should he, after toiling so hard, see Chen Xiao, as the master brother, so leisurely? A wave of jealousy and resentment surged within him. "Master brother, I am on the brink of disaster. How can you still be so carefree under the sun?" Duo Bao floated before Chen Xiao, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Startled by Duo Bao's intense stare, Chen Xiao retorted, "What do you mean you are on the brink of disaster? What do you think? If Fushi does not attain complete merit soon, I will be subjected to the backlash of humanity's fate." Duo Bao grasped Chen Xiao's collar, shaking him incessantly, ever since he began associating with Chen Xiao. Duo Bao's temperament had gradually become more irritable, a stark contrast to his former calm and composed self. Dizzied by the shaking, Chen Xiao hurriedly replied, "Stop shaking me. Let me think for a moment." Hearing this, Duo Bao finally ceased his shaking. Chen Xiao took a moment to gather his thoughts, recalling what Fushi still needed to achieve his grand title. After a brief while, he remembered that Fushi had yet to evolve the innate 8 trigrams. However, it seemed that this required the assistance of the river diagram and Luo book. Presently, the river diagram was in the hands of the formidable Kunlun, a being of quasi-saint level, an endeavor not easily undertaken by the two of them. He could hardly recall how Fushi had obtained it in the first place. Given the unexpected variables introduced by his presence in the wilderness, it would be wise for him to retrieve it personally. Just then, Duo Bao cautiously inquired, "Master brother, Have you figured it out? I have an idea, but it's a bit complicated. I need to prepare first, Chen Xiao sighed, somewhat vexed, before transforming into golden light and flying towards Wuzhuang Temple. Upon sensing Chen Xiao's presence, Jin Yuanzi promptly emerged to greet him. Dear brother, has Hongyun made a full recovery? Jin Yuanzi inquired, grasping Chen Xiao's hand. Chen Xiao discreetly freed himself from Jin Yuanzi's grip, replying, he is recovering well. I estimate he will be fine in another 10,000 years. That is splendid news. In another 10,000 years, I shall finally see Hongyun, Jin Yuanzi exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. He then asked, is there something important you wish to discuss with me? Rubbing the back of his head, Chen Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I would like to borrow your earth book for a bit. If you don't mind. Before he could finish, Jin Yuanzi thrust an object into his hands. Glancing down, Chen Xiao was surprised to find it was indeed the earth book, marveling at Jin Yuanzi's generosity. He gave a thumbs up, saying, you are truly magnanimous, esteemed elder. Jin Yuanzi smiled warmly, waving his hand. Since you have requested it, it must be urgent. Take it, I am deeply grateful. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, Chen Xiao said, cupping his hands in thanks. After bidding farewell to Jin Yuanzi, Chen Xiao returned to Golden Ao Island, intending to borrow the 4 swords of Jinshan and the formation diagram as well. At Golden Ao Island, he rushed into the Bo Palace, not even stopping at the entrance where the water and fire boy stood guard. This is bad. Someone has intruded into Bo Palace, the fire boy exclaimed. Flustered, the water boy, however, remained calm, replying, why are you panicking? That must be Master Brother. Only he would dare to enter without prior notice in the entire wilderness. No one else would be foolish enough to do so. As soon as Chen Xiao entered, he was knocked to the ground by Tongtian, who grumbled, you wretched disciple, what punishment do you deserve for intruding into my sanctum? Master, I have pressing matters to attend to. Please lift your oppressive aura. Chen Xiao managed to lift his head and implore. Tongtian snorted and lifted the pressure, remarking that he was indulgent. Otherwise, Yuan sure would have dealt with him harshly. What is it you need? Chen Xiao dusted himself off and approached Tongtian, sheepishly stating, I wish to borrow the 4 swords of Jinshan. Beiji and I need to retrieve something to aid Fushi in attaining complete merit. Tongtian, puzzled, asked, what is it that requires the 4 swords of Jinshan? The river diagram and Luo book, Chen Xiao replied. Tongtian raised his hand to calculate and discovered that the item was in Kunpeng's possession. His brow furrowing slightly. That item is held by Kunpeng. With your current cultivation, it may be difficult for you to retrieve it. That is why we need your 4 swords of Jinshan to intimidate him. Chen Xiao responded with a smile. As a seasoned powerhouse, Kunpeng would not be easily subdued without some leverage. Tongtian, however, was agreeable. After confirming the details, he waved his hand. The 3 celestial swords floated automatically before Chen Xiao, along with a formation diagram landing in his grasp. With your cultivation, you can only exert 30% of the sword array's power. Should things become unmanageable, return, and we shall discuss further, Tongtian advised. As for safety, he trusted that Kunpeng lacked the audacity to provoke him. Otherwise, the northern underworld rodents would not have earned their notorious reputation. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, and then hurried towards Qin Di, bringing Duo Bao along as they set off for the North Sea Monster Palace. Master Brother, where are we headed? Duo Bao inquired. Appearing utterly bewildered and unaware of Chen Xiao's intentions, Tio reclaimed the river diagram and Luo book from Kunpeng at the North Sea Monster Palace. Only then can your disciple attain complete merit, Chen Xiao replied unhurriedly. Duo Bao felt a twinge of anxiety at the mention of Kunpeng. After all, he was a seasoned quasi-saint, and he was merely at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Could he truly contend with such a formidable opponent? Nevertheless, realizing that retrieving the river diagram and Luo book was essential for Fushi's success, he steeled himself to follow along. Before long, the two arrived at the outskirts of the Monster Palace. Duo Bao readied himself with the Duo Bao Tower and several postnatal spiritual treasures. Chen Xiao glanced at him and solemnly remarked, Beiji, why are you so poorly equipped? Only one piece of innate spiritual treasure. Allow me to lend you 2. He spoke. He produced 2 innate treasures acquired from Jin and Jundi, handing them to him. This is the binding demon rope, specifically designed for restraining demon kin. And this is the myriad demon mysterious jade bai, which will enhance your magical power output. Both are classified as innate spiritual treasures, and I gift them to you. Chen Xiao introduced with a flourish. Duo Bao gazed at the spiritual treasure in his hand. Feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions, he was touched by Chen Xiao's generosity in offering a congenital spiritual treasure so readily, yet he felt a pang of sorrow. Realizing that as a treasure-seeking mouse, his own treasures paled in comparison to those of others, leaving him feeling unworthy of his title, he even contemplated changing his name to Ba Jie, Master Brother. You have bestowed upon me a treasure. What of you? Duo Bao inquired with a hint of concern. After all, it was unlikely that Chen Xiao possessed many congenital spiritual treasures, given that he was merely a seasoned quasi-saint. Chen Xiao waved dismissively. Oh, I am quite indifferent about it. As he spoke, the four swords of xian appeared, swirling around him, while the purple electric hammer manifested to his left and the 99 Scattersoul red gourd to his right. With the diagram of xian hovering above his head. Is this what you call indifference? Duo Bao thought, realizing that each of these was at least a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure, with one being a congenital supreme treasure. Chen Xiao paid no heed to Duo Bao's forlorn expression and bellowed, North Sea Mouse, do you dare to show your face? Startled by the loud call, Duo Bao quickly lowered his voice. Master Brother, let us discuss this calmly. You know nothing. The Kunping is not easy to converse with. One must be bold. Then could you perhaps use a different title? Chen Xiao finally realized that Duo Bao's true form was that of a treasure-seeking mouse and chuckled sheepishly. Oh dear, how could I forget? He then shouted again. North Sea Jerry, are you too afraid to show yourself? What on earth is Jerry? Duo Bao asked, bewildered. Just the name of a little mouse, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. Isn't that still a mouse? Duo Bao glared at him, feeling as though he was being bullied. Who dares to act recklessly on the territory of the ancestor? Just as Duo Bao contemplated confronting Chen Xiao about it, a voice resonated across the North Sea. Before long, an imposing figure erupted from the ocean, transforming into human form before them. Was it you who insulted my kind? Kunping spoke coldly. Indeed, you, Chen Xiao began. But Duo Bao interrupted, stepping forward and clasping his hands. I am Duo Bao, the second disciple of the Jie Sect, and I greet you, Kunping ancestor. Upon hearing Jie Sect, Kunping hesitated, especially when he noticed the celestial swords surrounding Chen Xiao. Initially uncertain, he now recognized the legendary Zhu Xian four swords, the foremost weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. That I don't recall having offended the Jie Sect. Why do you seek me? He asked calmly. Old man, hand over the He Tu and Luo Shu obediently, Chen Xiao declared brazenly, exuding a rogue-like demeanor. Duo Bao buried his face in his hands, lamenting his master's reckless behavior. What to do? Regaining his composure, Duo Bao pulled Chen Xiao behind him and politely said, Kunpeng Demon Master, I merely wish to borrow the He Tu and Luo Shu, and I hope for your permission. Is this how one asks to borrow something? Kunpeng scoffed. If the ancestor refuses, do you intend to seize it? Though wary of the Jie Sect, Kunpeng was no pushover. Ba, why waste words on him? He originally stole it. We shall simply take it. Chen Xiao retorted, as the diagram of Zhu Xian expanded above him, enveloping the three of them. The four Zhu Xian swords flew toward the cardinal points, filling the space with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Kunpeng's expression shifted as he realized that this young man truly intended to fight. With a wave of his hands, countless streams of black energy surged forth, forming barriers to defend against the onslaught. Chen Xiao wielded the purple electric hammer, striking at Kunpeng with destructive force. Kunpeng dodged, retaliating with a powerful palm strike that sent Chen Xiao flying. Had it not been for his training in the 9 turns profound art, that blow would have severely injured him. Even Kunpeng was taken aback, surprised by Chen Xiao's formidable physical prowess. Duo Bao was left dumbfounded, unsure how the situation had escalated into a fight. He quickly summoned the Duo Bao Tower, unleashing myriad rays of light toward Kunpeng while discreetly attempting to ensnare his feet with the binding demon rope. Kunpeng sensed the danger, transforming into a great rock, his wings unleashing a tempest that rocked Duo Bao. Yet, the binding demon rope managed to ensnare Kunpeng's right foot. As Chen Xiao regained his footing, he intensified the power of the Zhu Xian array, the sword formation spinning as if to shred Kunpeng to pieces. You have gone too far. Do you truly think the ancestor dares not to kill you? Kunpeng roared in fury, unleashing all his magic to break free from the binding demon rope and charged at Chen Xiao. Unperturbed, Chen Xiao opened the 99 Scattersoul red gourd, unleashing a cloud of crimson mist that enveloped the area. Kunpeng was taken aback, retreating in alarm. How did the red cloud gourd end up in your hands? Chen Xiao grinned mischievously. He then activated the red gourd, filling the space with thick red fog, while Duobao was pushed to the side, trembling in fear. Is it really necessary to make such a commotion just to borrow a treasure? The upheaval in the North Sea sent shockwaves across the ocean's surface, triggering tremendous tsunamis that devastated nearby settlements. An official rushed into Fushi's office in a panic, exclaiming, "Sire, it's bad. A massive tsunami has struck the North Sea, drowning many nearby tribes." "What? Hurry, send help. Rescue as many as you can," Fushi commanded urgently, slapping his desk. The official, with a pained expression, replied, "But sire, there has also been a seismic upheaval in the northwest, which requires assistance as well. We simply do not have enough manpower." Fushi paused, taken aback that disasters were converging. He quickly ordered, "Issue a proclamation. When one side is in peril, all shall assist. Command the nearest tribes to mobilize immediately." As the order was disseminated, officials rushed to gather those with abilities to aid. The entire human race sprang into action, with Fushi himself heading toward the northwest to provide assistance. The situation stabilized in the northwest thanks to Fushi's presence. However, the North Sea faced dire consequences, with relentless waves destroying all human settlements in the vicinity. In desperation, Fushi ordered the temporary relocation of the affected population to Chendi. This calamity affected millions, with the death toll exceeding a staggering 100,000. Witnessing the haggard and destitute refugees, Fushi felt as though his heart was being torn apart by a dull knife, filled with sorrow and indignation. An accompanying official sighed, "If only we could foresee disasters in advance. Even if losses occurred, as long as lives remain, there is hope." Upon hearing these words, Fushi felt a spark of inspiration. Foreseeing in advance. Foreseeing in advance. The phrase echoed in his mind, and he experienced a sudden enlightenment. All things in the world follow a pattern. If one can discover it, then predicting disasters beforehand is not beyond reach. Thus, after ensuring the safety of the refugees, Fushi secluded himself to contemplate the Tao. Outside the North Sea Demon Palace, Chen Xiao exploited the unpredictable nature of the xian sword formation to relentlessly assault Kunpeng. The space was thick with the mist from the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd, forcing Kunpeng to maintain his protective barrier at all times. Duobao, having been sent outside the formation by Chen Xiao, occasionally attempted to disrupt the battle. The two great Luo Golden Immortals found themselves in a standoff against an established quasi-saint. Kunpeng, seething with anger, bellowed, "Do you think I cannot deal with you?" The Kunpeng transformed directly into the Great Pong, emanating the aura of a late-stage quasi-saint, leaving Duobao outside the formation in a state of alarm. With a piercing cry, the Kunpeng swiftly gathered its magical power at the tip of its throat, intending to forcefully break through the array. Had a different quasi-saint expert set up the extermination sword formation, it would have been a matter of waiting for death. However, Chen Xiao was merely a great Luo Golden Immortal. Given the consumption and mastery of magical power, he could at most cause the Kunpeng some inconvenience. If he had fully mastered it, Chen Xiao would have long since tied him up to teach him to rap and play basketball in preparation for a debut. This strike from the Kunpeng was sufficient to deplete the magical power sustaining the grand formation. Yet, at this moment, he remained entirely unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he watched the Kunpeng expand. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Extermination sword formation. The sword array was instantly dissolved, and 4 celestial swords returned to Chen Xiao's side. Duobao was taken aback by this action. They had solely relied on the formation to contend with the Kunpeng. Now that it was dismantled, wasn't that akin to seeking death? The Kunpeng realized this as well, but at this point, its magical power had already been expended, and forcibly retracting it would only result in backlash against itself. The fact that the extermination 4 swords could be utilized by Chen Xiao indicated that his standing was not low in Tongtian's eyes. Should he inadvertently be killed, Tongtian would surely flay him alive and fashion a backrest from his skin. Subsequently, it intended to change direction to throw off the attack. However, in the next instant, it saw Chen Xiao produce a book and toss it into the air. The Earthbook Formation. The Earthbook Formation? What the hell? As Chen Xiao brought forth the Earthbook to set up the formation, it swiftly replaced the Extermination Grand Formation. Now the Kunpeng couldn't even afford to miss. Forcibly retracting its spell, upon retraction, a mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat forth, and its demeanor instantly wilted. The Earth Book Formation, also known as the Moral Kidnapping Formation, was not renowned for its exceptional defense, but rather for its connection to the primal earth veins. Once struck, it would damage the primal earth veins, resulting in karmic backlash. The greater the force of the attack, the more severe the backlash. Had the Kunlun strike hit the formation, the karmic retribution would have been sufficient to obliterate it instantly. Much like the fate of Gonggong back in the day. Thus, even at the cost of severe injury, it had to retract its spell. Duobao looked at Chen Xiao in a daze, astonished that the Earth Book could be played in such a manner. Chen Xiao put away the Earth Book, patted Duobao's shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "Learn more. Combat is not merely about brute force." Duobao nodded, somewhat understanding. Chen Xiao then approached the now human-shaped Kunlun, smilingly inquired, "Old fellow, what do you think? Are you convinced you should hand over the items soon?" The Kunlun glared fiercely at Chen Xiao, cursing, "Despicable little man, how dare you plot against your ancestor? Even if I am destroyed, I shall not yield to you." Were it not for the surrounding area being shrouded in the Earth Book Formation, he would have fled long ago. However, despite his significant injuries, he still felt capable of destroying a magical artifact. As for whether Chen Xiao would kill him, he had no concerns. Even if injured, he remained a quasi-saint powerhouse. Besides, as an old powerhouse, how could he lack life-saving trump cards? Chen Xiao, unhurried, stated, "I know that Hongyun perished due to your and Mingyi's coercion. If I were to inform Xinyuanzi of this, do you think you could still escape?" The Kunlun looked at Chen Xiao in astonishment, questioning how he had come to know this. At that time, he had sealed the surrounding space. Apart from Jane and Pewty, no one else should have been aware. Chen Xiao remained silent, merely smiling at the Kunlun. His initial intention was to wear down the Kunlun, thereby forcing it to surrender the items. Had he been at his peak, with the unparalleled speed of the primal world, he could have easily fled with the items that in this exchange. He had thoroughly outmaneuvered the Kunlun. The Kunlun realized that it had truly fallen into a trap this time, that Xinyuanzi's strength was already slightly superior to his, not to mention that he was currently gravely injured. Should they cross paths now, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to take out the Hichu and Luoshu, stating solemnly, "I can lend you the magical artifact, but you must swear not to inform Xinyuanzi of this matter." "Swearing is acceptable. Lending, forgive me, but I never intended to lend it," Chen Xiao replied while shaking his finger. "You still expect me to escort you? This is something I risked my life to obtain." The Kunlun vented its frustrations at Chen Xiao, because it had fled in the face of danger, taking the Hichu and Luoshu. It was reviled as a rat of the northern sea by the beings of the primal world. If it could not even protect its possessions, it would be a tremendous loss. To be honest, this item is wanted by Saint Nüwa. She is too lazy to pursue you for betraying the demon clan. But should you dare to seek her out, you might find yourself regretting your long life, Chen Xiao mocked. Upon hearing that it was wanted by Saint Nüwa, the Kunlun's expression turned exceedingly grim. "Very well, consider it a favor to you." The Kunlun waved its hand helplessly. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction, putting away the Hichu and Luoshu before dismissing the Earth Book Formation. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the Kunlun, Chen Xiao made a grand vow, promising not to disclose the matter of him causing Hongyun's death to Xinyuanzi. The Kunlun returned to the demon palace with a furrowed brow, genuinely feeling that it had suffered a great loss this time. After the Kunlun departed, Duobao approached Chen Xiao and inquired, "Senior brother, why did you say that the Hichu and Luoshu were wanted by Nüwa? What if he finds out later and comes looking for you?" He had merely intended to borrow it, yet Chen Xiao had directly extorted it from him. Moreover, using Nüwa's name made him worry about Chen Xiao's future situation. Chen Xiao waved his hand, saying, "Asking Fushi for something is no different from asking Nüwa. She won't mind using her name." Duobao, quick-witted, grasped the implications of this and looked at him with some surprise. "Senior brother, could it be?" Chen Xiao made a shushing gesture, signaling him to remain silent. The fact that the demon Emperor Fushi had reincarnated as the human Fushi was known to very few. After all, when the demon clan was powerful, they had offended many great beings. Once Fushi's reincarnation was discovered, it might provoke risks of retaliation. Thus, the demon clan had rapidly declined after the calamity, primarily to seek treasures and avenge themselves. This expedition had resulted in a flawless outcome, albeit with a tinge of guilt towards Xinyuanzi. After all, he had acted with such righteousness, yet Chen Xiao still had to conceal the matter of Hongyun's demise. This left him feeling somewhat remorseful. However, Hongyun's soul was nearing restoration, and by then, he could personally explain which would not differ much. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and 3 beams of red light descended, landing on Duobao, Chen Xiao, and the Kunlun in the Demon Palace respectively. This left all 3 of them dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did this karma come from? Chen Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Duobao also appeared bewildered. While the Kunlun was reduced to tears in the restroom, it wasn't until the two returned to Chen's territory that they learned a tsunami had been triggered in the human tribes near the North Sea due to their actions. This left Chen Xiao filled with regret. He had been careless. Despite all his calculations, he had overlooked this aspect. Duobao was relatively fortunate, only receiving a 20% karmic reduction, while he and the Kunlun faced a 40% reduction each. With no other choice, Chen Xiao had to send a message to Jin Ling, requesting that the human beings who perished in the tsunami be arranged for a favorable rebirth as compensation. When the two sought out Fushi, they discovered he had already entered seclusion. Chen Xiao knew that Fushi had begun to deduce the innate 8 trigrams. Thus, he instructed Duobao to wait patiently while he first returned to Wuzhuang Temple to return the Earth Book. Afterward, he returned to Jin Ao Island to return the extermination 4 swords in the formation diagram. Tongtian received the 3 swords in the diagram, while the extermination sword was still left for Chen Xiao as his sword of choice. He then inquired, "Was everything smooth this time? The items have been secured, but I forgot to relocate the North Sea's human populace in advance, resulting in their unwarranted calamity." Chen Xiao replied with a bitter smile. Feeling quite guilty, it was the first time Tongtian had seen Chen Xiao in such a self-reproachful state, prompting him to offer reassurance. No one is perfect. In the future, think carefully before acting. Consider this a lesson, and do not be overly critical of yourself. Chen Xiao let out a sigh and nodded slightly. He then bid farewell to Tongtian and made his way to the nearby tribe of Beihai. Upon arrival, he saw that they had already begun the process of rebuilding their homes, and he promptly joined their efforts down on that day. As the tribe's leader was surveying the area, he caught sight of Chen Xiao and recognized him at once. He hurried over to stop him, saying, "Sword Ancestor, how could we dare trouble you for assistance?" Chen Xiao offered a wry smile and replied honestly, "This calamity has arisen due to the battle between Kunlun and myself. I feel deeply remorseful for the loss of our kin." The leader was taken aback, as he was merely at the realm of refining emptiness, and merging with the DAO.it was beyond his comprehension to imagine what kind of confrontation could lead to such devastation. However, he quickly smiled and reassured him, "Sword Ancestor, there is no need for self-reproach. This is simply fate. We all know of your dedication to the human race, and it was never your intention to cause harm. I believe those who perished would not blame you. To say there is no guilt is far easier said than done. I shall assist you in rebuilding our homes. Perhaps it will alleviate some of the remorse I feel." Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. He understood the reasoning, yet the thought that his negligence had led to the demise of so many weighed heavily on his heart. The leader, seeing his distress, refrained from further admonishments and joined Chen Xiao in the labor. A decade later, the tribes that had been submerged by the tsunami regained their former vitality. Only then did Chen Xiao find a measure of solace. On this very day, Duobao also sent word to him, informing him that Fushi had emerged from his retreat. Upon receiving the message, Chen Xiao immediately set off for Chendi. Upon his arrival, he found Duobao had been waiting for quite some time. Duobao approached him and said, "Senior brother, Fushi has mentioned to me that he has been struggling to comprehend the methods for the human race to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Do you have any suggestions?" Chen Xiao chuckled and replied, "What do you think we went to steal the He Tu and Luo Shu from Kunlun for?" Duobao's eyes brightened at the mention of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Recalling their significance, beyond their exceptional defensive capabilities, these primordial treasures possessed a unique function not found in others. They could aid in enlightenment, particularly for Fushi in his study of the primordial 8 trigrams. As he needed to observe the movements of the celestial bodies, the He Tu and Luo Shu contained records of the celestial patterns, perfectly aligning with his needs. Chen Xiao handed the He Tu and Luo Shu to Fushi, encouraging him to delve deeply into their wisdom. Fushi bowed in gratitude and once again entered a state of seclusion. Duobao looked at Chen Xiao with admiration and asked, "Senior brother, how did you know Fushi required this item?" Of course, Chen Xiao would not reveal his knowledge of the plot. He merely waved his hand enigmatically and said, "The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed." From that moment on, Duobao became a devoted admirer of Chen Xiao. After obtaining the He Tu and Luo Shu, Fushi successfully comprehended their wisdom in merely 2 years, naming his revelation the Primordial 8 Trigrams. Once Fushi had given it a name, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, as he sensed that he had achieved a state of completeness in his merit at this moment. Chen Xiao approached him, presenting the Konggong seal to announce his elevation. Human race Fushi, you shall establish marriages, using the Li Pai as a token. You shall create nets for teaching fishing and farming. Appointed as the Dragon Record Officer. You will govern the divisions. You have created the 8 trigrams to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Your merits are now complete. You may ascend to the throne as the heavenly sovereign of the human race. Upon the proclamation, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, showering boundless merit. Through this merit, Fushi's realm surged dramatically, ascending from celestial immortal to the peak of quasi-saint, mere moments away from achieving sainthood, hence he was referred to as the sub-saint. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, as the teacher of the human sovereign, also received a substantial share of merit, elevating his cultivation from the late stage of Deluo to the early stage of quasi-saint, with the help of the primordial treasure to eliminate his first corpse. He could soon reach the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Notably, he became the first disciple among the second generation of the Xianmen to attain quasi-saint status. Ultimately, Chen Xiao, having assisted Fushi, also received a portion of merit. After using it to offset his karma, he scattered the remaining merit among the tribes near Beihai as compensation. This led to a flourishing of talent among the human race in the Beihai region, establishing it as a formidable force for humanity. In the Bayou Palace, Tongtian gazed into the distance, feeling joyful for Duo Bao's ascension to quasi-saint, while also finding comfort in Chen Xiao's actions. With the heavenly sovereign enthroned, the earth sovereign should soon emerge. He promptly sent word to Jie Ling in the netherworld, instructing her to seek out Chen Xiao in anticipation of the earth sovereign's arrival. After Chen Xiao's coronation of the heavenly sovereign, Fushi regained his former memories. Upon seeing him for the first time, Fushi was momentarily taken aback. He then handed the He Tu and Luo Shu back to Chen Xiao, saying, "Thank you. Oh no, thank you, Master Uncle, for your assistance." Chen Xiao shot him a disapproving glance and waved his hand, saying, "This He Tu and Luo Shu are yours now. From this day forth, you are Fushi of the human race, and you shall have no further ties with the demon race. Your focus must remain on humanity. I understand." Fushi replied softly. At that moment, auspicious clouds reappeared in the sky, and a rainbow bridge gradually descended before the three of them. A figure slowly walked down the bridge. It was Nüwa. Chen Xiao and Duo Bao bowed first, saying, "We greet you, Master Ant Nüwa." Nüwa nodded, and then turned to Fushi, who spoke hesitantly. "Brother." Upon hearing this, Fushi sighed, and together with Chen Xiao and Duo Bao, they bowed, saying, "We greet you, Master Ancestor." This gesture left Nüwa momentarily stunned, as it indicated Fushi's stance. From now on, there would only be the heavenly sovereign Fushi, and no longer the demon sovereign Xi. Nüwa let out a bitter smile, raising her hand to return Fushi's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Fushi Qin, before disappearing from sight. Although they could no longer continue their sibling bond, Nüwa felt content knowing that Fushi was still alive. By the banks of the Wei River, there flowed a stream known as Jiangshui. The human tribe residing alongside the Jiangshui was referred to as the Jiang clan. In this Jiang clan lived a young woman named Ren Si. One day, as she went to the riverbank, as she usually did, to check the traps she had set for any catches, a sudden red light shot forth from the depths of the azure waves. Ren Si instinctively looked up and saw a crimson-bearded divine dragon soaring into the air, its eyes emitting beams of divine light that met her gaze. In that instant, as their eyes locked, Ren Si felt a jolt to her spirit, as if she had come to a profound realization. She rubbed her eyes to regain her focus, but when she looked again, the water's surface had returned to its tranquil state. Ren Si chuckled to herself, thinking she must have been too tired and seeing things. After all, where could there be a divine dragon? A divine dragon is often elusive. She then returned to the tribe with a bountiful catch of fish. 3 months later, Ren Si suddenly began to feel nauseous and frequently experienced weakness in her limbs. The experienced women of the tribe quickly recognized that Ren Si was pregnant. This revelation sent the youthful Ren Si into a panic, as she had never even encountered a man, and now found herself with child. Could it be possible to conceive from afar? However, the people of Jiangshui had heard tales of the current human sovereign, Fushi, and his similar circumstances. After much discussion, they decided to report the news up the chain at the same time. Jie Ling happened to seek out Chen Xiao. "Senior brother, you have given me quite the task." Jie Ling looked at him with a face full of grievances, continually complaining about how she had been managing her duties. the endless paperwork, and the never-ending trials of souls kept her overwhelmingly busy. The only solace she found was that the merit was still being distributed as usual. Otherwise, she would have surely gone mad by now. Chen Xiao confidently replied, "Junior sister, how long have you been cultivating? This is merely a test I have set for you. Think about it. Each soul you judge brings me a bit more merit, allowing Master S. Qingping's sword to gain more strength and strengthening the Jie Jiao. Thus, your hard work contributes to the growth of Jie Jiao. You should feel honored." Jinling found herself somewhat dazed by Chen Xiao's persuasive rhetoric, feeling that something was off, yet unable to articulate it with her current mindset. However, upon hearing that her efforts were for the benefit of Jie Jiao, she suddenly felt revitalized. Though the disciples of Jie Jiao were quite diverse and varied, they shared a common trait. They were willing to live and die for Jie Jiao, to charge headlong into walls for Jie Jiao. Therefore, Jinling soon accepted Chen Xiao's perspective and informed him that Tongtian had sent her to find him. Chen Xiao understood that Tongtian was preparing for the Earth Sovereign's emergence. Immediately, arrangements were made to inquire if there were any women who had conceived through distance. Within a few days, Chen Di received news from the Jiangshui tribe. It stated that Rensha was indeed such a case, prompting him to set off with Jinling to investigate. The arrival of Chen Xiao and Jinling captured the attention of the entire tribe. "Honored sword ancestor, we are grateful for your personal visit. We have prepared a feast, and we hope it meets your approval." The tribe leader warmly welcomed them. Chen Xiao waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, but let us first see Rensha." The leader readily agreed and led them to Rensha's residence. As they approached, a middle-aged woman exited, and upon seeing the leader escorting the two, she hurried forward to greet them. "I see the leader. May I ask who these two are?" The leader introduced Chen Xiao and Jinling, causing the woman to gasp in astonishment and hurriedly bow. "I greet you, honored sword ancestor, and immortal Jinling. Please forgive my earlier disrespect." This middle-aged woman was none other than Rensha's mother. Since Fushi reformed the marriage system, children born without knowledge of their fathers had become nearly non-existent. Yet, a few scoundrels still deceived girls and shirked their responsibilities. She feared that her daughter had been misled and unwilling to speak out, ultimately summoning Chen Xiao with great urgency. Such actions would gravely implicate them. Sensing the woman's unease, Chen Xiao spoke gently, "There is no need for such anxiety. I am merely here to see how your daughter is faring." The woman, reassured by Chen Xiao's gentle demeanor, relaxed considerably and replied, "Thank you, honored sword ancestor, for coming to check on my daughter. Please follow me." After enduring 2 rounds of greetings, Chen Xiao finally met Rensha, who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. At that moment, she looked at them with a hint of trepidation, while Chen Xiao and Jinling noticed a faint purple aura surrounding her, confirming her status as the Earth Emperor's vessel. Chen Xiao smiled and comforted her, saying, "Do not be afraid. The child you carry is the next ruler of humanity. Think about it. You will soon be the mother of the ruler. Should that not bring you joy?" "I am carrying the future ruler?" Rensha asked uncertainly. "Yes, indeed," Chen Xiao affirmed. Both Rensha and her mother breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Chen Xiao then pointed to Jinling and said, "This is my junior sister, Jinling. During your pregnancy, she will take care of you and be responsible for the child's future education." Jinling stepped forward, smiling warmly. "I wish to accept the child within you as my disciple. May I ask if you're willing?" "Since you are the sword ancestor's junior sister, I am more than willing," Rensha readily agreed. After all, Chen Xiao held a high reputation among humanity, and there was no reason for Rensha to decline her junior sister's offer. Thus, Jinling took root in the Jiang tribe during Rensha's pregnancy. During this time, she also imparted some cultivation methods to Rensha, helping to solidify her Dao body until the birth of the Earth Emperor. Like Fushi, the gestation period for the Earth Emperor lasted a decade. Thanks to Jinling's guidance and the nurturing from heavenly materials, Rensha maintained her youthful appearance. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao had already arrived at the Jiang tribe a year in advance. As soon as Rensha showed signs of labor, Yin Xiao swiftly brought her back to the house for delivery. After 2 hours, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, accompanied by descending purple mist. Chen Xiao noticed that this celestial phenomenon seemed even grander than that surrounding Fushi's birth. Shortly thereafter, Yin Xiao emerged from the room, holding a wobbly child. The entire Jiang tribe marveled, astonished that the newborn could walk. However, Chen Xiao and Yin Xiao had long been accustomed to such wonders. Yet, at the moment the child stepped out, the turtle shell stored within Chen Xiao's northern sea, Xian Gui, suddenly stirred, prompting him to scrutinize the child more closely. In a wonder, I could not find where the Xian Gui was reborn. It turns out it has come here to become the Earth Emperor. Chen Xiao mused to himself. However, recalling the Xian Gui's legendary feats, he pondered that such a being would surely be extraordinary in its next life as well. Becoming one of the three sovereigns was indeed fitting. Yet, he had no intention of returning the turtle shell just yet. After all, a commoner could suffer for holding a jewel, and he felt too weak to manage it at present. After assisting Chen Xiao with the delivery, Chen Xiao did not linger and promptly returned to Jian'ao Island to enter seclusion. The merits gained from delivering 2 emperors propelled her cultivation directly to the mid-stage of Deluo, putting her in close pursuit of Chen Xiao's level. This return was to solidify her newfound power. Following the Earth Emperor's birth, Chen Xiao named him Jiang Shernyan. Before he turned 3, Jiang Kuei was primarily cared for by his mother, Chen Xiao, with Jin Ling providing support and nurturing their bond. Having learned much about child-rearing from Duo Bao, she understood that every emperor possessed extraordinary talents. Thus, she refrained from immediately teaching him cultivation. Instead, she allowed him to enjoy a normal childhood. It was not until 5 years later that Jin Ling began to instruct Jiang Kuei in cultivation while ensuring he received philosophical education as well. For this aspect of instruction, Jin Ling followed Duo Bao's advice to avoid any mention of Chen Xiao. That year, Jiang Shernyan began to gradually reveal his talents as his cultivation progressed. He enthusiastically delved into the study of various herbs and poisons, even testing them on himself, were it not for the protection of his merits, enabling Jin Ling to arrive just in time for his rescue. Another would have perished in such reckless experimentation. Eventually, he grew dissatisfied with confining his research to the vicinity of the tribe. After spending 5 years enhancing his cultivation to the Earth Immortal stage, Jiang Shernyan chose to wander far from his homeland. Jin Ling opted not to interfere with his decision, silently safeguarding him from harm. Thanks to Jiang Shernyan's reckless experimentation, he compiled a comprehensive record of 365 herbs, detailing their effects, identification methods, and antidotes for accidental ingestion. Subsequently, he disseminated this knowledge throughout various tribes, where his contributions earned him the title of Shennong, with his writings referred to as the Shennong by Chao Jing. By this time, Jiang Shernyan was 20 years old. Far away in Chindi, Fushi caught wind of Shennong's exploits and resolved to meet this remarkable young man. Upon their meeting, Shennong was momentarily taken aback, then bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the ruler Fu." She stepped forward to support Shennong, smiling. "We are all disciples of the Jie. There is no need for such formalities." Following this, Fushi began to test Shennong's knowledge. Shennong responded fluently, even demonstrating the ability to extrapolate from his answers, which greatly pleased Fushi. "You should inherit my position and become the new ruler of humanity," Fushi praised. Shennong, astonished, replied, "Ruler, this is too much. I am overwhelmed. I have governed for a century and can no longer contribute further. Now that you are young and accomplished, it is only right that this position be entrusted to you, so humanity can thrive once more." Fu, she spoke slowly, sensing Shennong's hesitation. "Of course, if you wish to become the ruler, you must first pass my test. If you succeed, the position will be rightfully yours." Upon hearing this, Shennong clasped his hands and said, "Please, ruler, present your challenge." Subsequently, Fushi articulated a significant dilemma currently confronting the human race: the issue of sustenance. During his reign, Fushi witnessed a flourishing and prosperous humanity. However, within a mere century, the population surged to an unprecedented level. Presently, the primary sustenance of humanity consisted largely of poultry. Yet, due to excessive hunting and fishing, the availability of prey dwindled drastically. After all, this was not a place like Tiger Head Mountain, where new prey could be replenished monthly. The livestock they raised yielded insufficient produce, and in terms of crops, humanity was merely cultivating edible vegetables, which could not serve as a staple food. Thus, Fushi entrusted this conundrum to Shennong, declaring that should he find a solution, the position of co-lord would undoubtedly be his. Upon hearing of the food scarcity plaguing humanity, Shennong readily agreed, not for the sake of power, but to rescue countless starving kin. After Fushi departed, Shennong commenced his quest for alternative staple foods. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing suitable, which left him in a state of great distress. Meanwhile, Jin Ling, who had been observing from the shadows, recalled the words of Duo Bao: "Should one encounter a problem beyond their capacity to solve, they ought to seek out their senior brother, who would surely have the answer." Thus, Jin Ling set forth in search of Chen Xiao. Upon Jinling's commencement of teaching Shinong, Chen Xiao returned to the underworld to attend to his affairs. Initially, he had considered enlisting the help of Gui Ling and Wu Dang for assistance as the Lord of Hell. However, both were fervent practitioners, making them impossible to summon, which left Chen Xiao quite frustrated. It seemed they were intent on laboring in secret to become the master brother of the, despite his grievances. Work still needed to be done, particularly after the rise of humanity. The workload had intensified. Mortal beings, lacking cultivation, typically lived less than a century, resulting in an exceptionally high demand for reincarnation services. Fortunately, Ho Tu had arranged for 5 lords of hell from the Wu clan to assist. Otherwise, Chen Xiao would have been overwhelmed. While he was immersed in his duties, a beam of golden light descended before him, transforming into a human figure. Jin Ling had arrived, the moment Chen Xiao beheld her. He was overcome with emotion. "Junior sister, have you come to assist your elder brother?" Jin Ling was taken aback by Chen Xiao's exhausted appearance and promptly responded, "Elder brother, that child Jiang Xinian has encountered a predicament, and I have come to inquire of you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao felt disheartened, yet he could not disregard her plea, and weakly replied, "Speak on." After listening to Jin Ling's account, Chen Xiao began to recollect. He remembered that a bird had once delivered the colorful 9-ear grain to Fushi, which ultimately led to the cultivation of the 5 grains. As for the 9-ear grain, it appeared to be the essence of the Jiamu. Akin to the current ginseng fruit tree, Chen Xiao sighed. It seemed he would have to trouble Jin Yuanzi once more. Despite his thick skin, he felt reluctant to continually impose on him. Nevertheless, gazing at the mountain of paperwork before him, Chen Xiao resolved to make the trip. Morality could be set aside for the moment. "Junior sister, I have a plan. Please cover for me while I resolve this." With that, Chen Xiao vanished in an instant, leaving Jin Ling dumbfounded, staring at the documents. Elder brother. Having successfully extricated himself from the bureaucratic burden, Chen Xiao soared back to Wuzhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi, noticing his arrival, promptly came forth to greet him. "My dear brother, do you require assistance once more?" Jin Yuanzi inquired with a warm smile. Chen Xiao felt his face flush at the familiarity. After scratching his head, he awkwardly admitted, "To speak candidly, I do have a matter I wish to trouble you with." "Do not hesitate, my brother. I am at your service." Jin Yuanzi replied generously. "I need the ginseng fruit tree to help me cultivate a single 9-ear grain to alleviate humanity's food crisis. Might I trouble you for this?" "That is a simple task." Jin Yuanzi waved his hand and then turned to the ginseng fruit tree, admonishing, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and produce it. Can't you see my brother is in urgent need?" The ginseng fruit tree muttered, "Thus, love may indeed fade, but it appears it cannot be avoided," as it was bound to obey Jin Yuanzi. Soon after, the ginseng fruit tree gently shook, its trunk emanating a vibrant green light, which transformed into a dazzling array of colors that coalesced before it, forming a stalk of 9-ear grain. Jin Yuanzi effortlessly summoned it, presenting it to Chen Xiao. After the ginseng fruit tree had produced the grain, it appeared somewhat wilted, clearly drained of its essence. Chen Xiao felt a twinge of guilt accepting it. "Perhaps, esteemed elder, you would like something in return? It feels improper to take this between us. Such formalities are unnecessary. Quickly accept it and proceed to aid humanity," Jin Yuanzi insisted, pressing the 9-ear grain into Chen Xiao's hands and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The ginseng fruit tree watched this exchange with a heavy heart. So, love does not vanish, but may shift its focus. Chen Xiao cast a remorseful glance at the ginseng fruit tree, promising to bring it some fertilizer next time as compensation. He then bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and departed Wuzhuang Temple. Arriving above the Jiang clan settlement, Chen Xiao transformed into a bird using his magical powers, allowing it to carry the colorful 9-ear grain towards Shinong. At that moment, Shinong was troubled, pondering where to find a suitable substitute for food. Just then, the call of a bird piqued his interest. Upon looking up, he beheld a stalk of 9-ear grain gently descending before him. As Shinong reached out to grasp it, the 9-ear grain split into 5 varieties: rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. After tasting a small sample, Shinong's eyes sparkled with delight. Rich and slightly sweet. This is the perfect substitute. He immediately took the 9-ear grain as seed, experimenting with various methods of germination and cultivation. After a year of diligent effort, Shinong discerned which seeds thrived in different soils and climates, successfully cultivating a vast expanse of grain. He named these 5 grains the 5 grains and distributed them among the various tribes. Within a mere year, the food crisis was resolved. Upon witnessing this, Fushi felt immense satisfaction and approached Shinong, declaring that he had passed the test and would, in a year's time, passed the mantle of co-lord to him atop Mount Tai. This time, Shenong did not decline but readily accepted. Thus, a year later, atop Mount Tai, the two engaged in rituals of incense and offerings, praying to heaven and earth below. The leaders and officials of the various tribes gazed up at the two figures with faces alight with excitement. Shenong Jiang Shenian, author of the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classic, alleviating the suffering of countless souls, and discovering the 5 grains to resolve humanity's food woes. His merits are boundless, and he shall be the next co-lord. Fushi proclaimed solemnly, handing the jade seal, emblematic of the co-lordship, to Shenong, thereby completing the transfer of power. Following this, Fushi retreated to Fire Cloud Cave to watch over humanity alongside the 3 ancestors, while Shenong initiated a new wave of reforms. Recognizing that the cultivation of the 5 grains required extensive manpower, he invented a plow, named the Lei Si, which significantly enhanced farming efficiency. Concurrently, he pioneered irrigation techniques that further propelled the prosperity of agricultural production. As humanity no longer faced food shortages, the abundance of material goods led to surplus production. Shenong established markets, initiating trade practices, laying the foundation for the future commercial development of humanity. Subsequently, he stumbled upon an issue overlooked by Fushi. During his interactions with Chen Xiao, Shenong had noticed that Chen Xiao was adorned in splendid garments, while humanity still clothed themselves in leaves and animal skins. In no wonder there seemed to be a palpable difference between them. Realizing this, Shenong taught the people to cultivate mulberry trees for silk, and thus, they acquired proper clothing. This marked a significant step for humanity, transitioning from a primitive society to a civilized one through Shenong's series of measures. The fortunes of humanity surged once more. Jiejin and Juanti observed the thriving human race, tears of pride welling in their eyes. Elder brother, I believe we should focus our attention on humanity. If we can successfully spread the teachings here, the flourishing of our Western sect will not be far off. Juanti proposed that I share your sentiments. We could seize this opportunity to propagate the teachings of the West during this calamity. Jiejin concurred. Thus, these two audacious beings began to deliberate on how to gradually infiltrate the human race, ideally converting a select group of exceptionally gifted human cultivators to the West's EADIT was a rare moment of leisure for Chen Xiao, who was teaching the little daughter of Shenong, Jingwei, to swim in the ocean. He was aware that Jingwei had perished by drowning, though the specifics eluded him. Observing the charming little girl, Chen Xiao could not bear the thought of her untimely demise. Hence, he took it upon himself to impart swimming skills to her, hoping it might save her life. Uncle Sword Ancestor, I can hardly swim anymore, came her tender voice from the water. Chen Xiao snapped back to reality and replied, let us call it a day. Upon hearing this, little Jingwei promptly splashed out of the water, scampering toward Chen Xiao with an eager expression, seeking praise. Uncle Sword Ancestor, did I swim well? Chen Xiao ruffled her hair and smiled. Indeed, you did splendidly, Jingwei. The little girl beamed with joy, for tales of Chen Xiao's legendary feats circulated widely within the tribe. Thus, her youthful admiration for him was almost instinctive. Receiving his commendation felt like a tremendous encouragement to her. However, Chen Xiao's countenance suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he warned, but remember, those who drown are often skilled swimmers. If you venture near rivers or seas in the future, you must always have company. Understood? Little Jingwei nodded in understanding. Just as they prepared to depart, a colossal whirlpool erupted on the ocean's surface, the creature resembling a dragon, yet more akin to a beast, with a flattened head akin to a lion. Emerged from the depths. It bore a pair of horns atop its head, and its body, limbs, and tail were adorned with dragon scales. As it breached the surface, it inadvertently created a miniature tsunami. Chen Xiao immediately shielded Jingwei behind him, channeling his magical energy to withstand the oncoming waves. Once he secured her in a safe spot, he ascended into the sky, brandishing his sword, and bellowed, what manner of beast are you? Dare you stir up trouble in the territory of the human race? As if there are no cultivators among us, it was no wonder Chen Xiao was incensed. He had once caused a tsunami himself, resulting in the loss of many kin. Encountering another such calamity, particularly one instigated by malice, ignited a furious blaze within him. He deduced that Jingwei likely perished in a similar tsunami. Thus, from any vantage point, this creature could not be spared today. The unidentified beast regarded Chen Xiao with disdain in its eyes. What of it if I stir up trouble? I am of noble dragon lineage. Slaying a few will amount to nothing. Taken aback initially, Chen Xiao soon erupted in laughter. Ha! You claim to be of the dragon lineage. With that pitiful appearance, I dare say you are but a mongrel. Infuriated by his words, the creature snarled, human, you court death. It unleashed a torrent of high-pressure water, but Chen Xiao was prepared, swiftly shifting his stance. He evaded the attack with a ghostly agility. The water smashed against a boulder behind him, shattering it into fragments. Oh, little mongrel, such poor aim, Chen Xiao taunted further. The creature, now thoroughly enraged, lunged menacingly at Chen Xiao. Yet, he remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, conjuring a golden light shield before him. The beast collided with the shield and was rebuffed. Golden immortal ants, not even worthy of a husky, dare to act brazenly before me. You possess quite the audacity. Chen Xiao, disinterested in playing games, unleashed his full cultivation. The overwhelming pressure of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal surged forth. The creature gasped in shock. Chen Xiao had previously concealed his power. And considering that, apart from the three ancestors and Fushi, the human race had no other Tai golden immortals, it instinctively assumed its opponent was merely a terrestrial or celestial immortal. Where had this great Luo golden immortal emerged from? This was disastrous. It had kicked a steel plate. Thus, it sought to flee into the depths of the sea. However, having offended Chen Xiao, escape was not an option. Drawing the Levection sword, he unleashed a blade of energy that severed its tail. The creature howled in agony, feeling a piercing pain as the sword energy wreaked havoc within it, rendering it incapable of further combat as it plummeted into the ocean. When it regained consciousness, the horrifying scene before it would be etched in its memory forever. Chen Xiao and Jingwei were gathered around a fire, fanning the flames, with the severed tail of the creature hanging above. Uncle Sword Ancestor, is it ready yet? I'm so hungry, Jingwei said, her eyes fixated on the roasting tail, her mouth watering. Soon, soon. With such a large piece, it requires ample time to cook through, Chen Xiao replied, nonchalantly fanning the flames while adding seasonings to the meat. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafted across the beach, causing Jingwei to drool uncontrollably, after slicing off a portion to feed the insatiable little girl. Chen Xiao noticed the creature had awakened. He then cut another piece and approached it with a sly grin. Oh, the little mongrel stirs back to life. Rest assured, I shall not slay you just yet. After all, given your size, your demise would lead to rapid spoilage. I shall reserve the rest for later. The creature's pupils widened in terror. Was this truly human speech? Hadn't they been described as compassionate beings who would feel pity and even cease their attacks upon slaying another? Yet this one felt even more ruthless than ferocious beasts. You cannot kill me. I am the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. To slay me is to declare war on the entire dragon lineage. The creature trembled, its voice quaking. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Though I have never encountered the son of the East Sea Dragon King. I know you are a dragon. What manner of abomination are you? A flash of resentment crossed the creature's eyes as it responded dejectedly. My mother is a toad, hence my bloodline is impure. A toad? So you're akin to a crocodile. What might your name be? Chen Xiao recalled a saying, uncertain. My name is Gongfu, the creature answered obediently. Upon hearing Gongfu, Chen Xiao was certain, besides the East Sea Prince, Ao Guang had fathered other dragon offspring with various beings. It was said that dragons produced 9 offspring, each distinct, and Gongfu was one of them, known for its affinity with water, also referred to as the water-repelling beast. Statues of it were often carved and placed by rivers to ward off floods. Chen Xiao stroked his chin and coldly inquired, then why did you conjure a tsunami upon the sea? What were your intentions? Gongfu stammered. I enjoy playing in the water. This area is usually deserted. Today, I was unaware that an immortal was present. I implore you to spare my life. Chen Xiao pondered, realizing it was indeed an accident. However, he was not one to let go of a captured being so easily. I may spare your life, but while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. From now on, you shall remain with the human race. Guarding the rivers and protecting humanity, Gongfu wilted at the prospect. He was naturally restless, and being assigned to guard the rivers would be torturous. Yet, with his life in another's hands, he had no choice but to concede. He had once sought to return to his roots, but due to his appearance and bloodline, he was turned away. That he had only sought to invoke the Dragon King's name to instill fear in Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, well aware of Gongfu's thoughts, continued, do not feel wronged. The human race will be the protagonists of the heavens henceforth. The task of safeguarding humanity is not bestowed upon just anyone. Moreover, I am the first disciple of the Jie Sect. Associating with the human race means aligning with the Jie Sect. Clinging to such a formidable ally now will afford you opportunities in the future. Gongfu was taken aback. You are the renowned castrated whip beast of the primordial era? Indeed. I am Chen Xiao, the sword ancestor of the human race. What castrated whip beast? Today, I shall administer a lesson. Chen Xiao slowly wiped the blood off his sword and spoke softly. Gongfu was immediately filled with tears. What a trivial punishment. That name was not even chosen by him. He had merely heard of it. After Chen Xiao released Gong Fu and tended to his wounds, he immediately dove into the river of the human tribe to patrol the area. After all, Chen Xiao was right. Mingling with the humans not only brought merit but also provided the support of the Dai in the past. Due to his identity and image, he had often been ridiculed by other dragons. Now, Gong Fu was unyielding. He doubted they would dare to laugh in his presence again. With Gong Fu guarding the river, instances of drowning among the humans became rare. Upon learning of this, Shenong commanded the tribes along the river and coast to erect statues of Gong Fu, allowing him to enjoy the incense offerings of the human tribe. From that point on, whenever the humans went fishing in the river or gathered at the shore, they would offer their prayers. Gong Fu diligently safeguarded the humans, and thus, having enjoyed their incense and shared in their fortune, his cultivation sword, he unexpectedly broke through to the status of Tai Golden Immortal, rapidly approaching the East CS Prince. In no time, he felt nothing but gratitude towards Chen Xiao. What was it but the loss of a tail and a whip? Gong Fu declared that if Chen Xiao desired, he could deliver one every day. More devoted than any lackey, the scene of Gong Fu pledging allegiance to the humans and being subdued by Chen Xiao was witnessed by the night demons patrolling the sea, who promptly reported back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang sat in a position of authority and sternly inquired, "You say Gong Fu is allied with the humans?" The night demon half knelt on the ground, bowing his head as he replied, "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Beside him, the East Sea's third prince, Ao Bing, stepped forward and said, "Father, Gong Fu's allegiance to the humans tarnishes our dragon clan's reputation. I request permission to capture him and bring him back." "No, my king, this cannot be done." The Turtle Chancellor urgently interjected. Ao Bing expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What's wrong with that? Gong Fu shares dragon blood. By siding with such a weak race, does he not invite ridicule from the other sea dragons?" Ao Guang queried. "What Ao Bing says has merit. Do you have a response?" The Turtle Chancellor quickly knelt and said, "My king, while Gong Fu's actions may harm the Dragon Clan's face, he is the first disciple of the Dot. If we attempt to capture him, how will they react?" Ao Bing was silent for a moment, then spoke. "This is a matter for our Dragon Clan. The Tongtian Saint is reasonable and should not pose a threat, right?" The Turtle Chancellor forced a smile, saying, "The Tongtian Saint may be reasonable, but that master brother of thee is not. I have heard that when the demon race pursued him for just a month after his birth, he caused chaos among the entire demon race." The Turtle Chancellor then looked meaningfully at Ao Bing and said solemnly, "Your Highness, you wouldn't want to go out with a whip tucked between your legs in the future, would you?" Ao Guang. Ao Bing. "Enough, this matter shall not be mentioned again. The No race is to trouble Gong Fu. Any violators shall be expelled from the Dragon Clan," declared Ao Guang. Their Dragon Clan had already suffered greatly from the calamities of the Dragon Han, resulting in profound karma that forced them out of the limelight. Survival was already challenging. Offending the or even the Tongtian Saint could still be rectified with an apology, but offending the disaster that is Chen Xiao might very well lead them to live in fear of being whipped in the future. If, by chance, Chen Xiao were to ascend to the quasi-saint level, even the Dragon King himself might have to beg for mercy. Suddenly, Ao Guang had an idea and said, "Turtle Chancellor, go inform the humans to restore Gong Fu's dragon identity," providing him with offerings equivalent to the prince's. Ao Bing immediately retorted, "Father, what merit does Gong Fu possess to receive offerings equal to mine? He is merely a hybrid." "Humph. What do you understand? If we can connect with Gong Fu in this, it will all be worth it," Ao Guang replied coldly. Ever since the Dragon Clan withdrew from the limelight, they had frequently been bullied, especially by those shameless saints from the West who had secretly lured away 8 true dragons, turning them into the 8 heavenly dragons of the Western sect. The bloodline of true dragons is incredibly pure. Even if not utilized, they could contribute greatly as breeding dragons. Losing 8 in one blow had significantly wounded the Dragon Clan. Yet, they could only swallow their anger quietly, for not achieving sainthood rendered them mere ants, ultimately having to grit their teeth and endure, reflecting on the Dragon Clan's former glory. They now found themselves in a pitiful state where they were bullied by all. To escape this predicament, they needed a powerful ally, and the best choice was undoubtedly they. Its inclusive teachings attracted many beings in the wilderness, drawing them to its doors. They, on the other hand, would likely expel anyone who dared to tread upon Kunlun Mountain. After all, Yuanshi despised beings with fur and horns, and the subsequent Huanglong was only accepted due to his monumental contributions in aiding to Yu with flood control. Yet, if the Dragon Clan were to join the like this, they would merely be among the many outer disciples, never catching the eye of Tongtian, Now, with an opportunity to connect with the direct disciple of they could not let it slip away. When Gongfu encountered the Turtle Chancellor and learned of his arrival, he scoffed. Who would want to go to a place like the Dragon Clan, where karma is overwhelming and they are constantly bullied by dragons? I would rather patrol among the humans, where I can earn merit and have strong support. Go away. Go away. I have places to be, like checking on the Earth Sovereign's conferral. The Turtle Chancellor, feeling distressed, said, Your Highness, I know you are upset, but you are still a member of the Dragon Clan. Who says I am? Ao Bing calls me a hybrid every day, claiming I am unworthy to be called a dragon. Gong Fu replied indignantly. This was also the reason why he became furious when Chen Xiao called him a little hybrid, revealing how oppressed he felt in the sea. Ignoring the Turtle Chancellor, he soared out of the river towards Mount Tai. The Turtle Chancellor watched Gong Fu depart and sighed, then returned to the Dragon Palace to report. At Mount Tai, Shenong knelt before the altar. Gazing solemnly at Chen Xiao and Jin Ling since he began his governance, his work, the Shenong Bin Xiao Jing, spread throughout the human race, extending their average lifespan, combined with various reforms. He laid a solid foundation for humanity's transition from primitive times to civilization, leading to his ultimate success. It must be said that the reincarnation of the Xian turtle from the North Sea indeed bore great fortune, making every endeavor smooth, far simpler than the trials faced by Fushi. At this moment, Chen Xiao held the Kongtong seal and slowly floated into the air, addressing Shenong. Shenong Jiang Shinian, creator of the plow and hoe, cultivator of the 5 grains, resolving the human race's food crisis, establishing markets, promoting tribal development, processing hemp into cloth, providing garments for the people, crafting pottery, improving living conditions, sampling 100 herbs, extending human longevity. Today, you have achieved your merits and shall be named the Earth's sovereign of humanity. The Kongtong seal radiated brilliant golden light, illuminating Shenong. The sky filled with auspicious clouds, showering boundless merit. In that instant, Shenong's cultivation surged to the level of a quasi-saint, with Jin Ling swiftly following suit to attain quasi-saint status. A roar of dragon song reverberated through the sky, causing all to look up. There, Gong Fu circled in the air, exhaling large mists of water that gradually formed a rainbow. This was his congratulatory gift to Shenong for achieving the title of Earth Sovereign. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi gazed at the conferral ceremony atop Mount Tai and slowly spoke. With the Earth Sovereign conferred, the human sovereign should also emerge. Guangchengzi, disciple is here. Guangchengzi stepped forward, cupping his hands. At this moment, Guangchengzi had shaken off the shadows of his previous abduction, appearing vigorous and spirited. His elevation and mindset had even allowed him to successfully break through to the late stage of Deluo. Had Chen Xiao known, he would surely have sought some benefits from Guangchengzi, for abduction is indeed a skillful endeavor. If not for Chen Xiao's influence, could Guangchengzi have risen to the late stage of Deluo so soon? Sitting at the head of the table, Yuanshi watched Guangchengzi with satisfaction in his eyes. Truly a disciple of Yuanshi, endowed with great fortune, each one a genuine immortal of virtue. He then spoke slowly. You shall take on the role of the human sovereign's teacher and ensure a proper education. When the human sovereign's merits are fulfilled, you will surely attain quasi-saint status. Guangchengzi knelt and reverently said, Thank you, Master, for your profound kindness. I, your disciple, shall certainly not disgrace your expectations. The disciples of the Antarctic immortal looked on with envious expressions, yet they all offered their congratulations. Congratulations to senior brother for achieving the status of the teacher of the human emperor. May you soon attain the realm of the quasi-saint. Guangchengzi clasped his hands and smiled, saying, Thank you, esteemed brothers and younger brothers. I shall not fail your high hopes. However, unbeknownst to him, being the teacher of the human emperor was but a pitfall, a trap that would lead to the calamity of the canonization. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware, preparing to leap into it. After the official conferral ceremony, Shenong also awakened memories of his past life. Upon glancing at Chen Xiao, his eyes brimmed with gratitude, and he immediately bowed, saying, Thank you, Uncle Master, for your great kindness. No need for formality. From now on, we are family. Just contribute more for the benefit of humanity in the future. Chen Xiao replied with a beaming smile. Shenong responded calmly, I am the Earth Sovereign. It is only natural. Subsequently, after returning Shenong's past life turtle shell to him, the grand ceremony concluded satisfactorily. Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly received a message from Hutu, requesting him to return to the underworld. Remembering the pile of official documents awaiting him, Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. The last place he wished to visit was the underworld. Alas, he still held the position of the Emperor of Fengdu. and moreover, the boss had personally summoned him, making it impossible for him to decline. Thus, he rose and returned to the underworld, while Jin Ling decided to stabilize his realm and opted to retreat to Jin Ao Island for a period of seclusion. In the underworld, within the Hall of Tranquility, Huda directly inquired upon seeing Chen Xiao, "Fengdu, may I borrow the strength of humanity to aid the witch clan?" Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback and furrowed his brow, asking, "What does Lady Pingxin intend to do?" Hutu was also momentarily stunned to hear Chen Xiao refer to her as Pingxin. This name was a code name for her, and those who called her Pingxin were invariably unfamiliar. Chen Xiao usually addressed her as Hutu. The current formal tone made them appear estranged. However, observing Hutu's demeanor, it was evident she intended to strategize concerning humanity. Necessitating his caution. He was already weary from opposing the heavenly Dao saints. If he had to contend with the earthly Dao saint as well, he would have to contemplate leading humanity to obliterate the primordial chaos, ensuring none could thrive. Chen Xiao's thoughts were entirely read by Hutu, who sighed and said, "You need not be so wary. I merely wish for the witch clan to return to the primordial chaos, not to scheme against humanity's fate." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately felt relieved and resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Lady Hutu, could we perhaps finish our conversation in one go? You are making my heart race." Hutu shot him a glare and slowly replied, "You must tell me if the witch clan can indeed borrow humanity's strength to return to the primordial chaos." "Yes, they can be reincarnated as humanity. Humanity is a highly inclusive race. I recall a tribe called Jioli, which emerged from the marriage between the witch clan and humanity during the latter's early existence. We can arrange for the members of the witch clan to be reincarnated as members of the Jioli tribe," Chen Xiao said casually. Hutu nodded and solemnly stated, "I think the same, but I also wish for one among the witch clan, like Fushi, to achieve the status of human emperor. This would provide the greatest assurance for the witch clan. However, the ultimate outcome would be the extinction of the Jioli tribe, leaving the witch clan with no chance of returning to the primordial chaos." Chen Xiao replied in a calm tone, "What do you mean?" Hutu was taken aback by Chen Xiao's words. How could Fushi, once the Shiwang of the demon race, become a human emperor, while the witch clan could not? Chen Xiao slowly began to explain, "Because the heavenly Dao does not allow it. The third human emperor primarily wields the power of slaughter, unifying the various factions of humanity. This requires a target to propel forward. And the Jiuli tribe is that cannon fodder. Therefore, a human emperor can never emerge from Jiuli. The Battle of the Deer, the conflict between the two human emperors, resulted in the Jiuli tribe being nearly decimated. The Jioli people, bearing the bloodline of the witch clan, were mostly wiped out, leaving little more than a name, and otherwise having no connection to the witch clan. Why does the heavenly Dao treat the witch clan this way?" Hutu exclaimed indignantly. Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, resting his chin in a relaxed manner, and said, "Because it targets you, Lady Hutu. Me." Chen Xiao nodded and stated earnestly, "The aim of the heavenly Dao is to seize control over the entire primordial chaos. And you are the predetermined earthly Dao saint. During the calamity of the witch and demon races, it could have suppressed you and seized a substantial portion of authority. However, your premature awakening of the earthly Dao has caused it to hesitate." Here, in the underworld, Chen Xiao felt bold enough to speak freely. Were he to voice such claims outside, he would be struck down by the divine thunder of Jie Xiao in an instant. "Are you suggesting that the calamity of the witch and demon races was instigated by the heavenly Dao?" Hutu asked in astonishment. Chen Xiao grew increasingly relaxed, even reclining on the ground as he lazily remarked, "The calamity was predetermined, but it did not necessitate the mutual destruction of both races, at most. It would result in both suffering losses. Moreover, have you not noticed that your authority over the primordial chaos has been significantly diminished, although Hutu awakened the earthly Dao ahead of time, since the demise of the 11 ancestral witches? She has been engulfed in sorrow and has shown little interest in contesting for power. This allowed the heavenly Dao to seize the opportunity to contest authority over the primordial chaos. Therefore, this is an overt plot, merely a matter of how much can be gained. The conclusion of the calamity of the witch and demon races is aimed at undermining your resolve, Lady Hutu. Why did you not tell me this sooner?" Hutu glared at Chen Xiao with displeasure. Chen Xiao instantly felt wronged, straightening up and saying, "I wanted to, but every time I came in, you wished for quiet. And I cannot call you quiet." Hutu's lips pursed slightly as she took a deep breath and said, "Do you have any solutions?" "I do. Cooperation." "Cooperation?" Chen Xiao replied earnestly, "Since you are the representative of the earthly Dao, you should be aware of the existence of the human Dao, correct?" Hutu nodded, having known this since her ascension to sainthood, though she had not paid it much heed. By writes, Nüwa should have been the representative of the human Dao. However, she became a saint of the heavenly Dao and harmed humanity during the calamity. thus losing her qualification. Consequently, the human Tao currently lacks the combat power of a saint to resist. The end result is that it is being devoured by the heavenly Tao. Ultimately becoming a puppet, Chen Xiao explained slowly. Huda furrowed her brow and stated solemnly, "So, you expect me to join forces with humanity to oppose the heavenly Tao?" Exactly. The heavenly Tao was the first to be born. Seizing most of the authority over the primordial chaos, cooperation between the human and earthly Taos presents an opportunity to resist. If we remain divided, we will be picked off one by one. Chen Xiao elucidated the current situation to Huda. A brief silence enveloped the room. Chen Xiao did not rush for Huda's response, understanding that cooperation required mutual willingness, especially when it involved opposing the heavenly Tao, a venture not all would dare to undertake. After a long while, Huda sighed and asked, "I agree. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's face broke into a radiant smile. He finally had a partner in cooperation. He immediately replied, "I will handle the subsequent matters. But we still need the Jioli tribe to help advance the calamity's progress. I wonder, who did Lady Hutu originally intend to have as the human emperor? Qiyu." Chen Xiao thought to himself, as expected, and replied, "Qiyu cannot become the human emperor, but I will ensure his status remains on par with that of a human emperor, and the bloodline of the Jioli tribe will be preserved appropriately." Buddha replied, "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Should you require anything, I shall cooperate." After finalizing the discussion, Chen Xiao exited the Hall of Tranquility in high spirits. Previously, he had been troubled by the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors being imprisoned in the Fire Cloud Cave, restraining humanity's fate after the calamity. Now that he had partnered with Hutu, there was much more room for maneuver. However, Hutu then insisted he handle the affairs of the underworld before returning to humanity, causing his spirits to dampen once more. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao could only obediently return to Fengdu City to hastily attend to work. He also resolved to find some individuals to assist him, otherwise, he would work himself to death. In the Bear tribe, a woman named Fu Bao had been pregnant for 2 years without any signs of giving birth. Reflecting on the births of the previous 2 leaders, he promptly reported the matter. Just then, Guangchengzi arrived at Chen Xiao's place, intending to have Xinnong ascertain where the human emperor would be born. "Uncle Master, there are indications of a human emperor being born in the Bear tribe. Would you like to accompany me to investigate?" Xinnong inquired, looking at the splendidly dressed Guangchengzi. "Very well, lead the way," Guangchengzi replied. With an air of haughtiness, Guangchengzi spoke, observing Guangchengzi's condescending demeanor. Xinnong felt a surge of displeasure, yet he suppressed his emotions and led him onward. Upon arriving at the Yoxiong tribe, Guangchengzi cast a disdainful glance at the yellow-skinned Fubel before him. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He then turned his gaze to her abdomen and slowly remarked, "Surrounded by purple qi, undoubtedly the child of the human emperor, this one shall be a disciple of the poor Taoist." After examining Fubao, Guangchengzi turned to leave, admonishing her as he departed, "Once the child is born, the poor Taoist shall return." With that, clouds appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air as he soared away, leaving Xinnong and Fubao in a state of bewilderment. Xinnong, somewhat stupefied, recalled how, before he and Fushi were born, the Jie Sect had essentially provided for their mother as if she were a revered offering. How was it that the Chan sect was so different? Indeed, the disparities among sects were stark. With a sigh, Xinnong supported Fuba back into the dwelling, saying, "You must rest assured and nurture the child. I shall send someone to ensure your safe delivery." Fubao hesitated for a moment before voicing her concern. "My lord, must my child truly take that immortal as a master?" "I fear," Xinnong sighed. "This has been decreed by the sages. Our human race is weak and lacks the power to refuse." He understood Fubao's trepidation regarding her child's potential misguidance under Guangchengzi's tutelage. After all, compared to the Jie Sect, no one wished to be schooled by such a condescending individual. Fubao's expression dimmed immediately, prompting Xinnong to offer several words of comfort, assuring her that he would intervene in her child's education and prevent Guangchengzi from leading him astray. This reassurance brought her some solace. Upon returning to the Qin region, Xinnong contemplated for a moment before sending a message to Chen Xiao, informing him of these events. This scoundrel truly has a short memory. He brazenly asserts his dominance over the human race. After receiving the news, Chen Xiao, already irritated by bureaucratic duties, was consumed by fury. He quickly relayed a message to Duo Bao, instructing him to send someone to attend to Fubao and summon Zhao Gongming to meet him. Subsequently, he replied to Xinnong, advising him to maintain the status quo. Thereafter, Chen Xiao, with the speed honed by centuries of solitude and the keen gaze of one who has beheld the beauty of 7 maidens in a single glance, swiftly completed the review of the documents before him. Within a few days, he had organized the administrative methods and developmental plans for the next 30 years. The quilt left aside began to emit wisps of acrid smoke. After accomplishing all this, Chen Xiao promptly set off toward the human realm, awaiting Zhao Gongming's arrival. After departing from the Yoxiong tribe, Guangchengzi wandered through the vast wilderness. Upon passing a mountain, he discovered an abundance of spiritual energy, which filled him with delight. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Such a paradise was surely destined to be mine. Thus, Guangchengzi claimed the location, naming it Kunlun Mountain, establishing it as his sacred ground. Influenced by Yuanshi, his disciples developed a strong aversion to furry beings with long horns. Therefore, upon claiming the mountain, Guangchengzi's first act was to expel the indigenous creatures. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen Xiao and Zhao Gongming, who observed in silence. Brother, Guangchengzi has gone too far. Not only has he claimed the mountain, but he has also driven out its rightful inhabitants, Zhao Gongming exclaimed indignantly. Chen Xiao responded with a cold chuckle. What did you expect? Since he has forgotten the lessons of the past, we shall remind him. Excellent. Brother, what do you intend to do? Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao replied, Gather the creatures he has just expelled. I have a use for them. Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement and promptly set about his task. 3 days later, a throng of beings amassed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, their numbers resembling a siege of the bright summit by 6 major sections. Upon noticing this, Guangchengzi immediately appeared before them, unleashing the formidable aura of a late-stage Luo Jin xian. You gather here in defiance of me. Guangchengzi spoke with an ominous expression. The leader, a lion-headed beast, stepped forth, respectfully stating, Immortal, you are the great disciple of the Chen Sect. How could we dare to resist? Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi's demeanor softened slightly, and he relaxed his vigilance, scoffing. Then what is your purpose in gathering here? We wish to beseech the Immortal to allow us to settle under your sacred ground. We offer this treasure in exchange, the lion demon said, presenting a box as it approached Guangchengzi with an exceedingly humble demeanor. What is this? We do not know, only that it is an innate spiritual treasure. We wish to exchange it for a place to reside, and we hope the Immortal will grant us this favor. Upon hearing the term innate spiritual treasure, Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed with interest. He then sneered, raising his hand to draw the box from the lion demon's grasp, dismissively stating, My sacred ground is not a dwelling for blood-drinking, fur-eating creatures. Out of respect for this treasure, I shall not hold you accountable. Depart swiftly. The lion demon, taken aback, replied incredulously, Immortal, an innate spiritual treasure belongs to the virtuous. It is not for you to possess. Depart at once. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The gathered beings were startled by his malice and scattered in a frenzy, disappearing in an instant. A group of foolish wretches, Guangchengzi scoffed, then opened the box to inspect the so-called innate spiritual treasure. As he opened it, a plume of red smoke surged toward his face. Guangchengzi, alarmed, hastily discarded it, but it was too late. Guangchengzi, you are indeed easy to ensnare, a voice echoed from behind him. Recognizing the voice, Guangchengzi's heart raced as he recalled unpleasant memories, sending chills down his spine. Just as he attempted to flee, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he lost consciousness moments later. When he awakened again, he found himself bound, suspended by his hands, feeling a chill enveloping him. Simultaneously, he experienced a sharp pain emanating from his lower body. Come, one person strike 10 times. Once done, make haste to leave, and remember to grab a recording stone. At this moment, Chen Xiao and Zhao Gongming were directing the gathered beings below the mountain, ensuring they formed an orderly line. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi was blindfolded, stripped bare, and hung up, facing a variety of beasts that took turns striking him, all the while recording the scene with the recording stone before departing to allow another to take their turn. Guangchengzi, realizing the nature of his predicament, began to scream frantically, You dare treat me this way? I am a disciple of the Yuanshi saint. When I am free, I shall annihilate your entire race. Chen Xiao, adopting a high-pitched voice, cackled, They have recorded this scene. Should you dare seek revenge, the entire wilderness will know of your diminutive stature. Hearing that familiar voice, Guangchengzi erupted in rage, cursing, It is you again. When I am free, I will kill you. Ha! You dare threaten me. Chen Xiao stepped forward, slowly pulling back. Help! The creatures behind him, witnessing Chen Xiao's actions, instinctively mimicked his movements. Given their smaller size, it proved more efficient to pull rather than bounce. Thus, for 3 whole days, the echoes of Guangchengzi's curses and threats reverberated through Kunlun Mountain, interspersed with the sounds of slaps and laughter. Eventually, in a fit of fury, Guangchengzi spat blood and fainted once more. Once the creatures had vented their frustrations, they bowed to Chen Xiao, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for championing our cause." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, it was a trivial matter. You should swiftly seek a new place to reside. With this recording stone, he will not dare to harm you." Yes. Subsequently, this group of beings dispersed, heading in all directions. Although they had lost their place of existence, venting their frustrations was not without merit, especially since their adversary was the foremost disciple of the Chen sect, making the catharsis all the more gratifying. As for leaving, they lacked the courage. After all, Guangchengzi was a direct disciple of a saint. And leaving behind evidence, as Chen Xiao had stated, was merely a means of self-preservation. In the primordial world, face held greater value than all else. Possessing such leverage allowed them to survive with a clear conscience. Furthermore, Chen Xiao had crafted soul tokens for them, ensuring that in times of peril, help would come from all corners, thus greatly securing their safety. After bidding them farewell, Zhao Gongming cast a glance at the unconscious Guangchengzi and remarked, "Eldest senior brother, we have indeed performed a good deed. We have extended his life by at least 3 inches. Chen Xiao responded with a smile. If we do not teach him a lesson, he might genuinely believe he can act with impunity in the primordial realm and look down upon the human race. It would be unwise to let him off unscathed." Following this, Chen Xiao obliterated all traces and lifted Guangchengzi's seal, then departed from Kunlun Mountain alongside Zhao Gongming. Upon awakening, Guangchengzi beheld his swollen second disciple and instinctively shed a tear, raising his voice to the heavens. "Despicable scoundrel, I swear here and now, I shall find you and rend your body asunder, subjecting you to eternal torment." 10 years later, Duo Bao sent Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to care for Fu Bao. Under their attentive guidance and with Yun Xiao assisting in the delivery, Fu Bao successfully gave birth. The sky was filled with purple qi, albeit tinged with a hint of red. Fu Bao named the child Jie Xianyuan, just as Yun Xiao brought Jie Xianyuan out. Guangchengzi descended slowly upon a cloud before them. Yun Xiao slightly inclined her body in greeting, "Eldest senior brother Guangchengzi." The 2 Xiaos also reluctantly performed a bow. Guangchengzi's gaze was shadowed, and he paid them no heed. However, upon noticing that Chen Xiao had not greeted him, he felt a surge of displeasure and spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? Why do you not pay your respects? Did Master Tongtian not instruct you in proper etiquette?" Chen Xiao scoffed. "I am Chen Xiao, the foremost disciple of the Jie Sect. Why should I bow to you? Perhaps you should inquire with Master Yuan Sure if he requires me to greet you. Furthermore, how my teacher instructs me is not for you to critique." Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. "So you are the Chen Xiao? Humph, you are hardly impressive. Yes, at least my stature is considerable. Try to endure it," Chen Xiao said with an enigmatic expression. Guangchengzi misunderstood Chen Xiao's implication, believing he was asserting his seniority. He then snorted coldly and bypassed Chen Xiao to approach Jie Xianyuan. After all, Yuan Shi frequently mentioned Chen Xiao, indicating that his own teacher held him in high regard. Moreover, the Kongnong seal, which conferred the title of human sovereign, was in Chen Xiao's possession. Thus, Guangchengzi was reluctant to confront him directly. "I am your master. Come with me," Guangchengzi said with a stern countenance. Jie Xianyuan, feeling a bit frightened, hid behind Yun Xiao. Ever since Guangchengzi had been dealt with by Chen Xiao once more, he had worn a perpetual scowl. Being just a child, how could Jie Xianyuan not feel fear? Yun Xiao glanced at Chen Xiao, silently inquiring whether it was permissible for Guangchengzi to take Jie Xianyuan away. Chen Xiao, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "I say, Chengzi, he is merely a child. Who are you scaring with that grim face?" He then gently patted Jie Xuanyuan's head, saying, "Do not be afraid. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell the sword ancestor, and I will take care of him." Saying this, he cast a disapproving glance at Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi felt a chill run down his spine at Chen Xiao's look, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown and declared, "I am a disciple of the Yuqing saint. I take you as my apprentice solely to impart the Yuqing great Tao. Henceforth, you shall govern the merits of the human race, achieving the path of the human sovereign, with no ill intent." Ultimately, Jie Xianyuan was coaxed away from the Bear clan by Guangchengzi. Fu Bao emerged, pale-faced, and gazed at the departing figures, softly weeping. Observing this, Chen Xiao produced some medicinal herbs for her to aid in recovery, simultaneously offering words of comfort. "Do not worry, I will keep an eye on him. Whenever possible, I will bring Xianyuan back to see you." "Thank you, esteemed sword ancestor," Fu Bao immediately expressed, wanting to kneel. Chen Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to support her, urging her to rest well and avoid leaving any lasting ailments. Meanwhile, in the Zhuli clan, a child was born simultaneously with Xianyuan. The infant was capable of speech within 3 days, and could read any text fluently by the seventh day. The Zhuli clan named him Qiyu. At the moment of his birth, Qiyu was imbued with memories of his past life. I have been reborn. During the War of the Witches and Demons, Qiyu had perished due to the self-detonation of Emperor Jun and had now awakened to this new form. During this period, he diligently observed and gathered information, learning that the current era was marked by the calamity of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Moreover, the clan he belonged to was established through the intermarriage of the witch and human races. After collating this information, Qiyu swiftly formulated a plan. If the completion of merits could lead to the attainment of the human sovereign position, could he himself achieve this and restore the witch tribe to the primordial realm? With this thought in mind, Qiyu immediately commenced his cultivation, possessing the innate Tao body of the human race and the bloodline of the witches, coupled with the experience from his previous life. Qiyu's progress in cultivation was rapid. By the age of 3, he had already reached the earth immortal realm, and thereafter, he advanced by leaps and bounds, having been personally instructed in cultivation by the 12 ancestors of witches. Qiyu mastered the most advanced cultivation techniques. At the age of 8, he imparted this knowledge to 81 peers of the Zhuli clan who possessed witch blood, cultivating alongside them. These 81 individuals would later become the backbone of Qiyu's campaigns across the world. By the time Qiyu turned 18, he led these 81 brothers to campaign against the Iron-Eating Beast clan, successfully taming them, and was subsequently elected as the new leader of the Zhuli clan. As the newly appointed leader, Qiyu, while continuing his cultivation, did not neglect agricultural development and food storage. He also discovered ores in the mountains, refining them to create iron tools. Implementing strict laws and military regulations, he gradually transformed the Zhuli clan into a well-trained army. Meanwhile, Xianyuan remained in the midst of Guangchengzi's lectures, making no progress whatsoever. The stark contrast between their paths was indeed striking. The Chen Sect elucidates the heavenly principles, categorizing all things into hierarchies. Thus, you should aspire to higher realms. Not waste your efforts on the mundane and mediocre. Guangchengzi slowly conveyed the doctrines of the Chen Sect to Jie Xianyuan. Yet Jie Xianyuan felt something was amiss and interjected. Teacher, the sword ancestor once said that while all things can be categorized, there should be no distinction of high and low, noble or base. Guangchengzi, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. Those of the Jie Sect are merely practitioners of magical power, devoid of virtue, inherently existing in the lowest tier. They can only console themselves in such a manner. Jie Xuanyuan's lips twitched, and he fell silent. Fortunately, Shenong frequently took the time to teach him personally, instilling in him a sound worldview. Otherwise, he might have been led astray by Guangchengzi's teachings. Thus, for the next decade, Jie Xianyuan devoted himself to 3 pursuits: cultivation, and still more cultivation. He paid no heed to Guangchengzi's teachings and refrained from rebuttals. Meanwhile, Shenong noted that since the establishment of markets, while interclan exchanges had increased, fostering development, the ensuing conflicts had also intensified, leaving him feeling powerless. Therefore, when Jie Xianyuan turned 30, Shenong decided to abdicate the position of leader to him, entrusting him with the resolution of interclan disputes. On Mount Tai, Shenong handed the emblem of leadership to Jie Xianyuan, completing the transfer of power. From now on, the human race shall be entrusted to you, Shenong solemnly proclaimed. Jie Xianyuan, with a resolute gaze, nodded in affirmation. On the very first day of Jie Xuanyuan's reign as the sovereign of humanity, he discovered that various tribes had already begun to engage in mutual hostilities. Initially, he attempted to mediate, but it was not long before 2 tribes would clash once more. Through his thorough investigation, he uncovered that the conflicts arose from differences in faith, culture, and sacrificial practices among the tribes. Consequently, Jie Xianyuan resolved to address the issue at its roots, striving for complete unification of all tribes. After training hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the fields of Qin, he embarked on his campaign, sweeping through the central plains. Meanwhile, Qiyu also completed the training of his army and, having invented smelting techniques, advanced the development of his tribe, garnering immense merit. With this merit, Qiyu refined his witch lineage to its peak, successfully restoring his former grand witch form and attaining the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Armed with formidable cultivation and a well-equipped army, the Jioli tribe surged forward, swiftly integrating all nearby tribes in the southeast, collectively known as the Dongyi tribe. Their pace of consolidation far surpassed that of Xianyuan. While he was still engaged in battles in the central plains, Qiyu had already readied his troops for an advance into the region. Upon learning this news, Xianyuan immediately sought the counsel of Guangchengzi. Master, Qiyu of the Dongyi leads an army of 800,000. preparing to invade the Central Plains. I am currently at a critical juncture in unifying the Central Plains and cannot afford to be distracted by the Dongyi army's incursion. What should I do? Jie Xianyuan looked at Guangchengzi with eager anticipation. Guangchengzi, with a cold smirk, replied, "They are but a rabble. It is disheartening to see you act thus. I apologize for disappointing you, master." Jie Xianyuan bowed his head in acknowledgement. Guangchengzi, satisfied with Jie Xuanyuan's attitude, continued, "This matter is simple. I shall personally lead an army to subdue them and simultaneously secure the Dongyi tribe for you." Jie Xianyuan stared in astonishment at Guangchengzi. "Master, do you understand military strategy?" Guangchengzi furrowed his brow and chided, "I am the foremost disciple of the primordial saint. How could I be ignorant of warfare?" Jie Xuanyuan's lips twitched, aside from the cultivation of the Yuqing technique. Guangchengzi had only imparted to him the principles of the Chan teachings, governance, and the ways of employing talent, but had never discussed military tactics. It was Shenong who had guided him, piece by piece. Yet now, he found himself unable to dispatch his generals, who were all engaged in various campaigns, leaving him unable to spare any forces. Even if he could, he was uncertain whether they would stand a chance against the advancing Dongyi army. Ultimately, he could only offer, "I shall provide you with 200,000 troops, and I hope for your triumphant return. You shall await good news here. When I return, it will be the day of your unification of humanity." Guangchengzi declared confidently. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled out of the hall. Jie Xianyuan sighed, hoping for a smooth outcome. He did not truly expect Guangchengzi to defeat Qiyu. He merely wished for enough time to unify the Central Plains, allowing him to emerge victorious and confront his adversary. On the opposite bank of the Yellow River, Guangchengzi led his 200,000 troops across with great fanfare. Halfway through the crossing, they encountered Qiyu's 800,000 soldiers head-on. Guangchengzi stepped forward, exuding arrogance, and proclaimed, "Are you the Dongyi army?" Qiyu, with a slight frown, emerged to confront him. "Who dares obstruct the path of our army?" Guangchengzi raised his head slightly and declared, "I am Guangchengzi, the disciple of the primordial saint." Qiyu inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Indeed, knowing my name, you should swiftly surrender. Otherwise, with a mere wave of my sleeve, I shall reduce you to ashes." Guangchengzi scoffed, his gaze disdainful. Qiyu glanced at the army behind Guangchengzi, realizing they were still in the process of crossing the river, feeling perplexed. Did this man not understand the art of war? How could one provoke an opponent before their forces were fully assembled? Time was on his side. With the speed at which his army was crossing, it would take a day to complete. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Do you think flowery words will lead me to surrender? Brothers, charge at them. Kill." The soldiers of Qiyu roared, surging towards Guangchengzi. Startled, Guangchengzi had not anticipated that they would truly dare to strike. And he quickly shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy." Retreating into his ranks. In battles between mortals, immortals could not employ their powers. Guangchengzi, looking down on this kind of melee combat, felt it akin to that of beasts. Since he could not use magic, he opted to command from the center. In contrast, Qiyu, possessing profound cultivation and the body of a grand witch, could lead the charge without spells. Thus, in every great battle, he would ride his iron-eating beast into the fray first. When the two forces collided, Qiyu appeared as a deity of war, spilling blood wherever he went. Armed with a sharp blade, each swing claimed multiple lives. Although Guangchengzi directed from the rear, his lack of practical military knowledge caused the soldiers to become disorganized. Meanwhile, Qiyu's 800,000 troops fought in perfect harmony, growing ever more valiant. Coupled with their superior equipment, the situation quickly became one-sided. Furthermore, as Guangchengzi's 200,000 soldiers had not yet fully crossed, Qiyu diverted some of his forces to rain arrows upon the soldiers in the river, steadily picking them off. Realizing the dire situation, Guangchengzi immediately took flight across the Yellow River, commanding the remaining soldiers to retreat hastily, abandoning those on the opposite bank. The soldiers of the Central Plains, witnessing their leader's flight, felt their morale plummet. Faced with the ferocity of the Dongyi army, many cast down their weapons and surrendered. In this battle, Guangchengzi's 200,000 troops suffered a direct loss of 60,000. While Qiyu captured 40,000 prisoners, his own army of 800,000 incurred only a few thousand casualties, most of whom had fallen victim to a stampede caused by the chaos of retreat. Guangchengzi, it seemed, had disgraced himself before Kunlun Mountain. After Qiyu finished surveying the battlefield and distributed the captives to the rear for logistics, he began to cross the Yellow River. Once his troops had fully crossed, Qiyu ordered a pursuit of Guangchengzi. One of Qiyu's brothers, Duanxiu, expressed concern. "Elder brother, Could this be a ruse? Xuanyuan's combat prowess should not be so woefully inadequate. Qiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Impossible. I suspect Guangchengzi is simply ignorant of military affairs. After all, who would use 60,000 troops as bait? Such a loss is too great. Duan Xiao, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. Elder brother. I request permission to pursue. Qiyu readily agreed, assigning Duan Xiao to lead 50,000 troops as the vanguard, while he followed closely behind with the remaining forces. Meanwhile, after suffering defeat, Guangchengzi retreated with the remaining 140,000 towards the Taihang Mountains. Along the way, due to stragglers, several thousand more soldiers went missing, easily captured by Qiyu. Realizing his forces had become too extended, Guangchengzi ordered a halt to regroup, sending scouts to ascertain whether Qiyu's army was in pursuit. Once the troops had assembled, a scout rushed back in a panic with the news, "Great Commander, trouble is at hand. The Dongyi army is pursuing us. How many are coming?" Guangchengzi inquired. Approximately 50,000. Guangchengzi was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. 50,000 dares to chase after my 100,000. This is sheer insolence. Prepare for battle. I shall devour their 5,000 troops. Upon hearing the words, the scout was about to speak when Guangchengzi shot him a glare. Subsequently, the Central Plains army, led by Guangchengzi, began to sluggishly prepare for battle. In times past, they would not have been so hesitant, but having never before faced such a significant defeat and having fled for so long, their morale was at an unprecedented low. However, Guangchengzi was oblivious to this. His only desire was to prove himself through this confrontation. To him, the loss of 600,000 was merely a trifle. With Qiyu commanding 800,000, a portion had to be allocated to guard the captives, leaving Guangchengzi with a formidable force of 1,000,000 troops. Thus, he believed the advantage lay with him. Once he consumed these 50,000 soldiers, he would charge forth with the momentum of victory, aiming directly for Qiyu, intending to claim his head as a trophy. Duan Xiu relentlessly pursued, leading his 50,000 troops. And after 3 full days of relentless chase, he finally caught sight of Guangchengzi's forces at the foot of the Taihang Mountains. Observing the dispirited demeanor of the Central Plains army, he immediately ordered a charge. Undeterred by their numbers, the troops he commanded were composed of the iron-eating beasts under Qiyu's command. Though their speed was somewhat lacking, otherwise he would have overtaken them long ago. Guangchengzi, witnessing the black and white mounted Eastern warriors charging forth, shouted attack. The two forces collided, as Duan Xiu's iron-eating beast legion surged like a black torrent towards the Central Plains army. The massive iron-eating beasts, when in motion, shook the very earth, causing the steeds of the Central Plains to rear in fright. Their attack power was exceedingly formidable, able to crush a child with a single blow. Soon, the Central Plains army found themselves penetrated directly by Duan Xiu's onslaught. The already low morale of the Central Plains troops was shattered by the ferocity of the iron-eating beasts, leading to visible signs of disarray. Seeing this, Guangchengzi made the decisive choice to act, aiming to capture the leader first. He soared into the air, brandishing the Fantian seal and launched it towards Duan Xiu. Die. Duan Xiu's attention was immediately drawn by Guangchengzi's shout, prompting him to channel his magical power and raise a shield for defense. Although he had trained in the secret arts of the shaman tribe alongside Qiyu since childhood, he was but half shaman and half human, and his bloodline lacked purity, resulting in his cultivation only reaching the golden immortal realm. Thus, when his shield met the Fantian seal, it shattered almost instantaneously, just as Duan Xiu was about to meet his demise. A sudden tiger's roar erupted from behind him. Following closely was a knife that sliced through the air, veering the Fantian seal off course. The misdirected seal crushed a significant number of both Central Plains and Easterny soldiers. While Duan Xiu narrowly escaped death, Guangchengzi, retracting the great seal, unwittingly absorbed a trace of bloody calamity into his brow. He glanced forward and noted the overwhelming Eastern army had arrived. Qiyu, mounted on an iron-eating beast, caught the knife he had just thrown, coldly remarking, "Humph, disciples of the Chen Sect only know how to launch sneak attacks." Unfazed by this insult, Guangchengzi retorted assertively, "You are merely unblessed beings. To perish under my seal is your honor." Provoked by Guangchengzi's taunt, Qiyu brandished his knife and charged forth, while his army surged towards the Central Plains troops. As Qiyu swung his knife towards Guangchengzi, the latter hastily retreated 1,000 miles. This was precisely Qiyu's intent, to draw the duel away from the main forces. Guangchengzi, indifferent to the fate of his army, was only concerned for himself. With his objective achieved, Qiyu hastened to pursue. The Central Plains army, devoid of their commander's presence, descended into chaos, while the Easterny forces, under the leadership of Qiu's 81 brothers, transformed into a relentless meat grinder, advancing unopposed. Above the Taiying Mountains, Qiu and Guangchengzi engaged in fierce aerial combat for several rounds. Although Guangchengzi wielded the Fan Tian seal crafted for him by the Primordial beginning, it proved ineffective against the resurrected Qiu. Qiu grew increasingly emboldened, each strike infused with immense power. Guangchengzi, astonished, realized that Qiu was far more formidable than he had anticipated. And his cultivation surpassed his OW, and as he defended himself, he observed the plight of his army, realizing that those he had brought along were either dead or defecting, leading to a complete rout. A bunch of useless fools, Guangchengzi spat, channeling his power to repel Qiu before fleeing over the Taiying Mountains without a backward glance. Humph, cowardly wretches. Qiu did not pursue, instead cursing Guangchengzi's retreating figure.